Chapter 224. Inside an old study room, there were several rows of bookshelves filled with various books related to alchemy. On the right side of the study, away from the bookshelves, was a black censer on the table. A faint smoke, with a calming effect, was slowly rising from the censer. Yun has come to visit, asked Xiao Ming, as he put down the book in his hand and slightly lowered his head to look at the maid in front of him. Yes, master. The sect leader of the Misty Cloud sect and little sect leader Nalan Yanran are both waiting at the door, the maid replied respectfully, giving a slight bow. I see. Please invite them to the hall, I'll be there soon, replied Xiao Ming. The maid nodded and left the room, while Xiao Ming remained in his seat, pondering. This visit from Yun is probably about Gu He's injury, right? Despite staying in his room for the past 2 days to study a pill recipe suitable for the Emperor's stream pulp, he was not surprised by Yun's visit, as he had already simulated it. However, there were still some details that he did not understand. Why is Nalan Yanran also coming with her? Could it be related to the 3-year agreement, he thought with a slight smile, shaking his head. He then stood up and walked out of the room. Outside Xiao Ming's mansion, Nalan Yanran stood with a hint of disappointment as she looked at Yun, who was wearing a gentle smile in front of her. Nalan Yanran was not unhappy with Yun, but rather with the situation she was in. She inwardly sighed and muttered to herself, my grandfather is so unreliable. He sent me here to improve relations with Master Xiao Ming, doesn't he know that in a month it will be the 3-year agreement with Xiao Yan? Nalan Yanran was very smart and could easily guess her grandfather's intentions. Since Xiao Ming was willing to heal her grandfather's wounds, it was understood that the matter of her visit to the Xiao family was considered resolved. But even if there was no conflict between the Nalan family and Xiao Ming, Nalan Yanran knew that forming a relationship with a prodigy like Xiao Ming was not something she could do, nor was it likely that the other party would consider her status in the Misty Cloud sect. As soon as the door creaked open and the maid appeared, Yun, accompanied by Nalan Yanran, was led to the hall to meet Xiao Ming. Upon seeing him, Yun's already smiling face grew even brighter. It's been 2 years since I last saw you, Master Xiao Ming, your aura has become even more powerful, she exclaimed. Yun had improved over the years and had advanced from a 3-star Do Emperor to a 4-star Do Emperor, but she was no longer able to sense Xiao Ming's exact strength, indicating that his progress was higher than hers. After serving tea, Xiao Ming exchanged a few polite words with Yun and then asked directly about the purpose of her visit. What is the reason for your visit this time, sect leader Yun? Actually, we have come to visit you for several reasons, Yun explained, her voice soft and measured. The first is to thank you again for saving my life. Her expression turned serious as she continued, the second is to ask you to come to our sect to treat our elder Gu He's wounds. Yun paused briefly, her eyes never leaving Xiao Ming's face. And the third is to ask you if you will be at the 3-year agreement that will take place in a month. There's no need to mention the matter of saving your life, as you already thanked me before, Xiao Ming replied, referring to the gratitude gift he received from Misty Cloud sect upon returning to Jianan Academy. That gift had been given to Xiao Ming by Xiao Shan. I will attend the 3-year agreement, and as long as it is a fair duel, I will not interfere, said Xiao Ming. But regarding Elder Gu He's injury, I still need more information. Isn't he a 6th-tier alchemist? He should have left some backup 6th-tier healing pills in the sect, right? Hearing his words, Yun nodded slowly, since you've already said it, then I won't mention it anymore. About Elder Gu He's injuries, I actually don't know much, I've only briefly probed him. As for the 6th-tier healing pill, we have some, but it wasn't effective, so I had no choice but to come to bother you, master. Yun said with a sigh. I see. It looks like I'll have to personally go to check up on the extent of his injuries, Xiao Ming said. And it just so happens that I am free right now. Let's go see Elder Gu He's condition together. Yun certainly would not reject Xiao Ming's proposal, and only nodded with a smile. On the other hand, Nalan Yanran, who was standing next to her, did not have the opportunity to join the conversation, but she was relieved not to. If she had to have an awkward conversation with Xiao Ming, she would rather hide in a hole. Since they had decided to go to the Misty Cloud sect, Xiao Ming and the 2 women got up and left the room. Outside the mansion, Nalan Yanran did not follow her master Yun because she could not fly. Only Xiao Ming and Yun were left, who flew straight to the Misty Cloud sect. And the moment Xiao Ming flew, Yun's pupils contracted behind him. To be able to fly in the air without wings, this is something that only a Do ancestor powerhouse can possess. Xiao Ming is already a Do ancestor. Sect leader Yun, don't just stand there, let's go, said Xiao Ming, noticing Yun's stunned expression. "Oh, yes, let's go," said Yun Yun, coming out of her trance and responding mechanically. Misty Cloud Sect. A handsome man and a beautiful woman descended from the sky and landed in front of the alchemy hall. The two individuals were none other than Xiao Ming and Yun Yun. After a period of time to adjust, Yun Yun reluctantly accepted the fact that Xiao Ming was a Dou ancestor. Looking at Xiao Ming beside her, Yun Yun opened her red lips slightly and said, "Master Xiao Ming, this is the alchemy hall of our Misty Cloud sect, Elder Gu He is inside, please follow me." She then turned her head and walked forward. As they walked through the sect, there didn't seem to be many alchemists present, and they only encountered one or two along the way. Soon, the two of them arrived at a room. Yun Yun knocked on the door and said, "Elder Gu He, I have invited Master Xiao Ming, please open the door." From inside the room, a cough was heard and then a weak voice belonging to a middle-aged man spoke. "Lu Ling, go and open the door." "Yes, master." The door opened and Xiao Ming and Yun Yun entered the room. The room was elegantly decorated and had a faint medicinal fragrance permeating the air. Gu He, the owner of the room, was sitting on the bed, looking at Xiao Ming and Yun Yun with pale face. "Master Xiao Ming, it's been a long time since I've seen you. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you with my wounds this time," said Gu He. Looking at Gu He's injuries, which were quite serious, Xiao Ming raised his eyebrows and said, "I will do my best, but before that, I would also like to ask Elder Gu He to tell me how you were injured. As an alchemist, you should understand my intentions, right?" Gu He nodded in understanding, recognizing that Xiao Ming was trying to determine what had caused his injury through his experience. Of course, it would have been fine for Gu He to immediately tell his judgment, as he himself was an alchemist. However, Gu He still chose to tell the story of how he got injured. Chapter 225. Before telling the story of how he was injured, Gu He looked at Xiao Ming with a mixture of envy and admiration. "Master Xiao Ming, I presume you possess a heavenly flame." "What? He has a heavenly flame?" Lu Ling, Gu He's disciple, who was standing next to him, was shocked upon hearing this. As a disciple of Gu He, he knew very well how precious a heavenly flame was. In fact, Gu He had ended up in his current state because he had obtained the rare and precious heavenly flame and had been followed and ambushed by someone. Yun Yun, who was standing next to him, was also a little surprised. However, after considering the fact that Xiao Ming was now a Dou ancestor at such a young age, she realized that this kind of existence was probably even rarer than a heavenly flame on the Dou Qi continent. After thinking about this, she was no longer that surprised. "Yes, I do possess a heavenly flame," Xiao Ming confirmed with a nod. "You discovered it 2 years ago when I was refining a zone-breaking pill for the Jiama imperial family, correct?" Gu He let out a bitter smile and replied, "That's correct, Master Xiao Ming. To be honest, I have been searching for the heavenly flame for many years and have traveled to many exotic places within the Jiama Empire in search of it. However, I had yet to find it. After discovering that you possess a heavenly flame, I became more and more eager to obtain it. I increased the time I spent outside looking for it and the scope of my search. My efforts eventually paid off when I found the heavenly flame, Wind Fury Dragon Flame, in Tgthegood Desert." Wind Fury Dragon Flame. Xiao Ming was surprised to hear this. He did not expect that Gu He would be able to encounter the Wind Fury Dragon Flame. The probability of encountering this particular heavenly flame was extremely low, even lower than winning the lottery. In fact, despite searching for it multiple times in the simulator, Xiao Ming had not even seen a trace of it. It seemed that Gu He's luck was quite good. "I had a hard time capturing the Wind Fury Dragon Flame, but I eventually managed to do so. I then headed to one of the mountains surrounding the Tgthegood Desert to try to devour it. After years of searching for the heavenly flame, I had prepared everything I needed. Just as I was about to begin the process, a black-robed man suddenly burst in and attacked me when I was caught off guard," Gu He explained, his voice trembling with anger as he spoke of the black-robed man. "The place I chose was absolutely secret, and I had isolated my aura from the surrounding area. That damn black-robed man definitely had his eyes on me for a long time. The black-robed man was not weak, and under his sneak attack, I was directly seriously injured, and the Wind Fury Dragon Flame was also snatched away by him. If not for some of my hidden cards to save my life, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to return to the Misty Cloud sect, but even if I did return, I still suffered these injuries." As Gu He spoke, he slowly removed his upper body clothing to reveal the right half of his body, which was covered in severe burns. The skin was bluish and veins were exposed, with faint white crystals shining above. "The person who attacked me also had a heavenly flame, and this is the injury he caused me." Gu He then added, apparently worried about being misunderstood. "I don't mean to imply anything else, the aura of that heavenly flame was completely different from your heavenly flame, Master Xiao Ming. Hearing Gu He's story, Xiao Ming couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief. This man was truly unlucky. He had stumbled upon a heavenly flame due to sheer luck, only for it to be taken away and for him to be severely injured. So, this wound was inflicted by the heavenly flame and it hasn't been able to heal, correct? Can you feel what is stopping you from healing? Asked Xiao Ming. There are some white crystals on my body, likely formed by the heavenly flame using a special technique. These crystals have been consuming my do qi, and if I take healing pills, they absorb the medicinal power, which leads me to suspect that the person who attacked me may also be a master alchemist, Gu He replied. Xiao Ming. How was this becoming more and more similar? Let me take a look. Xiao Ming placed his hand on Gu He's arm and sent his soul power into him to examine the extent of his injuries. The results confirmed what Gu He had described. The right half of his body was badly burned and there were numerous white crystals that seemed to be preventing the healing process. These crystals were sticking to his meridians, blood vessels, and bones and were causing his fire attribute do qi to be trapped as it passed through. After thoroughly examining Gu He's injuries, Xiao Ming withdrew his hand and opened his eyes. Yun asked, Master Xiao Ming, how is the injury? Is it easy to heal? But instead of answering Yun's question, Xiao Ming asked Gu He, how do you think it should be treated? If it were me, I would refine a 6th-tier healing pill with ice attribute do qi, so that when the small crystals absorb the medicinal power, they would be frozen and countered. This would prevent any danger of the small ice crystals activating with the fire attribute, Gu He suggested. Xiao Ming nodded and said, what you said is a solution, but I have a simpler solution. I can use the heavenly flame to directly devour the crystals in your body. This statement surprised Gu He and he burst out laughing, I almost forgot about the heavenly flame. Your solution is much less complicated. As he said that, Gu He felt more and more indignant in his heart towards the black-robed man who had stolen the heavenly flame from him. Yun then stood up and said, since you have a solution, Master Xiao Ming, I would like to ask you as a favor to help treat Elder Gu He. Once the matter is resolved, my Misty Cloud sect will offer you a reward that will satisfy you. Xiao Ming simply responded, it's no big deal. Yun and Lu Ling then left the room to give Xiao Ming and Gu He some privacy. In the room, Xiao Ming raised his right hand slowly and a strand of crimson flame appeared above his hand. Looking at the flame on Xiao Ming's hand, Gu He's inner envy was almost uncontainable. Fortunately, Xiao Ming did not let out the heavenly flame to annoy Gu He, but instead, with a wave of his hand, sent it straight towards Gu He's body. Suddenly receiving this blow, Gu He let out a choked growl and his body trembled fiercely. Sorry, I forgot to warn you beforehand. Looking at Gu He's painful appearance, Xiao Ming apologized. It was not his intention, the way Gu He looked at 10,000 beast flame just now made him a little speechless, so he wanted to hurry up and finish the job. It's alright, you can continue. Forcing himself to endure the pain, Gu He said. Fine. With his finger pointed at Gu He's back, Xiao Ming was serious as his soul power controlled the wisp of red flame, quickly transporting through some major meridians before gradually approaching above the bones and meridians that were covered in white crystals. As the flame approached, the white ice crystals began to activate but were soon engulfed by the flame until they disappeared. After devouring the crystals in one area, the red flames quickly moved on to the next, and during this process, time passed slowly. Chapter 226. Just as Xiao Ming was healing Gu He's wounds, the elders of the Misty Cloud sect approached Gu He's room. Sect leader, from what my disciples have reported, is it true that you have successfully managed to invite Master Xiao Ming? Yunlang, the first elder of the Misty Cloud sect, who was standing in front of the other elders, looked at Yun and asked. That's right, he is now inside helping Elder Gu He to heal his wounds. Yun nodded her head and said. Have you prepared everything I asked for? Yun's gaze shifted towards a white storage ring on Yunling's finger. Of course, I took them out and came here as soon as I heard the news, Yunling said with a smile, and with a flash of white light, several jade boxes appeared in his hand. These jade boxes were stacked on top of each other in Yunling's hand, and there were as many as a dozen of them. Just by looking at the textures of the jade boxes, one could tell that they were made of good material. It was clear that Yunling had a good grip on the jade boxes, but of course, no one cared about it, as everyone's attention was mainly focused on the jade boxes in his hands. Lu Ling, Gu He's disciple, looked at the jade boxes in Yunling's hand and was quite shocked. There were many rules in the large sects, and even ordinary boxes for storing items had many levels. The jade boxes in Yunling's hand were all stamped with various cloud patterns, and there were even 3 boxes with 7 cloud patterns, which was only used in the boxes in which the Misty Cloud sect placed their most precious items. As the only disciple of a 6th-tier alchemist in the Misty Cloud sect, Lu Ling had only seen a few in his master's hands over the years. You did well. When Master Xiao Ming comes out, you can give him these gifts. Be respectful, he is a Dou ancestor now and should not be offended, said Yun Yun. What? Dou ancestor? Hearing Yun Yun's words, Yunling's and the others' eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and an expression of disbelief showed on their faces. Yunling's hand, which had been firmly holding the jade boxes, could not help but tremble a little. Sect leader, you are joking, right? How could he possibly be a Dou ancestor, said Yunling in a trembling voice. What was the concept of a Dou ancestor? Right now, there was not a single known Dou ancestor in the Jiama Empire, let alone Dou ancestors, there were barely a few Dou emperors. It could be said that Xiao Ming, a Dou ancestor, could do as he pleased in the Jiama Empire. Of course, the lack of Dou ancestors in the Jiama Empire was not absolute. Some of the older members of the Misty Cloud sect were aware that their former sect leader, Yun Shan, was now a Dou ancestor. However, Yun Shan had been in seclusion and had not shown himself to the world. But how old was Yun Shan? And how old was Xiao Ming? No matter how one looked at it, there was no comparison between the two. This was why Yunling found it difficult to believe. Not only Yunling but also the elders behind him could not stop their faces from twitching. Yunling asked, Sect leader, didn't you say before that he was a Dou emperor? Advancing 1 star in the Dou emperor realm typically takes several years. To reach Dou ancestor in just a little more than 2 years, that's too much of an exaggeration, isn't it? Another elder chimed in, Sect leader, I admit that Master Xiao Ming is indeed a rare genius in the Douqi continent, but something like 2 years to break through to Dou ancestor. Yun Yun replied calmly, I have seen him fly to our sect without relying on his Douqi transformed into wings. Instead, he walked through the void. This time Yunling and the others had nothing to say. Only a Dou ancestor powerhouse would be able to walk through the void without relying on their Douqi transformed into wings, which was the consensus on the Douqi continent. Yunling asked, if I recall correctly, isn't Xiao Ming the same age as the little sect leader? Yun Yun answered, in fact, he is the same age as Yanran. At this, Yunling and the other elders could only mutter a few unintelligible words before falling silent. However, in their hearts, they elevated the importance they attached to Xiao Ming by several levels, even though they already placed a lot of importance on him in the first place. Creak. The sound of the door opening caught the attention of Yun Yun and the elders, who turned to see Xiao Ming walking out with a faint smile on his face. Yun Yun immediately asked, Master Xiao Ming, how is the situation? The situation is almost resolved. I have removed all the white crystals from Elder Gu He's body, so you can give him a 5th-tier pill to treat his external wounds, Xiao Ming replied. Haha, Master Xiao Ming, you are truly worthy of your reputation. You have cured Elder Gu He's difficult illness so quickly. First Elder Yunling exclaimed, approaching Xiao Ming with a big smile. Xiao Ming looked at Yunling with some confusion, as he didn't recognize him. He asked, excuse me, who are you? Wasn't this person overly enthusiastic? It's normal that Master Xiao Ming doesn't know me. I am the first elder of the Misty Cloud sect, Yunling. You can call me Yunling directly, Yunling replied. So, it's you. As Yunling introduced himself, Xiao Ming finally remembered who he was. In the original story, Yunling was the one who had gone on a rampage against the Xiao family and was eventually killed by Xiao Yan's angry Buddha Lotus flame. He was also responsible for Xiao Yan's second return to the Misty Cloud sect. However, looking at his current demeanor, it seemed that he wouldn't dare to cause trouble for the Xiao family anymore. Looking at Yunling's old face full of smiles, Xiao Ming nodded slightly as he thought to himself. Seeing Xiao Ming nod his head, the smile on Yunling's face grew even wider, not feeling offended in the slightest. After all, what was Xiao Ming's identity? A Dou ancestor and a 6th-tier alchemist, and what was his own identity? As the first elder of the Misty Cloud sect, he may have sounded dignified, but in truth, he was just a mere Dou king. It was already a great honor that Xiao Ming had responded to his greeting. Taking out the jade box that he had put away earlier due to his excitement, Yunling smiled and said, Master, this is our payment to you. Please take a look inside. Xiao Ming accepted the jade box, which had 7 cloud patterns, and opened it. Inside, he found a slightly transparent white scroll. He examined it using his soul power, and after a while, he opened his eyes again. I didn't expect your sect to have a high-grade 7th-tier pill recipe. It's deserving of a long-standing sect. The high-grade 7th-tier pill recipe was comparable to an intermediate D-Do technique, and it came as a surprise to Xiao Ming that the Misty Cloud sect would have something like this and be willing to offer it as payment. Yun was relieved to hear Xiao Ming's words. The Misty Cloud sect's heritage that had been passed down for thousands of years was not as strong as it could have been. The reason for this was that the Misty Cloud sect had gone through a period of turmoil and lost much of its heritage. If it hadn't, the Misty Cloud sect wouldn't be in its current state, where they only had a couple of D-Do techniques at most. I'm glad you're satisfied with this item, Master. Please take a look at the other items as well. This high-grade 7th-tier recipe was already enough to reward Xiao Ming for his service, as it didn't take much effort for him to treat Gu He. However, since Yunlang and the elders wanted to offer more, Xiao Ming would not refuse. Except that he did not continue to open the others. Chapter 227. Watching as Xiao Ming put all the gifts into his storage ring, the smile on Yunlang's face grew wider. He and the others from the Misty Cloud sect did not feel that they had paid too much for Xiao Ming's services, as he had cured Gu He, an alchemist they had cultivated and valued greatly. Even if all the gifts they gave were valuable and expensive, they believed that forming a relationship with Xiao Ming would be worth it in the end. One had to know that many people wished to give gifts to Xiao Ming, but few had the opportunity to do so. Yunlang offered, Master Xiao Ming, you have worked hard. Please rest in the hall. I have ordered disciples to prepare our special cloud tea. This tea is produced only from a mother tree at the peak of Misty Cloud Mountain, and only 302 grams are produced per year. After drinking it, one will feel like they are floating on the clouds, Yunlang added, with a smile. Hearing Yunlang mentions cloud tea, Xiao Ming was a little moved. Among the special effect teas, this particular type of tea was his favorite, but Xiao Ming still refused. No need, I've been studying a pill recipe these days, so I'm quite busy. It's better to leave it for another time. Since you have important matters to attend to, Master Xiao Ming, don't worry about it. This time it was our fault for not entertaining you properly. Seeing Xiao Ming's face and realizing that he did not appear to be fibbing, Yun intervened in the conversation. Yunlang originally wanted to persuade him, but Yun had already spoken, so he couldn't say anything more. But as he looked at Yun, he thought about the matter of the 3-year agreement a month later. This was a matter that, in the grand scheme of things, would be a competition between the little sect leader of the Misty Cloud sect and the third young master of the Xiao family. But if viewed more simply, it was really just a sparring match between two juniors. It wouldn't be good if it caused Xiao Ming and the Misty Cloud sect to form a feud, and it would be better to clear the matter with Xiao Ming first. Although he had previously asked Yun to bring it up, Yun was a woman of few words and may not have explained it well enough, so Yunlang decided to bring it up again. I understand that you are busy, Master Xiao Ming. I apologize for my poor consideration. However, I was wondering if you would be available for the 3-year agreement that is coming up in a month's time. The Misty Cloud sect does not intend to offend you, Master. I believe that this competition is meant to be a friendly sparring match. Regardless of the outcome, I hope that it will not affect our friendship. What do you think about it, Master? What's the use of talking to me about these things? It's not like I can influence Xiao Yan's mind. Xiao Ming was speechless. Moreover, until now, he had not even seen Xiao Yan. Despite his speechlessness, he knew that the Misty Cloud sect was trying to avoid offending him, so he decided to speak up. I will be there when the time comes. I hope that the competition will be fair and equal. Don't worry, the competition will be absolutely fair. Yunlang patted his chest as he assured. His Misty Cloud sect was considered a big sect. How could they play a dirty trick in this kind of competition? Besides, if they manipulated the matter, wouldn't it be slapping Xiao Ming in the face? At that point, it would be too late to talk about forging a friendship with him. Yunlang continued to assure Xiao Ming before he left the Misty Cloud sect, accompanied by Yun. As they watched Xiao Ming's back disappear into the distance, Yunlang and the elders began to speak with great amazement. It is said that seeing is believing, and after finally meeting Master Xiao Ming today, I can say that the rumors about his cool demeanor are indeed true. I couldn't agree more. Even though Master Xiao Ming is a Do ancestor, he was surprisingly humble. When I stood next to him, I felt a sense of oppression even though he didn't exude any aura. Since Master Xiao Ming said that it's enough as long as we guarantee fairness, then should we invite others to our sect to watch the battle in a month's time? That's probably not a good idea. Let's avoid causing any inconvenience. But if anyone happens to find out and decides to come, we shouldn't turn them away. Alright, let's do it that way then. After bidding farewell to Yun at the entrance of the Misty Cloud sect, Xiao Ming quickly made his way back to his own residence. In the hall, Ziyan was swinging her legs while seemingly lost in thought, while Xiao Yixian was sitting nearby, reading a medical book. Upon seeing Xiao Ming enter the room, Ziyan immediately jumped up and ran to Xiao Ming while asking. "Xiao Ming, why did you come back so early? Tell me, did you go and have fun without telling us?" "What are you talking about?" "I went to the Misty Clouds sect to treat someone's illness," retorted Xiao Ming as he playfully pinched Ziyan's cheek. He then poured himself a cup of tea and took his seat. "Treat an illness? If they needed you, the problem must have been severe. Why did you come back so soon?" asked Ziyan, suspicion etched on her face. Xiao Yixian also put down the book she was holding and looked at Xiao Ming with interest. "The injury was caused by someone with a heavenly flame in the Tgthegood desert. It would have been complicated for others, but for me, it was not a big problem," explained Xiao Ming casually. "Another heavenly flame? Are heavenly flames becoming that common these days?" asked Xiao Yixian, looking puzzled. Over the past 2 years of following Xiao Ming everywhere, she had heard about the heavenly flames numerous times and had even seen a few, leading her to question their supposed preciousness. This, to be honest, Xiao Ming was also a bit unable to answer. The Dochi continent was infinitely vast, and if one really wanted to be serious, the number of heavenly flames was actually not too small. During the battle between the two Do gods, Xiao Yan had summoned 22 heavenly flames from across the entire continent. Although some of these 22 had owners, there were also many without owners. The reason for the scarcity of heavenly flames was that they originated from very strange places, which were very difficult to find, so it usually took years or even decades to find a single one. In addition, the lives of those who were not strong enough were also at risk when encountering them. Although heavenly flames were known to be the most powerful flames in the world, there were also flames that were close to that level. A newborn heavenly flame was no match for a flame from a 9th-rank beast, for example. As a result, people of a certain status mostly used fake heavenly flames, which were similar to the real ones, to refine pills, with acceptable results and no danger involved. Although some alchemists may have been fortunate enough to come across a heavenly flame, they would be hesitant to reveal this fact without having the means to defend themselves. "Another heavenly flame, don't you like those too much, Xiao Ming? How about we go find that person and snatch the heavenly flame from him?" Hearing the name of Tgthegood Desert, Ziyan started to urge. "Are you thinking of going to snatch the heavenly flame, or?" Xiao Ming knew what Ziyan was thinking and gave her an expression indicating that he had seen right through her. "If you don't want to go, then let's not," Ziyan muttered, but suddenly, as if sensing something, a smile appeared on her face before she rushed out of the room. "Xiao Ming, I'll go out to play first." Chapter 228. Looking at Ziyan's receding figure, Xiao Ming and Xiao Yixian gazed at each other, both of them a little surprised. Normally, Ziyan was very clingy with Xiao Ming, so why was she acting differently today? TCH, could it be that Ziyan has found Medusa? Thought Xiao Ming to himself. After giving it some thought, he realized that it was possible for Medusa to be in the vicinity of Jiama's sacred city at this time. He simply had not explored thoroughly enough to be sure. "Do you want us to follow her and check what she's up to?" asked Xiao Yixian. "No, let's not. Ziyan has enough strength to defend herself, and if anything were to happen, the fluctuations would draw our attention anyway," replied Xiao Ming. "That makes sense," agreed Xiao Yixian. "It's unusual for her to be away from us. I was thinking maybe we could." Xiao Ming's voice trailed off when he heard the footsteps of a maid coming from outside. "Master, Chairman Fama has come to visit," the maid announced. "I understand. Please show him in," said Xiao Ming. "Yes, master," replied the maid as she left. Xiao Yixian blinked and asked, "What were you thinking we could do?" "What else?" "Of course, spend some time together," replied Xiao Ming. Hearing this, Xiao Yixian got up from her chair and approached Xiao Ming, who, upon seeing her, also got up from his seat, and when she reached him, she wrapped her arms around his neck. In a suggestive and enticing tone, she said, "Is it really just spending time together? If I wanted to do something more, would you dare?" asked Xiao Ming playfully as he hugged her slender waist. Although Xiao Yixian liked to take the initiative, she was actually very shy, which was why kissing, hugging, and holding hands were fine, but if things were to go further, all her courage would disappear instantly. Being teased by Xiao Ming, Xiao Yixian's face quickly turned red, and just as she averted her gaze and was about to change the subject, she felt Xiao Ming's hands tighten around her waist, preventing her from releasing herself. Nervously, she turned to look at him and saw that his face was getting closer to hers, causing her heart to beat rapidly. Xiao Ming, we can't, a visitor is about to come in, no, nn. A few minutes later, Fa Ma entered the room and upon seeing Xiao Ming, who was seated in his chair with a calm demeanor, Fa Ma's already wrinkled face creased even further as he gave a faint smile. Good day, Master Xiao Ming. It's been a while. How have you been? He asked. I've been well, Chairman Fa Ma. It looks like your cultivation has improved greatly, Xiao Ming replied with a polite nod. I haven't improved at all, I can't compare with you, young people. As they spoke, Xiao Xian appeared with a small pot of tea in her hand, approaching Fa Ma to pour him a cup. Her cheeks still held a hint of redness, which only added to her charm. After serving the tea, she took her seat beside Xiao Ming. Please, sit down and enjoy your tea, Chairman Fa Ma, Xiao Ming said, motioning for him to take a seat. No hurry, Fa Ma responded, and after thanking Xiao Xian, he said. First, let me introduce you to an outstanding young man. Fa Ma turned and called for someone outside the door. Yan Xiao. Come in. Yan Xiao. Upon hearing the name, Xiao Ming's eyes narrowed, and he looked beyond the door of the room, sensing a somewhat familiar aura. At Fa Ma's call, a man dressed in black entered the room. As soon as he entered, the black-robed man removed his hat to reveal an ordinary face. Yan Xiao pays his respects to Master Xiao Ming, the young man said, bowing and saluting. This young man, Yan Xiao, is a newcomer to the imperial capital. Although he has only been here for a few days, he is already a talented third-tier alchemist, Fa Ma explained, smiling as he stroked his beard. I would like to request your assistance in instructing him, Master. Hearing this, Xiao Ming was speechless for a moment. Wasn't this Yan Xiao, Xiao Yan? The idea of instructing him was laughable, as he had Yao Lao as his master. Xiao Yan looked at Xiao Ming's expression and the corners of his lips could not help but twitch. He also did not expect that the master alchemist Chairman Fa Ma had said he would introduce to him would actually be Xiao Ming. As a member of Xiao Ming's clan, did he need to be introduced by someone else? But this was a good thing, at least he knew that Xiao Ming lived here. Xiao Ming had a residence in the imperial capital that he really didn't know about before. Thinking about the 3-year agreement, an idea arose in Xiao Yan's heart, and before this idea could take shape, Yao Lao's voice in the back of his mind suddenly emerged. Xiao Yanzi, look at that woman in white beside Xiao Ming, she possesses a heavenly flame. Yao Lao said. Xiao Yan was shocked, she also has a heavenly flame, master. That shouldn't be possible, right? She looks as young as me, and I didn't even realize before that she had a heavenly flame. Brat, who is your master? It's true that she's not much older than you, but she's strong enough to defeat 100 of you. What's so strange about her having a heavenly flame? Yao Lao replied. Is it really possible? Xiao Yan wondered, as he relied on his own strength and had not met any youth who was comparable to him in all the years he had been training. From the time he was born until now, he had only met Xiao Ming who was more powerful than him. How was it possible that a woman who came out of nowhere could kill him in a matter of seconds? Hee, you think I'm pulling your leg, don't you? Let alone you, even your cousin Xiao Ming next to her isn't as strong as her. Yao Lao said. But Xiao Ming is a Dou emperor. Xiao Yan retorted, feeling that Yao Lao was mocking him. Although Yao Lao didn't want to damage Xiao Yan's self-esteem, he still said, no, this cousin of yours is a Dou ancestor. Dou ancestor. Xiao Yan's eyes widened, and he could barely contain his shock. While Xiao Yan was talking to Yao Lao via sound transmission, Xiao Ming asked them to sit down. During their conversation, Fa Ma noticed Xiao Yan's expression and asked, what happened to you, Yan Xiao? Do you have doubts about what we just said? No, Xiao Yan quickly replied. Seeing Fa Ma continue the conversation with Xiao Ming, Xiao Yan hurriedly asked Yao Lao in his mind. Is Xiao Ming really a Dou ancestor? What good would it do me to lie to you, brat? The space around his body trembles slightly, this is a manifestation that only occurs after one's strength reaches the Dou ancestor realm. Speaking of this, Yao Lao couldn't help but feel a little impressed. Such a young Dou ancestor was impressive even in Central Plains, where there were many talented people, and if he wasn't in a remote place like the northwestern region, where resources were scarce, Yao Lao feared that his cultivation would be even more terrifying. Realizing what Yao Lao said was reasonable, this time, although reluctant to accept it, Xiao Yan had no choice but to believe it. Master, this woman also has a heavenly flame, should we try to seize it from her? Asked Xiao Yan, thinking of devouring the flame to increase his strength a little more. After successfully stealing the heavenly flame from Gu He, Xiao Yan felt that there was nothing wrong with stealing the heavenly flame from a person he did not know. How would that be possible? The other party could crush you with just one finger, and yet you're still thinking of taking her heavenly flame. Even I would have a hard time dealing with a Dou ancestor right now, and you didn't even consider the relationship between her and your cousin before making a move. Yao Lao said speechlessly. It was my mistake, admitted Xiao Yan inwardly, feeling embarrassed. However, if we can't steal the heavenly flame from her, why did you mention that she had one, master, asked Xiao Yan. You don't understand, the fire attribute Dou Qi around that white-clothed woman is not strong, so I can guess that she is not an alchemist and does not have a high need for the heavenly flame, so maybe we can exchange it with them. I still have a few things I've accumulated over the years. Later, take the initiative to stay. You also don't have to worry about Xiao Ming refusing. In a certain realm, everyone uses aura to distinguish others. Although your face has changed, your aura hasn't changed much, so your cousin already knows it's you, added Yao Lao. Chapter 229. After Xiao Yan and Yao Lao finished their conversation, Fa Ma stood up. Today's exchange was truly fruitful. It seems that I have made some progress towards the 6th tier. Thank you, Master Xiao Ming. You and I only shared some insights as equals. There is no need to thank me, Chairman Fa Ma, replied Xiao Ming. He understood that the reason why Fa Ma was able to make some progress towards the 6th tier was because of his own deep accumulation of knowledge. Without that accumulation, the exchange would not have had much effect on him. As such, he did not see himself as having done Fa Ma a great favor, nor was he the type to become conceited. Regardless, you have helped me a lot, Master Xiao Ming. Well, it's time for me to go. I won't trouble you any further and there's no need to see me out. Until next time. Take care, Chairman Fa Ma. Fa Ma slowly made his way out of the room, leaving Xiao Yan still sitting in his seat, and Xiao Yan also had no intention of getting up. Xiao Ming only gave him a brief glance before returning to his seat and taking a sip of tea. Should I call you Yan Xiao or Xiao Yan? Asked Xiao Ming. Xiao Yan was taken aback by his question before he smiled bitterly. I guess I can't hide it from you. He then dipped his finger in some tea and softly ran it over his neck, revealing a different face as he peeled off the skin. The previously ordinary face had been replaced with a more handsome one. Compared to the Xiao Yan from a few years ago, his skin was now much darker, and his face had more of life's vicissitudes. One could tell that he had experienced a lot in the past few years. Watching as Xiao Yan took off the human skin mask, Xiao Ming nodded slightly before asking, when did you arrive in the imperial capital? Not too long ago, answered Xiao Yan. You came here for the 3-year agreement? Hearing Xiao Ming mentions the 3-year agreement, Xiao Yan's face sank slightly before he nodded his head. It's been a few years since I last saw you. Your strength has advanced rapidly. However, you are only a 7-star Dou master now and Nalan Yanran's cultivation is superior to yours. Xiao Ming revealed a little information to Xiao Yan. Nalan Yanran had just arrived at his mansion today, and even though she was carrying a treasure that could block others from probing her, Xiao Ming could still sense that her strength was not weaker than that of a Dou grandmaster. It could be said that the Misty Clouds sect had spared no resources in cultivating their little sect leader over the years, and the fact that Nalan Yanran's aura did not seem unstable indicated that she was not someone who was cultivated by pills to raise her strength quickly. With Xiao Yan's current strength, it would be difficult for him to defeat Nalan Yanran without relying on Yao Lao and the Heavenly Flame. Upon hearing Xiao Ming mention Nalan Yanran, Xiao Yan's hand tightened unconsciously. However, he said, thank you for the information, but I believe I can increase my strength a little more this month. Yao Lao had already informed him that he would refine a 3 lines green spirit pill for him. As long as he took that, he would be able to break through to Dou Grandmaster in one go, except right now he was still gathering the ingredients. Xiao Ming also guessed that Yao Lao was the one who would refine the pills for Xiao Yan, so he asked, is your trust in that soul body in your ring? You won't tell him to come out? Xiao Yan stood up in alarm upon hearing his words. Don't be so surprised, Yanzi, didn't I tell you before that this cousin of yours had discovered me a long time ago? At this moment, a faint light flickered on Xiao Yan's ring and an old man with an illusory figure and white hair floated out, revealing a faint astonishment in his gaze as he watched Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming's soul power was at the perfection of the mortal realm, and if he hadn't been stuck in the barrier of the spirit realm, he should have already broken through a long time ago. If Yao Lao wanted to remain undetected by him, he could only honestly hide in his bone flame ring. However, just now, Yao Lao still had the courage to start a sound transmission with Xiao Yan unscrupulously in front of him. Although this was purely because Xiao Ming had already discovered him a long time ago. And since Xiao Ming and Xiao Yan were from the same clan, Yao Lao didn't have to worry about being exposed or anything like that. After all, from Yao Lao's point of view, Xiao Ming and Xiao Yan did not seem to have any conflict. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yixian felt some curiosity. Venerable Tianhua was also a soul body, so she wondered if the person in front of them was stronger than him. Then is it true that Xiao Ming knew about you a long time ago, Master? Seeing that Xiao Ming did not deny it, Xiao Yan was finally at a loss for words. He had always considered Yao Lao's existence as his second biggest secret. As for his first biggest secret, that was the fact that he was a reincarnator. Although he had forgotten about this fact a long time ago, it still remained his biggest secret. However, he was unaware that this secret was also known to Xiao Ming. Stop complaining for now, Yao Lao replied to Xiao Yan in a casual tone. Then, his sharp gaze shifted towards Xiao Ming. You had been ignoring my presence before, and since you suddenly called me today, it's because you need something, right? Yao Lao's mind was sharp and he knew that Xiao Ming would not call him for no reason, which was just what he wanted. After all, he also wanted something from Xiao Ming. To be precise, he wanted something from the woman in white who was sitting next to Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming chuckled lightly upon hearing Yao Lao's question, but he didn't answer directly. Instead, he started with another topic. Senior, you must be an alchemist, right? I wonder what your name is. Yao Lao thought for a moment before answering proudly, this old man is called Yao Chen. Have you heard of my name? So you are Venerable Yao Chen, with the title of the continent's #1 alchemist. I apologize for my disrespectful behavior, Xiao Ming said as he bowed, but there was not much surprise on his face. Xiao Yan was once again surprised. Yao Lao had not revealed all the details to him, and although he knew his master was powerful, he did not expect him to be so renowned. So he quickly exclaimed, Master, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. I didn't expect that you were able to recognize my name even after this old man has been dead for so long, and even my old background was revealed by you. That title of the continent's #1 alchemist cannot be taken seriously. It's just a meaningless phrase that everyone says, Yao Lao continued. Despite his words, there was still a look of complacency on his face. Of course, in terms of strength, he couldn't be the #1 alchemist. There were still a few elders who were more powerful than him. However, when it came to alchemy, he was deserving of that title. Since you know who I am, surely you also know that I possess the best alchemy heritage in the entire continent. If you promise me one thing, this old man can teach you the true techniques of high-level alchemy. You've figured it out too, haven't you? Without an inheritance from a high-level alchemist, even the most talented individual would struggle to make progress in the path of alchemy. Xiao Ming furrowed his brows as he didn't anticipate Yao Lao's request before he even got a chance to make his own proposal. However, what Yao Lao said was accurate. Without an inheritance from a high-level alchemist, it was indeed difficult to advance further in the path of alchemy. Hadn't he been struggling in the simulations to break through to the spirit realm? Chapter 230. The prospect of obtaining a high-level alchemy inheritance was indeed tempting, but Xiao Ming was wary of Yao Lao's intentions. It was clear that Yao Lao had a plan in mind if he was willing to offer the inheritance so readily. With this in mind, Xiao Ming merely smiled noncommittally and gestured for Yao Lao to continue speaking. When Yao Lao saw that Xiao Ming did not seem to be moved by the high-level alchemy inheritance he had mentioned and acted calmly, he could not help but praise him inwardly. As expected of an alchemist genius who had reached the 6th tier at a young age, let alone anything else, his mentality was really good. After a moment of appreciation, Yao Lao continued, this matter of mine is a bit complicated. Can you tell me first, what is your relationship with the girl beside you? Sienna is my partner. There was nothing to hide, so Xiao Ming spoke straightforwardly. Xiao Yan secretly breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. He was grateful that Yao Lao was being rational and taking a transactional approach instead of a violent one. If a fight broke out, whether they could defeat her or not was another matter, but one thing was for sure, they would offend Xiao Ming in the process. The Doqi continent was still quite conservative, and for Xiao Ming to openly declare that woman as his partner was essentially the same as announcing her as his future wife. Although Xiao Yan wasn't particularly fond of the family, he had to admit that Xiao Ming brought a breath of fresh air to the Xiao family. He had given much to the family over the years, and his father had even sought his help on several occasions. And if he really had to face him, his father would be the first to slap him. Stroking his beard, Yao Lao said with a smile, since it's like this, then it should be easier. The condition for giving you the high-level alchemy inheritance is simple. I assume there is some kind of heavenly flame in that girl, correct? If you give that heavenly flame to Xiao Yan, I will give you the inheritance. Don't worry, I won't let this little girl suffer. I have accumulated many good things over the years, so feel free to ask for something. Hearing Yao Lao's words, the smile on Xiao Ming's face gradually faded. Even in his current state, Yao Lao was able to detect the heavenly flame within Xianer's body, which was unexpected. Upon further consideration, it was understandable, as Xianer needed to control the toxins in her body through the use of the heavenly flame, the nether poison flame was always in a fluctuating state. And although for other people it might be difficult to detect, for someone like Yao Lao, who had possessed another heavenly flame for many years, this fluctuation would be very eye-catching. Xiao Yixian, who was sitting to the side, did not expect that the matter would involve her in this way, and upon hearing that Yao Lao was getting ideas with her nether poison flame, which preserves her life, her eyebrows lifted, and she felt a surge of anger rising within her, threatening to boil over. Looking at Xiao Yan, who was clenching his hands tightly beside Yao Lao, Xiao Ming first gave Xiao Yixian a reassuring look, signaling her to calm down. Then, he turned to Yao Lao and spoke in a harsh tone. Not to mention that the nether poison flame is essential for Xianer's life, even if it wasn't, I wouldn't agree to exchange it. As a master alchemist, Venerable Yao Chen, you should know that extracting a refined heavenly flame from someone is a significant loss of vitality and may even damage their future cultivation. So, this proposal of yours, heh. After saying this, Xiao Ming shook his head with a slight sense of undisguised wryness. And this was only because he and Xiao Yan belonged to the same clan. If another person with strength found out about Yao Lao's condition, it would be a miracle if he was not mocked for a long time. To exchange an already refined heavenly flame, was this something a normal person could accept? Of course, Yao Lao knew that other people would not exchange their heavenly flames, and even if they willingly wanted to extract their heavenly flames, it would take them a long time to recover. In Central Plains, those who had a heavenly flame would not exchange it for a high-level alchemy inheritance, as alchemy inheritances could be obtained in various ways, especially since Pill Tower existed. But a heavenly flame, instead, was actually an extremely rare existence. On the other hand, in the northwestern region, there were very few high-level alchemists, and Xiao Ming came from the alchemy department of Jianan Academy, which was not originally high in level. So, Yao Lao felt that the alchemy inheritance would be very attractive to Xiao Ming, who currently had limited access to high-level alchemy inheritances. Yao Lao's face had thickened for an unknown number of years, so Xiao Ming's words had little effect on him. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, felt his face turn red, and it was uncertain whether it was out of embarrassment or something else. After a moment, Xiao Yan said, "Master, we should leave now. This heavenly flame is a treasure that the woman uses to preserve her life, we can't force it." The other party had already stated that it was a life-preserving treasure, so it would be foolish to keep insisting on it. Moreover, the relationship between Yao Lao and Xiao Ming had become strained. Originally, Xiao Yan had wanted to ask for Xiao Ming's help during the 3-year agreement, but now that was no longer an option. This, Yao Lao hesitated, as he was aware of the location of many heavenly flames, but most of them already had owners. Dealing with these owners would be much more challenging than with the current Xiao Ming and Xiao Yixian. Moreover, the Jianan Academy that Xiao Yan was about to attend was full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons, not to mention some elders from the Central Plains. Besides, there was still a heavenly flame that preserved life. Yao Lao didn't even know there was any heavenly flame that had that function. So he suspected that it was Xiao Ming who was dissatisfied with the exchange. When he saw that Xiao Yan was ready to leave, Xiao Ming immediately spoke up to stop him. "There's no need to be in such a hurry. Although I have no intention of exchanging the heavenly flame, we can still discuss the high-level alchemy inheritance." Hearing this, Yao Lao sensed that things did not seem to be so simple, and immediately frowned. "What do you mean? Besides the heavenly flame, you shouldn't have anything else of value that would interest me, right?" "It's difficult to say," Xiao Ming replied with a non-committal smile. With a wave of his hand, a special jade bottle appeared in front of everyone in the room. Seeing the thin invisible fire covering the mouth of the jade bottle, Yao Lao's pupils shrank dramatically. Could it be that Xiao Ming also possessed another kind of heavenly flame? Xiao Ming then spoke, "Rumor has it that Venerable Yao Chen died under mysterious circumstances and that there might be a connection to his first disciple, Han Feng. Am I correct?" Upon hearing this, Yao Lao's expression changed, his eyes flashing with a cold light. He no longer cared about the possibility of Xiao Ming having a heavenly flame, and his soul power surged forward, pressing towards Xiao Ming. In a chilling voice, he demanded, "How do you know this? What else do you know?" This matter was only known to himself, his rebellious disciple Han Feng, and the people of the mysterious Hall of Souls. How could Xiao Ming know about it? Yao Lao's mind raced with thoughts, his eyes flashing with undetectable murderous intent. It appeared that Han Feng was indeed Yao Lao's Achilles heel, and even his long-cultivated mentality could not withstand being touched in this area. Xiao Yan, meanwhile, looked at Yao Lao, who had lost his composure in shock. Who was this first disciple Han Feng? Was there an older brother before him, and did he also kill his master? Why had his master never mentioned it to him? Chapter 231. You bastard, don't go too far. Xiao Yixian's goodwill towards them had already plummeted after Yao Lao got ideas with her heavenly flame, and now, when she saw that he still dared to pressure Xiao Ming with his soul power, she immediately stood up furiously, and her Dou ancestor aura began to burst out frantically, pressing towards Yao Lao as well as Xiao Yan. Facing Xiao Yixian's pressure, Yao Lao was fine, although his soul power was by no means at its peak. The quality of his soul was very good. However, Xiao Yan was having a hard time. The aura of a Dou ancestor was not something that he, a little Dou master, could resist. He felt as if a mountain was bearing down on him, causing his knees to buckle, and he fell to his knees. Fortunately, Yao Lao noticed in time and shielded him from Xiao Yixian's aura, so he was no longer struggling as much. Feeling the slight pain in his knees, Xiao Yan's face turned ugly. Is this demented woman that protective? Xiao Yixian's aura also alerted the other people in Xiao Ming's residence, and as the maids and guards arrived outside the hall, they were unable to move due to her aura. Only Venerable Tianhua was unaffected and floated in through one of the windows. Xiao Xiener, why are you so angry? Are there any visitors with malicious intentions? Finishing his words, he saw Yao Lao, who was facing Xiao Yixian. Instantly, Venerable Tianhua's soul power surged out and rushed towards Yao Lao as he said. This person is also the soul body of a Dou Venerate powerhouse. He is not easy to deal with, let's attack him together. Yao Tianhua's face was slightly excited. Just when he was worried that he had nothing to pay Xiao Ming with, this soul body arrived at the door. Although he could tell that Yao Lao's soul body was extraordinary, the soul quality alone being a little higher than his, but being in Xiao Ming's mansion, he was not afraid at all. When a soul body suddenly appeared, ready to attack him, Yao Lao felt quite perplexed. He admitted that upon hearing the name of his rebellious disciple Han Feng, he had been a little upset and had spoken a little loudly. But it was too unreasonable for him to be attacked at the drop of a hat, wasn't it? What should we do? Do we really have to fight? At this moment, Yao Lao was in a dilemma. If they had to fight, he feared that he would not be able to defeat their opponents in his current state. Senior Yao, please wait. Just then, Xiao Ming spoke up and gestured for Yao Tianhua to stop, preventing Yao Lao from getting beaten up. Upon hearing Xiao Ming's voice, Yao Tianhua had no choice but to float over to Xiao Ming's side. Xiener, take a seat. But Xiao Ming. He dared to. Xiener, listen to me. Fine. Xiao Yixian reluctantly agreed and sat down, a look of dissatisfaction still etched on her face. After calming the two down, Xiao Ming turned to face Yao Lao and spoke in a slow, measured tone. Venerable Yao Che, it would be best if you exercised a little more self-control in your temper. It is not a good practice to intimidate others with your soul power, especially when the person in question is a Dou ancestor. After all, you are no longer the same Venerable Yao Chen as before, are you? Yao Lao was silent for a moment and did not comment on the matter. Instead, he asked indifferently. Tell me, what is your purpose in mentioning that rebellious disciple Han Feng, and how did you learn of my affairs with him? Of course, I learned all this from Han Feng himself, replied Xiao Ming, as he shook the bottle in his hand. After being killed by me, his soul is contained in this bottle. If your excellency would give me the method to refine a body, the high-level alchemy inheritance, and the soul technique, I would be willing to give this bottle to you. I believe you also wish to educate him for being a traitor who murdered his own master, right? Hearing Xiao Ming's words, everyone had different reactions. A touch of excitement appeared in Yao Tianhua's eyes. This was because, in his opinion, Xiao Ming had always been thinking of resurrecting him, and his goodwill towards Xiao Ming was increasing. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, was at a loss as he could not even understand the conditions that Xiao Ming was talking about. This was because he did not have a sufficient level of strength, so Yao Lao had not mentioned these things to him. Yao Lao, on the other hand, almost couldn't control himself again. Thinking about that rebellious disciple of his was right in front of him, he had the urge to snatch the jade bottle from Xiao Ming's hand. However, when he thought about how much the situation had escalated a moment ago, Yao Lao could only force himself to calm down. Looking at the jade bottle, he slowly said. In this old man's collection, there is indeed a method to refine a body and a soul technique, but among them, the method to refine a body is extremely complicated, the various materials and heavenly treasures are rare to the extreme, and most importantly, it requires the cooperation of various kinds of heavenly flames. If you can help Xiao Yan grow, this old man can take the initiative and help you refine a body for this soul body by your side, and I can also give you the soul technique. Xiao Yan's growth won't do any harm to your Xiao clan, how about it? Apparently, Yao Lao had not given up on the heavenly flame. But it was no wonder, after all, it was related to his resurrection, so how could he give up so easily? If Yao Lao didn't want to give it up, Xiao Ming wouldn't give in either. It was impossible for him to act as a babysitter, instead, he felt that Yao Lao needed a little more stimulation. With a flick of his mind, the wisp of fallen heart flame surrounding the mouth of the jade bottle dissipated and disappeared, and immediately, Han Feng's voice emerged from the bottle. Xiao Ming. You already have everything I possess, why don't you release me? If you let me go, I promise not to be your enemy. What do you say? As Han Feng spoke, his soul body gradually floated out of the jade bottle. Upon seeing Han Feng, the composure that Yao Lao had managed to maintain was completely shattered and he was overtaken by anger. Traitor! Upon hearing the voice, Han Feng's body stiffened and he turned his head in fright to look at Yao Lao, whose expression was filled with anger and hatred. Han Feng, with a panicked expression, let out a scream filled with horror, you're not dead. How is this possible? Yao Lao was reminded of the moment of his death and his illusory soul body shook violently. His face was a mix of sadness and anger, and his voice was filled with contempt. I'm not dead, is that what you're afraid of? If one were to say that Yao Lao's greatest obsession right now was to revive, the other would be the betrayal of his disciple, Han Feng. His first disciple, whom he rescued from the ruins when he was just a baby, and raised with great care. Taught him the way of alchemy and helped him blossom into the brightest star in Central Plains. However, how did Han Feng repay him? By betraying him by joining forces with the Hall of Souls and poisoning him, nearly causing his death and causing him to barely escape with his soul body. Han Feng's eyes narrowed as he gazed intently at Yao Lao, the expression of panic that was starting to form on his face began to subside. The news that Yao Lao was not dead came as a shock to him, like a bolt of lightning in a clear sky. As a former disciple of Yao Lao, he knew very well the kind of prestige Yao Lao held on the continent. Even today, the powerful individuals on the continent still remembered Venerable Yao Chen, who once reigned supreme. If news got out that Yao Lao was alive, how many powerhouses would come to seek him out? Chapter 232. After the initial shock passed, Han Feng realized that something was amiss. The Yao Lao in front of him seemed to be a soul body, just like him, and the atmosphere between them was far from friendly. As various thoughts raced through his mind, Han Feng's expression became uncertain. He then settled on a fierce expression, thinking that he might be able to rely on Xiao Ming to kill Yao Lao. With murderous intent showing on his face, Han Feng raised his head, looking like a venomous snake ready to strike, and spoke in a hoarse voice. Xiao Ming, don't you also like collecting heavenly flames? Let me tell you, this old man in front of you has the chilling bone flame, which ranks 11th on the heavenly flame ranking. TSK, the chilling bone flame. Hearing Han Feng's words, Xiao Ming turned his head and feigned interest as he looked at Yao Lao. When Yao Lao heard Han Feng's words, he frowned in concern. Although he had always had a positive impression of Xiao Ming, who had always been kind when he was in the clan, this was because there had never been any interests involved. Wasn't Han Feng himself an example of this? Having been raised as Yao Lao's own son yet still capable of killing him when tempted by interests. The temptation of the chilling bone flame was something that could make many alchemists lose their minds. He couldn't guarantee that under the temptation, Xiao Ming wouldn't lose his mind as well. Seeing that Xiao Ming was only looking at Yao Lao without any intention of making a move, Han Feng became somewhat anxious and quickly added, "Don't worry, I won't lie to you. As his first disciple, I know his details like the back of my hand. If you kill him, not only will you get the chilling bone flame, but you'll also be able to take his high-level alchemy inheritance." This was obviously a fabrication by Han Feng. He had always thought Yao Lao was dead, so how would he know what valuable things Yao Lao had now? He only said it to arouse Xiao Ming's greed and make him attack Yao Lao. Every time Han Feng spoke, the air around Yao Lao grew colder, and eventually, Yao Lao became extremely silent, obviously irritated by Han Feng. At that moment, Xiao Yan, who had already calmed down considerably, stood up with an expressionless face and waved his palm. A fierce flame emerged from his body, spinning like a tornado on his palm before attacking Han Feng. Master-killing motherfucker. Damned scoundrel. As soon as Xiao Yan launched his attack, Han Feng's pupils narrowed. Normally, as the soul body of a 6th-tier alchemist, he should have been unfazed by Xiao Yan's attack. But what made him react in such a way was that he had detected the use of a heavenly flame in Xiao Yan's attack, and also a familiar aura in his qi method that was strikingly similar to the one he himself cultivated. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Xiao Yan's qi method was even purer and more orthodox than his own. Years ago, in his pursuit of the flame mantra, he had not hesitated to poison his master, but he had only obtained a fragment of the technique. And yet, it was this fragment that had allowed him to control the sea heart flame. There could only be one qi method in the world that was purer and more orthodox than the flame mantra fragment, the complete version of the flame mantra. I never expected that the flame mantra, which I begged him to teach me, would be given to a brat like you. Did he think you were better than me? Han Feng spoke to himself in a dark and bitter tone, his voice containing unmistakable jealousy and resentment. If he had passed the flame mantra to me back then, I would have still treated him with respect and gratitude. But who can blame me? That old fool didn't have any eyes, he couldn't see my talent. Han Feng's face was full of resentment and his emotions seemed a bit agitated. He had always thought that if Yao Lao had been willing to pass on the flame mantra to him in the past, the current situation would have been vastly different. As Han Feng spoke to himself, he did not worry about the attack launched by Xiao Yan, as he believed that since Xiao Ming had released him, he would not let him die easily. In fact, as he was thinking, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Han Feng. The figure extended a hand and directly smashed Xiao Yan's attack, which seemed so powerful. Pop! With a faint sound, the attack was completely wiped away, leaving no trace. Xiao Yan pursed his lips as he looked at Xiao Ming's palm, which had not moved at all, as if his previous attack had not affected it in the slightest. He had accumulated his strength for a long time and even used his heavenly flame in the previous attack, but he did not expect Xiao Ming to emerge unscathed. A Dou ancestor powerhouse was truly terrifying. Cousin, using this Han Feng as a bargaining chip to negotiate with my master, that's not too good, is it? Xiao Yan was about to say something else when he was interrupted by Yao Lao. That's enough. I'll make a deal with you. As long as you hand over this rebellious disciple Han Feng to me, I can give you the high-level alchemy inheritance, as well as the method of refining a body. Yao Lao's voice trembled a little, and it was uncertain whether it was due to being upset or for another reason. Seeing Yao Lao accept the deal, Xiao Ming was inwardly happy. He had released Han Feng to provoke Yao Lao's anger, but he had not expected that Han Feng would actually be so useful that Yao Lao quickly accepted the deal. But Xiao Ming's happiness did not last long. What about the soul technique? Seeing that Yao Lao did not mention the soul technique, Xiao Ming frowned and secretly thought that things would not be that simple. Although this rebellious disciple means a lot to me, his actual value is not at all comparable to a high-level alchemy inheritance or a body refining method. Not to mention something like a soul technique, which would be coveted even if placed in the central plains. Don't even think of trying to snatch it either. I don't have a copy of the technique with me, so you won't be able to get it even if you kill me. Although Yao Lao was angry, he had not become irrational. Xiao Ming was silent. Among the conditions he had proposed, the one he was most concerned about was actually the soul technique, which was related to whether he could quickly break through to an 8th-tier alchemist in the future. With the method to refine the body, the soul body could be revived if it was still intact after death. The latter was the high-level alchemy inheritance. Because he had obtained Han Feng's storage ring, Xiao Ming did not have too much need for a high-level alchemy inheritance in the short term. Unexpectedly, this Yao Lao was quite cunning. Would he really directly give away his most precious soul technique? Of course, he wouldn't, and unfortunately, there was nothing Xiao Ming could do about it. This was because Yao Lao was right, this Han Feng really wasn't worth such a high price. Han Feng couldn't believe it when he saw that Xiao Ming was going to exchange him with Yao Lao, and he shouted frantically, "Xiao Ming, are you stupid? If you kill the other party, all his stuff will be yours, so why are you still exchanging with him? You just have to kill him, and you can get everything you want from him, including the heavenly flame. They have 2 heavenly flames. And yet you want to exchange with him, are you crazy?" Chapter 233. Han Feng was frantically shouting, wanting Xiao Ming to deal with Yao Lao. The reason for this, aside from his fear of falling into Yao Lao's hands, was that he really didn't understand Xiao Ming's thinking. Who was Han Feng? He was a ruthless man who could kill his master if there were enough benefits involved. He believed in the principle of profit above all else, and the Douqi continent was a society where the strong dominated the weak. Now, in front of Xiao Ming was a massive opportunity for profit. Not to mention the soul technique, the high-level alchemy inheritance, and the method to refine a body. What he had in front of him were two heavenly flames. Han Feng could not understand how Xiao Ming could be indifferent to two heavenly flames. Wasn't it something he could pocket with a wave of his hand? He was now so anxious because of Xiao Ming that he couldn't wait to take his place and directly kill Xiao Yan and Yao Lao. He did not believe that under all kinds of torture, Yao Lao would not surrender all his possessions. Even if Yao Lao didn't give in, wouldn't the heavenly flames still be there? Han Feng's shouts made Yao Lao's eyes become warier as he looked at Xiao Ming, and even he had to admit that Han Feng's words were really convincing. Ordinary people really couldn't help but make a move. However, Han Feng's words went in one ear and out the other for Xiao Ming. It wasn't that Han Feng's words were without reason, but because Xiao Ming knew that Yao Lao was not lying, he did not have a copy of the soul technique that was of most interest to Xiao Ming. In the original story, when Yao Lao was captured by the Hall of Souls and Xiao Yan inherited his bone flame ring, there was no soul technique in it. Although many things had changed dramatically from the original story, Yao Lao still had no reason to create a copy of the soul technique. This soul technique had to be something mysterious, and not something that could be replicated just by thinking about it. As for taking the heavenly flames by force, this was not something that was in line with his character. After all, Yao Lao had not offended him before. Although Xiao Yan and Yao Lao had provoked him by proposing to use his partner's heavenly flame as a bargaining chip, killing someone solely for that reason would be excessive. Of course, if Xiao Ming had known that Xiao Yan had considered seizing it from her, the situation would have been different. While contemplating how to acquire Yao Lao's soul technique, Xiao Ming stood there in silence. Yao Lao, perceiving this, thought that Xiao Ming was deciding whether to make a move or not. His face fluctuated with emotions before he finally let out a sigh. Fine, let's make a deal. I can offer you all three things, however, I will not give you my own high-level alchemy inheritance. Instead, I will provide you with something I obtained in some secret realm. In return, during the 3-year agreement of Xiao Yanzi, you must be present and escort him safely to the foot of the mountain. I will give you the high-level alchemy inheritance and the body refining method in advance, but I will only provide you with the soul technique after the 3-year agreement is fulfilled. How does that sound? Xiao Ming did not expect Yao Lao to suddenly change his mind. After a moment of reflection, he realized that Yao Lao might have misperceived his intentions. Nevertheless, he didn't bother to correct Yao Lao's misunderstandings, as long as he could achieve his goal. One issue remained to be negotiated, however. You're saying that you'll only hand over the soul technique after the 3-year agreement? Xiao Ming asked to confirm. That's right. Yao Lao replied. I disagree. Xiao Ming firmly refused. He remembered that in the simulator, he was unable to obtain the soul technique from Yao Lao, and he was sure it was because of Yao Lao's condition of handing it over after the 3-year agreement. Even if that was not the case, Xiao Ming did not want to wait any longer. He preferred to get his hands on the soul technique as quickly as possible, and thus avoid sleepless nights. Give me the soul technique first, I won't change my mind about this, and you can give me the high-level alchemy inheritance after the 3-year agreement. Yao Lao narrowed his eyes as he thought for a moment before reluctantly nodding. All right, give this rebellious disciple to me first. Xiao Ming, you son of a... Han Feng was shocked at the agreement between the two and was about to curse loudly, but Xiao Ming quickly silenced him with a wave of his hand. Han Feng's mission to upset Yao Lao had already been accomplished, so there was no need for him to keep speaking. Instead of handing over Han Feng immediately, Xiao Ming said, First, give me the soul technique and the method for refining the body. You don't trust this old man? Han Feng being silenced restored Yao Lao to his former composure. Xiao Ming smiled noncommittally and did not respond. Forget it. Yao Lao sighed, and with a wave of his hand, the storage ring on Xiao Yan's finger came off and floated in front of Yao Lao's illusory body. After searching for a moment, a scroll appeared in front of Yao Lao's soul body. This is the method to refine a body. I really don't have any copies of the soul technique, so come closer and I'll tell you. Xiao Ming was not afraid that Yao Lao would play a trick on him, so he walked straight towards him and then stopped beside him. Yao Lao did not play any tricks and directly began to recite a mantra. To Xiao Yixian and the others, Yao Lao's mouth only opened and no sound came out, so one could not tell what he was saying. Xiao Ming, on the other hand, heard it loud and clear. Reach the peak of the soul, embrace stillness in meditation, clear the mind of all distractions, absorb the soul into emptiness, temper the soul and purify the heart. Yao Lao's old voice reverberated quietly in Xiao Ming's mind, like a sound that made people go into a trance. After reciting it silently 3 times, Yao Lao stopped. And Xiao Ming revealed a satisfied smile. This fellow Han Feng is all yours. After casually pointing his finger at Han Feng, Xiao Ming walked towards Venerable Tianhua and handed him the body refining method he just obtained. Only after Yao Tianhua had read it, Xiao Ming looked at him as he held the scroll with a delighted smile on his face, and said, "Senior Yao, what do you think of this method to refine a body to bring you back to life? It's very good. With this secret method and your fungus green pill, I will be able to easily recover my strength to the fullest." This method to refine a body wasn't really simple. In order for a refined body to contain the soul of a Do Venerate, three main things were needed. First, a bone-growing blood-fusing pill, a legendary pill that could instantly revive even a person who was half dead, and was at the peak of the 7th tier or even higher. Secondly, the blood essence of a 7th tier magical beast, a powerful ingredient that requires no further explanation. Thirdly, the corpse of a Do ancestor powerhouse, another critical element that speaks for itself. All of these things were difficult to obtain, but Yao Tianhua had great confidence in Xiao Ming. After Yao Tianhua returned the body refinement method to him, Xiao Ming casually glanced at it and was also very confident. Having obtained a corpse of a 7th tier magical beast from the simulator, he already had the blood essence. When he improved his alchemy skills a bit more, he could also start preparing to refine the bone-growing blood-fusing pill. It was just that finding the medicinal herbs would be a bit troublesome. The only missing ingredient was the corpse of a Do ancestor powerhouse, which Xiao Ming did not currently possess. While Xiao Ming was going through the obtained items, Yao Lao was not idle either, as he directly pulled Han Feng to the side. A few moments later, Han Feng was directly burned to death by the grief-stricken Yao Lao, putting an end to his sinful life. Chapter 234. After dealing with Han Feng, Yao Lao fell silent, his eyes revealing a deep sadness. Despite everything, he had once considered Han Feng to be his own son, having found him as an abandoned orphan and raising him, teaching him all his skills. This was the reason why he refrained from making Han Feng suffer. Beside him, Xiao Yan watched Yao Lao with a heavy heart, uncertain of what to say. He knew little about Yao Lao's past, having only learned a bit from their recent conversation. "Xiao Yan, there's something important I need to discuss with you," said Xiao Ming with a serious tone. "During my recent visit to the clan, I had a conversation with your father. I am aware that you have been admitted to Jianan Academy, but with Venerable Yao Chen's soul body as your master, I'm afraid that your purpose in entering the Jianan Academy wasn't solely for cultivation, right?" Upon hearing this, both Yao Lao and Xiao Yan's faces paled. Han Feng had also cultivated the flame mantra, and after he was captured, he must have revealed everything to Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming continued, disregarding their reactions, "I found out about the flame mantra from Han Feng. This chi method can evolve with the help of a heavenly flame, and it is indeed a powerful technique. Xiao Yan, you practice this technique, don't you? I am concerned that your intention is to obtain the heavenly flame from Jianan Academy." The faces of the master and disciple grew even uglier, and they intended to deny it, but they couldn't find a way to refute it. "I don't mind if you take other people's heavenly flames, but when it comes to the Jianan Academy, I must warn you as an elder of the academy to abandon this idea. The current Jianan Academy is not something you can mess with." Han Feng also had the intention to attack the Jianan Academy, and that is why he fell into my hands. Despite his peak Do Emperor cultivation, 6th tier alchemist status, and the help of over 20 Do Emperor and Do King powerhouses, as well as 2 cultivators who could rival a Do ancestor, they all failed and met their death. If you too plan to take the heavenly flame from the academy, even if Venerable Yao Chen's fame once shook the continent, the result. Yao Lao's reputation was great, but the Jianan Academy and Yao Lao had no interests involved, and if they were discovered, their fates would definitely not be much better. Saying the last, Xiao Ming only smiled and shook his head, not continuing, leaving a lot of room for Xiao Yan and Yao Lao's imagination. There was a long period of silence. Seeing that the two did not respond, Xiao Ming waved his hand and said, "Think about it on your own, and don't worry, I'll be there for the 3-year agreement." These words were a clear indication for them to leave. Xiao Yan and Yao Lao also did not stay much longer and immediately left. As to whether they had listened to Xiao Ming's advice, only they knew. If they had disregarded it, Xiao Ming wouldn't waste time trying to persuade them further. If they dared to venture to Jianan Academy, they would have to face the consequences. As soon as Xiao Yan and Yao Lao left, Xiao Yixian stood up from her seat, her anger palpable. "Xiao Ming, I can't stand those two. Not only did they covet the heavenly flame you gave me, but they also dared to disrespect you. How was she going to tolerate someone daring to press his aura on her man?" Xiao Ming approached Xiao Yixian and pulled her into his arms, whispering soothing words to calm her agitation. Despite the previous ambiguous atmosphere being ruined by Fa Ma's visit and the events that had just occurred, the couple was able to create a new, harmonious atmosphere. They held each other for several minutes, and during this time, Yao Tianhua returned to the ring in Xiao Ming's room. After some time, Xiao Ming's daily routine returned to its previous calm. On weekdays, he studied pill recipes and cultivated. He had already mostly completed the recipe for the Emperor's stream pulp and was only trying to solve the remaining challenging points. To be honest, the preparation of this recipe had been smoother than he had anticipated. One day, while enjoying some tea in the courtyard, Xiao Ming was accompanied by a beautiful woman dressed in a red strapless brocade robe. "Master Xiao Ming, these are the herbs you requested," Ye Fei's delicate voice with a hint of respect came through. Ye Fei was in the imperial capital due to Hai Budong, who had seen her abilities, so when he returned to the Jiama sacred city, he casually brought her back. With Hai Budong's support, she gradually took control of the Mitre family. Xiao Ming had been searching for medicinal herbs to refine the bone-growing blood-fusing pill and the Emperor's stream pulp. The Mitre family was the largest business in the Jiama Empire, so it was only natural for him to look for Ye Fei. He took the storage ring from Ye Fei, and after a quick inspection with his soul power, he noticed that there were only a few herbs, causing his brows to furrow. Ye Fei, who had been observing him, quickly noticed the change in his expression and hurried to explain. "Master Xiao Ming, the herbs you requested are difficult to find. I sent a message to all of our Mitre family's auction houses in the Jiama Empire, and only found these few." "Oh, I see. In that case, there's nothing that can be done about it," replied Xiao Ming, knowing that Ye Fei's words were truthful. It was already challenging to obtain medicinal herbs to refine a 6th-tier pill, let alone a 7th-tier one. With a sigh, he transferred the herbs to his own storage ring. Then, he returned the storage ring to Ye Fei. Seeing Ye Fei respectfully accept the storage ring with both hands, Xiao Ming asked, "How long has your Supreme Elder Hai Budong been in seclusion?" "About 40 days or so." Ye Fei mentally did the math before answering. "More than 40 days, then I guess he'll be out of seclusion soon," Xiao Ming said secretly in his heart. At this time, the days before Xiao Yan's ascent to the Misty Cloud sect were quickly approaching, meaning that Hai Budong's seclusion had lasted for an extended period. Being a Do Emperor, it would not take Hai Budong long to consume the pill and regain his strength. Therefore, most of the time he spent in seclusion would have been used to take the mighty Huang pill and break through to a higher star. I wonder what specific realm Hai Budong's strength will be able to reach this time. Xiao Ming briefly wondered, but he didn't dwell on it for long. Ye Fei soon left, and Xiao Ming was left alone in his courtyard sipping tea. "Xiao Ming, I'm back." Ziyan's voice echoed in the courtyard, breaking the peaceful atmosphere. Xiao Ming raised his gaze and saw a white figure fluttering towards him and finally landing on the chair next to him. Glancing at the cheerful Ziyan, Xiao Ming took a sip of tea and coldly replied, "Oh, look who decided to come back. You've been gone so long that I was beginning to think you didn't want to come home anymore." Recently, Ziyan had been spending more and more time outside, sometimes staying out for 2 or 3 days in a row. Although her strength ensured her safety, it was still not a good habit to spend several days outside. He, who says I don't want to come back? I just want you to come out and play with me," Ziyan replied with a chuckle. Xiao Ming shook his head without saying anything, he was too busy to have time for playing. Besides, Ziyan's idea of playing was essentially searching for medicinal herbs, which was arduous work. Looking at Ziyan, who was in high spirits, Xiao Ming chose not to continue the conversation, not wanting to dampen her mood. Instead, he sniffed the air and detected a faint medicinal fragrance. "Bring out the herbs," he said. "Heh, Xiao Ming, your sense of smell is still as sharp as ever," replied Ziyan, scratching her cheek. She then gestured with her hand, and several intricately shaped jade boxes appeared in front of her. She quickly passed them to Xiao Ming and said, "You can keep some for your own pill refining, but don't forget to refine the rest into pills for me. You can't keep them all. These herbs, why don't they look like they were just collected from the wild? It's because you didn't, right?" Looking at the medicinal herbs in the jade boxes, Xiao Ming narrowed his eyes and asked, "Didn't I tell you not to take other people's medicinal herbs?" Hearing this, Ziyan laughed awkwardly as she whispered, "Sister Medusa said it was a waste for those people to keep them in storage anyway, so we took them secretly. I figured as much. This Medusa is quite daring, not afraid of being surrounded and beaten by the powerhouses of the Empire after being caught." Chapter 235. Sister Medusa is strong, and she has an unsightly baldy by her side who is also somewhat strong. Ziyan pouted as she spoke in defense of Medusa. Is that so? Xiao Ming said, narrowing his eyes. Regardless of her strength, her reckless behavior will eventually lead her into trouble. If she gets caught, she can always leave, but the rest of the blame will fall on me. Everyone knew that Ziyan was part of Xiao Ming's group, and if she was caught stealing herbs, then Xiao Ming would be blamed by the others. Although these people probably wouldn't dare confront him directly, the notion of a Dou ancestor stealing herbs from a small clan would not reflect well on him if news of it spread. However, since the matter had reached this point, returning the herbs was not an option either, as the risk of exposure would be too high. Rubbing his forehead, Xiao Ming stuffed everything into his storage ring. You should stay indoors for the next few days. And I guess Medusa won't have much free time to play with you either. With the 3-year agreement approaching, Medusa, as Xiao Yan's bodyguard, would have very little free time. Since Xiao Ming had spoken, Ziyan could only agree. Under the sun's illumination, Jiama's sacred city appeared incredibly glorious. At this time, the inhabitants of the imperial capital were beginning their daily journey. For ordinary people, this day was no different from usual. However, the great clans of the imperial capital knew that today was a special day. Today was the day when the little sect leader of the Misty Cloud sect, Nalan Yanran, and the third young master of the Xiao clan, which dominated the entire northeast province, Xiao Yan, would fulfill their 3-year agreement. Normally, these kinds of competitions between the younger generation didn't garner much interest from the older generation of the clans. However, Xiao Ming, another member of the Xiao family, was now in the imperial capital and was expected to participate in the 3-year agreement. This made many people feel that something interesting would happen. There were also rumors in the imperial capital that Xiao Ming was a Dou ancestor powerhouse, so many were eager to go and take a look. Coincidentally, the Misty Cloud sect had not prohibited entry, and as a result, magnificent carriages started leaving the city gates and heading towards the huge snow-white mountain peak in the distance. The Misty Cloud Mountain was awe-inspiring, with its towering height and winding stone steps that looked like a serpent snaking its way up the mountain. The steps were ancient, having stood for an indeterminate number of years, and seemed to emit a faint hum, like the sound of swords clashing, that echoed in the surrounding peaks and forests. It was a mesmerizing sound that captivated the mind of all who heard it. At the top of the long stone steps, the area was shrouded in a veil of mist, beyond which lay a massive square. The square was made of massive stones, giving it a magnificent and ancient appearance. In the center of the square stood a grand stone monument that was carved with the experiences and accomplishments of the former leaders of the Misty Cloud sect, as well as those who had made significant contributions to the sect. The atmosphere in the square was incredibly quiet, with only the occasional gust of wind breaking the stillness. Nearly 1,000 people sat in a semicircle, all clad in white robes, with long swords of cloud-like colors peeking out from their sleeves, waving in the wind as if they were alive, emitting a faint sword intent. At the top of the square were stone platforms with seats arranged in ascending order, reflecting the rank of each person within the sect. Usually, the higher the seat, the older and more experienced the individual. However, on this day, the highest stone platform was occupied by a young woman dressed in luxurious green garments, Yun Yun, the sect leader of the Misty Cloud sect. Below her were a dozen white-robed elders sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed. Their steel-like figures, unperturbed by even the strongest gusts of wind, reflected the immense power they possessed. On the stone platform below the elders, there stood a woman dressed in a flowing moon-white robe. Her eyes were slightly closed, and as a gentle breeze blew, the fabric of the robe hugged her body, highlighting her flawless curves. This calm and beautiful woman was Nalan Yanran. Occasionally, a slightly strong wind blew across the square, and, instantly, white robes fluttered everywhere, like clouds falling from the sky. Such a scene, at first glance, was quite shocking. From time to time, the sound of the wind breaking in the air could be heard, and then several figures would suddenly appear at the tips of the towering trees. A closer look revealed that among these figures were many powerful people, even the Ice Emperor Haibudong, who had been in seclusion these days, was among them. Of course, the former leader of the Nalan family, Nalan Jia, and even Jia Xingtian, who was rumored to be in seclusion to break through to Dou ancestor, were also present. Old Hai, I heard that you obtained a pill from Master Xiao Ming and your strength went from 2-star to 7-star Dou Emperor in one go. Jia Xingtian asked with a smile as he approached Haibudong's side. That's right. Haibudong seemed very lively today, his strength had increased 5 stars at once, which made him feel refreshed. Didn't Master Xiao Ming also refine the zone-breaking pill for you? How come you didn't break through? Haibudong asked. It's not that easy to break through to Dou ancestor. Jia Tian said somewhat depressed. Hai Budong felt somewhat amused. For Jia Tian to say that, it must have meant that he had failed in his attempt to break through, but he didn't go too overboard. Instead, he made a suggestion. Ha, don't be too demoralized, Master Xiao Ming will definitely come today, ask him at that time, maybe you can get another one. Sigh, hopefully. Jia Tian sighed, that was what he had come for today. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. Suddenly, a sudden clamor echoed through the crowd, both the powerful people on the treetops and the originally well-ordered members of the Misty Cloud sect in the square below all looked a bit shocked at this moment. Their gazes were fixed on the sky, where 3 figures were in the air, with the exception of the little girl who had dochi wings, the remaining man and woman were flying through the air with nothing behind them. The crowd was very clear about what this meant, they were 2 Do ancestors and 1 Do emperor. And what was more important, all of them looked quite young. It's Master Xiao Ming. He's arrived, someone in the crowd shouted. Xiao Ming had once given a lecture at the Alchemy Association and had been seen by many people, so someone quickly recognized him. Master Xiao Ming has really broken through to Do ancestor, to be able to meet such a strong person, this time I really didn't come to waste my time. I heard that after taking the pills given by Master Xiao Ming, the Ice Emperor advanced 5 stars in one go. I had hoped to invite him too, but he was always busy. Today, I finally get to meet him in person. Who are those 2 women accompanying Master Xiao Ming? I can't believe they're also that powerful. The crowd erupted in discussion and speculation, but they were ignored as Xiao Ming, accompanied by the 2 girls, flew over to where Jia Tian and Hai Budong were standing. Chapter 236. Master Xiao Ming. Seeing Xiao Ming arrive, Hai Budong, as well as Jia Tian, had smiles on their faces as they greeted. Ice Emperor, Elder Jia. After landing on top of a giant tree with the girls, Xiao Ming greeted them and lightly nodded his head to the 2 of them. During this small moment, Xiao Ming's eyes lingered on the 2 of them for a moment, giving both Hai Budong and Jia Tian a sense of being seen through. A Do ancestor powerhouse is truly terrifying. They both thought. Your strength has greatly improved, Ice Emperor. Xiao Ming did not mention the matter that Jia Tian's strength was still stuck at the Do Emperor peak. Since he failed to break through, he must be in a bad mood, so it was better not to be rubbing salt in the wound. This is also thanks to Master Xiao Ming's pills, otherwise, I don't know how many years it would have taken me to reach this realm. Hai Budong laughed. It's just a transaction, there's no need to express gratitude. Sure there is. As the 2 of them chatted, Jia Tian soon joined the conversation. The 3 of them hadn't chatted for a long time when Jia Tian brought up the request that he wanted Xiao Ming to refine a zone-breaking pill for him again. Xiao Ming still had a few zone-breaking pills in his hand, which he had refined in passing when he was helping the elders of the Jianan Academy in emergencies. However, most of the Jianan Academy's peak Do Emperor elders were lucky, and only one of them needed 2 zone-breaking pills, so Xiao Ming still had a few pills left in his hand. Therefore, upon Jia Tian's request, Xiao Ming willingly agreed, not to help him refine it, but to sell it to him directly. The 2 did not discuss the details of the transaction, after all, it was not a good time to talk about it. After Xiao Ming had chatted with Hai Budong and Jia Tian, Nailan Jie as well as Yunyan flew towards their direction. Master Xiao Ming, I didn't think you would really care to come to this event. Nailan Jie was the first to speak. Xiao Ming glanced sideways at Nailan Jie and frowned slightly. Elder Nailan, how come there are so many people here today? Although he understood what was going on, Xiao Ming still had yet to ask about it. Nailan Jie showed a bitter smile. The Misty Cloud sect did not send out any invitations to the public. The fact that so many people came this time actually had to do with the fact that his Nailan family had not done a good job of keeping the secret at first. Later, since they couldn't keep it, they just bluntly unveiled it. Of course, much of the reason why so many people actually came had something to do with the fact that Xiao Ming would appear here, but Nailan Jie would not say that. Instead, he apologized to Xiao Ming. So sorry, this is caused by the lax discipline of my family members. Xiao Ming did not continue with the topic, and Yun, who had arrived at his side, hurried to change the subject. The arrival of Master Xiao Ming and these 2 ladies has really made our Misty Cloud sect shine. Yun approached Xiao Ming with a smile, casting a curious glance at the 2 white-clad women standing next to him. She had seen the smaller one before during her first meeting with Xiao Ming at the Xiao clan and couldn't understand why her appearance had not changed in the past few years. As for the other woman, the situation was even more puzzling. Wasn't she a mere Do master the last time she saw her? How did she become a Dou ancestor like Xiao Ming? What had Xiao Ming fed her to make her strength increase so much? Hearing Yun Yun's greeting, Ziyan merely turned to look but quickly lost interest. Xiao Yi Xian, on the other hand, returned the greeting with a gentle smile and reached out to take Xiao Ming's hand. I wonder when your clan member, Xiao Yan, will arrive. After sharing a few more courtesies with Xiao Ming, Yun Yun asked curiously. I don't really know. Xiao Ming's blunt reply stunned the crowd. Weren't they from the same clan? Why didn't you know? Didn't he approach you? Xiao Yan had not visited Xiao Ming again since he had left his mansion that day. Xiao Ming hadn't gone to look for him either, so naturally, it was impossible for him to know what exact time Xiao Yan would appear. It was just that no one else knew this. Noticing that Xiao Ming did not seem to be joking, Yun Yun nodded slightly and offered to the crowd on the tree peaks, in that case, why don't you all take a seat while you wait? No need, this place has a very wide view, I think it's fine. Hai Budong, from the peak of a nearby tree, was the first to refuse. Jia Xingtian also followed suit and shook his head, and Xiao Ming also did not agree. As Hai Budong had said, this area was in an excellent location, so there was really no need to move. This is fine. Since Xiao Ming and the others didn't want to move, Yun Yun wouldn't force them. However, she also did not return to the Misty Cloud sect stone platforms but stayed beside Xiao Ming to accompany them. This was a way to show the importance her Misty Cloud sect placed on Xiao Ming and his group. Time passed slowly and the scorching sun had reached the center of the square. Just when some were getting impatient to wait. The faint sound of footsteps echoed throughout the square, causing a subtle change in the quiet atmosphere. All the disciples of the Misty Cloud sect opened their eyes and fixed their gaze on the source of the footsteps, the stone steps. Nalan Yanran, sitting on the stone platform, also opens her bright eyes, her gaze directed at the same spot. Finally, a black-robed figure appears, carrying a huge black ruler on his back. The figure ascends the last few steps with ease, under the watchful eyes of nearly 1,000 people in the square. The teenager calmly scans the crowd, pausing briefly on Xiao Ming before finally settling on the beautiful woman at the top of the stone platform. A day ago, Yao Lao had personally refined a pill for him, causing him to break through once again and enter the Dou Grandmaster realm. Today he would definitely prove that he, Xiao Yan, was not a waste. Xiao Yan of the Xiao clan is here for the 3-year agreement. Hundreds of Misty Cloud sect disciples looked at this black-robed young man with a curious look in their eyes. Back then, after the so-called 3-year agreement had spread within the sect, everyone had taken Xiao Yan's arrogance as a joke. A 3-star Dou disciple brat actually wanted to hang on to their little sect leader. Although his clan was really powerful and had produced a Xiao Ming, Xiao Yan was not Xiao Ming. Xiao Yan's realm, a 3-star Dou disciple, eliminated all possibilities. There was no way the Misty Cloud sect would allow their little sect leader to marry such a waste. Otherwise, if their powerful future sect leader's husband was an ordinary person in the 3-star Dou disciple realm, there was no telling how many people would laugh at them if word got out. However, no one said anything at this moment, they just silently watched and observed. Many people looked at Xiao Yan, who had a calm demeanor, and changed their opinion of him a little. This person didn't seem to be a waste like the rumors said. Yun Yun retracted her gaze from Xiao Yan and felt slightly puzzled. Compared to 3 years ago, Xiao Yan's strength seemed to have improved greatly and was not the same previous 3-star Dou disciple existence. However, since Yanran didn't have feelings for him, the Misty Cloud sect saw no need to compromise their little sect leader's happiness by arranging a marriage with someone she didn't like, even if that person had the potential to become a powerhouse. Master Xiao Ming, is that one over there a member of your clan? His strength seems to be good. Jia Xingtian remarked as he looked at Xiao Yan with surprise in his eyes from atop a giant tree. He was never a waste, he was just deceived by an old man, Xiao Ming replied indifferently. Xiao Yan's talent was at the peak of the Jiama Empire, and there was nothing more to say about it. Beside them, Nalan Jia looked at Xiao Ming and then at Xiao Yan before finally sighing. On the stone platform, Nalan Yanran slowly stood up. Her delicate body was as straight as a proud swan, and her bright eyes fixed on Xiao Yan. Her voice was calm and steady as the latter. Nalan Yanran of the Nalan clan, I have been waiting for a long time. Chapter 237. In the square, after Nalan Yanran stood up, Yun Leng, who was standing in the middle of the dozen white-robed elders, raised his eyes to look at Xiao Yan and after a long while, he slowly spoke. You are Xiao Yan. As his eyes scanned Yun Leng, Xiao Yan discovered that this elder should not have a low status in the Misty Cloud sect, as those elders around him wearing the same robes had been silent since he had opened his mouth. Because he had reported his name earlier, Xiao Yan only nodded slightly. I am the first elder of the Misty Cloud sect, Yunleng. Today, this 3-year agreement will be presided over by me, and this competition is meant to compare and learn from each other. Stop when you dash. Because Yun was accompanying Xiao Ming, it was Yunleng who presided over the competition, but before he could finish his words, a voice suddenly rang out, interrupting him. Life and death are dictated by the heavens. Xiao Yan said indifferently, one would not know how Xiao Zhan would have felt if he had been present to hear these words. Many people did not expect Xiao Yan to say such words, knowing that his opponent was the successor of the sect leader, and that he himself was previously only a 3-star Do disciple. Nalan Yanran's expression fluctuated for the first time, and it was one of surprise. She nodded her head slightly, and her voice was clear and cold as she said, as you wish. However, I will leave you alive. Hearing Nalan Yanran's reply, Yunleng frowned slightly. Xiao Yan's sudden interruption made this first elder of the Misty Cloud sect feel a little unhappy. He had only wanted the two of them to compete casually, with the goal that the two parties' faces could look good, but Xiao Yan had said so, and Nalan Yanran had also agreed, so what could he do? Although Yunleng was not necessarily a bad person, his temperament was not very good. Young man, you should always leave some leeway in everything you do. But since you want it to be this way, let it be as you wish. Life and death are dictated by the heavens. With these words, Yunleng raised his head and looked at Xiao Ming, who was beside Yun, muttering to himself, I am not the one who mentioned that life and death are dictated by the heavens, and if something really happens, I believe that Master Xiao Ming will have no reason to blame our Misty Cloud sect. Xiao Yan sneered, his palm grabbed the hilt of the ruler and shook it, causing the heavy Xian ruler to kick up a strong wind as it pointed diagonally to the ground, his gaze fixed on Nalan Yanran. Today, let's settle all of our past grudges. Please repay today all the humiliation you brought upon us, father and son, 3 years ago. With the long sword in her hand, Nalan Yanran drew the blade slowly, causing the sunlight to ripple and reflect a cold glint. Her voice was serious as she said. Humiliation. After defeating you, I will apologize to Uncle Xiao, but I will never approve this marriage contract that your grandfather made with my grandfather before I was born. I will make my own decision about my own marriage. Although 3 years have passed, I still don't think I did something wrong back then. I have the right to choose my own destiny. There's no point in saying more, let's begin. A fierce Do Qi burst out around Xiao Yan's body, the surface of the heavy Xian ruler seemed to be coated in flames, and his clothes rippled up and down with waves of qi as he coldly shouted. Hearing this, Nalan Yanran raised the long sword and tapped her toes on the stone platform. Then, her body jumped to the height of a willow tree and slowly landed in the center of the square. A whirlwind of light green Do Qi surrounded her atop the long sword, while a white glow illuminated the sharp edge of the blade. The 3-year agreement is complete. Your previous grudges will be completely settled today. I hope that after today, all your disputes will be dash. On top of the stone platform, Yunleng looked at the two people who were already facing each other and coughed slightly. However, before he could finish his words, his face turned ugly again and he stopped talking. At this moment, under countless gazes, Xiao Yan in the square ignored his words and began the competition on his own. He waved his heavy ruler, turned into a black shadow, and mercilessly charged at Nalan Yanran. Let's fight, Nalan Yanran, I've been waiting for this day for 3 years. A low growl escaped from Xiao Yan's mouth. Xiao Yan thrust forward and waved the heavy Xian ruler as he charged towards Nalan Yanran like an arrow. The air around him was being squeezed and the sound of sonic booms was incessant. Nalan Yanran's face remained calm as she watched the black shadow charging straight towards her. As a practitioner of the wind attribute, speed and agility were her strengths. When Xiao Yan was about 10 meters away, Nalan Yanran finally made her move, tapping her toes on the ground and fluttering like a falling leaf in a gale. In an instant, she intersected with the black figure. As they crossed paths, the long sword in Nalan Yanran's hand sliced horizontally with natural ease. With the momentum from her agility, a few tiny wind blades had already flown ahead of the sword, aiming at Xiao Yan's neck. Xiao Yan's pupils shrunk as he quickly shifted the heavy Xian ruler 1 inch to use its broad surface to protect his neck from the sword covered with wind blades. Clang! The long sword struck the black ruler with a clang, but not even a scratch was left on it. Facing each other, Xiao Yan's eyes were furious and stern like those of a bloodthirsty beast, while Nalan Yanran remained calm as ever, unfazed by the speed and strength displayed by Xiao Yan. The black ruler and the long sword parted at the first contact, and along with them, the two figures, one black, and one white, also parted and, in the blink of an eye, turned back into shadows, colliding again. At this moment, neither of the two was using any Do technique, they were only using their swords to fight with speed, and the sound caused by the clash between the black ruler and the long sword could be heard constantly in the arena, as the waves of qi continued to surge. The many Misty Cloud sect disciples present were quite surprised that Xiao Yan could fight with their little sect leader to such an extent. This little guy seems to have quite a personality, and his strength is not bad either. At the top of the giant tree, Jia Xingtian observed Xiao Yan before shaking his head and continuing, however, as fierce as his attacks may be, they don't seem to be causing much damage to Nalan Yanran. The Misty Cloud sect's qi method certainly lives up to its name. To the side, Hai Budong nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on Nalan Yanran in the square as he laughed softly. That girl from the Nalan family is not weak, it seems like the sect leader has done their best to train her during these 3 years. With both of their perception, they could see that Xiao Yan and Nalan Yanran had yet to bring out their true strength, so at this moment, they were only commenting briefly, and Yun who was close to them only smiled at their words. She had put a lot of effort into cultivating Yanran over the years, so how could she only be at this level? Yun's pretty eyes turned to look at Xiao Ming, wanting to hear his thoughts. However, she soon realized that he didn't seem to care much about the competition between the two. Of course, Xiao Ming had little interest in the competition itself. To him, whoever won between the two of them was of no consequence. What really mattered to him was the major battle that would take place after the competition, that was his ultimate goal for coming to the Misty Cloud sect. Chapter 238. No one knew what Xiao Ming was thinking about, and when Yun saw that he didn't seem to care about the fight, she gave up the idea of asking. However, as soon as she turned her head, she heard a delicate voice coming from the other side of Xiao Ming, which made her turn her head again to look. Xiao Yixian and Ziyan were wearing white dresses today, one looking curvy and charming, and the other cute and delicate. Yun saw Xiao Yixian smile and say, "Xiao Ming, who do you think will win today?" Although he wasn't really paying attention to it, Xiao Ming could only watch the square carefully since Xiao Yixian had asked. After a moment, he spoke, "If no special means are used, Xiao Yan is still slightly weaker than Nalan Yanran." Nalan Yanran had entered the Do Grandmaster realm before Xiao Yan, so she had a better understanding of it, moreover, her Do techniques also restricted him. She had been cultivating arduously in the Misty Cloud sect and had cultivated more Do techniques than Xiao Yan, who spent his time traveling back and forth. Although Xiao Yan had devoured a heavenly flame, and as long as he took it out, Nalan Yanran's advantage in Do techniques would be countered, but would he dare to use it? This was really hard to say, that was why Xiao Ming said that, without the use of special means, Xiao Yan would be a bit weaker. Xiao Yixian nodded slightly when she heard this, she had seen Xiao Yan's heavenly flame and having a heavenly flame herself, she understood its terrifying nature very well. But she was also a little confused. Xiao Ming seemed to think that Xiao Yan would be apprehensive about using the heavenly flame. Could it be that this heavenly flame had something to do with the Misty Cloud sect? If so, it was no wonder that shameless old man would ask Xiao Ming to protect Xiao Yan. Seeing that Yun was on the other side, Xiao Yixian did not ask Xiao Ming about the details of it, instead, she laid her head on his shoulder as she watched the battle silently. Ziyan, meanwhile, yawned in boredom, when suddenly she seemed to sense a familiar aura and hurriedly looked in all directions. The scorching sun stood tall in the sky, its brilliant rays shining down upon the earth, dispelling the faint mist that had enveloped the square and warming the bodies of all those present. The square was filled with the sounds of intense fighting as Xiao Yan clashed once again with Nalan Yanran. Their powerful energies pushed them away from each other, both of them panting heavily. Xiao Yan realized that the little sect leader of the Misty Cloud sect was not to be underestimated. He could sense that Nalan Yanran's qi method was of a higher level than his current flame mantra, and if the battle were to continue for much longer, he would be at a severe disadvantage. I must end the battle quickly. With a sigh in his heart, the aura on Xiao Yan's body surged violently as the earthy yellow Do qi penetrated his body. In an instant, a set of ancient and majestic armor condensed on the surface of his body. Blazing steps. With a powerful shout, Xiao Yan took a fierce stance, his feet slightly apart as he charged towards Nalan Yanran with peerless power. This sudden display of strength stunned the entire crowd, who would have thought that the once wasted young man could have broken through to become a Do Grandmaster in just 3 short years. The Misty Cloud sect elders on the stone platform and even Yun, standing next to Xiao Ming, were all surprised by Xiao Yan's sudden surge of power. Nalan Yanran's eyes narrowed in surprise, but she remained undaunted. She knew that in order to face Xiao Yan, she must bring out her full strength. As a subtle whistling sound echoed throughout the arena, Nalan Yanran's aura swelled within her body, causing her light green do chi to surge and merge into a delicate and refined light green armor that encased her voluptuous and delicate form. Although both possessed do chi armor, it was clear that Nalan Yanran's was far more refined than Xiao Yan's more rustic armor, showing a gap in their respective strengths. With a quick tap of her toes, Nalan Yanran's body was surrounded by a stream of green air, making her appear weightless as she shot towards Xiao Yan with an unconventional speed. Wind Spirit Fractal Sword. The whirlwind of pale green wind that was wrapped around the sword blade suddenly quickly rose to a meter in size before detaching from the sword blade and attacking Xiao Yan. 100 Flames Strike. Fiery do chi energy flowed out from the heavy Xian ruler as a sizzling wave of chi spread out, and with Xiao Yan's swing, the heavy Xian ruler swiftly crashed towards Nalan Yanran. Boom! The wind whirlwind and the heavy Xian ruler collided violently, and in an instant, a huge sound was heard throughout the square. The wind whirlwind shattered into pieces and the violent recoil also made Xiao Yan's hands holding the heavy Xian ruler a little sore and numb. 1000 Wind Blade. When Xiao Yan interrupted the attack, Nalan Yanran was not surprised in the slightest and her jade palm swirled rapidly. 5 spiral sword diagrams made of wind-attributed do chi took shape on her fingertips in the blink of an eye, and with a sharp shout, the 5 rough sword diagrams shot out from her fingers, twisting and converging into a small, bright green line that shot towards Xiao Yan with the speed of lightning. The 5 sharp spiral sword diagrams pierced through the air obstruction and appeared in front of Xiao Yan almost in an instant. The green light trembled violently, and then the 5 spiral sword diagrams separated from the center and shot out towards the 5 critical points of his body, and the fierce wind that was generated by the shots caused Xiao Yan's eyes to narrow slightly. What a fast speed! The 1000 Wind Blades' attack speed was so fast that even Xiao Yan was surprised. The first thing that came to his mind was to use his heavenly flame to resist the attack, but with worries in his mind, Xiao Yan had to give up using it and instead tried his best to raise his sore and numb arm to try to resist the attack with the heavy Xian ruler's huge body. Unfortunately, the heavy Xian ruler was so named precisely because it was quite heavy, and it was completely impossible to use it to repel the attack that was quickly fired at him. Even with Xiao Yan's full strength, he could barely block one attack, while the remaining 4 mercilessly struck his left and right arms, as well as his left and right calves, piercing through his do chi armor. Sparks and screeching friction could be heard. After a moment, as the energy depleted, the sword chi slowly dissipated, leaving 4 sizable holes in Xiao Yan's do chi armor. Although the holes were gradually being repaired by his do chi, some blood could still be seen. It seemed that Xiao Yan had suffered some external injuries from this attack. Xiao Yan did not seem to feel this external injury, and instead, he once again rushed at Nalan Yanran and fought with her hand to hand. As the heavy Xian ruler swung, it unleashed a whistling wind that struck Nalan Yanran, being repelled by the long sword in her hand. With each clash, the long sword in Nalan Yanran's hand twisted in an arc and almost fell off several times. Clearly, Xiao Yan was superior in terms of strength. In response, Nalan Yanran used a siege-based attack method, taking full advantage of her chi method and wind attribute do techniques. For a while, both parties remained in a deadlock. Chapter 239. In the square, Xiao Yan and Nalan Yanran were still in a deadlock, but many perceptive people could see that Xiao Yan was the one at a disadvantage. This was mostly based on the fighting style and the do chi attribute. The wind attribute was flexible, changeable, and accurate in attack, so Xiao Yan's powerful attacks were hardly effective. Nalan Yanran's ordinary attacks were light and fast, and although they were not very powerful, they also caused Xiao Yan a lot of trouble. In the huge stone square, tyrannical do chi and sword flashes shot out from time to time, leaving deep marks visible on the surrounding hard ground. Everyone held their breath at this moment, their eyes twitched with the flickering of the 2 silhouettes, and the increasingly intense battle made many people's hearts rise to their throats. Xiao Yan looked at Nalan Yanran with an ugly face. After a long time of fighting, his do chi recovery speed was not fast enough to keep up, and although Nalan Yanran's do chi was also consumed, she seemed much better than him. This was not only due to his attack form but also due to his desire to end the battle quickly, which caused him to use too much do chi. He couldn't use Heavenly Flame, so, if he continued like this, sooner or later he would be the first to run out of do chi and lose the match. Moreover, Nalan Yanran had many long-range attack methods in the form of Xian Do techniques, which she was using to surround and attack him. With her strength, even if her opponent was someone who exceeded her cultivation by 2 or 3 stars, they would still be unable to dodge her attacks so effortlessly. Furthermore, he was unable to use the Heavenly Flame. If this continued, he would be the first to run out of do chi and ultimately lose the competition. His eyes were gloomy as he stared at Nalan Yanran, who was not far away. His lips were bitten by his sharp teeth, and tasting the rust-flavored blood in his mouth, Xiao Yan bitterly thought in his heart, I must not lose this competition, master, I want to use the heavenly flame. Immediately after, Yao Lao's old voice rang out, oh, that's all. You can use it if you want, with that cousin of yours nearby, as well as those two snake people, even if you are discovered, in my opinion, your safety won't be a problem. Emichim. With a sudden leap backwards, Xiao Yan retreated into the distance. He held the ruler's hilt with both hands, his feet apart, raising the heavy Xian ruler perpendicular to his body. Threads of earthy yellow flames spread around the heavy Xian ruler as an extremely violent aura spread out. The surrounding energy of heaven and earth seemed to boil and gather into it. Nalan Yanran, one move will determine the winner. Nalan Yanran gasped lightly, her chest, still covered by the pale green armor, rippled. And her slightly tousled pink hair was plastered to her forehead from sweat. Having to suppress Xiao Yan, who was also in the Do Grandmaster realm and was extremely formidable in battle, Nalan Yanran also depleted much Do Qi, not to mention the numerous wounds Xiao Yan inflicted on her. Hearing Xiao Yan's shout, her gaze was somewhat dazed, and with a wave of her hands, her Do technique was released, summoning the energy of heaven and earth to gather around her. Taking a deep breath, she removed the hairpin from her head, causing her pink hair to spill like a waterfall over her buttocks, and her slender hand gripped the hilt of the long sword tightly. The winner will be decided by this attack. A mysterious aura emanated from her body, her long hair behind her billowing in the wind, as her delicate body floated and soared skyward. At the same time, the energy around her also grew, and a light greenish wave spread out from her body. The long sword swung, its blade pointed at Xiao Yan, and as the sword trembled, the glow on it increased as if it was a second sun in the sky. Above the misty cloud sect square, the energy in the heaven and earth began to boil dramatically like boiling water, with the almost materialized streams of energy gathering around the two of them. On one side, on the ground, Xiao Yan's expression was cold and gloomy as he held the heavy Xian ruler, with its yellow flame surrounding him and the violent aura of a heavenly flame spreading out. On the other side, in the sky, Nalan Yanran held the long sword in her slender hand, the blade of her sword pointed at Xiao Yan, her beautiful face glowed, looking holy, and her aura emanated like a blazing sun. Outside the square, an uproar resounded among the misty cloud sect disciples, who gawked at the two people preparing their attacks in the square. What's with that guy? This gathering of energy from heaven and earth, isn't this the rumored precursor before the release of a D-Do technique? Someone gasped. D-Do technique. Master Xiao Ming gave this to him. Some people looked in the direction where Xiao Ming was standing with a puzzled expression. With Xiao Ming's status as a 6th-tier alchemist and the strength of a Do ancestor, there seemed to be no problem in acquiring a D-Do technique. Hai Budong and the others also looked at Xiao Ming curiously. Xiao Ming knew what they were thinking, but did not bother to explain. Xiao Yan cultivated the Do techniques he had given to the clan, such as those, 100 Flame Strike, and Blazing Steps, but they were all Xian class. He had not given the family any D-Do techniques too early, and the ones he had given them were 5 Wind, Wood, and Ice attribute D-Do techniques of relatively clean origins that he delivered before heading to the imperial capital. Obviously, it was impossible for Xiao Yan to cultivate those Do techniques, so he should now be using a D-Do technique given by Yao Lao. Seeing that Xiao Ming did not say anything, Hai Budong and the others turned their gazes back to the square. Looking at the two people who were accumulating energy, Yun Yun's pretty face was quite calm, but her slender jade hand resting in front of her abdomen had been squeezed until it ended up with a red mark. Her gaze slowly shifting from Xiao Yan to Nalan Yanran, there was a hint of worry hidden in her beautiful eyes. That flame of Xiao Yan seems to be something peculiar, even I feel a throb when I see it. We may lose the duel, but nothing must happen to Yanran. If her life is in danger, I will save her. At this moment, 2 wind-breaking sounds were suddenly heard in the sky, and 2 figures appeared on the top of a huge tree around the square. After the 2 figures appeared, those who were on top of the trees on the other side, such as Jia Xingtian and Hai Budong, glanced over, and when their eyes fell on the middle-aged man dressed in a light green robe with a vaguely attractive face, they were stunned. Then, laughter could be heard as they greeted him one after another. It could be seen from this what kind of status this person had in the Jia Ma Empire, that even Jia Xingtian and Hai Budong were so polite. The person who arrived was none other than the Pill King of the Jia Ma Empire, Gu He, and following closely behind him was his disciple. At this moment, Gu He's face was very unpleasant, and he did not even pay attention to the greetings of Jia Xingtian and Hai Budong, whom he normally treated cautiously, but just stared at Xiao Yan on the square, or to be precise, at the heavenly flame in his hand. Hai Budong and Jia Xingtian were confused by his strange behavior. A moment later, Gu He gritted his teeth and said, "That's the Wind Fury Dragon Flame." Hearing Gu He say this, Yun Yun's face suddenly changed. Wasn't this the name of the heavenly flame that had been stolen from Gu He? How could it be in Xiao Yan's hand? Could it be that he was the black-robed person who had stolen Gu He's heavenly flame? Looking at the black robe on Xiao Yan's body, Yun Yun felt that what she was thinking was probably correct. Seeing Xiao Ming out of the corner of her eye, Yun Yun bit her lips. No, we should ask about this matter later. Although the Misty Cloud sect had always wanted to maintain good relations with Xiao Ming and was willing to give some benefits, this did not mean that they could let go of the person who had attacked their elder. Chapter 240. As soon as Gu He appeared, Xiao Ming began to observe his expression, and as soon as he gritted his teeth and uttered the words, "Wind Fury Dragon Flame," Xiao Ming knew that Xiao Yan had been recognized. Similarly, the change in Yun Yun's face did not escape his observation, so he knew that the Misty Cloud sect would definitely not let Xiao Yan go easily. Even if he was here, things would not change. After all, the Jiama Empire's #1 sect also wanted to have a face, and with Xiao Yan's act of snatching the heavenly flame and almost killing Gu He, the Misty Cloud sect was bound to seek justice. Moreover, the Misty Cloud sect's strength was actually not that bad if they were serious. Other than the former sect leader Yun Shan, if Yun Yun took over the sect's Great Protection formation, she could also have a combat power close to that of a Dou ancestor. If they did not ask Xiao Yan for explanations, then Xiao Ming would really doubt that the Misty Cloud sect had a backbone. Taking a step back, even if they couldn't win, they would still have to show their attitude. Gu He's words also fell on the ears of Xiao Yixian, who with her finger began to gently tickle Xiao Ming's palm. It seems that this Xiao Yan has been discovered. What shall we do next? Shall we take him away directly? These words were not heard by Yun Yun and the others in the slightest. No need, with his master nearby, nothing will happen to him. The act of directly taking Xiao Yan away was something Xiao Ming could do, however, that would not be in line with his goal. The execution of a Dou technique required the consumption of a large amount of Dou Qi, and to end it all in one go, Xiao Yan even mobilized the remaining Dou Qi within his Dou Qi crystal, as well as squeezing all the Dou Qi energy out of every inch of his flesh and blood. Thus, while enduring the extreme pain of having his body squeezed, his body began to tremble slightly. Flame-splitting tsunami. Gritting his teeth and with his eyes reddening, Xiao Yan waved the heavy Xian ruler in his hand inch by inch. A yellow light shone from the ruler, and a moment later, a fierce earth-yellow aura shot out from it. The violent energy it contained caused many of the Misty Cloud sect members watching the battle to feel their hair stand on end as Xiao Yan's attack gave them a strong sense of oppression. Above the sky, the moving longsword suddenly stopped as Nalan Yanran gritted her teeth and grabbed it with both hands. The terrifying energy it contained already made it difficult for her to hold. When Xiao Yan's attack was launched, the energy in the longsword also reached its peak state, and Nalan Yanran finally stopped suppressing it. With a crisp and clear shout, the already blinding light in the longsword once again emerged, and for a moment, the strong light in the longsword covered even the light of the blazing sun in the sky. Wind's peak, dazzling sunset. In the sky, a delicate shout resounded, and finally, a terrifying energy fluctuation erupted. An aggressive sword chi descended from the sky, shooting towards Xiao Yan. Sensing the terror of the sword chi, the disciples of the Misty Cloud sect could no longer restrain themselves. They quickly formed seals with their hands, and a stream of Dou Qi surged from their bodies, merging into a huge energy shield that covered almost half of the square. Only then did they manage to dispel the oppressive feeling caused by the duel between the two. Xiao Yan and Nalan Yanran's attacks flew through the air as countless nervous eyes watched from above the square. Finally, at a distance of about 10 meters from the ground, they violently collided like meteors. Boom! A thunderous sound resounded throughout the vast square, resembling the wrath of a thunder god, causing people's hearts to tremble with fear. The two fierce and unparalleled energies collided in the air, unleashing the terrifying power they held within. Instantly, a strong gust of wind emerged in the sky above the square, whistling past at the point of impact. Even the illusory air became blurred and distorted by the powerful energy clash. The wind continued to whistle, and the shockwave of energy that bloomed in the sky resembled a flare descending from the sky, heading towards the two duelers and outside the square. PSSH. All disciples of the Misty Cloud sect, listen to the order, form a defense formation, and don't let the energy explosion spread. Yunling's eyes widened as he shouted fiercely. Yes. After the disciples of the Misty Cloud sect responded, their auras connected with each other, and an even larger and more colorful energy shield spread out with them as the source, enveloping the entire square. The shield fluctuated violently under the impact, but it did not break, only causing some of the lower cultivation disciples of the Misty Cloud sect to have unpleasant expressions. On the field, Xiao Yan's Do Qi was almost exhausted, so he could only curl up with an ugly face and hide under the heavy Xian ruler, using its tough body to resist the impact. Above the square, Nailin Yanran was in a precarious situation. She had nowhere to hide and fell to the ground, only able to use what little Do Qi she had left to execute her agility-based Do technique to dodge the incoming attacks. As the glow dissipated and the energy subsided, smoke filled the square, and all eyes were riveted on it, awaiting the final outcome. Little Sect Leader. When the smoke cleared, it could be seen that Nailin Yanran's pale green Do Qi armor had dissipated, and the moon-white dress covering her body had been torn. However, no intimate parts were exposed, only patches of red, swollen, and burnt skin. Her pretty face was pale, her small mouth slightly panting. She stood in the middle of the square with the long sword in her hand, her delicate body trembling, but her face was full of stubbornness. She refused to fall no matter what. Not far away, Xiao Yan, who came out from under the heavy Xian ruler's body, also looked very uncomfortable. Most of his robe was half torn and he had bruises all over his body. After getting out, he leaned on the heavy Xian ruler, and just like Nailin Yanran, he was staggering but refused to fall down. At this moment, neither of them had the strength to fight again due to the consequences caused by their previous attacks. The entire crowd couldn't help but look at each other as they watched such a scene. Is this a draw? I don't think so. Let's take our time and wait. Both of them are not seriously injured, let's see who goes down first. After a few moments, a thud was heard and a figure fell to the ground. The winner was decided. Little Sect Leader, Little Sect Leader. Looking at the fallen figure, all of the Misty Cloud sect disciples had ugly faces as the fallen figure was Nailin Yanran. Xiao Yan had refined his physique, and if Nailin Yanran wanted to compete with him in terms of who could endure the longest standing time, then she was naturally at a disadvantage. With a bit of anger, Yunling slapped the stone platform hard with his palm. His face was ashen. He was already unhappy with that brat Xiao Yan, and now that Nailin Yanran had lost, it would definitely be a blow to his Misty Cloud sect's reputation, which made him even more unhappy. First Elder, now what? Yanran has already lost, a Misty Cloud sect elder asked with a bitter smile. What else can we do? Let's prepare to announce. Indeed, losing to a clan with a Do ancestor wouldn't make the Misty Cloud sect lose much face. Now that everyone was watching and Xiao Ming was present, Yunling had no intention of playing tricks and was ready to announce the result when suddenly a voice transmitted directly into his ears, and the content made him pale on the spot. Chapter 241. It's finally over. Looking at Nailin Yanran, who had fallen to the ground, Xiao Yan breathed a long sigh of relief before immediately taking out a healing and chi recovering pill from his storage ring. As Yun was also present when the 3-year agreement was made, Xiao Yan did not mention anything about getting divorced or wrote a divorce letter at the time. So now that Xiao Yan had won, he immediately said, Nailin Yanran, from now on, you will no longer have any ties with my Xiao family. Remember, this marriage was not withdrawn by you, but rather, it was rejected by me. Xiao Yan raised his head towards the group of people above the trees, but his face suddenly changed when he saw Gu He staring at him. Immediately, he turned around and took out the huge heavy Xian ruler from the ground and put it into his storage ring before walking out of the square under the gaze of countless people. As he walked out of the square, when his feet were about to touch the stairs, a faint voice finally rang out, causing Xiao Yan's heart to sink even deeper. Junior Xiao Yan, please stay for a while, there is something my Misty Cloud sect needs to check. Hearing the voice echoing across the square, Xiao Yan abruptly stopped his footsteps, and with his back facing the square, he tilted his head and took a deep breath of air, while the fist hidden in the sleeve of his robe was slightly clenched. On a giant tree, Hai Budong and Jia Xingtian's eyebrows also furrowed at that moment, and their eyes were drawn to the center of the square, where the faces of Yunlang and the others looked very strange. Looking at the not very pleasant face of Yun and Gu He beside them, they both understood that something big would happen today. In the square, following Yunling's voice, everyone's gazes once again focused on the slender figure who was about to descend the steps. On the ground, Nailin Yanran wiped the blood from the corner of her lips and stood up with difficulty, looking up with complicated eyes at Xiao Yan's back. She turned to Yunlang and the others and said, First Elder, in today's competition, Yanran was actually less skilled than the other party. Yanran, this is not because of the competition matter. You should step aside for the time being. Yunling waved his hand, his face looking serious. Seeing Yunling's expression, Nailin Yanran was surprised for a moment, and after a slight hesitation, she could only nod and slowly retreat to the side, while the Misty Cloud sect disciples who were there hurriedly stood up to let her pass. After Yunling's voice rang out, a hush fell over the scene, with only the countless gazes mixed with doubt contemplating the motionless back. The atmosphere in the silent square was somber and unsettling. "Elder Yunling, what's wrong?" The sudden faint voice finally broke the quietness of the square and made Yunling's body stiffen slightly. The countless gazes in the square once again shifted towards Yunling, and apart from a few people, most of the Misty Cloud sect disciples were unsure why Yunling had suddenly spoken up to stop Xiao Yan. In full view of everyone, Yunling slowly stood up and stared at Xiao Yan as he said in a deep voice, "I wonder if Junior Xiao Yan has heard about the incident a few months ago when my Misty Cloud sect's guest elder, Gu He, was attacked by a mysterious black-robed man in the Tgthegood desert and was severely injured, as well as having his heavenly flame stolen." As soon as Yunling said this, murmurs sounded in the square. Gu He did not have a low status in the Misty Cloud sect, or rather, he did not have a low status in the entire Xiao Ming Empire. They also knew about the fact that he was attacked earlier, leaving him severely injured, and that the Misty Cloud sect had been searching for the culprit for a long time. However, for Yunling to suddenly bring up this matter seemed a bit out of place. Or did he think that the person who attacked Gu He was Xiao Yan? Wait, it wasn't impossible. Some people thought of the yellow earthy flame that Xiao Yan had used earlier. That kind of flame was very strange, and it met the requirements of a heavenly flame. As a sixth-tier alchemist, it was impossible for Gu He to mistake the flame he had once obtained. Therefore, Xiao Yan must have had a lot to do with the attack on Gu He, and even if the person who attacked Xiao Yan was not himself, then someone related to him had done it. Everyone was more inclined to the latter. When they thought about this, some people looked at Xiao Ming. But then they shook their heads. It couldn't have been Master Xiao Ming who had attacked. With Xiao Ming's Dou ancestor realm, even if Gu He had some tricks, he wouldn't have been able to escape. It should have been someone else. But after this incident, how would Master Xiao Ming deal with it? There might even be a fight. Many people thought that coming to the Misty Cloud sect today was not a waste of time, as there were bound to be some good shows. Ignoring the murmurs in the square, Yunling merely stared at Xiao Yan, waiting for his response. Xiao Yan pursed his lips and took a deep breath into his heart to suppress his intensifying heartbeat as he slowly turned around and faced the huge square and the countless Misty Cloud sect disciples standing there again. What does Elder Yunling want to imply by that? Do you believe that Elder Gu He was attacked by me? Xiao Yan wanted to argue cunningly, although he had a great deal of help, it was better not to escalate things if he could. You don't need to argue cunningly, you should know very well how sensitive alchemists are to the flame aura. I, Gu He, being a sixth-tier alchemist, would not stoop so low as to falsely accuse you. Looking coldly at Xiao Yan, Gu He said. The moment Gu He's words were spoken, the crowd believed 80 to 90% of what Yunling had said since Gu He's reputation in the Xiao Ming Empire was really quite good. Master Xiao Ming, you also possess a heavenly flame, so I guess you know that the heavenly flame's aura isn't that easy to confuse, right? Upon hearing Gu He shift the problem onto himself, Xiao Ming did not rush to speak in Xiao Yan's favor. Anyone with a little understanding of flames knows that it was not so easy to confuse a heavenly flame. If he stubbornly denied it, others would not fail to find fault with his words. Since it was useless to make excuses, it was better to fight it out. Elder Yunling, there are too many people with heavenly flames in the world, and I don't want to waste any more time arguing with you. If you don't have conclusive evidence, it's better not to slander me. Although the Misty Cloud sect is powerful, if this kind of reputation spreads, it will not be good for you. Besides, it's up to me to decide whether to leave or stay. You have no right to make decisions for me. Our Xiao clan is also not something to be trifled with. After speaking, Xiao Yan ignored the situation, turned around, and was about to step down the stone steps. It's true that your Xiao clan is not something to be trifled with, but that doesn't mean you can do whatever you want, Xiao Yan. If we let you go like this today, what face my Cloud of Mist sect will be left with? With a cold smile, Yunling suddenly took out a milky white flute from his storage ring, put it to his lips, and blew fiercely. Suddenly, a somewhat strange and sharp sound rang out from the flute. The sharp sound of the flute echoed throughout Misty Cloud Mountain, lasting for a long time. Everyone in the square was taken aback by Yunling's actions, and the only sound that could be heard was the flute's eerie melody. Jia Xingtian and Hai Budong briefly exchanged a glance, and immediately, both of their eyes suddenly widened as if they had just remembered something. It's that old man. He's not dead yet. As Jia Xing Tian and Hai Budong were speechless, a vast and majestic aura descended from the depths of Misty Cloud Mountain, like an ancient awakened dragon, with unmatched pressure. Chapter 242. A powerful pressure, which Xiao Yan had felt some time ago, spread out from the depths of the Misty Cloud Mountain and finally filled the square. In the square, all the disciples of the Misty Cloud sect could not contain the astonishment in their hearts and knelt towards the place where the aura came from, while Yunlang and the elders of the Misty Cloud sect did not kneel, but bowed respectfully. This aura, Nalan Yanran looked into the depths of the mountain with her beautiful eyes, and a hint of surprise appeared on her pretty face. She hadn't expected that today's incident would alert the former sect leader, who had long been in seclusion, to come out. Damn it, I didn't expect the Misty Cloud sect to actually have a powerful Do ancestor. Xiao Yan's face was incomparably shocked. The white-clothed demented woman beside Xiao Ming had pressed him with her aura some time ago, so he could be sure that this aura was undoubtedly that of a Do ancestor. Huff, it's fortunate that we ran into that cousin of yours, otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy to leave this time without help. It's hard to tell if the Snake People tribe will intervene, and it would be hard for me alone to get you out of the heavily guarded Misty Cloud Mountain. Yao Lao's tone was serious, as he also did not expect the Misty Cloud sect to really have a Do ancestor powerhouse. The Misty Cloud sect usually hid too deeply. If it was any other more aggressive sect, the Jiama imperial family would have too long ago ceased to exist. This really had to do with the Misty Cloud sect's habit of aloofness. When you find the opportunity later, you must sneak away, so that there will be no more accidents. As the two discussed via sound transmission, the majestic aura emanating from the depths of Misty Cloud Mountain grew stronger and stronger, until finally, a clear whistling sound was heard in the sky, and under the gaze of countless people, a white shadow suddenly emerged and then walked in the void, slowly approaching the Misty Cloud sect square. The white shadow did not summon its Do-Chi wings, but the speed at which it stepped into the void was not slow at all. Every time its footsteps landed, the void rippled, and when the ripples dissipated, the figure had already appeared hundreds of meters away. After a few steps like this, in just a few moments, the figure appeared on top of the stone monument in the center of the square. The appearance of this white shadow was a much more shocking scene than when Xiao Ming and Xiao Yixian appeared, as the two appeared very calmly and did not exude such strong and oppressive powerful pressure. The white shadow floated in the sky, dressed in a set of extremely simple white robes. The breeze fluttered the robes, giving him an ethereal atmosphere. His age did not seem very old, and his face did not have the wrinkles that an old man should have. Instead, it was a rather smooth face. It was difficult to believe that he was of the same age as Hai Budong. However, the expressions on the disciples' faces below confirmed that the man was Yun Shan, the former sect leader of the Misty Cloud sect. Yunlang, explain to me what's going on. I told you not to disturb my meditation if it's not an extremely important matter. Yun Shan turned his gaze to Yunlang below and said indifferently. Master, it is better for me to explain it to you. Yun Yun and Gu He flew next to Yun Shan and saluted. Yun Shan nodded slightly. Without much effort, Yun Yun explained the intricacies to him in 2 or 3 sentences. After listening to Yun Yun's explanation, Yun Shan nodded once more to indicate that he understood, then ignored Xiao Yan and instead turned to where Xiao Ming was standing and smiled slightly. Master Xiao Ming, I've heard a lot about you. Sect leader Yun Shan, it's a pleasure to meet you. Seeing that the other party was so polite, Xiao Ming nodded slightly. Master Xiao Ming, you are a person I respect very much, and I would like to thank you for your previous rescue of our sect leader Yun Yun. However, that's not a horse of the same color. I think your Xiao family member, Xiao Yan, should provide an explanation regarding the ambush on our guest elder Gu He in order to seize the heavenly flame from him. Saying this, Yun Shan was calm on the surface, but in fact, inwardly he felt very uncomfortable. Xiao Ming had always been a target of attraction for his Misty Cloud sect, and he didn't want to offend him. However, they couldn't ignore the fact that Gu He was their own, and it was impossible for them not to help. If they let others attack their own members at will and did nothing, who would dare to serve the sect in the future? Wouldn't that chill people's hearts? An explanation, what kind of explanation do you want? Hearing these words, Xiao Ming asked rhetorically. He also knew that Xiao Yan was the one who was wrong in this matter. However, there was nothing he could do about it. He had already promised to protect Xiao Yan, and he could not hand over Xiao Yan's heavenly flame to the Misty Cloud sect. What was promised had to be done. If possible, Xiao Ming preferred not to get involved in Xiao Yan's affairs in the future. He knew that Xiao Yan had a tendency to attract trouble, and the enemies he made were not easy to deal with. Xiao Ming didn't want to wipe his ass all the time. For now, he could not give in to the Misty Cloud sect. However, the sect had also always treated him with a lot of respect and given him quite a few good things, and telling Yun Shan afterwards that he had a problem with his soul would be a small way to make it up to them. Hearing Xiao Ming's rhetorical question, Yun Shan frowned slightly and said nothing. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Gu He. Seeing this, Gu He also understood Yun Shan's meaning, asking him to negotiate his own terms. Xiao Yan ambushed me earlier, almost killed me, and seized my heavenly flame. I know it is unrealistic to kill Xiao Yan, so I will not make any further demands. How about if he returns the heavenly flame he seized from me and apologizes to me? In this way, the matter will be settled. Was this request excessive? Not really. However, the possibility of retrieving the heavenly flame from Xiao Yan was almost nil. Xiao Ming turned his gaze to Xiao Yan. Only to see him shake his head as he said, "Impossible. I didn't do anything of that kind." Heavenly flame was the key to the evolution of his flame mantra, so how could he just give it away like that? Moreover, the sneak attack on Gu He had been done by him with the help of Yao Lao's power, and the apology was definitely meant to draw Yao Lao out, which was also impossible. Seeing that the matter had reached this point and Xiao Yan was still denying it, even Yun Shan could not help but feel a little indignant. It was obvious that Xiao Yan had committed the offense, yet he still refused to admit it. Did he think that his Misty Cloud sect did not dare to do anything to him, hence his unyielding attitude? Seeing that Xiao Ming had no intention of giving a statement either. The reputation that the Misty Cloud sect has accumulated over so many generations cannot be lost in my hands. Since you don't want to give an explanation, then let's settle this another way. With a sigh, Yun Shan stopped speaking and his body slowly soared into the air without warning. The surging energy, surprisingly, caused the surrounding void to tremble slightly. Chapter 243. I will take on Yun Shan first. You girls don't need to intervene, said Xiao Ming to Xiao Yixian and Zi Yan beside him when he saw Yun Shan floating in the air looking at him silently. He wanted to force Yao Lao to make a move to catch the big fish. Amicham. Xiao Yixian happily agreed. Her opinion of Xiao Yan was not good in the first place. As for Zi Yan, she had no objections. The life or death of unrelated people was none of her business. After completing his explanation, Xiao Ming took a light step forward, causing a ripple to spread across the void. By the time the ripple faded away, he had already appeared on the opposite side above Misty Cloud Mountain. 10,000 Winds Entanglement. Yun Shan wasted no time with small talk and immediately raised his hand upon seeing Xiao Ming approaching in his white robes. This caused dense green ropes of wind to swirl in the sky, created by the concentration of powerful gusts. The ropes intertwined and snaked through the void like giant serpents, quickly surrounding Xiao Ming's body. However, in the face of Yun Shan's attack, Xiao Ming's expression remained unchanged. He flowed lightly with Do Qi, and faint ripples of energy emerged from his body, spreading out in all directions. Although the ripples seemed insignificant at first glance, upon closer inspection, one could see that they caused the empty space to ripple slightly as they passed by. When they encountered a wind rope, they immediately exploded with great power. Crack! The wind strings snapped in unison. The energy contained in the wind strings mixed with the waves emitted by Xiao Ming instantly spread out in all directions, causing a violent gale. There were many Misty Cloud sect disciples sitting in the square, and they were all terrified when they saw the energy rushing towards them. Xiao Ming saw this and frowned. This wave of energy was not something these disciples could resist, so with a wave of his sleeves, subtle waves of energy rippled at a faster speed, repairing the cracked space and dissipating the rampant waves of energy in the sky. On the giant tree, Hai Budong and the others watched the initial exchange between Xiao Ming and Yun Shan, and a glimmer of astonishment shone in their eyes. They could see that neither of them had used their full strength, but neither of the attacks now was something they could easily repel. Yun Shan did not feel surprised when he saw Xiao Ming easily block his attack, but the spatial fluctuations contained in the attack Xiao Ming sent out caused his face to become much more serious. Xiao Ming's understanding of space did not seem like someone who had just entered the Dou ancestor realm. This kind of genius was not easy to deal with. And, judging by his behavior, it seemed that he harbored no ill will toward the Misty Cloud sect, but, in any case, he could not let Xiao Yan leave without an explanation. With a soft sigh, Yun Shan's figure suddenly disappeared, and like a gust of wind, he arrived in front of Xiao Ming in an instant, the air flowing around his palm, the air being compressed, resounding with sharp whistles. When Xiao Ming saw this, he laughed lightly and was not afraid. He raised his right hand slightly and struck Yun Shan hard with incomparably powerful force. Bang! Space distorted at this moment, and Yun Shan's face contracted a little. Even with the force of the wind, Yun Shan's arm began to tremble. Yun Shan did not expect Xiao Ming's strength to be so enormous, or rather he did not expect Xiao Ming's physical body to be so strong, causing him to suffer a loss in this blow. With his arm trembling, he immediately stepped back while creating a sword made of wind gales. Xiao Ming's perception was incomparably strong, and his soul perception enveloped the entire sky, so even Yun Shan's movements could not escape his perception. Although Xiao Ming really did not want to do anything to Yun Shan and did not use all his strength to deal with him, it was not a solution to continue passively defending himself. With a graceful sweep of his hand, he extended it out from the folds of his robe, and a stream of fiery energy mist flowed out. In a flash, it coalesced into a 2-meter-long red spear in the palm of his hand. The surface of the spear was covered with red patterns, and energy pulsed like rippling waves, continually flowing. Holding this spear, Xiao Ming nodded with satisfaction. He wasn't good at spear techniques, but he was just casually playing around. Having a weapon to show off would suffice. If he appeared too strong, it would scare the fish away. With this in mind, Xiao Ming blinked with the weapon behind Yun Shan, then simply swung it. Ping! Suddenly, the battle in the sky became more intense. Standing on the edge of the square, Xiao Yan tilted his head up to look at the great battle in the sky, only to see 2 white shadows moving through space with such speed that one could not tell who was Yun Shan and who was Xiao Ming. Every time the white shadows crossed, a great power burst out that distorted the space where they crossed and caused energy surges. As he watched the 2 white shadows fight, Xiao Yan inwardly asked, "Master, what do we do now?" "It's useless for you to stay, let's go first, the Misty Cloud sect can't hold him back." Yao Lao's voice slowly sounded. "Okay." After saying this, Xiao Yan saw that all the people seemed to be concentrating on the big battle in the sky and no one was paying attention to him, so he immediately stood on his tiptoes and tried to quietly walk away. Other people did not pay attention to Xiao Yan, but this fellow, Yunleng, had been staring at Xiao Yan for a long time, and when he saw Xiao Yan trying to sneak away, he immediately shouted angrily, "Xiao Yan, where are you going?" When he heard the shout, Xiao Yan's footsteps stopped for a moment, then he immediately stepped on the ground, and with an energy explosion sound, his body turned into a black shadow and shot out beyond the square. "Stop him!" Xiao Yan's sudden action caused Yunleng's face to turn cold as he shouted sternly. As soon as Yunleng's voice fell, the bodies of the 3 older white-robed men on the stone platform trembled slightly. Then disappeared and reappeared in the shape of a triangle, completely blocking Xiao Yan's path of retreat. Although the Dou King's oppressive strength seemed insignificant compared to the Dou ancestor aura of Xiao Ming and Yun Shan. However, it was still too powerful for Xiao Yan, who was still a Dou Grandmaster. After circulating the newly recovered Dou Qi to the maximum, only then did he dispel the oppressive feeling in his chest. He raised his head and looked at the 3 white-robed elders with a stern gaze, troubled in his heart. 3 Dou King powerhouses had personally attacked him. This was too much to deal with a nameless boy like him, wasn't it? "Master, I'll lend you my power. Remember, don't drag out the battle." As the words fell, an enormous soul power filled Xiao Yan's body, raising his strength to the level of a Dou Emperor. He pulled out the heavy Xian ruler and swiftly slashed fiercely at one of the 3 elders of the Misty Cloud sect. At the same time, in a dark corner of the Misty Cloud sect, a voice of disbelief arose from between one of the 2 clouds of black fog. "This power, a soul body. Feeling the quality, it should be a heaven realm soul body. However, the remaining power is not much, only at the level of a Dou Emperor. Jia, I didn't expect to have this kind of harvest this time." Chapter 244. Xiao Yan's strength skyrocketed as he borrowed the power of Yao Lao, elevating him to the level of a Dou Emperor, and under his attacks, the 3 elders' blockade was broken. Looking at Xiao Yan, whose aura had suddenly increased, Guhi on the stands revealed a look of realization. This aura was definitely the one that had attacked him. An attack that contained an enormous amount of soul power was performed, forcing the Misty Cloud sect elder in front of him to retreat, and Xiao Yan immediately seized the opportunity to shoot out towards the foot of the Misty Cloud mountain. However, before he could get too far away, his footsteps stopped again. Looking at Yun, who was dressed in a luxurious green brocade robe in front of him, Xiao Yan's face was gloomy as he said, "Get out of the way." But Yun paid no heed to his words and instead, her calm voice echoed through the square and reached the ears of every disciple of the Misty Cloud sect. "Disciples of the Misty Cloud sect, listen to the command, group up for the Covering Sun Cloud formation." Do they need to use the Covering Sun Cloud formation to deal with Xiao Yan? If this covering sun cloud formation is combined with a Do Emperor presiding over the formation, even a Do ancestor powerhouse would have some scruples. Upon hearing Yun Yun's command, both Jia Xingtian and Hai Budong were stunned and shook their heads in unison. However, after they noticed Xiao Yixian, who was perched atop the giant tree with a calm expression, they both realized that the formation was not targeting Xiao Yan but rather this powerful woman. As the command echoed throughout the square, countless disciples of the Misty Cloud sect momentarily froze before responding in unison, closing their eyes and releasing threads of white energy from the top of their heads. A steady stream of white mist energy rose into the air, eventually covering almost the entire sky. To the naked eye, it looked as if they were in a sea of clouds. The 10 white-robed elders on the stone platform rose in unison and swiftly split up, rushing towards the large trees surrounding the square. They formed hand seals and manipulated the sea of clouds, shaping it into a spiral energy sphere. "Surrender, Xiao Yan," Yun Yun said, trying to persuade him politely. "If you return the heavenly flame, our Misty Cloud sect will spare you, considering Master Xiao Ming once rescued me." "Humph, wanting my heavenly flame, what a silly dream." Xiao Yan retorted sternly, swinging his heavy Xian ruler and unleashing a fierce gust of wind towards Yun Yun. "Arrogant! Wall of wind!" Yun Yun's Do Emperor aura burst out, and as she waved her jade hand, wind instantly whistled in the square, forming a slightly illusory layer of wind barriers. Ping ping ping. Xiao Yan, who had borrowed Yao Lao's soul power, was still not skilled enough to defeat a true Do Emperor powerhouse like Yun Yun. Her formidable aura caused his attack to be easily blocked, forcing him to retreat back to the square. As he backed away, he held the heavy Xian ruler defensively in front of him, blocking the wind blades that Yun Yun had thrown at him. To his surprise, Yun Yun did not continue her pursuit, but instead raised her right hand and manipulated the crystal sphere in the sky. A milky white energy immediately descended from the void, and in the huge trees surrounding the square, nearly 100 middle-aged-looking Misty Cloud sect disciples had appeared at some point. Looking at their robes different from those of the other disciples, in addition to the Do Chi overflowing from the surface of their bodies, it was obvious that most of them were no weaker than Do Grandmaster. These nearly 100 disciples of the Misty Cloud sect shouted in unison, and their robust and powerful Do Chi burst out from their bodies, as white mist-like energy gushed out from their palms. Hundreds of mist-like energies intertwined with each other and combined with the cascading mist in a moment. A bowl-shaped energy shield was formed that covered the entire square. At the same time, within the energy shield, the white energy mist also began to slowly spread. Tisk, TSK, TSK, this formation is a combination of the covering sun cloud formation and the misty cloud formation. Even a Do Huang would struggle to break it in a short time. Marveled Hai Budong as he gazed at the energy mist. Isn't she going to make a move? Jia Xingtian looked at the calm Xiao Yixian and muttered inwardly. Is it possible that she doesn't want to get involved in this affair? Xiao Yan had been informed by Yao Lao about the immense strength of the energy shield, and he couldn't help but curse under his breath. As he looked towards Xiao Yixian, who seemed indifferent to his plight, his anger boiled over. What's wrong with that crazy woman? Why isn't she making any move? Didn't Xiao Ming promise to help me get out of here? Yao Lao's old voice echoed in Xiao Yan's mind. There are two possibilities, either she's still upset with us and deliberately didn't make any move. Or that cousin of yours told her not to make any move, but this motive is somewhat difficult to understand, but no matter how it is, now that things have reached this critical point, either way, we will have to think of a solution by ourselves. So, Master, what should we do then? Xiao Yan asked. He had trusted Yao Lao all these years and now was no exception. I won't be able to maintain my power for long, so we need to leave the Misty Cloud sect as soon as possible. Inform the two snake people that we need their help to escape. With 2 peak-level Do Emperors waiting for us outside, we'll have a better chance of making it out safely. When we get down from Misty Cloud Mountain, we'll head straight for the Jia Nan Academy. Yao Lao's plan seemed perfect, but Xiao Yan harbored quite a few doubts within his heart. Master, the way the situation is right now, will the Snake People tribe dare to come? Don't worry, that queen of the Snake People tribe is very greedy of the heavenly flame, and since Yun Shan has been stopped by Xiao Ming, they will definitely show up. Besides, the Snake People tribe is already in conflict with the surrounding empires, so they won't mind offending them. Hearing what Yao Lao said, Xiao Yan put aside the doubts in his heart, took a deep breath and took out a purple token engraved with an exquisite snake-shaped pattern from his storage ring, and crushed it with one hand. The moment the token shattered, a mysterious power rose and immediately dissipated into heaven and earth. While watching Xiao Yan's actions, Yun Yun stared at him and coldly shouted, Xiao Yan, don't be stubborn. Humph. Xiao Yan snorted in disdain, did Yunyan really think he would surrender without a fight? That was just wishful thinking. Wind block. Observing Xiao Yan's haughty demeanor, Yunyan decided not to show mercy. With a wave of her delicate hands, she formed a seal and summoned streams of green energy ropes that snaked towards him like lightning. The energy mist in the air was drawn towards the ropes, augmenting their power. Xiao Yan's arms, legs, waist, and neck were suddenly bound by the energy ropes, suspending him 3 meters above the ground. Chapter 245. As Xiao Yan found himself unable to free himself from the wind ropes, he sneered and unleashed an earthy yellow flame from his body, which melted the ropes in an instant. After regaining his freedom, Xiao Yan did not wait for Yunyan's reaction before his eyes moved and locked onto Yunyan's body. His coal-black heavy Xian ruler lit up with a faint white aura as he violently shouted. 100 flames strike. A towering pillar of earthy yellow flame erupted from the heavy Xian ruler, and its violent energy crashed into Yunyan like a falling comet. Sensing the dangerous aura emanating from the flame, Yunyan channeled the Do Qi from her body and swiftly formed a fierce wind barrier in front of her. Wind wall. With all her strength, Yunyan released layers of wind barriers, which piled up together as thick as a city wall. As the earthy yellow flame pillar collided with the first wind barrier layer, the barrier was shattered in an instant, but the flame pillar was also partially depleted of energy, creating a great tide of energy. With their Do Emperor strength, both were able to unleash their Xian Do techniques with the same level of power as the Di Do techniques unleashed earlier. After finishing off the pillar of flame, Yunyan did not stop in her movements and, in her empty hand, a long sword made of pure white energy appeared. Among the clouds and mist, Yunyan was like a goddess of the ninth heaven. Suddenly, 2 peak Do Emperor auras slowly enveloped the sky above the misty cloud sect. The leader was dressed in a set of luxurious purple brocade robes, wrapping her delicate body in them. Her voluptuous and fiery figure released a powerful temptation, and her pair of narrow pupils gave a magical charm to her golden eyes. She was the queen of the snake people tribe, Medusa, famous for her cruelty and beauty. Medusa was a powerful peak Do Emperor who had once terrified the 3 surrounding empires with her own power, so the moment she appeared above the misty cloud sect, she naturally attracted the attention of many people. The crowd in the square fell silent. The silence went on for a long time before someone finally broke it with a terrified voice. Queen Medusa. This name, which almost all the people of the Jiama Empire had heard of, belonged to a cold and stunningly beautiful woman who had personally killed many famous powerhouses in the wars against the empire. Before the appearance of Xiao Ming, a Do ancestor, there were only a few people in the empire who had the strength to rival this demonic woman. This woman, with her merciless methods that rivaled even the most ruthless emperors, had terrified several empires around the Tgthegood desert, making them hesitant to easily initiate a war against her tribe. Beneath her luxurious purple brocade robe, a purple snake tail slithered lazily, exuding an exotic and untamed aura. As soon as Medusa appeared, Ziyan's eyes lit up, but now was not the time, so she did not rush toward her without regard to the occasion. Medusa also saw Ziyan, and a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes, but she remained silent. Her gaze shifted to Xiao Yan, and a hint of displeasure flashed across her face, only to be replaced by a languid expression as she exhaled gracefully, saying, Xiao Yan, although I promised to get you out of the Misty Cloud sect, you didn't say that a Do ancestor powerhouse would actually appear here. I had no idea there was a Do ancestor here. You'd better hurry and assist me in passing through the formation, so I can leave quickly. Otherwise, you won't be able to use my heavenly flame to break through, urged Xiao Yan. A trace of coldness flashed in Medusa's eyes upon hearing this. If it wasn't because this Xiao Yan had once rescued the grand commander of her snake people tribe, that is, the bald snake man beside her, she would have killed him long ago to seize the heavenly flame and evolve on her own, but now this fellow even dared to talk to her like this. It seemed like she was being too kind before. The bald snake man next to her saw that her face turned cold, immediately understood the reason, and rushed to advise her. Your Majesty, at this time, we should focus on helping him escape from the Misty Cloud sect first, otherwise, the matter of the heavenly flame. Do it. Medusa narrowed her eyes and nodded her head. Upon receiving Medusa's command, the burly and unappealing Grand Commander swiftly formed a seal. A dense fog of verdant energy arose from the seal, ultimately materializing into a colossal serpent measuring 32 meters in size. Go. With a command, the giant snake rushed straight at the energy shield covering the square. Boom! Instantly, a wave of energy was created from the point of collision and then spread out along the energy shield. Queen Medusa, this is a private matter between my Misty Clouds sect and Xiao Yan, are you sure you want to interfere in it? Feeling the violent vibration of the energy shield, Yun-Yun's pretty face held back her fury as she asked. Although the covering sun cloud formation could gather disciples' energy, it had a drawback, and that was that there could only be one formation eye, and while she was currently fighting Xiao Yan inside the formation, she was unable to deal with any threats from outside. What she received in response was an even fiercer attack. Humph. Seeing this, Yun-Yun coldly snorted and charged her sword, rushing towards Xiao Yan. As long as she dealt with Xiao Yan inside the formation, Medusa outside would naturally retreat. Seeing Yun-Yun shoot towards him and her aura rising, almost surpassing the limit of a Do Emperor, Xiao Yan's eyelids couldn't help but jump. Master. That Yun-Yun has used the formation to increase her strength by a large margin, forget it, relax your mind and let your master take control of your body. Okay, please, master. As Xiao Yan opened his eyes, a lingering white flame appeared in his pupils. An aura, full of the weight of time began to emanate from his body. The aura that was comparable to that of a Do Emperor began to rapidly condense at this moment, gathering the scattered power. His aura soared once again, surpassing the peak of a Do Emperor, but not reaching the Do ancestor realm. Instantly, Yun-Yun's pretty face revealed a look of surprise. Originally this Xiao Yan could temporarily raise his aura to that of a Do Emperor, which was already enough for people to be surprised, but how could it keep increasing? Now his aura was even in the half-step Do ancestor. Although she was shocked, Yun-Yun did not stop her attack. Xiao Yan laughed lightly, unafraid, and waved the heavy Xian ruler in his hand nonchalantly, the ruler's body dragging a heavy residual shadow across the sky with a fierce force, heavily crushing Yun-Yun who flashed in front of him. Ping ping ping. Violent explosions echoed in the square. For a moment, all but a few fighting people were plunged into silence. Old Hai, do you think we should make a move? Looking at Medusa and the bald Grand Commander, who was indiscriminately bombarding the energy shield, Xiao asked. What, you want to make a move? Hai Buodong narrowed his eyes. It's just that I think this time it's a problem concerning the entire Jiama Empire, and it's not good for Medusa from the Snake People tribe to interfere. Xiao said with a bitter smile. He didn't want to interfere either, but this Medusa had brazenly approached the Jiama sacred city, and as the Imperial Guardian, it seemed unreasonable for him not to do something. But if he made a move, it seemed that he would offend Xiao Ming. This was a real dilemma. It's that brat's fault. He could have asked anyone for help, but he had to bring the Snake People here, putting me in a difficult spot. It makes me furious. After thinking about it, Xiao cursed under his breath, blaming Xiao Yan for choosing the Snake People as allies. When Hai Buodong heard this, he couldn't help but shake his head and said nothing. It seemed that Xiao was no longer planning to make a move. While he could risk offending anyone else, offending Xiao Ming was out of the question. If Gu He wasn't so important to the Misty Cloud sect, they probably wouldn't have made a big move either. Truthfully, Hai Buodong was also unhappy with Xiao Yan for bringing Medusa here, for no other reason than the simple fact that she had sealed him for decades in the past. Under the control of the experienced Yao Lao, Xiao Yan managed to keep Yun-Yun at bay while the energy shield gradually crumbled, creating a small opening amidst the bombardment of Medusa and the bald Grand Commander. Ping! Suddenly, a loud sound rang out as a burst of purple Do Chi was launched against the energy shield, causing the small opening to expand rapidly to a width of 3 meters. Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel joy at the sight, and he fiercely brandished the heavy Xian ruler, forcing Yun-Yun back with a burst of white flames. Taking advantage of the opening, he shot out through it and flew into the distance without hesitation. Looks like this Xiao Yan is successfully escaping. Many onlookers thought. However, the disciples and elders of the Misty Cloud sect had an unpleasant expression on their faces. Suddenly, a sea of black smoke erupted from the Misty Cloud sect's underground and spread into the sky above the square, bringing with it the sound of clanging chains. The sky was covered in a gloomy black fog, and black chains the size of a human's head coiled around Xiao Yan at lightning speed. Jia, don't waste your energy, you won't be able to escape. Chapter 246. Snort. A few black chains pierced through space like poisonous snakes, and then turned into a blurry black line, shooting towards Xiao Yan, who was not far away. The tips of the chains were exceptionally sharp and had mysterious runes covering them at the sharp end. The runes were spirally wrapped around the chain tips and exuded an aura of malevolence. It was evident that these deep-colored chains were not just ordinary chains. Of course, these weapons were no ordinary iron chains, they were specially made and had the effect of restraining the soul bodies. Xiao Yan, who was originally on the run, did not dare to neglect the chains that pierced through space. He was all too familiar with this, especially that iconic laugh. No one else in the entire continent would laugh like that, except those dogs from the Hall of Souls. The white flames in his palm swayed and turned into a projectile, shooting fiercely towards the black chain. Boom! Finally, they collided with a low sound, but there was no violent energy explosion, just a wave of black and white energy spreading silently. Yao Lao's current strength was only at the level of a Dou Emperor, and although even a peak Dou Emperor would not be his match, he had not yet reached the Dou Ancestor realm after all. The difference between a Dou Ancestor and a Dou Emperor was like heaven and earth. Moreover, this Hall of Souls protector had sent out a sneak attack. Therefore, Yao Lao's resistance only stopped it for a moment. 3 chains pierced through the energy ripples and stretched out far enough to seal off all of Yao Lao's escape routes, and then began to envelop him like a ball. Jie, I said you couldn't escape, but you still dare to resist. A burst of extremely sinister laughter was heard coming from the black fog. The black fog violently shook, and the sound of chains rang out as they wrapped around Xiao Yan's body, shaking him violently. Suddenly, a transparent white-haired old man was pulled out from him. Yao Lao's departure caused Xiao Yan to regain control, and his majestic aura fell rapidly due to the extraction. Seeing Yao Lao being dragged away by the chains with a pained expression, Xiao Yan couldn't help but cry out in anguish and anger. Master! Get out of here! In response, he was met with a palm from Yao Lao, pushing him to the ground with a gentle force bursting against his shoulder. Jie, this protector originally wondered how such a high-quality soul body could be found in such a remote corner as the northwestern region, but it turns out to be you, Yao Chen, a fish that escaped from the net. You were very lucky to escape back then, and by capturing you today, I'm sure it will make the Hall Chief very happy. Do you want your disciple to leave? It's not that easy. This protector will also accept the heavenly flame from your disciple, Jie. As those words fell, another chain emerged from the black fog, hurtling towards Xiao Yan's falling figure. The speed of the black chain far surpassed Xiao Yan's falling speed, and in the blink of an eye, it wrapped around one of his arms. However, before he could be pulled forcefully, a crimson spear abruptly appeared in front of Xiao Yan and mercilessly smashed into the black chain. Boom! Fierce flames engulfed Xiao Yan, and a moment later, he shot out from the flames and crashed onto the ground. Cough! Xiao Yan coughed up some blood. At this moment, the clothes on his right arm were all torn, revealing his bare right arm, which was also faintly covered with a chain mark, and there was a faint black fog rising above these blood marks. His face was a little pale, and there were some traces of blood remaining at the corners of his mouth. After wiping the blood from the corners of his mouth, Xiao Yan quickly got up from the ground. The collision hadn't caused any visible injuries, but the sensation in his arm was fading, replaced by an eerie numbness that seemed to spread up to his shoulder. This, in the square, a large group of Misty Cloud sect disciples and also the powerful people of the Jiama Empire looked at what was happening in front of them with dumbfounded eyes. Too much had happened in such a short time. First, a black fog suddenly appeared and enveloped the entire sky of Misty Cloud Mountain, in which several chains emerged to easily trap Xiao Yan, who had failed to be captured by the Misty Cloud sect after wasting a lot of effort. Then, the soul of an old man was surprisingly extracted from Xiao Yan's body. Finally, just when they thought that Xiao Yan was about to follow in the footsteps of that soul body, a spear broke the chain that had taken Xiao Yan's arm. This was all so unexpected that now they did not even know what to say. However, there was something familiar about that spear that had suddenly appeared. It seemed to be the spear that Xiao Ming had created. Without waiting for the crowd to finish their thoughts, the protector of the Hall of Souls above the sky snorted coldly when he saw his attack being interrupted. Several more chains fiercely shot out with whistling winds towards Xiao Yan, leaving him with no way to dodge. But just as they were about to wrap around him, a white figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Clang 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 clang. Several clear clangs echoed throughout the area, as various chains shattered into several pieces and fell to the ground. That's Master Xiao Ming! Someone exclaimed. Naturally, it was Xiao Ming who appeared in front of Xiao Yan. Although he had been fighting against Yun Shan, he had been keeping a close eye on the surroundings, and that red spear had also been thrown by him. As Xiao Ming appeared in front of Xiao Yan, the crowd had various reactions. Many rushed to look at the place where he had been fighting with Yun Shan earlier. They saw that there stood Yun Shan, standing in mid-air. His simple white robe was no longer neat and tidy. Instead, there were many broken pieces. His feet were stepping on the void, sending out a wave of energy that calmed the turbulent chi surging from his body. Comparing Yun Shan's appearance to Xiao Ming's flawless and intact state, a trace of astonishment flashed through the crowd. It appeared that Xiao Ming had the upper hand in their previous battle. Medusa's eyes narrowed as she watched Xiao Ming appear in front of Xiao Yan, her thoughts unclear, while the Snake People tribe Grand Commander beside her could not help but want to rush forward to take revenge after seeing Xiao Ming. However, reason made him stop this impulse. That's because Xiao Ming's current power was too terrifying. The crimson Do Qi completely enveloped his body, emitting an aura that made the surrounding space tremble. This pressure was even stronger than that of Do ancestor Yun Shan, making everyone present feel oppressed. They could not afford to mess with him. When the Grand Commander thought about how Xiao Ming, being a Do King, was able to knock him down earlier. If he now rushed forward, wouldn't he be courting death? Now he could only hope that Xiao Ming wouldn't notice them, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Later, when they start fighting, find an opportunity to take that Xiao Yan with you. Medusa suddenly instructed. Yes. Looking at Xiao Ming, who appeared in front of him, Xiao Yan's eyes turned bright red and his voice hoarse as he said, Xiao Ming, my master has been captured by that black fog that suddenly appeared. Hurry up and help me save my master. Didn't you promise to guarantee our safety until we were at the foot of the mountain? As long as you save my master, the high-level alchemy inheritance and other things can be given to you. At this moment, Xiao Yan's voice was extremely anxious. I only promised to protect you, Xiao Ming said inwardly when he heard this. To be honest, at this moment, Xiao Ming had a bit of a headache. He originally only wanted to use Yao Lao as bait. He thought that with Yao Lao's abilities, even if he encountered the Hall of Souls protector, he would be able to hold out for a while, but he didn't expect that Yao Lao would be captured in one move. Chapter 247. Protector Wu suspended in the air holding a black fog in his palm, with some fluctuations emanating from it, while Yao Lao's soul body was chained to his side. The white flames persistently tried to burn the chains but to no avail. Suddenly, Protector Wu's claws pierced through Yao Lao's body, and with a gloomy smile, he forced Yao Lao into the black fog. Gripping it tightly in his palm, he swiftly inserted it into a ring on his finger, after which he let out a sigh of relief. Jia, even if there isn't another harvest, with this Yao Chen's soul, I will still be able to obtain the Hall Chief's reward. By then, my strength will definitely be able to reach the level of a heaven-grade protector. However, this is not enough. If I am able to capture the souls and heavenly flames of the strongest people here, reaching Do Venerate is not impossible. Seeing Yao Lao being put into the ring, Xiao Yan's eyes dulled. I'll do what I can. Xiao Ming frowned and slowly said, if there was nothing unexpected, it wouldn't be too difficult to retrieve Yao Lao from a Hall of Souls protector. Yun Shan, join me in dealing with Xiao Ming. After putting Yao Lao into the ring, Protector Wu said gloomily. The powerful people in the square couldn't help but twitch their mouths when they heard this. By God, it was no wonder that a strong person had suddenly appeared here. It turned out to be related to the Misty Cloud sect. Protector Wu, this is a private matter of my Misty Cloud sect, I'm afraid it's not too good for you to interfere, right? Although Xiao Ming and the Misty Cloud sect had a conflict because of Xiao Yan, from the exchange of blows just now, at least it wasn't a life and death dispute, so there was still room for reconciliation. Helping Protector Wu against Xiao Ming was not in line with the Misty Cloud sect's usual manner. However, since Protector Wu had once helped him break through to Do Ancestor, Yun Shan's words were spoken rather tactfully. Humph. Do you really think you're important? Don't forget who helped you break through to Do Ancestor. Let me ask you again, are you going to do it? Scarlet eyes appeared from the black fog in the sky, looking at Yun Shan with indifference. Yun Shan's expression turned ugly upon hearing these words. That's impossible. I only promised to help you find some people. In that case, don't blame me. Originally, I was thinking of letting you live for a few more years, Jia. Protector Wu laughed as the black fog churned and a strange suction force erupted. Yun Shan's body shook violently and he let out a miserable scream. At the same time, a slightly illusory white soul body slowly floated out of him. But since he had not suffered any serious injuries, he had some resistance, and the speed at which his soul was sucked out was not too fast. Master. Former sect leader. The members of the Misty Cloud sect were shocked to see this, especially Yun, who turned into a green shadow and rushed towards Yun Shan. But she was stopped by a smaller black fog, and the other elders were also blocked by one black fog after another. Xiao Ming's eyes showed gravity at the sight of Yun Shan's soul drifting away from his body. The Hall of Souls methods on the soul were truly powerful, but he couldn't let Yun Shan's soul fall into Protector Wu's hands. Sienna. As Xiao Ming spoke, Xiao Xian moved with graceful lotus steps, stepping into the void with ease. A flood of majestic grey do qi surged from her body, enveloping her in a menacing aura. The faint scent of decay emanating from the poisonous energy was in stark contrast to her delicate, fairy-like appearance, giving her beauty a sinister edge. The strong corrosive power within the do qi made the air thick with a strange sourness, making it difficult to breathe. After taking a deep breath, Xiao Xian's delicate jade hand quickly formed a seal, and a dark grey do qi gushed out from inside her body like a fountain. Sky corrosive rain. The do qi shot into the sky, quickly condensing into a layer of grey clouds. Countless raindrops of dark grey liquid then fell from the sky. At first glance, these grey liquids seemed harmless, but if one looked closely, a faint black mark appeared in the empty space as the raindrops passed through it. The toxic raindrops dissipated before they hit the ground, turning into a wisp of poisonous gas that rose and penetrated the grey clouds. The gas then condensed back into raindrops and repeated the cycle endlessly. Several black patches of fog streaking across the sky were drenched by the rain and screeched before dissolving into nothingness. Plop! Plop! Dense grey raindrops fell from the sky, and the heaviest rain was still on the spot where Protector Wu was standing. Facing Xiao Xian's attack, Protector Wu did not dare to be careless. The black fog surged, trying to defend against the rain. However, the fog dissipated rapidly under the assault of the rain. This surprised him a little, and even Yun Shan's soul-tugging diminished. Meanwhile, Xiao Ming swiftly grabbed Xiao Yan's collar and instructed him to leave, throwing him into a small corner out of sight. Then, ignoring him, Xiao Ming continued to concentrate on dissipating the fog. After a few moments, the fog mostly dissipated, and he was able to hold Yun Shan's soul and introduce it back into his body. However, his happiness was short-lived, as Yun Shan's soul emerged again. Jia, don't waste your efforts, my Hall of Souls methods are not something that a bumpkin as you can decipher. Protector Wu watched Xiao Ming's movements out of the corner of his eye, then laughed out loud in mockery. Xiener, I'll seal Yun Shan first, take care of that fellow, no need to hold back. In response, Xiao Xian enveloped herself with highly poisonous do qi and fiercely attacked Protector Wu. Meanwhile, Xiao Ming formed a special seal on his hands, causing an invisible flame to appear. As Xiao Ming's hand movements changed, the flame gradually turned into the character seal. As the word seal appeared, he reintroduced Yun Shan's soul into his body, and before it could emerge again, he engraved the word seal on the top of his head, integrating it. As soon as Xiao Ming completed his actions, Protector Wu's expression changed. His connection to Yun Shan's soul had been severed. After launching a move that forced Xiao Xian back briefly, he glared coldly at Xiao Ming. Good boy, you do have some tricks. But today, even if you have tricks, you will die. Protector Xian, didn't you always want to deal with this boy? If not now, when? As soon as Protector Wu's words left his mouth, a laughter similar to his own suddenly rang out. Jia, Protector Wu, I told you that this boy is not easy to deal with. Chapter 248. Bang! Bang! The moment he finished speaking, black fog erupted from the treetops surrounding the square, and dozens of shadows appeared, encircling the crowd. The sudden turn of events startled everyone, and they looked around in panic. They are all experts in the Do King and Do Emperor realm, damn it. When did so many powerful people come to the Jiama Empire? Jia Xingtian's face was no longer calm, his old features contracting uncontrollably. Hai Budong's face wasn't much better. It seems they don't plan on sparing us. Be prepared to fight for our lives. As Xiao Ming overheard the conversation between the two protectors, his expression became increasingly grave. He hadn't anticipated the presence of two of them in this place. He had always assumed there was only one. It also seemed as if they were already aware of him. This time, he had made a slight miscalculation. However, two protectors were only two protectors, he could still handle them. Unexpectedly, as soon as he thought this, Protector Xian immediately shouted. All spirit envoys listen up. Form the 10,000 soul-swallowing formation. At the sound of the shout, the sky was suddenly filled with black fog pouring out of the bodies of the black figures atop the trees. The fog rapidly enveloped the misty cloud sect, and several swirling clusters of black fog-like substances rose and hovered, emitting a faint glow. Phantasmal souls with fiery red eyes burst forth like malevolent spirits, emitting a chilling and blood-curdling screech, launching an all-out assault on the powerful figures of the Jiama Empire and Xiao Ming. As he gazed upon the multitude of wandering souls, the recently arrived Protector Xian let out a maniacal laugh. Xiao Ming, I know you possess extraordinary battle prowess, having been able to defeat Mr. Gold and Mr. Silver of the Black Corner region who had the combat strength of a Dou ancestor while you were only in the Dou Emperor realm. So, I have prepared a special surprise for you. These are souls I have successfully gathered over a long period of time, and the formation they create is worthy of you. Jia jia jia, enjoy. Countless high-pitched, piercing screams echoed endlessly on Misty Cloud Mountain. Dense souls entered and exited the black fog, like evil spirits hidden in the night. Their blood-red eyes, in the darkness, looked extraordinarily eerie. The experts of the Jia Ma Empire gazed at the dense black clouds in the sky with grave eyes, feeling their scalps go numb at the sight of the countless souls within. These were not weak individuals, and they quickly summoned their Dou Qi to cover their bodies. As soon as the souls began to descend upon them like a pack of wolves, the experts unleashed their Dou Qi, imbuing their sharp blades with a powerful force that tore the souls apart upon contact. The sect's protective formation had long since been broken, and many disciples were fighting for their lives. Ah! Suddenly, a miserable cry rang out as a Dou King powerhouse named He Qian was killed and his soul directly extracted, and immediately, his soul body began to attack and kill the other experts under the influence of the black fog. The reason why this Dou King died so quickly was due to the spirit envoys brought by the two Hall of Souls protectors. Other than a few who were maintaining the grand formation, most of them rushed into the formation to attack and kill the Jia Ma Empire experts. Because there were actually not many Jia Ma Empire experts that had come to observe the competition this time, each of them above the Dou King realm had to face several soul bodies in the same cultivation realm. In particular, the focus of attention was on peak Dou Emperor existences like Medusa and Jia Xing Tian. Among them, the Grand Commander of the Snake People tribe was the most unfortunate, likely due to his unsightly appearance, and was directly targeted by 6 Dou Emperors. They easily dispatched him in a few moves, and his soul body joined the opposing side. The death of the Snake People tribe's Grand Commander made Medusa's face turn cold. However, before she could act, Jia Xing Tian appeared next to her and took down one of the spirit envoys. Queen Medusa, our only option now is to support each other and get closer to Xiao Ming, otherwise, we'll perish sooner or later, urged Jia Xing Tian. Hearing this, Medusa hesitated a bit, then looked towards a battle group where Zi Yan was fiercely fighting 2 Dou Emperors. Agreed. A trace of concern flickered in her eyes. Without further delay, she pointed at Zi Yan and said, "Let's go to her." Sure. Naturally, Jia Xing Tian had no problem with this, instead, he was eager to do so. Immediately, the two of them fought their way over and soon reached Zi Yan's side, where Hai Budong also joined them. The spirit envoys who had dealt with the Grand Commander seemed to gain confidence and charged directly towards Xiao Ming. With 2 casual blows, Xiao Ming easily crushed them and his body burst into flames, burning all the soul bodies that came near him. He then turned to look at the black clouds in the sky and narrowed his eyes. With his keen eyesight, he could clearly see the countless souls hidden within the black fog. The sheer number of them made him take a deep breath. The 10,000 soul swallowing formation required an enormous number of souls, and it seemed that the current Protector Xian couldn't fully take advantage of it yet. They hadn't even started fighting properly yet, but such a formation had already been used by the other party. Xiao Ming then turned to look at the Jia Ma Empire's experts that had already been killed or wounded in this small amount of time, as well as Zi Yan who was fighting. Frowning, he touched his storage ring. "Senior Lao, I need you to come out." "What do you need me to do, Xiao Ming?" Yao Tianhua floated out of the storage ring in Xiao Ming's hand and floated to his side, smiling as he said. "Ha! Is there really another soul body?" Looking at the degree of the solidity of this soul, although it's not as good as Yao Chen, his cultivation level shouldn't have been low before he died. "What a lucky day, Jia Jia." Protector Xian's scarlet eyes looked straight at Yao Tianhua as he said with a sinister smile. Although he thought about this, Protector Xian did not make any rash moves and remained cautious. "Senior Yao, I'll let you take care of those spirit envoys inside the grand formation." "No problem, however, I've seen this 10,000 soul swallowing formation of the Hall of Souls before. The soul bodies released from within are merely food, and every time a soul body is killed, pure spiritual strength is absorbed by the black cloud. With the gathering of an increasing amount of spiritual strength, a fierce spirit that is formed from the tens of fierce soul bodies will appear in the cloud layer. This fierce spirit is the purpose of this formation, and by then, the other side will have another Dou ancestor powerhouse. If I attack, I won't be able to avoid affecting the soul bodies, and the fierce spirit will appear even earlier. Are you sure there's no problem?" Yao Tianhua had no objection but felt the need to remind Xiao Ming. "No problem." Xiao Ming said nonchalantly. He had long since seen the suspicious nature of this formation. Those spirit envoys only sense the presence of Do's spirit or higher, so those weak disciples of the Misty Cloud sect, contrary to what one might believe, were not greatly affected, and every time these disciples as well as the experts killed a soul body, a piece of spiritual strength was absorbed by the black cloud in the sky. Obviously, this formation was more complicated than it seemed. By the way, later on, remember to take care of the Jia Ma Empire's experts. No matter what, they also suffered an undeserved calamity. Oh, and take this Yun Shan with you as well, Xiao Ming instructed. He then turned to Xiao Yi Xian and said. Xiener, go to Ziyan's side. But what about those two? Xiao Yi Xian asked, feeling insecure. She was worried about her sister but didn't want Xiao Ming to put himself in danger. Leave them to me. If the fierce spirit appears, you just need to block the other party and keep some of your cards to protect Ziyan at any time, Xiao Ming said before immediately turning into a fiery red shadow, rushing towards the two protectors. Chapter 249. Seeing that Xiao Ming dared to charge at the two of them alone, Protector Wu and Protector Xian sneered. Chains emerged around their bodies, lunging towards Xiao Ming like poisonous snakes, and at the same time, both of them disappeared from sight. Brat, you don't know life or death, how dare you come here alone? Since you are so eager to die, then we will grant it to you. You want me to die, just with you too? With a sneer on his lips, Xiao Ming launched a powerful punch, causing the surrounding Do Qi and flames to surge in tandem. The size of his punch was like that of a sandbag, creating shockwaves that rippled through the space with unparalleled force. The impact was accompanied by a burst of intense wind, striking with brutal force. Boom! Where his fist landed, a black shadow appeared. Their fists collided, causing waves of energy to spread out in all directions, creating muffled sounds like thunder in the sky. The black shadow did not withstand the impact and was sent flying backwards. Turning around, Xiao Ming delivered a whip kick with a crisp collision sound, and another black shadow was forced back. Shink! Shink! The three figures disappeared once again into the sky, only to reappear 100 meters away in a matter of moments. As they moved, the thunderous roars from the sky and the flashes of their figures filled the air. Each time they appeared, their powerful clashes produced explosions that shook the earth and made those below shudder with fear. The black clouds swirled overhead, creating an ominous atmosphere. Occasionally, when there was a fluctuation of energy, the thick layer of black clouds would briefly open up, allowing a ray of sunshine to penetrate the darkness. However, even the sunlight failed to bring warmth to the intense battle raging below. While Xiao Ming fought in the sky against the Hall of Souls protectors. After he left, Yao Tianhua waved his palm and from each of his 5 fingers, a small flame floated out and under the infusion of his soul power, it burst out forcefully. 5-ring flame expelling technique. In an instant, the 5 flames changed and merged to form 5 fire spirits, wolf, leopard, lion, tiger, and dragon. Each of which was no less than 15 meters in size, roaring skyward in a mighty manner and emitting a blazing, domineering aura. These 5 flames were all beast flames that Xiao Ming had prepared for him. Yao Tianhua was most skilled with his famous technique, the 5-ring flame expelling technique, and even in his current soul state, with his flame control achievement, he could control several beast flames with ease. Forming a seal in his hand, the 5 fire spirits attacked in all directions, scattering all the black fog within a 100-meter radius of the sky where they passed, and arranged themselves in a pentagonal shape. At the same time, 5 pillars of fire of completely different colors shot out of their mouths and headed straight for each other's bodies, forming a perfect pentagonal shape of light. As the pillars of fire entered their bodies, the 5 fire spirits also burst forth with a brilliant radiance. Beams of light shot out from the spirits and intertwined in the air, creating a complex and intricate pattern. The crisscrossing of the light beams formed a very complicated luminous matrix in the sky in a short time. The 5 kinds of beast flames, each of which was only at the 5th and 6th rank, temporarily merged with the wondrous veil of fire, and the destructive aura emitted caused people to feel a terrifying sensation. Sky incinerating expelling flames. Under the curtain of fire, fantastic flames intertwined in 5 colors steadily emerged and became a towering sea of fire that headed toward the spirit envoys within the formation. In the process, it was unknown how many soul bodies released by Protector Xian had been incinerated, while the flames avoided the people of the Jia Ma Empire on the ground, so due to Yao Tianhua's control of the flames, they were basically harmless. Clang clang clang. 2 black patches of fog flew out backwards, and when the fog dissipated, their shapes became clearer, and the figures of the 2 Hall of Souls protectors faintly emerged. Damn! This Xiao Ming is not easy to deal with. Protector Xian's voice trembled slightly. The protectors of the Hall of Souls were all soul bodies, and in the battle just now, Xiao Ming had used a kind of heavenly flame that could burn the soul, which was very restrictive for them. Therefore, although he and Protector Wu had done their best so far, they still suffered quite serious injuries. Protector Wu felt very uncomfortable as well. One had to know that he was an Earth-grade protector, a 5-star Do ancestor. Earlier, Protector Xian had told him to be careful, and he had not understood the reason, but now he did. This Xiao Ming was only a 1-star Do ancestor, but he actually fought back and forth against him and Protector Xian, and even hit them so hard that he felt like he was going to vomit blood. Damn brat! Protector Xian, has your fierce spirit formed yet? Summon it quickly and let's besiege him together. Well, yes, but it's been stopped. Protector Xian's tone revealed helplessness. Not far away, Xiao Xian had Do Qi coalescing around her body as she fought against the fierce spirit. Fuck. Are you two done babbling amongst yourselves? It's time to send you to the afterlife. Xiao Ming calmed the churning Do Qi around his body for a moment, then his hands began to fiercely form seals. Sky Fire 3 Mysterious Change, Fallen Heart Transformation. As Xiao Ming's words fell, his aura rose sharply, and only stopped when he reached the 3-star Do ancestor. Seeing Xiao Ming, whose aura had skyrocketed, Protector Xian and Protector Wu's faces changed greatly. Holy crap! This brat had beaten them up with his 1-star Do ancestor, causing them injuries, and now being a 3-star Do ancestor, wouldn't he easily deal with them? There was a big difference between each star in the Do ancestor realm. Protector Xian, use the secret technique. Protector Wu commanded urgently, knowing that they were running out of options. I have given all my soul bodies to be released and used to make the fierce spirit. Protector Xian's voice was hoarse, as all of the Hall of Souls' secret techniques were made with souls. You don't have any more? He then asked anxiously. You said you wanted to make a formation, didn't I lend you all my soul bodies? Protector Wu gritted his teeth and replied. Right now, I only have Yao Chen's soul body with me. Yao Chen's soul body was his hope to claim credit and improve his strength. He could not swallow him just like that. Xiao Ming didn't mind waiting for them to search for a soul body to enhance his strength. He directly turned into a red glow, and appeared in front of the two of them. How ran Gang Yen's sword, he roared, unleashing 2 red sword chis that measured 3 meters long and hurtled straight towards their heads. Protector Wu managed to evade with great effort, but Protector Xian did not have the same luck, and under Protector Wu's eyes, the long red sword chi pierced straight through the weaker Protector Xian, followed by a wave of invisible flames. Ah! With a miserable cry, Protector Xian directly turned into fog and dissipated from the world. Witnessing this gruesome scene, Protector Wu's heart skipped a beat. Humph! You made me do this. A soul body spewed out, and immediately, his hands moved in strange and complicated hand seals, and an instant later, a sharp cry abruptly resounded through the heavens. 9 Forest 100 Soul Devourer. As the screeching cry fell, a strange black fog abruptly emerged from Protector Wu's body, enveloping Yao Lao's entire soul body, and immediately, a chewing sound slowly spread out from the black fog. The fluctuations of the black fog became increasingly violent, and in the end, it boiled like a pot, constantly spitting out black circles towards the sky. After a moment of spitting out the black circles, the black fog began to shrink rapidly. Finally, a figure shrouded in a set of black armor appeared under Xiao Ming's gaze. The black armor was dark and its material was unknown, covered with strange patterns. Looking closely, it turned out to be a grim-faced head pattern, and upon closer inspection, it was actually Yao Lao's head. When Protector Wu appeared again, a terrifying cold aura, which was several times stronger than before, slowly spread, and finally enveloped the entire misty cloud mountain. Although I lost a lot by swallowing Yao Chen's soul. By offering the heavenly flames to the Hall Chief, as well as a Do Venerate soul body and 3 Do ancestors, the reward won't be much worse. Jie Jie. Chapter 250. Jie Jie Jie, die. Protector Wu laughed ghoulishly as he pounced on Xiao Ming. At this moment, his realm had soared to 6-star Do ancestor or even higher. Truth be told, the difference in stars in the Do ancestor realm was very significant. Xiao Ming, as a Do ancestor, would not be afraid to face a powerhouse in the same star as him, but he could no longer cross too many stars to face his enemies like he used to. Even if it seemed so, it had not been so easy for him to fight Protector Wu and Protector Xian before. Therefore, looking at Protector Wu, Xiao Ming couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache. After a few collisions in midair between Protector Wu and Xiao Ming, the space became agitated, and ripples emerged. Jie 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 ji dash. Feeling that he had the upper hand in the battle against Xiao Ming, Protector Wu let out a triumphant laugh. However, his joy was short-lived as his body suddenly expanded like a balloon. Xiao Ming, who had just repelled a move, stared at Protector Wu's expanding body, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. This is the Chilling Bone Flame's aura, but why is it so frenetic? Could it be that it is about to self-destruct? Fearing the worst, Xiao Ming quickly turned around and began to flee. No, this can't be happening. Protector Wu cried out in horror. At this moment, he could not care less about Xiao Ming's fleeing. A white flame the size of a thumb swelled up inside his body. But how was that possible? He had used Yao Lao's soul power to appease the Chilling Bone Flame. Why would it still self-destruct? Did that old geezer Yao Qin do something? Protector Wu was at a loss. Boom! In the end, he could not find an answer. When his body inflated to a certain level, he exploded with a thunderous boom, echoing for hundreds of kilometers around the Misty Cloud sect. At this moment, the top of Misty Cloud Mountain erupted like a volcano. The blazing white flames mixed with soul power turned into waves of flame, spreading out in a circular arc. Misty Cloud Mountain shook violently, and a huge crack spread along the mountainside. Rocks rolled and trees burned, creating an apocalyptic scene. The surging flames gave birth to a colossal mushroom-shaped cloud at the peak of Misty Cloud Mountain, visible for hundreds of miles around. Countless people within a 100-mile radius of the Misty Cloud sect gazed with incredulous expressions at the spectacle. Even at such a distance, the sudden rise in temperature was palpable. As time passed, the flames slowly dissipated, revealing the bright sunlight once again. The black veil that previously shrouded the sky was chased away by the intense flames. When the smoke and dust cleared, the huge square appeared to have been the epicenter of an earthquake, with cracks stretching in all directions and the originally imposing hall shattered almost in half. Outside the square, some of the surrounding houses and halls had turned to rubble, and the square was filled with the constant wailing of the Misty Cloud sect's disciples. Of course, the power of destruction caused by the fusion between the self-destruction of a heavenly flame and a Dou ancestor would not be limited to a few shattered buildings. The explosion would have caused much more destruction if it weren't for the huge bowl-shaped energy shield in the air. The energy shield enveloped the entire peak of Misty Cloud Mountain, but even so, the residual energy from the explosion destroyed much of the Misty Cloud sect. Venerable Tianhua was the one holding the energy shield. At this moment, his soul had become somewhat illusory again, indicating that it had not been easy to deal with the explosion. When the heat wave dissipated, Venerable Tianhua's gaze was fixed on the center of the explosion. He was at a distance from where Xiao Ming and Protector Wu had fought, and the effects he had just witnessed were only aftershocks. Therefore, he did not know the situation with Xiao Ming, who had been at the center of the explosion. After a while, the figure of Xiao Ming appeared in everyone's line of sight. His condition didn't seem to be very good, with a pale face and torn, burnt white clothes on his body. Cough cough, fortunately, I ran fast. Xiao Ming said, wiping the cold sweat from his head. He felt lucky that he had seen something wrong earlier and ran away before the Chilling Bone Flame exploded, or he could have been seriously injured if not killed. Even so, he was still a little injured and not feeling quite well because he hadn't run fast enough to completely avoid the explosion. However, with the death of Protector Wu, the Misty Cloud sect matter had finally come to an end, even if it ended with unexpected events. Venerable Tianhua, Ziyan, and a few others who knew Xiao Ming well rushed over to check on him as he landed on the ground. Xiao Ming, are you okay? Did you suffer any serious injuries? Ziyan asked with concern, her small hands groping around his body. I'm fine, Xiao Ming replied, looking at Medusa who was standing behind Ziyan. He took out a healing pill from his storage ring and swallowed it before turning his attention to Venerable Tianhua. Senior Yao, do you have any interest in the fierce spirit? If not, then I'll go help Xiener to exterminate it. The explosion from earlier had briefly affected the battle between Xiao Yixian and the fierce spirit, but now the battle had resumed. Of course, I am interested. To be honest, I have a unique set of techniques for this kind of fierce spirit. My soul was quite consumed during the explosion, and this fierce spirit will help me restore much of my strength. However, that thing is vicious and abnormal, so I would like to borrow your heavenly flame when the time comes, Venerable Tianhua explained. Naturally, I'll lend it to you. Xiao Ming faintly nodded his head. Seeing Xiao Ming's agreement, Venerable Tianhua didn't say anything else, he just took the storage ring from Xiao Ming's hand and flew straight towards the area where Xiao Yixian and the fierce spirit were fighting. Venerable Tianhua had a unique set of techniques against fierce spirits, so this one had little opposition in his hands. Xiao Ming turned his gaze towards Yun Yun who had approached him. At this moment, Yun Yun's face was not very pleasant. After the battle just now, it could be said that the Misty Clouds sect had suffered great losses, but she could not resent Xiao Ming who had caused this scene. After all, those powerful people with strange laughter had actually been invited by themselves, and if Xiao Ming did not take action today, then sooner or later, her Misty Clouds sect would be annihilated by these people. Even her master had been deceived and could be said to be helpless before them. In this sense, the Misty Clouds sect had to thank him. Moreover, Xiao Ming had rescued Yun Shan's soul before. Yun Yun quickly pulled herself together and sketched a gentle smile on her pale face. Thank you very much, Master Xiao Ming, for saving my master earlier. Xiao Ming had saved Yun Shan for two reasons. One was because he had been a bit unreasonable when he prevented Misty Cloud's sect from seeking trouble with Xiao Yan, and secondly, to prevent Yun Shan's soul from falling into Protector Wu's hands and being devoured by him, causing the opponent's strength to skyrocket. Unfortunately, seeing that his life was in danger, Protector Wu panicked and even devoured Yao Lao, resulting in the current situation. In the end, Protector Wu finally reaped what he sowed and died grotesquely. Xiao Ming did not feel sad when Yao Lao died, he only felt a little pity. It's a pity for the chilling bone flame. Chapter 251. Master Xiao Ming, my master is still unconscious. Yun Yun began to speak but then stopped herself. Your master's soul was under the control of the Hall of Souls Protector. I previously sealed it in his physical body, and I have to unseal it for him to wake up. But before that, there's something I need to tell you, Xiao Ming said, emerging from his thoughts. What's wrong? Yun Yun had a bad feeling inside as she looked at Xiao Ming's expression and gritted her teeth before asking. Xiao Ming looked at Yun Yun for a moment before continuing. At this moment, Yun Yun was in a precarious state. She had been besieged in a previous battle and had sustained a considerable number of injuries. Her face was pallid, and the way she was gritting her teeth and persevering was truly heart-wrenching. Although I previously sealed the former sect leader of the Misty Clouds sect and his soul was not consumed, I only sealed it and did not solve the problem within his soul. In the future, if he encounters a Hall of Souls Protector again, he will likely be just as powerless to resist. Moreover, since his soul was extracted from his physical body, even though I sealed it back quickly, his arms and legs will probably be uncoordinated for a while, which means he will have limited combat power, Xiao Ming continued explaining. Yun Shan's soul had been affected much more than just his combat power, and it would take some time for him to fully recover from the impact. Upon hearing this, Yun Yun felt relieved. Although the situation was still bad, it was not life-threatening. Master Xiao Ming, can you undo the secret technique from the Hall of Souls? Yun Yun asked. I'll have to try to find out, Xiao Ming replied. He had not encountered the Hall of Souls secret technique before, so he couldn't say for sure. If he couldn't figure it out, he would have to search Protector Xian's storage ring to see if there was anything that could undo it. Naturally, after killing Protector Xian in battle, his storage ring was guarded by Xiao Ming. Unfortunately, Protector Wu's death had been too tragic, and there was nothing left. As he thought about this, Xiao Ming couldn't help but sigh. The treasures accumulated by a Dou ancestor powerhouse would not be a small number, and it was quite distressing to think that they were wasted like this. Seeing Xiao Ming sigh, Yun Yun thought that he was considering Yun Shan's soul problem too complicated. She quickly reassured him, Master Xiao Ming, don't feel pressured. Just do your best, and the reward. Yun Yun gritted her silver teeth and spoke resolutely, as long as my Misty Clouds sect has it, you can ask for whatever you want. We will definitely provide it to you. Hearing these words, Xiao Ming looked deeply at Yun Yun. Her words were very ambiguous. If he didn't ask for something, but someone, then would they also hand it over? However, Xiao Ming remained serious and waved his hand, saying, let's not talk about rewards. Whether the problem can be solved is still a question. Yun Yun smiled bitterly at his words. Just then, a Misty Cloud sect elder dressed in a white cloud-printed robe approached them. Seeing the elder coming, Yun Yun stopped thinking about other things and asked him, Elder Yun Jing, how were our casualties? Yun Jing shook his head and sighed, Sect leader, we suffered heavy losses this time. Dozens of ordinary disciples were killed, and hundreds were injured. 2 elders died in battle, and all the others suffered injuries of various kinds. The most severe is the first elder, who will need at least half a year to recover. Yun Yun asked, have you already organized support for the injured? And who were the 2 elders who died? Yun Du and Gu He. Yun Jing's face was bitter. Yun Yun was shocked. What? Gu He's death came as a surprise to Yun Yun, but when she considered his combat ability, she fell silent. Alchemists were known for having either extremely strong or weak battle power. Xiao Ming's master, Elder Hua, belonged to the former, while alchemists like Fa Ma were part of the latter. Gu He's situation was similar to Fa Ma's, and the soul of a sixth-tier alchemist was evidently attractive to the Hall of Souls. Furthermore, Gu He was not a Dou emperor but received treatment comparable to one, being besieged by 3 Dou emperors, making it even more difficult for him to resist. Therefore, Gu He's death was inevitable, and it was a miracle that he had not fallen sooner. However, thanks to the soul body that Master Xiao Ming released in the middle of the battle, I was able to save Elder Gu He's soul body. While Yun Yun and Yun Jing were discussing their sex matters, Xiao Ming searched for Xiao Yan's figure and found him under a ruin after a while. Xiao Yan had several abrasions on his body and was already unconscious, with black chain-like wounds on his arms that looked both fierce and terrifying. Seeing his chest still rising and falling, Xiao Ming didn't immediately wake him up. Instead, he waved his hand and suctioned the high-grade black storage ring from Xiao Yan's finger into his own hand. Yao Lao's Bone Flame Ring. Xiao Ming took the Bone Flame Ring for the high-level alchemy inheritance that Yao Lao had promised him earlier. Although Yao Lao had passed away, he had fulfilled his part of the deal, so the reward he was to obtain had to be given to him. However, since Yao Lao had died, he had to take it himself. The Bone Flame Ring was a high-grade storage ring with soul protection, but since Yao Lao had passed away, it only provided minimal protection against someone like Xiao Yan and was even less effective against Xiao Ming's own soul power. He used his soul power to break the protection established by Yao Lao, and what appeared in front of Xiao Ming's eyes was a huge space. There were all kinds of qi methods and Dou techniques in the space, both Xian class and D class, and Xiao Ming even saw high D Dou techniques of wind and fire attributes. But his gaze didn't linger on these things for long. Instead, he continued to search through the entire space until he finally found the alchemy inheritance that Yao Lao had promised him among a bunch of pill recipes. A white light flickered in Xiao Ming's hand, and a slightly damaged green scroll appeared. Glancing at it slightly, there were 3 small characters written on it. Medicine Sect Inheritance. That must be the right thing. Xiao Ming handed back the Bone Flame Ring to Xiao Yan. He then immersed his soul power into the scroll, and after a moment, he opened his eyes with a look of excitement. Indeed, the scroll contained the inheritance of alchemy promised to him by Yao Lao, and the one who left the inheritance was an ancient sect called Medicine Sect. This inheritance provided comprehensive explanations of various alchemy techniques, but the only drawback was that some parts were unclear, possibly due to deterioration. The higher the level of the inheritance, the more confusing some parts became, and there was nothing where the 9th-tier inheritance should be. For now, this is more than enough. Once I assimilate this inheritance and my soul power is sufficient, reaching the 8th-tier alchemist quickly will not just be a pipe dream. Chapter 252. Cough. As Xiao Ming examined the scroll, Xiao Yan coughed slightly before slowly opening his eyes. You're awake. Noticing Xiao Yan's movement, Xiao Ming stored the high-level alchemy inheritance in his star ring. Ah, what happened here? Xiao Yan, who had just woken up, had a slightly dizzy head and his entire body ached. He only felt a little better after taking out a healing pill from his own storage ring and drinking it. The Hall of Souls Protector has been defeated. You should run away now while the Misty Cloud sect doesn't have time to take care of you. It's not safe for you to remain in the Jiaoma Empire. Perhaps you can search for your 2 older brothers first. Hearing Xiao Ming's words, Xiao Yan finally remembered everything and hurriedly looked around but did not see that familiar figure. Xiao Yan's body suddenly froze before he raised his head and stared at Xiao Ming. His voice trembling as he asked, "Where is my master?" "He's gone," replied Xiao Ming dryly. "He is gone." Hearing this, Xiao Yan seemed entranced, as if he could not accept it. "What do you mean by gone?" "He's dead," Xiao Ming said bluntly. "Dead?" At this moment, Xiao Yan's pupils shrank fiercely. "Impossible. My master is incredibly strong, how could he die? You must be lying to me, right?" Seeing Xiao Yan refusing to accept reality, Xiao Ming shook his head before saying, "It's your choice to believe me or not. But understand that I have no reason to lie to you. You must descend the mountain now while Misty Cloud sect is busy and has no time to bother with you." Looking at Xiao Ming's serious expression, Xiao Yan froze for a moment before finally accepting reality. He then asked with extreme anger, didn't you say you would protect me and my master dash? Hey, I didn't say that. Xiao Ming directly interrupted Xiao Yan. I only said that I would make sure you left the mountain safely. As for Venerable Yao Chen, he was not within my range of protection. Xiao Yan gaped at the reply. His scarlet eyes stared at the bone flame ring for a moment before he shouted again, tell me how my master died and what force is behind the person shrouded in black fog. Since Xiao Yan's master had just died and he himself was in a good mood since he had just obtained the high-level alchemy inheritance, Xiao Ming chose to overlook his brusque tone. He was swallowed by Protector Wu of the Hall of Souls with a secret technique. Xiao Ming replied. Xiao Yan, who had received the answer, walked away. Looking at Xiao Yan's back, Xiao Ming turned thoughtful. It was incredibly difficult for Xiao Yan to grow up without Yao Lao, and if he did not change that impulsive personality of his, sooner or later, he would die at the hands of others. Moreover, it seemed that Xiao Yan wanted to find trouble with the Hall of Souls. TSK. Xiao Ming could only say that he was looking for his own misfortune. Master Xiao Ming. Jia Tian, Haibudong, and Yunyan surrounded him once again. Haibudong was the first to speak. Master Xiao Ming, I will be leaving first, so I come to bid you farewell. If you have the opportunity, come to visit me at the Mitre family more often in the future. After saying this, Haibudong ignored his injuries and unfolded his Do Chi wings, flying directly in the direction of the imperial capital. Xiao Ming's expression seemed strange. Why did it seem like Haibudong was running away? No one was going to eat him here, right? That old man is really scared of Medusa. Now that he saw that Medusa was still here, he naturally ran away. Jia Tian pointed at Medusa, who was picking up the corpse of the bald snake people tribe's grand commander next to Ziyan. No wonder. Xiao Ming's eyes narrowed before he added, as a guardian, aren't you going to expel Medusa, Elder Jia? Hearing Xiao Ming's words, Jia Tian let out a bitter smile and said, we fought side by side just now, so I'm afraid it wouldn't be good to turn on her now. In fact, the reason was not that simple. In the battle just now, everyone had suffered considerable injuries, and the most important thing right now was to heal soon. Moreover, Medusa's close relationship with Ziyan, Xiao Ming's companion, also made him hesitant to make any rash moves. Xiao Ming nodded in understanding before asking, then you'll be leaving too, won't you? You guessed it right, Master Xiao Ming, but before that, I'd like to talk about the matter of the zone-breaking pill. Are you in such a hurry? You can say it's a bit urgent. Jia Tian's face was a little embarrassed. It wasn't that he was anxious, it was just that now that the Jiama Empire had several Do ancestors while the imperial family had none, and if this continued, the imperial family's prestige would be challenged. Furthermore, having seen a Do ancestor-level fight today, he discovered that just one Do ancestor was enough to easily destroy the entire Jiama imperial family. I understand, Xiao Ming expressed his understanding, and after thinking about it, he took out a pill bottle from inside his storage ring and handed it over. This is the zone-breaking pill. Jia Tian was overjoyed, thank you, Master Xiao Ming. For the reward, just mention it directly to that Yao Yi girl, and I will instruct her to fulfill all your requests. After saying these words, Jia Tian flew away. Many powerful people had died in the Misty Clouds sect this time, so he had to go back and take care of it. Then he would directly seclude himself to break through to Do ancestor. Master Xiao Ming, do you have time to see my master? Only when she saw that everyone had left Yun did open her mouth to state her purpose. She wanted Xiao Ming to undo her master's seal. Yes, let's go. Xiao Ming would not refuse this matter, so he walked straight to where Yun Shan was and made a few hand seals. Immediately, an invisible flame returned to his hand, and with a wave of his palm, the flame disappeared. At the end of his movements, Yun Shan's eyes, which had remained closed, immediately opened, and the first thing that entered his eyes was the ruined sect. Yunner, what happened? Seeing the sect in such a state, Yun Shan felt like he was about to faint with rage. Yun hurried to help him up and then told him everything that happened. After listening to Yun's explanation, Yun Shan let out a sigh. This time, the Misty Cloud sect suffered a great loss, and he had an inescapable responsibility for causing this outcome. But right now was not the time to lament over it, and with Yun's help, he turned to Xiao Ming before bowing and saying, thank you for helping us this time, Master Xiao Ming. If you need anything in the future, we will definitely do it without hesitation. If there's a need, I won't hesitate, Xiao Ming said with a smile. That's only proper, but as for my soul, I've just checked, and I haven't come up with a solution yet. I'll think about it for a while. You can come to my residence in a few days. Thank you for your trouble, master. A graceful figure dressed in white landed elegantly beside Xiao Ming. Her fairy-like appearance and slim waist revealed that the person who had arrived was Xiao Yixian. The first thing she did when she landed next to Xiao Ming was to do the same thing Ziyan had done. Her slender hands began to grope Xiao Ming's body as she worriedly asked, "Xiao Ming, you're not injured, are you?" "I don't have any serious injuries." "There's no need for you to keep checking," Xiao Ming said helplessly. To be honest, if he didn't know that Xiao Yixian and Ziyan were really worried about him, with both of their hands touching around, Xiao Ming would think that they were deliberately taking advantage of him. After looking Xiao Yixian up and down and checking that she wasn't hurt, Xiao Ming asked, "Where is Senior Yao?" "He was left collecting the fierce spirit." After sighing in relief, Xiao Yixian replied with a smile. A while after Xiao Yixian uttered these words, Yao Tianhua also appeared next to Xiao Ming. He, the fierce spirit has already been collected by me. On the other hand, I have exhausted myself a bit this time, so I will enter a deep sleep for the time being. Wake me up again one day when you are free to help me refine the fierce spirit, Xiao Ming. After saying this, Yao Tianhua entered the snow-white storage ring. Slipping the storage ring on his finger, Xiao Ming looked around. He then gestured to Ziyan and said, "Ziyan, it's time to go." Chapter 253. On their way to the imperial city, Xiao Ming noticed Medusa flying next to Ziyan and froze in midair. Seeing Xiao Ming's reaction, Xiao Yixian and Ziyan also stopped. "What are you doing following us? Do you really think I won't kill you?" Xiao Ming asked. Ziyan looked confused and replied, "Xiao Ming, Sister Medusa is a good person. She has been good to me. Why do you want to kill her?" Xiao Ming almost burst out laughing upon hearing this. Only Ziyan could say that Medusa was a good person. Medusa was a fearsome figure in the surrounding empires, and anyone on the border trembled upon hearing her name. Even Hai Buodong, a Dou emperor, fled faster than a rabbit after seeing Medusa. However, it was also true that Medusa had been really good to Ziyan, feeding her, and even playing with her. Seeing Ziyan's confusion, Xiao Ming thought it would be better to explain the situation. "Remember when I entered the Tgthegood desert in search of medicinal herbs? The first thing I did was to go straight to the sacred city of the Snake People tribe to exchange the sands datura with Medusa. I had good intentions, but this woman colluded with her subordinate to provoke me, wanting me to stay in the Snake People tribe to refine pills for her. If it weren't for your sake, I would have taught her a lesson." Ah! Ziyan was shocked, carefully thinking about what she and Medusa had done these days. It seemed like such behavior really did fit Medusa's character. "Sister Medusa, aren't you going to explain?" Watching Ziyan shuffle her feet nervously, Queen Medusa frowned and grabbed her by the arm, saying, "You ungrateful child. I've been nothing but good to you. Are you planning to turn on me?" It's not like that." Ziyan stuck out her tongue and tried to act cute. "Humph." Medusa snorted at her before turning to Xiao Ming. "It's true that my Snake People tribe made a move against you back then, but you didn't suffer any losses, did you? Not only did you seal the Grand Commander of my Snake People tribe, but you also took my tribe's precious sands datura. So this matter has long since been settled." When she mentioned the Grand Commander of the Snake People tribe, her face twisted with displeasure. This time she had come to the Jia Ma Empire to suffer a great loss. Not to mention the Grand Commander had died, but now even that Xiao Yan had seized the opportunity to flee. "I know that Xiao Yan and you are from the same clan. As long as you tell me their location, I will naturally leave," said Medusa. Xiao Ming's eyebrows furrowed upon hearing this. How could he possibly know where Xiao Yan had fled to? Even if he knew, he wouldn't tell her. "Xiao Yan has already left. If you want to find him, you'll have to do it on your own. I don't know his location, and following us won't help you find him." Despite Xiao Ming's clear message that she should stop following them, Medusa remained adamant. Firstly, she did not know where Xiao Yan had gone, and secondly, even if she wanted to look for him, she would have to go to the imperial capital to find him, where Xiao Yan might be traveling on a flying magical beast. Thirdly, she was very anxious, even more so than Jia Xingtian. The Tgthegood Desert, where the Snake People tribe was located, was a harsh environment surrounded by 4 empires, and before she assumed the queen's position, these empires had often waged war against them, abducting the women of the tribe to make them slaves. After becoming the queen, she resorted to iron-fisted methods to maintain the current situation. But now, in the empires around the Snake People tribe, several Dou ancestors had appeared, while she was still stuck at peak Do Emperor, unable to advance for a long time due to her magical beast physique. If things continued like this, the Snake People tribe would be annihilated by the various surrounding empires sooner or later. This was also the reason why she had chosen to take the risk of offending Xiao Ming at that time and later on, helping Xiao Yan by coming to the Jiama Empire. She could not simply return with the corpse of the Grand Commander and give up like this. Xiao Yan asked me for help with the Misty Clouds sect matter, and in return, he agreed to lend me his heavenly flame. Now that I can't find him, shouldn't you, as a clanmate, take responsibility? Heh, what do you want? Xiao Ming narrowed his eyes. I can exchange a 7th tier pill recipe with you for the Snake Sacred Soul Advancement pill from back then, and I will provide the medicinal materials to refine it. Even though she talked about taking responsibility, Medusa still suggested an exchange, still longing for that pill. I can't refine it, even if you provide the materials. Xiao Ming replied, feeling exasperated. The Snake Sacred Soul Advancement pill was a high-grade 7th tier pill that could not be refined easily. Even if offered a reward, he didn't have the time to refine it for Medusa. He still had to go to the border of the Jiama Empire to pick up a corpse to revive Venerable Tianhua. Seeing that Xiao Ming did not agree, Medusa looked at Ziyen. Ziyen stretched out her small hands and expressed that she could not help her. Although she also wanted to ease the relationship between the two of them, she knew that Xiao Ming could not refine high-grade 7th tier pills. Otherwise, she would have already urged Xiao Ming to refine a transformation pill for her. Seeing that even Ziyen refused, Medusa was at a loss. After thinking for a while, she gritted her teeth and said, "Can't you lend me your heavenly flame for half an hour? As long as you agree, you can choose any treasure from my Snake People tribe's collection." When she finished speaking, Medusa gently nudged Ziyen, hoping that she could help speak for her. But before she could speak, Xiao Ming had already flown away. Evolving using heavenly flame sounded good, but if she failed, she would be reduced to ashes. When he returned to his residence in the imperial capital, Xiao Ming relaxed, no longer feeling Medusa's aura around Ziyen. If possible, he didn't want to have another conflict with Queen Medusa. Ziyen didn't have many friends, and it would be difficult for her if Queen Medusa continued to persist, so it was best that Medusa understood when to retreat. After spending some time with Xiao Yixian, Xiao Ming headed to the secret room. Removing the snow-white storage ring from his finger, he waved it and a soul body floated out. "Xiao Ming, you called me so early, don't you need to take a break?" Yao Tianhua asked. "No, it's better to refine the fierce spirit as soon as possible." After saying that, he shook his palm and an invisible flame appeared in front of him. Yao Tianhua nodded heavily at his words, his face filled with a grave expression. He extended his hand, causing the fallen heart flame to float in front of him. With a flick of his finger, the white ring shook violently, and an unusually violent and fierce aura immediately burst out from it. A thick mist of blood gushed out from the white storage ring, condensing into a bloody figure in the middle of the secret room. When the bloody figure appeared, an extremely strong ferocity spread. Fortunately, both Xiao Ming and Venerable Tianhua were not ordinary people, and this negative emotion failed to invade their minds. As soon as the fierce spirit condensed, he caught a glimpse of Xiao Ming and Venerable Tianhua. Perhaps because the impression Yao Tianhua left on him was too deep, the fierce soul roared and immediately tried to flee from the secret room. "Humph, trying to leave." Seeing the fierce spirit's action, Venerable Tianhua let out a cold snort. With a squeeze of his palm, the fallen heart flame in front of him quickly spread out and immediately turned into a fiery net that flashed and rushed towards the fierce spirit like a hungry wolf, enveloping it completely. Chapter 254. Sizzle. Sizzle. As soon as the fiery net touched the fierce spirit's body, white mist seeped out, permeating the air with a constant sizzling sound. Even though it did not possess much spiritual wisdom, the fallen heart flame was able to directly affect its soul, causing burning pain that was unavoidable. As the fierce spirit struggled, a blood-red sticky mist continued to gush out from its body, colliding with the surrounding invisible fire net, viciously eroding each other. Humph. Seeing the fierce spirit's resistance, a cold color flashed across Venerable Tianhua's eyes, and the seals on his hands abruptly changed. The fire net began to shrink, and as it did, the fierce spirit within it also became smaller. Xiao Ming, increase the intensity of the fallen heart flame. Venerable Tianhua ordered. Hearing this, Xiao Ming, who was watching from the side, immediately nodded and snapped his finger, sending a stream of do qi that landed on top of the burning net. As the net engulfed the do qi, the invisible flame surrounding it grew denser and denser. The fierce spirit emitted constant shrieks of anger, but no matter how violently it struggled, it was still unable to break the bonds of the burning net. As more and more dou qi was added, the temperature of the fallen heart flame became more and more terrifying. Only moments later, the fierce spirit finally exploded with a miserable shriek, turning into a sticky, bloody mist floating in the fiery net. Seeing this scene, Venerable Tianhua finally let out a faint sigh of relief. The seals on his hands changed, and the fiery net gradually dissipated, turning into a flaming cauldron about 3 meters in size. Inside the cauldron was the sticky, blood-colored mist. The temperature within the cauldron was extremely frightening, and under the high-temperature refining, the mist slowly began to fade. Xiao Ming knew that as long as the blood mist was completely refined, the fierce spirit would turn into pure soul power. However, this refinement process was slow, and it would take at least 3 to 4 days to complete. Next, I need your help to maintain the cauldron. I can't handle its consumption in my current state, Venerable Tianhua said to Xiao Ming, looking at the blood-colored mist refining in the cauldron. Xiao Ming smiled and nodded. He only needed to provide enough dou qi to maintain the fallen heart flame while Venerable Tianhua controlled the flame. It wouldn't consume too much energy. Venerable Tianhua closed his eyes and sat cross-legged in the air, emitting a trace of soul power to control the flames in the cauldron. Xiao Ming retrieved the high-level alchemy inheritance he had obtained earlier and began to assimilate its contents by dipping his soul into it. It was past midnight, and the flickering light illuminated Xiao Ming's perfect profile in the quiet secret room. Ding, it has been detected that the host has a life simulation opportunity. Would you like to start the simulation? Hearing this mechanized voice, Xiao Ming slowly opened his eyes, then looked at Venerable Tianhua in the air. Seeing that he was still sitting cross-legged, he withdrew his gaze. Start the simulation. Ding, the current number of simulations is 1. Starting the simulation. Day 1, you sit in the secret room, controlling the fallen heart flame while studying the high-level alchemy inheritance you received from Yao Lao. Day 2, you sit in the secret room, feeding the fallen heart flame with plenty of dou qi, and you feel that this consumption is only a minor problem for you. As you pore over the contents of the medicine sect inheritance, you feel confident that you're on the cusp of perfecting the Emperor's Stream Pulp recipe. Day 3, with the completion of the fierce spirit refinement, you watch as Venerable Tianhua disappears into the white high-level storage ring, and then you exit the secret room. Day 4, you sense Medusa's aura nearby and grow impatient with her persistence. Later in the evening, the princess of the Jiama Empire pays you a visit and brings a bounty of medicinal ingredients, including the rare withered wood immortal vine, 100-flowered jade nectar, purple crystal flower. Day 5, you start working on the finishing touches of the Emperor's Stream Pulp recipe and feel happy looking at the almost finished recipe. Day 16, you feel that the first transformation of the Skyfire 3 mysterious change is not powerful enough, so you want to improve it. You think about improving the flame's strength by fusing the heavenly flames. To better understand how to fuse them, you take out the flame mantra and continue to study it. Day 17, you take out a grain of spirit nourishment powder from your storage ring and examine it repeatedly under Ziyan's curious gaze. Day 25, you are cultivating the soul technique in your clan and feel very comfortable when suddenly, someone reports to you that a letter from the Jiama imperial family has arrived. Day 27, you arrive at the border of the empire and see 2 Dou ancestors' powerhouses. Day 210, you arrive in a city with a space wormhole and pay a few thousand gold coins for some small pendants to give to your companions. Day 361, while walking down the street with your companions, you notice many women looking at you. Suddenly, a girl's horse runs out of control and almost runs you over. In a hurry, Xiao Yixian slaps the horse to death, causing the girl to cry hysterically next to the dead animal. Day 450, you attempt to refine a high-grade 7th-tier pill, the Sand Spirit Pill. You fail and feel immense pain as you watch the ashes of the herbs fly out of the medicinal cauldron. Day 671, you are confronted by a powerful member of the Serpent Clan who demands the Serpent Tendril Flower, blocking your path. Impatience gleams in your eyes as warnings go unheeded, leading you to strike and wound him. He threatens to take your life when his father arrives, and you respond with a slap that leaves his head crooked. Day 700, you encounter a 6th-rank magical beast blocking the road and forcibly seizing married women. Unable to bear it, you casually kill the beast. Day 900, your cultivation reaches a bottleneck, and after a day of training, you realize that your strength has not increased significantly. Day 1261, in an attempt to improve your strength, you explore a Dou Venerate ruin with Xiao Yixian and Qin Lin. Day 1262, you encounter no opponents during the exploration. Day 1263, you obtain a 4-colored 8th-tier pill known as the Soul Cleansing Liquid. Chapter 255. Day 1305, you learn of the opening of the Heavenly Mountain Blood Pool in the northern region of the Central Plains. You look at Qing Lin beside you and hurry with her towards the Heavenly Mountain Range. Day 1308, you meet with the Do ancestor powerhouse of the gold-swallowing mouse tribe, and after a conversation, the other party agrees to perform a covert operation for you. Day 1405, your fame begins to spread across the Central Plains, and people come to your door to ask you to refine pills for them. Day 1785, through special channels, you obtain the monster core of a 7th-rank sky poison dragon scorpion beast and begin preparing to refine a poison pill for Xiao Yixian's woeful poison body. Day 1788, you wake up in the morning and savor a bowl of exquisite porridge, infused with rare medicinal herbs and spices such as goji berries, astragalus root, and cinnamon bark as the key ingredients. The invigorating dish leaves you feeling energized and satisfied. Soon after, you are met with the seductive gaze of Xiao Yixian dressed in a mesmerizing cheongsam, and the two of you sneak off to your room. Day 1800, you refine a 7th-tier pill, Heaven's Core Bear Gallbladder Pill, and after its completion, thunder roars in the sky, and your sky demon puppet caught it. Day 2220, you come across a protector of the Hall of Souls who is in the process of capturing a soul corpse. Without hesitation, you casually kill it. Day 2445, you set your sights on the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit. Day 2557, while searching for heaven and earth treasures in a magma world, you become ensnared in a natural formation that teems with elemental spirits. Day 2560, after many days of intense observation, you experience an epiphany and create your own high D-Do technique, the Fire Spirit Avatar. This Do technique can be refined by borrowing the fire element, resulting in an avatar that possesses 90 of your main body's strength when perfected. Day 2671, you order the star ring and inadvertently glimpse the remnant map of the purifying demonic lotus flame, and you can't help but feel that the last fragment of the remnant map is really hard to find and that it's actually not that easy to subdue the purifying demonic lotus flame of the purifying demonic lotus saint. Day 2910, you travel to the Pill Realm to attend the upcoming pill gathering hosted by the Pill Tower. Day 2913, upon arriving at the Pill Tower, you meet several powerful and talented alchemists. Among them is a woman surnamed Chao who shows a lot of interest in you, but you remain indifferent. Later, a 6-star Do Venerate offers to exchange a high D-Do technique, Demon Flame Palm, for you to refine a pill for him. Day 2920, you sweep the competition and win the Pill Gathering Championship. Day 2923, you meet Xian Yi and other association heads of the Pill Tower and receive the championship reward, the Great Single Soul Skill. Day 3000, you spend a lot of money to offer a reward for poisonous herbs and plants to enhance Xiao Yixian's strength, but the gains are meager. You only manage to acquire one plant that catches your attention, the Sky Dark Flower, which is found in the southeast region. Day 3333, you are invited to visit Sound Valley, where the people hold you in high regard. After a tour, they ask you to refine a pill for their ancestor. You are not surprised and agree to their request. As a thank you gift, they give you a Soundwave high D-Do technique called Brahmanic Sound. Day 3650, you cultivate for 1 day. End of simulation. Selecting talent items. Currently available, Monster Core of a 7th-rank Sky Poison Dragon Scorpion Beast High-Grade 7th-Tier Pill, Snake Sacred Soul Advancement Pill, Purifying Demonic Lotus Flame of the Purifying Demonic Lotus Saint. Xiao Ming was dumbfounded as he read the options in his mind. He never expected Medusa's persistence to pay off, as she had directly given him the option for the Snake Sacred Soul Advancement Pill in the simulator. In contrast, he, who wanted to have some more spirit nourishment powder, took it out every day to look at it. It had even become a habit, but it was never selected, which left him speechless. The third option was the most tempting of all, the Purifying Demonic Lotus Flame that belonged to the legendary Purifying Demonic Lotus Saint. However, Xiao Ming knew better than to choose it. Its acquisition would result in a fate similar to that of the Xiao clan ancestor, blood-colored axe Xiao Chen, who despite being a 4-star Do saint, was still imprisoned in the demonic flame realm. As for the final option, it had to be said that the value of a high-grade 7th-tier pill was higher than that of a 7th-rank Monster Core. With a sigh, he made his choice without hesitation and selected the 7th-rank Monster Core. That's right, the 7th-rank Monster Core. It was true that the Snake Sacred Soul Advancement Pill was really a good thing. It could be used by other snake-type magical beasts besides Medusa, and it could definitely be sold for a good price when he went to a more advanced serpent magical beast clan. But right now, Xiao Yixian still needed the 7th-rank Monster Core, and if Xiao Ming chose anything, it would be based on the people close to him. Simulator, I choose the monster core of the 7th rank Sky Poison Dragon Scorpion Beast. As soon as Xiao Ming's words fell, a blood-colored fist-sized crystal suddenly flashed in the air. With a squeeze of his palm, Xiao Ming grasped this blood-colored crystal in his hand and felt the raging energy within it, and a smile flashed in Xiao Ming's eyes. With this object, Xiao Yixian's strength could start to soar again. A white light flashed in his palm, and the 7th rank monster core disappeared. From the moment he obtained the monster core to the moment he put it in his ring, it was only an instant. Venerable Tianhua in midair didn't notice anything about Xiao Ming's actions. 3 days later, early in the morning. The two people with closed eyes in the secret room almost simultaneously opened their eyes and looked towards the cauldron in midair. The sticky blood-colored mist inside had completely dissipated, replaced by a chaotic gas in which Xiao Ming felt a strong soul power. Finally, it has been successfully refined. Venerable Tianhua looked at the invisible, colorless gas, and a flash of excitement flashed across his eyes, and then with a wave of his palm, the cauldron automatically collapsed and swirled into an invisible flame, heading towards Xiao Ming and entering his body. The mass of chaotic gas, after approaching Venerable Tianhua, was directly swallowed by him in one gulp. Then, his body trembled, and he turned into a white light that entered the white storage ring. Xiao Ming, I won't forget this great favor. After I completely absorb this soul power, I will repay you. Aside from that, it may take me a while to absorb it, so I won't be able to help you in the meantime. Hearing Venerable Tianhua's laughter, Xiao Ming also smiled and nodded his head slightly. It didn't matter if Venerable Tianhua would be secluded for a little longer, he wouldn't need his help to deal with a few Dou ancestors that would arrive at the Empire's border. The help Yao Tianhua could provide right now was limited, and it was only after he came out of seclusion that it would be of great help to him. Creak. As the door to the secret room slowly creaked open, Xiao Ming stepped out into the light of the morning sun. His heart raced as he looked over and saw Xiao Yixian, sitting peacefully on a chair, her eyes closed in meditation. The sight of her delicate features, framed by the soft rays of sunlight, took his breath away. Her long, flowing purple hair shimmered like silk in the light, and the soft curve of her lips seemed to tempt him closer. As he drew closer to her, Xiao Yixian seemed to sense something and instinctively opened her eyes, her gaze immediately fixed upon him. A fleeting moment of surprise washed over her delicate features, followed by an unmistakable glimmer of joy that illuminated her eyes. For a moment, they simply looked at each other, caught in each other's gaze. Finally, unable to resist any longer, Xiao Ming closed the remaining distance between them and gently brushed his lips against hers. At first, it was a gentle and tentative kiss, but as their passion grew, it became more intense and urgent. The warmth of her body pressed against his as they lost themselves in the moment. Chapter 256. Some time later, Xiao Yixian and Xiao Ming reluctantly parted, their breathing still labored, and a faint thread of crystalline silk appeared between them. Xiao Yixian's eyes were half closed, her lips slightly parted as she tried to catch her breath. She then looked at Xiao Ming with a mix of affection and shyness. "You're so mean, you snuck up on me and caught me off guard." Xiao Ming's eyes sparkled mischievously as he replied, "You didn't seem to be complaining at all just a moment ago, Sienna." Xiao Yixian felt her cheeks warm at his words. As she slowly regained her senses, she noticed that they had switched positions, and she was now sitting on Xiao Ming's lap. She looked down at their rumpled clothing, feeling embarrassed. "I can't believe we got so carried away," she muttered under her breath. They were in the middle of the hall, and any servant who passed by could have heard them. Xiao Ming chuckled and drew her closer. "I couldn't help it, you looked too irresistible." Xiao Yixian's heart skipped a beat as she looked into his eyes, feeling the intensity of his gaze. She leaned in for a soft, lingering kiss before playfully tapping his chest with her delicate fingers. "Flatterer," she whispered, feeling shy inside and at the same time, filled with an indescribable sense of delight, her snow-white neck flushed even redder. Looking at Xiao Yixian's bashful expression, Xiao Ming couldn't help but find her incredibly adorable. He smiled and stroked her hair before gently patting her bottom as a signal for them to stand up and adjust their clothes. Once they were both presentable, Xiao Ming took a seat next to Xiao Yixian and asked, "Sienna, have you broken through?" A moment ago, he had noticed that her aura was a bit unstable, but also much stronger than before. Xiao Yixian nodded gently, the red mist on her face had yet to fade. 3 days ago, after fighting the fierce spirit, I broke through when I felt the bottleneck loosen a little. Hearing her speak so easily about breaking through, Xiao Ming could only smile wryly. Now that Xiao Yixian's strength had reached the 3-star Dou ancestor, it was unclear to what extent it could be increased with the poison pill. But he didn't want to rush it. Xiao Yixian's rapid progress was due to the residual effects of the nether poison flame, which would weaken over time. It would not be too late to use it when these residual effects were weaker. Moreover, he couldn't just take out the monster core of the sky poison dragon scorpion beast without a good explanation, so he preferred to wait for a suitable time. Come to think of it, where is Ziyan? Xiao Ming looked around and only then did he realize that Ziyan was nowhere to be found. Xiao Yixian looked at him and rolled her eyes, thinking to herself that this stinky guy approached her so stealthily to do naughty things without even checking if there was anyone else in the vicinity. I don't know, she probably went out to play. Although she hadn't been out of seclusion for long and didn't know exactly where Ziyan had gone, after spending so much time together, she had a sufficient understanding of Ziyan's character. With her and Xiao Ming in seclusion, and with Ziyan's inability to sit still, she should have gone out to play. Hearing Xiao Yixian's reply, and pretending not to notice her reproachful look, Xiao Ming already had an answer in his heart. Ziyan is probably fooling around with that Medusa. Xiao Ming said, feeling a bit exasperated as he remembered the mention of Medusa in the simulation. Thinking about her sister's supposed friend who had been following them back, and remembering what Xiao Ming had said about her, Xiao Yixian's eyes suddenly narrowed as she asked. Speaking of that Medusa, did she really dare dash? Knock knock. Just at this moment, there was a knock on the door and a maid's voice rang out. Master Xiao Ming, Yun Yun, the sect leader of the Misty Cloud sect, has come to request an audience. Oh. Very well, invite her to the reception hall. Yes. The sound of footsteps walking away sounded outside the hall. Xiao Ming stood up and held out his hand to Xiao Yixian, who pouted slightly. Yun Yun is here about the Yun Shan situation. Let's go meet with her. When the two arrived at the reception hall, Yun Yun was already sitting there waiting, and beside her, Yun Shan, who had long white hair, was also present. When they saw Xiao Ming enter accompanied by Xiao Yixian, Yun Shan, and Yun Yun stood up to greet them. Yun Yun was fine, but Yun Shan was probably suffering from the uncoordinated movement of his hands and feet as Xiao Ming had said, and just as he stood up, he felt that he could not control his legs and was about to kneel towards Xiao Ming. Luckily, Yun Yun realized something was wrong and rushed to hold him back, preventing him from making a fool of himself. Master Xiao Ming, please forgive me, you also know the state of my body. Yun Shan said with a bitter smile. No need for such formalities, I'm not the kind of person who cares much about such things. Xiao Ming waved his hand and said, before sitting on the main seat with Xiao Yixian beside him. Please take a seat. After Yun Yun and Yun Shan sat back down, the two of them got straight to the point. Master Xiao, have you come up with any solutions for the seal in my soul these past few days? Said Yun Shan, looking at Xiao Ming expectantly. Indeed, I have a solution. Xiao Ming nodded. During these past few days, not only was he waiting for Venerable Tianhua to refine the fierce spirit, but he had also been examining Protector Xian's storage ring. There were many strange things inside that storage ring, some of which Xiao Ming did not know the function of. However, under careful scrutiny, he found the solution to the seal on Yun Shan's soul. Recalling what he had seen, Xiao Ming said, Sect leader Yun Shan, the seal you carry is called the 100 Ghost Forest seal. It requires a pill, a secret technique, and a cooperation of the person under the seal to succeed. Hearing this, Yun Shan's face darkened for a moment as he recalled the scene where Protector Wu appeared in front of him. To be honest, he felt that Protector Wu didn't seem like a good person from the beginning. However, at that time, he had not been able to break through to Dou ancestor, his life expectancy had reached the limit and his bodily functions had reached the point of exhaustion. It was then that the other party mentioned that he could perform a secret technique to help him break through to Dou ancestor, so even though he felt that the other party did not seem like a good person, he still agreed in the end. He really had no choice. If it wasn't for Xiao Ming, other than himself, the entire Misty Cloud sect would have been harvested by the other party in a few years. And he would have become the sinner of the Misty Cloud sect. Thinking of this, Yun Shan showed a bitter smile. Please assist me, Master Xiao Ming. This seal will also affect your personality if it remains in your body for a long time, making you cold and ruthless, so it should indeed be removed as soon as possible. Follow me. Yun Shan seemed very anxious, so naturally, Xiao Ming would not waste any time. Before leaving, Xiao Ming spoke to Xiao Yixian. Xiener, you can accompany sect leader Yun Yun for a while first, it's no big deal, so we'll leave soon. After saying this, she led Yun Shan into the secret room. Yun couldn't help but feel worried as she watched the two leave. Xiao Yixian noticed her gaze and spoke up, her voice gentle and reassuring. You don't need to worry too much, since Xiao Ming said it was no big deal, then it's no big deal. Hearing these words, Yun turned and looked at Xiao Yixian with some surprise. She did not expect Xiao Yixian to strike up a conversation with her. It was not that Yun had not thought of striking up a conversation with her before, but with her aura being a bit unstable, Xiao Yixian could not help but let a little bit of it slip out, making her sense of presence extremely strong. Her every move touched people's hearts, like a fairy who had fallen to the earthly world, making Yun unconsciously more inhibited. Yun also guessed that Xiao Yixian had just broken through and could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. She couldn't believe that the girl she had met in the Magic Beast mountain range was even more talented than Xiao Ming. Xiao Yixian noticed Yun's reaction but remained unfazed. She knew what the other party was thinking and did not bother to say anything. The matter of the woeful poison body could not be revealed to outsiders. Anyway, from Xiao Yixian's point of view, she wouldn't be what she was today if it wasn't for Xiao Ming. She felt a deep affection for him. In her heart, Xiao Ming was her world, as well as the person she admired the most. Xiao Ming, who had no special physique or strong background, was the one who should be admired for achieving his current strength. Even if she encountered individuals with stronger skills than Xiao Ming in the future, she would never change her mind. A faint miserable scream came from the secret room. Although the sound was tiny, both of them were not weak in strength, so they heard it very clearly. Yun's face changed. This voice had been extremely distorted, but she could still recognize it as her master's voice. She knew that the room was soundproofed, so if she could hear the sound from outside, she could imagine how heartbreakingly Yun Shan was screaming inside. Inwardly, she was very anxious, but Yun wanted to be patient and chose to trust Xiao Ming. A few moments later, the sound disappeared, and the stone door slowly opened. Xiao Ming walked out with Yun Shan, who was drenched in sweat. The seal has been solved. With a year or two of rest and finding some herbs that can restore the soul, he will be able to fully recover. Chapter 257. It's better if you don't fight anyone during the recovery period, Xiao Ming advised. In fact, there was no need for Xiao Ming to say so. With Yun Shan's current state, he would not seek to fight anyone. With his limbs so uncoordinated, wouldn't he be a laughing stock if he knelt before others before he could even make the first move? After listening to Xiao Ming's instructions, Yun received Yun Shan's signal to take the ring from his hand and hand it to Xiao Ming. Thank you, Master Xiao Ming. This is a small token of appreciation from our Misty Cloud sect. This is nothing compared to the kindness you have shown us. So, if you have any other needs, you can ask. Our Misty Cloud sect will find a way to meet your needs. No need, Xiao Ming waved his hand and said. After several incidents, it could be said that the Misty Cloud sect's fortune had shrunk quite a bit. Nowadays, the Misty Cloud sect could not lend him much help. If there was really anything, it would only be taking care of the Xiao family. But this was something the Misty Cloud sect would do on its own without Xiao Ming mentioning it. When Yun Shan had recovered a little, Yun helped him leave. Once Yun's delicate figure disappeared from his sight, Xiao Ming diverted his gaze to Xiao Yixian and suddenly thought of something. He quickly took out a few books from his storage ring and handed them to Xiao Yixian. Xianer, these are for you. Xiao Yixian stretched out her hands in confusion and took the books that were over half a meter high from Xiao Ming's hands. Using her Do Qi to suspend them in the air, Xiao Yixian first read the titles of the books that Xiao Ming had given her. Fundamentals of Medicinal Properties, Introduction to Alchemy, Appreciation Handbook of Pill Medicine, Identification Handbook of Pill Cauldrons, 5 Years of Alchemy, 3 Years of Flame Control, The Advancement Path of Alchemists, The Self-Cultivation of Alchemists. Looking at these alchemy books, Xiao Yixian casually flipped through them and even saw some familiar annotations, causing her to show a hint of surprise in her eyes. Xiao Ming, what do you mean by this? Do you want me to learn how to refine pills? Even if I wanted to become an alchemist, I'm already a poison master and can't refine pills at all, and my Do Qi attribute doesn't even meet the requirements. Xiao Yixian spoke hesitantly. Xianer, I want you to learn alchemy. Isn't that what you've been dreaming of all this time? As for the matter of the Do Qi attribute, this can be solved, Xiao Ming said mysteriously. How can it be solved? Xiao Yixian, who trusted Xiao Ming immensely, showed a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Well, Xiao Ming shook his head, not telling her. You'll find out when the time comes, and even if it doesn't work, you can take it as a more complete knowledge of what you learned when you were in the academy. As a poison master and doctor, it's not bad for you to look at these things. These books were given to me by my master. I have written a lot of annotations and insights on each book. Giving them to you could be considered a way of passing on the knowledge." Xiao Ming chuckled. With Xiao Ming's current status, these things would fetch a sky-high price if auctioned off, and genius-level alchemists would be drawn to them. Knowledge on the Doqi continent was quite monopolized, so alchemists would not hesitate to pay exorbitant amounts for such annotations. Xiao Yixian's eyes lit up as she heard Xiao Ming's words. She bit her lip, trying to contain her excitement, and her face broke into a wide smile. She didn't mind that he didn't reveal the method to solve it. I'll listen to you and read through these books." In the afternoon, Xiao Ming was enjoying the Misty Cloud Sex Cloud tea in the hall while studying the Spirit Nourishment Powder. The storage ring that Yun Yun had given him this time contained a plethora of items, not just medicinal herbs, but also Do techniques, armors, and monster cores. The cloud tea was one of those things. After taking a sip and feeling the subtle increase in his Do Qi, Xiao Ming smiled. This cloud tea is really something. Just at this moment, Xiao Ming suddenly felt two familiar auras. This caused him to frown slightly, as besides Ziyan's aura, he also sensed the distinct aura of Medusa. However, both were outside his residence, so Xiao Ming only frowned, but said nothing. Outside Xiao Ming's mansion, Medusa, as well as Ziyan, a tall and a small beauty, were hanging out together. "Sister Medusa, do you want to come in with me?" Ziyan suggested. "Forget it." Medusa shook her head. She wasn't foolish enough to enter Xiao Ming's residence without permission. Although she was with Ziyan, if she entered without his consent, it would give him a reason to act against her. On the other hand, she was just trying to find a way to evolve and did not want to make things too difficult for Ziyan. To be honest, she had been searching for Xiao Yan within a radius of hundreds of miles for several days, but she still hadn't found any trace of him. If she had found him, why would she need to beg Xiao Ming so blatantly? Sighing, Medusa wanted to say something else, but before she could speak, her beautiful eyes suddenly opened in anger. At this moment, a seven-colored snake scale appeared on her smooth forehead, steadily emitting a faint-colored light. Gently touching the scales on her forehead, Medusa's breathing became somewhat erratic. This scale was a wisp of her soul stored in the snake people's soul altar, and the tribe's priests could use it to notify her by burning this soul wisp. Generally, this measure was only taken in times of true crisis within the tribe. As the queen of the snake people tribe for so many years, this was the first time Medusa had been summoned in this way. It seemed that something big had happened in the snake people tribe. Damn it! Of all times! She exclaimed in frustration, gritting her teeth. Just at the moment when she was looking to break through by evolving, even if the chances were slim. But now, she had to go deal with the snake people tribe's troubles. After all, the reason she wanted to make a breakthrough was only to protect the snake people tribe. If the snake people tribe was destroyed, what was the point of breaking through? Rubbing Ziyan's little head, Medusa revealed a gentle smile that she had never shown to anyone else. "Little Ziyan, I have an urgent matter in my tribe, so I won't be able to play with you from now on. Remember to take care of yourself," Medusa said with a heavy heart. Hearing these words, Ziyan's big bright eyes dimmed slightly, and she whimpered in response. But she still managed to say reluctantly, "All right, Sister Medusa, I'll look for you when I get the chance." Ziyan continued, "By the way, remember to apologize to Xiao Ming if you have the opportunity. After all, that incident was your fault." It wasn't impossible to apologize if she could evolve through the heavenly flame, but there was no time for that now. Medusa thought. Sighing, Medusa stroked Ziyan's little head once more and then disappeared with a flick of her purple snake tail. Ziyan took a moment to compose herself after Medusa's departure, and then she skipped into the residence with a bounce in her step. Chapter 258. Ziyan skipped into the residence, her steps light and bouncy, and in no time, she appeared in front of Xiao Ming. Well, look who's decided to come back. Xiao Ming said calmly, giving Ziyan a casual glance. He. Ziyan grinned in amusement and quickly made her way over to sit beside him. Xiao Ming let out a sigh and poured himself another cup of tea. At that moment, a maid entered the room. "Master Xiao Ming, Princess Yao Yi requests to see you. Please show her in." Xiao Ming knew it must be about the pill payment arranged by Jia Xingtian, so he didn't hesitate to give the order. Not long after, the tall and heroic Yao Yi entered. When she saw Xiao Ming, a bright smile spread across her cheeks. "Master Xiao Ming. Have a seat, Princess." "Thank you." After a brief conversation, Yao Yi handed over a storage ring to Xiao Ming, saying it was the payment for the pill in addition to the reward. Like Yun Yun, she also said that if Xiao Ming had any other requests, they would try their best to fulfill them. After saying all this, Yao Yi did not leave as quickly as Yun Yun did, but chatted with Xiao Ming for a while. Feeling Yao Ye's increasingly passionate gaze, Xiao Ming finally found an excuse to make her leave. Before leaving, Yao Yi felt that Xiao Ming should not stay in the Jiama Empire for long, so she asked him when he would leave the empire. Xiao Ming replied that he would leave the imperial capital in a few days to visit the Xiao family, after which he would leave the Jiama Empire. However, in truth, Xiao Ming had no intentions of leaving so soon. His objective was to instigate the conflict on the empire's border as soon as possible. If he stayed in the imperial capital openly, it might take a long time for the border conflict to happen. It should not be forgotten that Xiao Ming's reputation was huge now. These days, all the people in the imperial capital were going crazy talking about how Xiao Ming fought 2 Dou ancestors alone on Misty Cloud Mountain. And if he didn't say that he was leaving the Jiama Empire, he suspected that those people would not dare to invade and instead wait for him to leave before launching their attack. If the enemy chose not to invade the Jiama Empire, Xiao Ming would have no legitimate reason to initiate an attack against them. He did not want to engage in a game of patience with the other side, so it was better to create this illusion. It had to be said that Xiao Ming was sometimes quite cunning. A few days later, Xiao Ming left the Jiama sacred city in a rather conspicuous manner, taking Zi Yan and Xiao Yi Xian with him. Many people saw this and assumed that Xiao Ming was leaving the Jiama Empire, as he did not usually stay for a long time. However, contrary to most people's expectations, Xiao Ming actually returned to the Xiao family. Only a few people knew about this. The vast and endless plains were dominated by 2 towering mountain ranges, their peaks piercing the sky. Climbing such towering mountains was an extraordinary feat that only a select few were capable of achieving. A massive fortress, akin to a prehistoric beast, stood guard in the gap between these 2 mountain ranges, defending the primary road leading in and out of the Jiama Empire. This fortress, known as the Black Mountain Fortress, was located on the northeastern border of the Jiama Empire and was the grandest fortress within a 500-kilometer radius. It had been standing for hundreds of years and had survived several battles, leaving few marks on its formidable exterior. However, as time passed, the fortress once again welcomed new challengers. On the city walls, densely packed armies could be seen everywhere, and countless heavy ballistas were visible, steel arrows as thick as a person's thigh already loaded and ready to unleash their amazing power at any moment. Under the defense of countless armies, this defense line was as solid as a rock. Some Dou King experts stood atop the ramparts, gazing into the distance. There, a dense army stretched out like a dark cloud, seemingly endless. From the huge flags raised among those armies, it was clear that they belonged to the 3 empires, the Chu Yun Empire, the Mulan Empire, and the Luo Yan Empire. What's going on? Hasn't the Chu Yun Empire been fighting the Snake People tribe these days? How come they have gathered so many troops to face us? A middle-aged man dressed in a general's armor said irritably. The latest news said that the Snake People tribe was defeated by the other side, and it seems that they have a Dou ancestor powerhouse, and the number of Dou Emperor experts is also quite high. Someone said with an ugly face. Even if it's the Chu Yun Empire, how come the Mulan Empire and the Luo Yan Empire joined with them? Although the Luo Yan Empire and the Mulan Empire had territorial contact with the Jiama Empire, the contact was greater between them. The Jiama Empire only had more territorial contact with the Chu Yun Empire, and logically, they should hate each other. How was it that they had now joined the Chu Yun Empire against the Jiama Empire? This really puzzled them. Actually, it was not puzzling at all. The Jiama Empire had always been the weakest existence among the 4 empires, and the other empires had been eyeing it for a long time. This time, the 3 empires attacked the Jiama Empire together, with the sole purpose of dividing up the territory of this weaker empire. As for the Chu Yun Empire attacking the Snake People tribe's territory earlier, there was no reason other than the fact that they had a long-standing feud between them. Well, let's quickly inform the imperial family of the situation here and ask them to send reinforcements. Otherwise, we won't be able to hold out for long, one of them said. That's all we can do, replied another. And so, the information was quickly sent to the Jiama sacred city. At the imperial palace, Yao Yi flipped through the information in her hand and her face became unusually ugly. 3 empires joining forces to attack them was always extremely bad news, regardless of when it happened. Not to mention now, the Jiama Empire had lost many powerful people due to the events in the Misty Cloud sect a few days ago, which had also caused the Misty Cloud sect to be almost destroyed and the strength of the Do ancestor powerhouse, Yun Shan, to be severely weakened. His great-grandfather had also gone into seclusion, trying to break through to Do ancestor. As for Xiao Ming, he had long since left the imperial capital, and she didn't know if he had already left the Jiama Empire. It could be said that this was now the weakest period of the Jiama Empire. Those three empires really knew how to choose their timing. With a sigh, Yao Yi immediately wrote a few letters. Then she gave instructions to the female guard beside her. Send someone to deliver these letters to the Mitre family, the Misty Cloud sect, and the Xiao family of Wu-Tan City. As you command, princess. Looking at the guard's back, Yao Yi thought, I hope Master Xiao Ming hasn't left the Jiama Empire yet. Wu-Tan City. Xiao Ming had completed the pill recipe for the Emperor's stream pulp these days. He originally wanted to try to fuse the heavenly flames, however, in the end, he chose to verify the reliability of the pill recipe. At this moment, Xiao Ming held a letter in his hand, and a glint showed in his eyes. It's time to depart for the border. Chapter 259. Before leaving the Xiao family, Xiao Ming sought out the amethyst-winged Lion King and asked if it wanted to leave with him. Xiao Ming had promised to refine a body transformation pill for it, which he had not been able to fulfill yet. This was why he asked the question. If the amethyst-winged Lion King followed Xiao Ming, he would refine the body transformation pill as soon as he was able to. In response, the amethyst-winged Lion King hesitated but finally refused, saying its strength could not keep up with Xiao Ming's growth rate and that it would be better for it to stay with the Xiao family like Shui Tian. Since the winged Lion King of Amethyst chose for itself, Xiao Ming said nothing more and left a body transformation grass for it before quietly leaving the Xiao family with Xiao Yixian and Ziyan. The Xiao clan was located in the northeastern province, so the journey from the Xiao clan to the Black Mountain Fortress would not be too long for Xiao Ming's group. The three figures streaked across the sky like shooting stars and, in the blink of an eye, disappeared at the edge of the horizon, and even if someone were to occasionally cast their eyes skyward, all they would see would be the flickering streak of light. Flying overhead, Xiao Ming and his companions saw many people fleeing from the border to the northeastern province. It seemed that many people were pessimistic about the situation in the Jiama Empire, as the three great empires were too powerful for them to resist. With the Jiama Empire weakened and rumors that its strongest expert, Xiao Ming, had left, the timing of the invasion of the three empires into the Jiama Empire was impeccable, leaving the people feeling powerless. On the boundless and sparsely populated plain, a faint sound of breaking winds suddenly rang out in the sky. Three streaks of light abruptly flashed and swooped down. As soon as the streaks appeared, they suddenly stopped, revealing two tall figures and a small one in the sky. What's wrong? Ziyan asked in confusion as she saw Xiao Ming suddenly stop. They were flying leisurely just a moment ago, so why did they stop? It seems I've run into an acquaintance, Xiao Ming smiled slightly, looking towards the east of the plain. In a moment, his soul perception spread out from his forehead like a tidal wave, quickly perceiving the situation in the distance. An acquaintance? Xiao Yixian's eyes showed a hint of curiosity. She's a member of the Snake People tribe. You'll find out who she is later, Xiao Ming replied. He had already clearly seen that the figure approaching in the distance was a Do King powerhouse of the Snake People tribe. Xiao Ming had encountered many members of the Snake People tribe before, but there were only a few he was familiar with. At this moment, Yume was quite anxious. In the past, she had never thought that one day she would be desperately fleeing to the territory of the Jiama Empire. The reason for her current situation was naturally due to the critical situation of the Snake People tribe. It should be noted that the first target attacked by the Chuyun Empire was not the Jiama Empire, but the Snake People tribe. The current situation of the tribe was not good, with catastrophic losses. In order to deal with the opponent's powerhouses, the four elders who had been in seclusion were all seriously injured by using a secret technique. Queen Medusa was on the brink of death, and the bald Grand Commander was killed in the Misty Cloud sect. It could be said that the battle power in the Do Emperor realm of the Snake People tribe was now basically non-existent. Damn Chuyun Empire. We will have our revenge sooner or later, thought Yume as she flapped her wings rapidly, determined to reach the Black Mountain Fortress as quickly as possible. She was on her way to the Black Mountain Fortress to negotiate an alliance with the Jiama Empire. Yume was not afraid of being rejected, and although the Snake People tribe was not in a good position, the Jiama Empire was even worse. Only when both sides joined forces would there be a chance of survival. As long as the humans provided healing pills, their peak Do Emperor elders could quickly recover from their injuries and the situation would not remain as passive as it was now. If only the Jiama Empire's #1 powerhouse, Xiao Ming, had not left, Her Majesty could be saved. Thinking of the injuries that Her Majesty the Queen was barely hanging on with a secret method, Yumei felt a slight heaviness in her heart. Shaking her head and clearing her mind of her mixed thoughts, Yumei thought about what to say after arriving at the Black Mountain Fortress. However, she did not notice the 3 powerful auras heading towards her. By the time she noticed, the 2 sides were very close and, with the naked eye, she could already see the figures of the other party. When she saw the 3 figures, Yumei hesitated for a moment before continuing to fly towards them and stopping in front of them. Looking at Yumei's bewitching and charming figure, Xiao Ming smiled slightly and asked, "Commander Yumei, what a coincidence, are you heading towards the Black Mountain Fortress?" Hearing his voice and recognizing his handsome face, which was different from the ugly faces of the snake men, Yumei's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. "Xiao Ming! You haven't left the Jiama Empire," she exclaimed. Xiao Ming shook his head. "You still haven't answered my question." "Why yes, I am heading towards the Black Mountain Fortress to seek an alliance," Yumei replied. Then, a look of pleasant surprise showed in her eyes. She had been thinking of Xiao Ming, and he just appeared in front of her. Perhaps there was still some hope for her queen's matter. Gritting her teeth, Yumei made up her mind and said, "Please, I ask Master Xiao Ming to help our snake people tribe. We will pay you for it." "Help your snake people tribe?" Xiao Ming's brows furrowed at her words, then relaxed. "Is it because of the Chuyun Empire matter? Isn't your Queen Medusa back in the snake people tribe? Together with your Do Emperor elders, even if you can't defeat the other party, defending for a while shouldn't be a problem. And with me here, the Chuyun Empire won't continue to cause trouble for long." Xiao Ming did not have a bad impression of Yumei, so he said a few more words. "The situation is not as you said. Our snake people tribe suffered great losses, our Do Emperor battle power has practically disappeared. Her Majesty the Queen, what I want to ask you is to help heal Her Majesty the Queen, as well as the elders." Yumei said, her face turning ugly as she thought about the snake people tribe's current situation. Upon hearing Yumei's news about Medusa, Ziyan's previously calm expression became nervous, and she quickly ran to Yumei and anxiously asked, "What happened to Sister Medusa?" Yumei was confused by Ziyan's reaction. What was the situation? Why was this girl so anxious? But Yumei reacted quickly and answered truthfully, "The queen is in critical condition, and her life is being sustained through a secret method." "Ah!" Ziyan's little face turned pale upon hearing her words and then looked at Xiao Ming pitifully. Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming, however, was lost in thought. Seeing Xiao Ming's attitude, Yumei became a little nervous. Actually, for the snake people tribe, Xiao Ming's appearance was half good and half bad. If Xiao Ming agreed to help the snake people tribe, then naturally, it would be a good thing. If not, then according to what Xiao Ming said, the Jiama Empire's problems would be solved quickly. Although the snake people's problems would consequently be solved as well, that would only be temporary. With Xiao Ming's intervention, the Jiama Empire would not necessarily ally with her snake people tribe, and by then, her tribe, whose main battle force had not recovered from its wounds, would be doomed. Yumei was not stupid and thought of this possibility, so she said with a determined heart, "I know that our snake people tribe has offended Master Xiao Ming before, as a form of apology, I offer myself as your slave after this matter is resolved." Chapter 260. Hearing this, Xiao Ming's lips twitched wordlessly as he gave Yumei a strange look. Were all members of the snake people race so dedicated? Unlike the ugly faces of the snake men, the snake women were all very beautiful, with bewitching faces and a different body structure from humans that had always made them highly sought after. This was one of the reasons why they were so hostile to humans. Yumei, as commander of the snake people tribe, was one of the most beautiful, with an elegant figure and the status of a Do King powerhouse. It was estimated that not many people could refuse her offer. Being observed by Xiao Ming, a faint blush appeared on Yumei's smooth cheeks. Unlike other humans, Yumei had always held a positive impression of Xiao Ming. Moreover, Xiao Ming looked very much in line with her standards, he was incredibly strong and had a good personality. Otherwise, she would not have taken the initiative to offer herself as a slave. "I'm not interested in something like a slave," Xiao Ming finally said. Although Yumei was quite charming, he was not someone particularly fond of this kind of approach. Moreover, he didn't lack female affection, and he had even less need to force himself on her. If male-female relations were put aside, although Yu Mei's strength was quite decent, her future growth was practically limited by her bloodline, and taking her to the Central Plains would not only endanger her life but also become a hindrance to him. Moreover, even if his female companions did not object outwardly, it would surely weigh heavily on their hearts. "Please, think about it some more, Master Xiao Ming," pleaded Yu Mei, staring at Xiao Ming with a flushed face. "If I become your slave, we could," her voice trailed off suggestively, and she bit her lip in a seductive manner, her eyes daring him to resist her charm. But before she could finish her sentence, a shiver ran through her body, and she turned to look fearfully at the fairy-like woman standing beside Xiao Ming, sensing an invisible force that made her tremble with fear. Xiao Yixian, who had not intervened in the entire conversation, finally couldn't take it anymore. "This won't do," she said sternly, shooting a warning glance at Yu Mei. Xiao Ming is not that kind of person. As the closest person to Xiao Ming, she knew his character very well. Despite having been in moments of confusion and weakness before, Xiao Ming had never taken advantage of her. From this, it could be deduced that he was not that kind of person. In normal times, Xiao Yixian was a woman of few words and would only give her opinion when she felt it was necessary, but would not actively interfere in the decisions Xiao Ming made. However, since Xiao Ming had already refused, she would not allow this woman to continue to seduce her man so blatantly. Yu Mei swallowed a mouthful of saliva and nodded quickly, indicating that she understood. But a trace of disappointment couldn't help but flash in her heart. More than that, she began to be filled with anxiety. If Xiao Ming did not agree to help them, then where should the Snake People tribe go in the future? In desperation, Yu Mei looked at Ziyan, who had acted as if she knew her queen very well. She hoped that Ziyan would still insist on helping Medusa. Humph. Ziyan let out a snort of dissatisfaction, and her expression twisted into a frown at Yu Mei's behavior. But since her sister had taken it upon herself to put the vixen in her place, Ziyan ignored her and turned her pitiful gaze back to Xiao Ming. "Xiao Ming, can you please go check on Sister Medusa?" "Please Wu." Ziyan blinked her big eyes and threw herself at Xiao Ming's arm, shaking it and pleading pitifully. Yu Mei couldn't help but smile at the sight of Ziyan's adorable antics. However, as she looked at Ziyan pleading with Xiao Ming to help her queen, Yu Mei could not help but feel a pang of envy. It seemed that this little girl had Xiao Ming's attention and affection. Inwardly she wondered if she had missed any chance she might have had with him. Xiao Ming hesitated. "Xiao Ming," Ziyan hung on Xiao Ming's arm and nuzzled it. Xiao Ming sighed, feeling a bit helpless. All right, I'll go check on her." Ziyan immediately stopped her movements and stared at Xiao Ming with shining eyes. "Don't look at me like that, although I promised to go to the Snake People tribe, I still have important things to take care of first," Xiao Ming added, his tone serious. "It's okay, Master Xiao Ming. The Snake People can wait a little longer," Yu Mei said, relieved that Xiao Ming hadn't completely turned down her request for help. Xiao Ming raised an eyebrow. "Don't be happy so soon, I'm not going to your Snake People tribe for free, you know you'll have to pay me, right?" he said, a hint of amusement in his voice. "Understood, my previous proposal is still it's nothing." Yu Mei trailed off when she noticed the sudden change in Xiao Yixian's expression, causing her smile to freeze. Her proposal to become his slave naturally remained valid, but she knew that she couldn't pursue the matter with Xiao Yixian around. "Well, you can forget that proposal, the payment I'm talking about isn't about you either, anyway, follow me to the Black Mountain Fortress first." After speaking, Xiao Ming took the lead and flew north. Xiao Yixian and Ziyan flew on either side of him, and Yu Mei naturally wouldn't fall behind. With a flap of her wings, she flew in the direction Xiao Ming had left. On the vast plains, a towering fortress stood proudly between two imposing mountain ranges, guarded by soldiers in uniformed armor who patrolled the walls with orderly steps. In the center of the wall, a dozen figures of high reputation in the empire stood, gazing out at the distant horizon with a hint of concern. A massive army had appeared, seemingly overnight, and it had grown in size by more than half in just a few days. "I heard that Yen Luo Tian of the Golden Geese sect, as well as the 3 Mulan elders of the Mulan Valley came leading their troops, in addition to Xie Bai Yen of the 10,000 Scorpion Gate. The other party has a total of 3 Dou ancestor powerhouses, what can we do about it?" Hai Budong looked out for a moment and then sighed, the weight of the situation bearing down upon him heavily. Hearing Hai Budong's words, the figures on top of the wall fell silent. The current situation was dire. It wasn't that the Jiama Empire didn't have any Dou ancestor powerhouses. Unfortunately, the former sect leader of the Misty Cloud sect, Yun Shan, had been injured in the recent battle and basically didn't have much combat power now. Master Xiao Ming of the Xiao clan had left the Jiama sacred city a long time ago and there was no trace of him to be found, which was deeply frustrating. The Black Mountain Fortress not only had no Do ancestor battle power, but its Do Emperor battle power was also inferior to that of the enemy. Yun Yun, Serene Sea Scaly Beast, Jia Xing Tian, Hai Budong, and Nefe Ma. Only 5 of them stood on the wall, facing a dozen or more on the opposite side. If it were not for the Chu Yun Empire's reputation for being ruthless and bloody during its conquests, several of them would have had the idea of surrendering long ago. Elder Jia, still no response from the Xiao clan people, a Do King asked. No. Jia Xing Tian replied in a tired voice. Yao Yi had not only sent a letter to the Xiao clan hoping that Xiao Ming would be present but also with the intention of getting the Amethyst-Winged Lion King's help in case he wasn't available. However, after so long, he ended his retreat, ran from the Jiama sacred city to the Black Mountain Fortress, and there was still no news from the Xiao family, which was really confusing since the Xiao family was in the northeast province. Alas, it's better to send a Do King to the Xiao family to contact them. Judging from how the situation looks, they will soon launch an attack. Time waits for no one. As soon as Jia Xing Tian's voice fell, a thunderous drumming sound suddenly came from the distance, spreading throughout the fortress. They are about to launch an attack. At the sound of the rapid drumming, the faces of Hai Budong and the others became solemn. Soon after the sound of drums echoed, the earth began to shake, and a massive sea of people in the far distance, which could not be seen to its end, surged towards the direction of the fortress like waves. The thunderous sound of footsteps echoed through the sky like thunder, exerting extremely heavy psychological pressure on their minds. All the Do King experts, disperse into several defensive lines and be on high alert for the Do Kings on the opposite side. With his face gradually turning heavy, Jia Xing Tian shouted. After the fortress had been put on high alert, the sea of people surged forward with the deafening sound of battle. In the sky above, streaks of flowing light flew past. These were evidently the powerhouses of the 3 empires and the ones who put the most pressure on the Black Mountain Fortress. As the never-ending sea of people drew within a kilometer of the fortress, they suddenly squatted down with violent force, emitting an unparalleled murderous intent that quickly enveloped the entire Black Mountain Fortress. After the army came to an abrupt halt, figures with Do Chi wings on their backs emerged from the streams of light in the sky. Their eyes were filled with contempt as they looked at the heavily guarded Black Mountain Fortress. Hee, if I may say so, you guys are too weak to stop our allied army, so why don't you surrender and offer us your treasures? Maybe we'll spare your lives. The army sneered, and a boisterous laughter suddenly erupted, resounding through the sky. As the laughter subsided, a dazzling golden light suddenly emerged from the army and floated into the sky. Everyone looked up and saw a man dressed in golden robes hovering in the sky with a pair of unusually large golden-colored wings behind him, shining brightly like some kind of divine being. After this man in gold appeared, a deafening cheer erupted from the vast army, clearly indicating that he had a high reputation among them. Yen Luo Tian. Hai Budong, Yun Yun, and the others had grim looks on their faces. Ha ha ha, Sect Master Yen, you are really merciful. Just as Yen Luo Tian's voice fell, 3 streams of light of different colors also came out from the army below, finally turning into 3 smiling old men appearing in midair. The 3 old men who appeared in the sky were wearing green-colored robes. However, there was a lion, a tiger, and a bear in their respective robes. These drawings did not appear to be something created from ordinary sewing. Instead, they appeared to have been agglomerated from a certain kind of mysterious energy. Hence, when a person's eyes swept over them, the 3 unusually savage beasts seemed to be staring with their bright red, vicious eyes. If someone did not have strong mental strength, their legs would involuntarily become weak under these violent gazes filled with killing intent. Looking at these 3 old men, the eyes of the people in the fortress contracted. 3 Mulan elders. Why does Sect Master Yen bother wasting words dealing with a small empire like this, said an old voice, and then a white-haired old man with a slightly hunched back mysteriously appeared in the air. The old man was dressed in plain clothes and had an expressionless face with murky eyes that gave off a chilling glint. He held a black walking stick, which had an exceptionally savage-looking scorpion head. A faint purple glow emanated from the head of the scorpion, almost imperceptible. The old man stood suspended in mid-air, with all the aura around him completely contained. At first glance, he looked like an ordinary old man, but after he appeared, everyone's gaze towards him was filled with awe, including the 3 Mulan elders and Yen Luo Tian. Chapter 261. Xia Bai Yen. With the keen sight of Jia Xing Tian and the others, they could clearly see that the approaching person was Xia Bai Yen, the 10,000 Scorpion Gates powerhouse. Haha, wouldn't it be a great victory for our allied forces if we could eliminate the Jiao Empire without losing a single soldier? Yen Luo Tian's eyes flashed with wariness, but he smiled and spoke. Although Sect Master Yan's idea is good, some people won't necessarily appreciate it. Xia Bai Yan said slowly, narrowing his old eyes. Jia Xing Tian's brows furrowed at Xia Bai Yan's words, his face contorting with anger. He had once fought against Xia Bai Yan and had prevailed, but he never expected the old man to break through to Dou ancestor and come to Jiao Ma Empire to flaunt his power. Humph. Old ghost Xia, you are a famous and powerful person after all, yet you are becoming increasingly shameless in your actions. You have even teamed up with the other two empires to attack our Jiao Ma Empire. Jia Xing Tian snarled. Sect Master Yan and 3 Mulan elders, Xia Bai Yan alone is capable of handling a significant portion of our forces, but he still enlisted your aid. He must have an ulterior motive, particularly given the conflicts your empires have had with the Chuyun Empire, haven't they? Jia Xing Tian continued, his words caused Yen Luo Tian to hesitate momentarily before he clenched his fist, a golden light emitting from it. The light transformed into a sharp, barbed golden sword that looked incredibly lethal. Do you believe such a simplistic trick will work on us? Don't waste your time. None of you will be able to halt the destruction of the Jiao Ma Empire, Yen Luo Tian sneered, his tone confident and unwavering. That's right, Sect Master Yen. Why are you talking so much to a man who is going to die? One of the Mulan elders with a black bear tattooed on his robe said, a slight bloodthirsty red aura shining in his narrowed eyes, and his voice sounding quite shrill as he sneered. Looking at the Jiao Ma Empire people, which did not think of giving up, Yen Luo Tian lightly waved the strange longsword in his hand and said with a slight smile, in that case, let's wash this place with blood. The sword in Yen Luo Tian's hand vibrated, and a thick dou qi shot out from the sword like a poisonous snake. After the thick sword qi traveled a small distance, it quickly expanded hundreds of meters in size. The space around the sword qi seemed to shake slightly because it could not withstand the strong pressure. Looking at this extremely terrifying attack, the 3 allied forces below cheered. The atmosphere in the Black Mountain Fortress was somewhat gloomy. Such a terrifying attack was capable of tearing a hole in the fortress. Who could resist it? As the guardian of the Jiao Ma imperial family and the most powerful cultivator of the empire currently present, Jia Xing Tian gritted his teeth and said to Hai Budong at his side, Old Hai, let's go together. Hearing this, Hai Budong said nothing. He quickly condensed a cold qi between his hands, which then transformed into 2 sharp spinning ice blades. He then flapped his wings behind him and flew towards the sword qi. Boom! As the sword qi descended, Hai Budong swiftly conjured several massive ice walls above his head in an attempt to defend himself. However, the power contained within the qi was too overwhelming. With a resounding crash, the ice walls shattered and struck Hai Budong heavily. Letting out a low groan from his throat, Hai Budong's face paled slightly as a trail of blood trickled down the corner of his lips. Fortunately, just in time, Jia Xing Tian appeared at his side and a giant yellow wall shot up from the ground, firmly containing the huge sword qi. Old Hai, are you alright? I won't die yet. Hai Budong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and grinned. Seeing his attack being blocked, Yen Luo Tian felt a bit embarrassed. A hint of ferocity flashed in his eyes, and the golden substantialized feathered wings behind him spread open. The edges of the wings extended with feathers, and the sharpness of the sword aura was revealed, swirling around with sword intent. Sword feather. In an instant, a substantial feather-shaped sword aura formed from within the golden feathers shot out and suspended on both sides of Yen Luo Tian, forming a pair of golden sword aura wings over 10 meters in size. The dazzling and brilliant light was like a sun hanging within reach, emitting a sharp aura that made people unable to look directly at it. Yen Luo Tian, at the center of the light, looked like a heavenly god at this moment. Under the golden light, Yen Luo Tian's already handsome face was covered with a layer of sacred radiance. The sword in his hand shook, and the edge of the blade pointed directly at Hai Budong and the others. Kill! The huge golden sword wings behind Yen Luo Tian trembled, and the 2 wings slowly closed in front of him, forming a golden sword blade, then shot out overwhelmingly. The sharp sword aura sliced through the sky like a blade cutting through paper-thin material, leaving a trail of black in its wake. The allied forces from the Mulan Empire and the other 2 empires cheered with excitement. There was no other reason, this kind of dou technique was too impressive and powerful. Deep down they knew that no one could stop it, and Hai Budong and Jia Xingtian were certainly going to die. Hai Budong and Jia Xing Tian were indeed powerless against Yen Luo Tian's attack. Having withstood the previous attack and expended much of their do qi, they were barely able to dissipate some sword qi before they began to be wounded. Suddenly, a streak of dark golden do qi approached them in secret. As it drew closer, the golden do qi surged and fiercely shot towards their foreheads. When they realized this, they tried to dodge it, but it was too late. Down below, Yun Yun, Fa Ma, and the others had bitter expressions on their faces when they witnessed this scene. It was indeed difficult to match up against a Do ancestor powerhouse. Just when everyone thought that both of them were doomed, a silver light flashed past the two of them, and their figures were carried some distance away, causing Yen Luo Tian's attack to miss. Who is it? Yen Luo Tian bellowed, flapping his immense wings and unleashing a myriad of golden rays that exploded into the sky with a deafening, whistling sound. Bang! 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 But the silver glow, which accelerated towards him at breakneck speed, crushed the golden rays with ease, leaving Yen Luo Tian momentarily stunned, and immediately, his face changed. A burst of golden light erupted from behind him, and a pair of colossal golden wings measuring 23 or 26 meters in length extended with a violent gust of wind. With astonishing speed, he vanished from his initial position in an instant. The pursuit continued fiercely before the Black Mountain Fortress, leaving the three elder Mulan and Xie Bai Yen unable to provide support to Yen Luo Tian as they could not catch up with them. The silver light finally caught up with the golden light, colliding with him twice and obliterating him completely. Then, the silver light flew straight towards the Black Mountain Fortress and halted, revealing its true form, still clutching the previously haughty Yen Luo Tian. Chapter 262. At this moment, Yen Luo Tian had lost his former arrogance. The golden sleeves of his robe had been torn, and those with better eyesight could see a fist-sized slit in his chest, with blood stains seeping faintly. As they watched his breath rapidly weaken, like a dying chicken, everyone showed an incredulous expression. Just a moment ago, Yen Luo Tian was so arrogant and domineering, how could he become like a dead chicken now? One had to know that he was a Do ancestor. Who was the one who came? On top of the fortress walls, Yun Yun looked at that familiar figure, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. That's Master Xiao Ming. Master Xiao Ming. Hearing Yun Yun say this, all the experts of the Jia Ma Empire began to look more carefully at the figure in the sky. Not everyone had seen Xiao Ming, but his portrait had always circulated within the Jia Ma Empire, so after careful observation, these people recognized him. It really is Master Xiao Ming. Ha ha ha, now our Jia Ma Empire is safe. The faces of Jia Xing Tian and Hai Budong, who were saved by Xiao Ming, were also filled with joy. In fact, the two of them recognized Xiao Ming even before Yun Yun. After all, Xiao Ming had saved them both just a moment ago, and they had a brief interaction. Unlike the cheers of the Jia Ma Empire, the atmosphere of the three allied armies was somewhat silent. Especially the troops of the Luo Yen Empire, who were even more deathly silent. In front of everyone, their strongest member had been directly killed on the spot, and the impact on morale was naturally self-evident. Sect Master. Looking at Yen Luo Tian in Xiao Ming's hand, the strongest members of the Golden Geese sect were the first to react. A dozen strong members with double wings on their backs flapped them and flew towards Xiao Ming, obviously wanting to snatch Yen Luo Tian from his hands. Looking at them from the corner of his eyes, Xiao Ming put the now dead Yen Luo Tian in his storage ring and then gently waved his palm. Immediately, the fire-red Do Qi turned into a Do Qi palm a dozen meters in size and fiercely slapped the Golden Geese sect experts. Boom! 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 A dozen collisions sounded, and the experts of the Golden Goose sect, who had just attacked with great momentum, all spewed blood from their mouths and flew backward. After doing all this, Xiao Ming smiled and looked at Jia Xing Tian and the others not far away. Elder Jia, I read the letter you sent. I wasn't too late, was I? Huh, not at all, not at all. Jia Xing Tian replied with a relieved smile. The Jia Ma Empire had not suffered any significant losses, so of course, it was not too late. I have to thank you for your intervention this time, Master Xiao Ming. You don't need to thank me, the Jia Ma Empire is my birthplace anyway, so it's only natural for me to take action. Of course, the corpses of the Do ancestor powerhouses were also part of the reason, Xiao Ming added inwardly. Not knowing Xiao Ming's inner thoughts, Jia Xing Tian clasped his hands together and said, Master Xiao Ming is noble and virtuous. Jia Xing Tian's words were just a way of flattering him because of his superior strength and position. Xiao Ming also understood this, so he only smiled slightly before looking at Xie Bai Yen as well as the three Mulan elders. Seeing Xiao Ming direct his gaze towards them, Xia Baiyan's entire body was covered with goosebumps. He could clearly sense that Xiao Ming was only in the one-star Do ancestor realm. However, for some reason, he was able to give him, a 3-star Do ancestor, a threatening feeling. Just now, Yan Luo Tian being directly killed by him in an instant also proved that this Xiao Ming was indeed an enigma, even he himself could not do the same. Thinking that attacking the Jiama Empire would require more discussion, Xia Baiyan decided to retreat for now. With this thought, his somewhat ugly face showed an unsightly smile, and he said in a hoarse voice as gently as possible. Master Xiao Ming, your reputation precedes you. I have heard of your legendary feats for some time now. Seeing you in person, I can attest that your fame is well deserved. I will give Master Xiao Ming face and will no longer attack the Jiama Empire. I also promise never to invade it again in my lifetime. Retreat the troops. After saying this, Xia Baiyan immediately tried to sneak away, but just after flying a short distance, he had to stop. Looking at the woman in white in front of him, Xia Baiyan's eyes revealed a hint of wariness, and his face looked at Xiao Ming with an unusually ugly expression. What does Master Xiao Ming mean by this? I've already given instructions to retreat the troops. What else do you want? Do you want to force me to stay? Xiao Ming smiled and said, Hehe, Xia Baiyan, you are a well-known expert. You don't think you can just leave so easily, do you? The people of the Chuyun Empire have always been ruthless and unpredictable. Today, Xiao Ming stopped Xia Baiyan's misdeed. But if he was allowed to leave safely, he could still cause some trouble. Xiao Ming was not afraid, but the Xiao family could not deal with him. The strongest expert Xiao Ming had left in the Xiao family was only the Amethyst-Winged Lion King. The Amethyst-Winged Lion King really couldn't handle a Do ancestor who specialized in poison. Moreover, the Xiao family was located in the northeastern region, directly on the border with the Chuyun Empire. Xia Baiyan, this very day next year will be the anniversary of your death, mark my words. Jia Xingtian cursed angrily. He was extremely confident in Xiao Ming's strength. When they were at Misty Cloud Mountain, Xiao Ming had fought alone against 2 Do ancestors, whose auras were much more powerful than Xia Baiyan's. Jia Xingtian even felt that Xia Baiyan might not last more than 10 moves in Xiao Ming's hands. Do you truly believe you have this old man at your mercy to make such bold statements? Xia Baiyan retorted with a tone of disdain. He was a well-respected cultivator and deemed himself to be powerful, so he felt that Xiao Ming and Jia Xingtian were underestimating him. Xiener, go ahead. Xiao Ming didn't bother wasting time talking to him and gave directions to his partner who had been blocking Xia Baiyan's path of retreat. Upon receiving Xiao Ming's instruction, Xiao Yixian emitted a dense purple poisonous Do Qi around her body. The poisonous power contained in it made Xia Baiyan, a Do ancestor who had played with poison all his life, pale. After shouting, 3 Mulan elders, attack her quickly. Xia Baiyan led the 3 Mulan elders to attack Xiao Yixian, ignoring Xiao Ming behind him. They wanted to repel Xiao Yixian together and then simply run away. Only a fool would fight Xiao Ming, who had killed Yan Luo Tian in seconds. The idea was nice, but the reality was cruel. Xiao Yixian was no ordinary Do ancestor, and her realm was also in the 3-star stage. Therefore, the attacks of Xia Baiyan and the 3 Mulan elders did not turn out as expected, as they were all blocked. Before they could attack once more, Xiao Ming arrived in an instant and launched a powerful attack, directly sending Xiong Tu, the Mulan elder who had used the 3-beast savage skill to raise his strength to Do ancestor, flying hundreds of meters. The 3-beast savage skill had positioning and distance requisites, so Xiao Ming's attack directly shattered the 3 elders' formation. 3rd Elder. Seeing Xiong Tu flying off into the air, the other 2 Mulan Valley elders were stupefied, and then quickly reacted, wanting to flap their wings and fly to Xiong Tu's side to regroup and reform the formation. But Xiao Ming would not allow them to do so. As they were halfway through their flight, a silvery light flashed, and the heads of the 2 men fell from the sky, blood spurting from their necks like fountains, spilling all over the sky. Immediately afterwards, a spear made of flames was sent towards the unconscious figure of Xiong Tu at lightning speed, turning his body into ashes. Seeing the 3 Mulan elders die so quickly, Xia Baiyan suddenly panicked. Xiao Ming. Do you have to be so extreme in your actions? What he got in response was Xiao Yixian's overwhelming attack. Xiao Ming did not immediately get involved in the battle between her and Xia Baiyan, but let the 2 of them fight each other first. Xiao Yixian had broken through not long ago, and this battle would benefit her in dominating her new realm. After a while, sensing that it was time, Xiao Ming summoned 3 flames and quickly changed the postures of his fingers, causing the flames to intertwine and merge, forming a huge seal that headed towards Xia Baiyan. Being entangled in a battle with Xiao Yixian, Xia Baiyan could only form a thick black protective shield on his body to face the sudden attack. Hiss! The colored seal came into contact with the black energy shield, and immediately, the douqi in the shield began to boil. Seeing this development, Xia Baiyan's face changed drastically and he let out a choked growl as another wave of black douqi was sent into the energy shield. Unfortunately for him, Xiao Ming's color seal was not so simple to block. A moment later, the energy shield shattered, opening a large hole, through which the seal ruthlessly imprinted on Xia Baiyan. Blarg! Xia Baiyan vomited a mouthful of blood that gushed out as his aura weakened. His face contorted with anger as he looked at Xiao Ming and Xiao Yixian. Hee, you two make a good couple, both of you are so ruthless and unforgiving. Since you don't give me a chance to survive, then this old man has no choice but to give up. But if you want me to die, then you must pay a bloody price. Chapter 263. Lifting his face, Xia Baiyan suddenly showed a ferocious and cruel smile to Xiao Ming, then fiercely stomped the air with his cane. Suddenly, his body seemed to boil in an instant, with countless blood blisters appearing densely on his skin, and even the boiling blood could be seen inside the blisters. This terrifying scene made the crowd shudder. Seeing Xia Baiyan in this state, Xiao Ming and Xiao Yixian were alarmed. Be careful, he wants to self-destruct. Jia Xingtian shouted in a deep voice, with a serious expression on his face. The self-destruction of a Dou ancestor powerhouse was extremely terrifying. Bang! As its body swelled to its limit, a thunderous bang sounded. As the sound rang out, they watched Xia Baiyan's body shrink once again, and the self-detonation that Jia Xingtian had expected did not occur. While they were stunned, Xia Baiyan's face once again revealed a fierce smile, his blood blisters exploded one by one, and then his mouth swelled up and his head tilted back. Tui! As the blood bubbles quickly burst, Xia Baiyan's mouth suddenly opened, and then a black light shot out from his mouth in an instant. This black light was not very large, about the size of a thumb, but its speed was almost capable of directly penetrating through space. Even before the back part of the light shot out of Xia Baiyan's mouth, the upper part had already appeared in front of Xiao Ming and Xiao Yixian, 100 meters away. With such speed, both of them did not have time to dodge at all. Faced with Xia Baiyan's sudden desperate attack, Xiao Yixian and Xiao Ming were caught off guard. At a critical moment, they only had time to circulate their douqi out of their bodies to form a powerful defense. Xiao Yixian panicked, not because the attack was directed at her, but at Xiao Ming. On the other hand, when Xiao Ming saw the nature of the attack, he no longer put up any resistance, and at the moment of impact, the black light behaved like a liquid, passing through the shield and entering his skin. You bastard! Seeing that Xiao Ming had been hit, Xiao Yixian directly slapped Xia Baiyan, who could no longer offer resistance, to death. Then flew to Xiao Ming's side, removing his upper body clothes. On the impacted skin area was a conspicuous black spot the size of a thumb, with many black lines extending from it. Xiao Ming, take a look inside that old bastard storage ring and see if there is any mention of this strange black spot. Xiao Yixian's voice trembled with anxiety as she urgently handed Xia Baiyan's storage ring to him, her lovely green eyes were slightly reddened. No need to worry, Xianer, although this black spot is a bit troublesome for me, it's not something fatal, what's more, it can actually bring me quite a few benefits. Xiao Ming showed her a smile and began to calm her down. Xiao Ming knew that this thing was called demon poison spot. It was a vicious skill for those who practiced poison douqi in the Chuyun Empire. It was capable of gathering all of one's poison douqi together and inserting it into an enemy's body. Finally, it would form a black spot that would continue to release poison lines. When these poison lines covered every single acupuncture point, the chi paths in the body of the person struck by it would swiftly fester. Finally, that person would suffer an endless amount of pain and slowly die. Although the demon poison spot was extremely sinister, it was not entirely bad. It contained Xia Baiyan's lifelong douqi, and if one could withstand and assimilate it, this huge amount of douqi would be fully integrated into the body. In other words, with enough means, this thing was a major enhancement gift package. Xiao Ming was naturally interested in this gift package, so he no longer resisted. Otherwise, with his strength, it would certainly be an illusory dream that the demon poison spot launched by Xia Baiyan could enter his body. As for how to refine the demon poison spot, the heavenly flame could solve it, and if it really couldn't, he would use the spirit to devour it. After explaining to Xiao Yixian, and seeing that she had already calmed down, Xiao Ming turned to look at the army of the three empires that had fallen in a commotion. The strongest among you have died and have been killed by me, now retreat. Xiao Ming had little interest in attacking these soldiers. Hearing Xiao Ming's words, the army of the three empires immediately embarked on a massive flight. For a moment, stampedes occurred frequently within the army, with screams everywhere, and countless people died under their own people's feet. Seeing this, Xiao did not order his soldiers to pursue them. Even a rabbit would bite when it was desperate. Pursuing the three empires' armies was not an easy task. Although the Dou ancestor powerhouses of the three empires had been killed by Xiao Ming and Xiao Yixian, there were still many Dou kings and Dou emperors among them. Seeing the retreating army, the soldiers of Black Mountain Fortress cheered and shouted Xiao Ming's name, their voices reaching towards the sky as if they aimed to pierce the clouds. At the Black Mountain Fortress, Xiao Ming and Xiao Yixian landed on the city wall, and immediately, Tgthegood and the others surrounded them. Before they could speak, two figures, one tall and one small, also landed on the city wall. Xiao Ming. The newcomers were Ziyan and Yumei. Ziyan's appearance was understandable to Hai Budong and the others, but Yumei's presence puzzled them. However, Tgthegood and the others did not ask about this but first inquired about Xiao Ming's injuries. Master Xiao Ming, that Xia Baiyan's attack just now seems to be the demon poison spot, which is an insidious move used by the poison masters of the Chuyun Empire. It's extremely terrifying. Are you feeling alright? Tgthegood asked with a frown. Demon poison spot. When Yun and the others beside her heard this, they couldn't help but turn pale. Since the Jiama Empire was an old rival of the Chuyun Empire, they had naturally heard of this move. In the past, they had only heard of Dou kings and Dou emperors casting it, and all those who were hit by it had no solution and died horribly. Therefore, they all looked at Xiao Ming with concern, knowing that the demon poison spot cast by a Dou ancestor would be even more horrible. Who knew that Xiao Ming would wave his hand as if nothing had happened and say, "Don't worry, although this Xia Baiyan's demon poison spot is terrifying, it doesn't have the slightest effect on me." Seeing Xiao Ming's confident appearance, Tgthegood and the others put their minds at ease. Of course, Xiao Ming, being so powerful, would not joke with his own life. Why were they worried about it? Ha, Master Xiao Ming is worthy of being the greatest genius of the Jiama Empire for hundreds of years. Your strength is truly formidable, even that old monster Xia's demon poison spot couldn't harm you in the slightest. We must thank Xiao Ming Master for his help this time, otherwise our fate today would not have been so good. The powerhouses that gathered around him abandoned their previous restraint and began to compete to praise him. It was not surprising that they behaved like this. Xiao Ming's terrifying strength aside, this time he had saved their lives, so their behavior was not excessive. Xiao Ming only smiled politely at the praise of these Jiama Empire experts. Without waiting for them to continue chattering any longer, Tgthegood waved his hand at them. "Alright, Master Xiao Ming just experienced a great battle, it's best to let him come in and take a rest first." "Oh, yes, it was our negligence, Master Xiao Ming, please come in quickly." Chapter 264. The battle at Black Mountain Fortress was a resounding victory for the Jiama Empire. The three most powerful experts of the three empires' allied forces, Xia Baiyan, Yan Luo Tian, and the three Mulan elders, were all vanquished by Xiao Ming and Xiao Yixian on the spot. After the battle, Xiao Ming's reputation in the Jiama Empire soared even higher, and stories of his achievements began to spread through the streets and alleys of the empire. At this time, Xiao Ming did not know any of this. After killing Xia Baiyan, he wanted to rest for a while in the Black Mountain Fortress. But the pitiful look in Ziyan's eyes compelled him to leave, so, without hesitation, the group headed straight to the Snake People tribe. In the endless yellow desert, several streaks of light of different colors shone from time to time, causing some small animals on the ground to stir. "Commander Yumei, we have already flown a great distance. How much longer will it take to reach the Snake People tribe?" Flying next to Yumei, Xiao Ming asked. "It will take a while to get there. In order to avoid the experts of the Chuyun Empire, all the people of our tribe moved away from our original headquarters, so the distance is a bit long. Master Xiao Ming, please forgive me. Since there's still time to go, let's speed up." Yumei smiled bitterly at his words. She was actually tempted to say that her current speed was already the fastest. Yes. Still, she nodded her head, and with a flap of her Douqi wings, her speed increased by several more points. Some time later, just as Yumei had said, the four of them arrived at the Snake People tribe's new headquarters. This was a stretch of desert cliffs that extended for more than 10 miles. Inside the base of the cliffs, there were caves of various shapes and sizes, each of which was guarded by some snake people to a greater or lesser extent. Among them, the largest cave in the middle of the cliff was guarded by the majority of the snake people. 4 figures descended from the sky and landed in front of the largest cave, turning out to be Xiao Ming and his companions. As soon as they landed, it seemed that someone in the cave had noticed their presence, and several figures quickly came out of the cave, looking wary. But when they saw Yu Mei, they were surprised and reduced their guard. Yu Mei, weren't you supposed to be negotiating an alliance with the Jiama Empire? Why did you bring 3 humans back with you? How did the negotiations regarding the alliance go? Asked a hoarse-voiced old man dressed in a black robe. Sure, there is no need to mention the alliance anymore. Xia Bai Yan of the Chu Yun Empire, Yan Luo Tian of the Luo Yan Empire, and the 3 Mulan elders have all died at the hands of Master Xiao Ming. The crisis of our snake people tribe has been resolved for now. Yu Mei replied. What? Is what you said true? Sure asked excitedly, but the excitement seemed to exacerbate his internal injuries, causing him to cough repeatedly. Due to the Chu Yun Empire's attack, the snake people tribe suffered many casualties, and the remaining experts were all seriously injured. Among them, Yu Mei was in the best condition, which is why she was sent to the Black Mountain Fortress to propose an alliance. Naturally, it's true. I wouldn't lie about something like that. Besides, Master Xiao Ming has already been invited by me. Yu Mei said, gesturing towards Xiao Ming. Hearing this, the snake people tribe experts froze, and then their faces changed greatly. They had already heard of Xiao Ming, and although they did not know his exact appearance, they knew that his strength was terrifying. Although they were happy that Xiao Ming had killed the Chu Yun Empire's expert, what was the point of Yu Mei inviting him to the tribe? In case he wasn't happy, the current snake people tribe wasn't even enough to serve as a warm-up for him. Especially since the snake people tribe had previously offended him. Thinking about this, all these experts panicked inside. However, since Xiao Ming was right in front of them, they didn't dare to act rudely, so they all forced a smile that was uglier than crying. So it's Master Xiao Ming who has arrived at our humble quarters. Sorry for not greeting you in advance. The males of the tribe were already ugly, and their smiles made them even uglier. When Ziyan looked at them, her nose wrinkled in disgust, and she said with dissatisfaction, "People with ugly noses, stop wasting our time and take us to see Sister Medusa." The snake men hesitated a little. Seeing this, Yu Mei explained, "You don't need to worry, it was Master Xiao Ming who I invited back to heal Her Majesty's wounds." After saying this, she directly led the 3 people inside the cave, and after hearing Yu Mei's words, the group no longer stopped them and just silently followed behind. Upon entering the cave, a huge subterranean tribe appeared before Xiao Ming and the others. The cave was enormous, and the tribe was built following the natural shape of the cave, looking as if it was perfectly embedded inside the mountain. Inside the cave, the snake people moved back and forth, while some snake people warriors stood fully armed on high points, their sharp eyes intently observing their surroundings. After a long while, they finally stopped at a square deep inside the cave. Standing in the square, Xiao Ming's gaze was drawn to the stone staircase that stretched to the end of his sight and finally stopped in the midst of the heavily armed snake people guards. There, the leader of the Medusa Guards unit, Huaxir, whom he had once met, was patrolling the surroundings, and judging from the pallor on her face, she probably suffered many wounds. The arrival of Xiao Ming and the others alarmed her, her eyes suddenly widened as she looked at Xiao Ming and his group. Xiao Ming. Just like Yu Mei, Huaxia recognized Xiao Ming at a glance and her body suddenly froze. Then, with a flick of her snake tail, she appeared not far away from Xiao Ming, her eyes staring at him as she said with undisguised panic in her voice. "Why are you here? Huaxia, there is no need for you to panic. Master Xiao Ming was invited by me to heal Her Majesty and the great elders. Please go and open the gate to the sacred land," Yu Mei said as she wagged her snake tail and walked towards Huaxia. The great elders are performing a secret technique inside, and they instructed us not to disturb them easily. Alas, forget it, follow me. Halfway through her speech, she shook her head. The 4 elders had been using the secret technique for a long time, and they still hadn't been able to rescue their queen. Instead of continuing to wait, it would be better to trust Xiao Ming. After all, he was a high-tier alchemist with a reputation that resonated throughout the surrounding empires, and his methods were not something the snake people could compare to. Swinging her snake tail, Huashia reached the top of the stone steps, then waved her jade-white palm in complex hand movements, followed by a rumbling sound that echoed through the cave as the stone door slowly opened. "Come with me," Huashia said. Xiao Ming and his companions followed her lead, with only Yu Mei joining them. The other snake people remained at the entrance, guarding it diligently. It was clear that even they couldn't enter and leave the area as they pleased. The space behind the stone steps was surprisingly large, several tens of meters long and wide. There were many moonlight stones embedded in the rocks to provide light. In the center was a gray altar, with 4 cushions on which sat 4 female snake people elders. Medusa was in the middle, surrounded by them. The aura of the 4 female elders was faint, but Xiao Ming could tell at a glance that their strength was slightly greater than Jia Xingtian's. Of course, they had not yet reached Dou Ancestor, but they all were in the peak Dou Emperor. With this kind of background, it was no wonder that the Snake People tribe could persist against the siege of the 4 empires for so long. However, it was evident that the 4 elders of the Snake People were not in good condition. As if sensing the footsteps of the group, an old woman slowly opened her eyes. Her diamond-shaped pupils locked onto the group like a venomous snake. When she opened her eyes, the other 3 old women suddenly opened their eyes as well. 4 wisps of cold auras rose and converged together, merging into a black python in midair. The python's emotionless eyes fixed on the group, an invisible oppression arose silently, pressing down on their bodies with a force of thousands of pounds. Feeling the strong oppressive aura, Xiao Ming snorted coldly, and the temperature in the room suddenly rose. The coldness produced by the 4 old women disappeared instantly, and the black python shattered directly. A hint of surprise shone in the cloudy eyes of the 4 old women, and the old woman who opened her eyes first said slowly, "Dou Ancestor. I have only heard of one human being a Dou Ancestor powerhouse so young. Are you Master Xiao Ming of the Jiama Empire?" Her voice was quite unpleasant, like a stone scraping against the glass, making people feel uncomfortable all over. Of course, everyone here was not an ordinary person, so they could naturally filter out this feeling. "That's right, I am Xiao Ming. I didn't expect it, you really are as rumored, a young powerhouse who can reach the Dou Ancestor realm. Truly a person with exceptional talent." The old woman gave Xiao Ming an ugly and creepy smile and continued, "I am the first elder of the Snake People, and these are the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th elders." With a flick of her withered hand, the other elders politely bowed to Xiao Ming. Although the Snake People tribe was hostile to humans, regardless, Xiao Ming was a powerful individual and he deserved their respect. They were not young anymore and did not simply attack humans on sight. In the past, the Snake People tribe had even formed alliances with human alchemists, as the secret method of cultivating medusas required the alchemists to refine medicinal pills. Without human alchemists, who would have refined pills for them? For elders, I have invited Master Xiao Ming here to treat the wounds of Her Majesty the Queen and yourselves. At this moment, Yu Mei stepped forward once again and said, Good job." The first elder nodded slightly, then said to Xiao Ming, "Please proceed with treating Her Majesty's wounds first, Master Xiao Ming." "No problem," Xiao Ming nodded before ascending the altar alongside the impatient Ziyan. Xiao Yixian and Yu Mei stayed behind, waiting patiently in the same spot. Approaching Medusa, Xiao Ming squatted down and examined her. Medusa's face was as seductive as ever, wrapped in a luxurious and expensive purple brocade robe that hugged her curvaceous figure, exuding a seductive charm. At this moment, her face was pale, without a trace of blood, adding a touch of fragile beauty to her appearance. In addition, there were multiple terrifying wounds running through her body, which had already stopped bleeding, but it was still evident that she had experienced an extremely brutal battle. Looking at Medusa's half-dead appearance, Ziyan finally couldn't hold back her tears. With tears in her eyes, she wanted to throw herself on Medusa, but Xiao Ming was quick to grab the back of her collar. "Ziyan, Medusa is still seriously injured. If you do that again, I think we won't need to treat her anymore. We can bury her directly." "Ah." Ziyan blinked her big watery eyes. "Then treat her quickly, Xiao Ming." Putting Ziyan aside, Xiao Ming placed his hand on Medusa's arm and began to examine her under the expectant gaze of the Snake People tribe elders. After a moment, Xiao Ming slowly opened his eyes and let out a sigh. Alas. Chapter 265. Hearing Xiao Ming's sigh, a tense look appeared on Ziyan's face. "Xiao Ming, how is she?" The Snake People tribe elders also looked intently at Xiao Ming. He didn't immediately speak but pondered for a moment before answering. "Queen Medusa's injuries are not light. There are various hidden injuries in her meridians, and many areas have swollen and ruptured. These injuries should have been caused by the long-term use of secret techniques to enhance her strength, and they are difficult to heal. There is also a small amount of poisonous do qi in her body, which has been aggravating her internal injuries. If it were not for the subtle energy within her body that constantly stops this poisonous do qi, she might have died long ago. However, this has still left her body riddled with wounds. Commander, you may mention to me that you have a secret method to maintain her life, and this should be the power of that secret method. It cannot be stopped, otherwise, she will not survive. I have only talked about the injuries within her body. I won't mention the penetrating wounds on her skin, as you have all seen them clearly. So, Xiao Ming, can Sister Medusa be cured? Ziyan looked at Xiao Ming nervously. Hearing what he said, it seemed like it would be very difficult to cure her, but if it was Xiao Ming, he surely had to have a way, right? Of course, she can be treated. Xiao Ming said slowly. Xiao Ming, you really are the best, I knew you had a solution. Ziyan smiled happily as she spoke. The 4 Snake People tribe elders, along with Yumei and Hua Xier, also showed joy on their faces. With Queen Medusa's injuries, the entire Snake People tribe was at a loss. Other than using the secret method to keep her alive, they had no other way. But after Xiao Ming arrived, he quickly found a solution. He was indeed a renowned alchemy master in the various surrounding empires. The first elder respectfully asked, I wonder how Master Xiao Ming can cure Her Majesty the Queen. There are multiple ways, Xiao Ming replied, looking at the first elder for a moment before looking at Medusa. One is to use a peak 7th tier pill, the bone-growing blood-fusing pill. This pill has already touched the 8th tier. If you can obtain this pill, Queen Medusa will immediately recover, and not only that, her strength won't be affected either. Upon hearing this, the elders and others were somewhat speechless. In the Snake People's race, even a 5th or 6th tier pill is considered a treasure, let alone a 7th tier pinnacle one. With a bitter smile, the first elder said, Master Xiao Ming, please tell us another method. The second way is to use a low-grade 7th tier pill, the life-returning pill. This pill can save a life as long as one does not have a chopped-off head or a crushed heart. It's very suitable for your queen right now. The problem is that the pill only saves a life and is not specialized in curing hidden wounds. After that, you'll have to find another pill to deal with them. This, the Snake People tribe's first elder smiled helplessly, how was it another 7th tier pill? Where would they find someone to refine a 7th tier pill? Just as the first elder was about to ask for another method, Ziyan said cheerfully, Xiao Ming, aren't you able to refine 7th tier pills now? Then hurry up and ask them to bring you the herbs to refine it. Hearing Ziyan's words, the first elder revealed a look of surprise. She did not expect that Xiao Ming was actually a 7th tier alchemist. It was no wonder he kept talking about 7th tier pills, he was capable of refining them. Now that she thought about it, Xiao Ming had been a 6th tier alchemist for a long time, so it was reasonable that he was now a 7th tier one. One had to know that a 6th tier alchemist was already very rare in the northwestern region, and 7th tier alchemists were even rarer than Do venerates. Compared to Xiao Ming's strength as a Do ancestor, this 7th tier alchemist status was the most terrifying. About this peak grade 7th tier pill, bone-growing blood-fusing pill. Even if I could refine it, the materials needed would not be something you could obtain easily. Xiao Ming knew what the first elder meant and directly said. Not to mention the materials for the bone-growing blood-fusing pill, the Snake People tribe would find it difficult to gather the ingredients for a high-grade 7th tier pill. Furthermore, Xiao Ming would not refine it for them for free. The first elder smiled awkwardly before asking, so, about this life-returning pill, can Master Xiao Ming refine it? Naturally, I can. Xiao Ming nodded his head and said. He not only could refine the life-returning pill, but he also had one in his possession. Hearing Xiao Ming say that he could refine a life-returning pill, the excitement on the Snake People's faces was already hard to hide. It was the first elder of the Snake People who remained calm and asked, is there another solution? She still wanted to hear if there was another option, perhaps another option might be more suitable. In response, Xiao Ming did not get impatient but suggested several methods one after another. However, these methods were time-consuming and laborious, which the Snake People tribe could not afford at this time. At the end of his speech, Xiao Ming seemed to recall something and added. Oh, by the way, I heard that the Snake People tribe also has a secret method to use the power of the heavenly flame to evolve through destruction and rebirth. This is also a way to do it, and if successful, the benefits are huge, but the risks are also the greatest. After hearing Xiao Ming's proposal, The Snake People tribe elders exchanged glances and agreed that the second method was more suitable, completely ignoring the latest method. "We choose the second method, and request Master Xiao Ming's assistance in refining it," said the first elder. Xiao Ming nodded. "Since you have chosen the second method, there is no rush. Let's discuss the reward first." "Of course, we apologize for our oversight," the first elder chuckled. Xiao Ming did not have an obligation to provide them with free services. "May we know what Master Xiao Ming desires? We will do our utmost to fulfill your request." There were many things that Xiao Ming wanted. However, the vast majority of things were not something that the Snake People could bring out. So, after a moment of contemplation, Xiao Ming said, "For sets of medicinal materials for the life-returning pill, as well as a Di-Chi method and a Do technique," and then Xiao Ming made a bunch of demands, and the Snake People elders stiffened slightly. "Master Xiao Ming, could you make it a bit more affordable? Our Snake People tribe isn't that rich." The Tgthegood desert where the Snake People lived was already a rather poor area, so the tribe had never been too rich. Then what do you suggest?" Xiao Ming asked, frowning. "How about our Snake People tribe exchange a low-grade 7th-tier pill recipe for a life-returning pill?" The first elder said, feeling embarrassed. "Low-grade 7th-tier pill recipe?" Xiao Ming raised his eyebrows. He had forgotten about this. The Snake People tribe did have something like that. Medusa had even offered him to exchange it for a chance to use the heavenly flame, but he hadn't accepted at the time. The 7th-tier pill for a 7th-tier pill recipe was not a loss, and could actually be considered a bloody good deal. However, Xiao Ming still raised the price. In the end, the Snake People tribe struck a deal with Xiao Ming for a set of ingredients for the life-returning pill, the 7th-tier pill recipe, a 6th-rank monster core, and a high Xian Do technique. When an elder was sent to collect the reward, Xiao Ming refined a medicinal liquid that could speed up the recovery of wounds for the 4 elders as a small gift. Why didn't he refine a pill that could directly recover them from their wounds? That was because the Snake People tribe was too poor. Even if Xiao Ming had refined it for free, it would have been difficult for them to get the necessary medicinal ingredients for a while. Besides, he wouldn't really refine a pill for free, and the Snake People tribe had to provide a reward. Given their poverty, they definitely wouldn't be able to afford it, and he wasn't really interested in taking Yumei as his slave. So what Xiao Ming refined was a relatively simple medicinal liquid. This type of medicinal liquid did not have a fixed tier and would be used in a long treatment cycle, but the ingredients used were relatively simple and fairly easy to set up, and the treatment was also effective. For the current Snake People tribe, it was still quite good. "Master Xiao Ming, here is everything you asked for. We did not have some of the herbs in the tribe, so we used gold coins of the same value. Please forgive us." The elder who had gone for the reward quickly returned and handed a storage ring to Xiao Ming. The elder's eyes showed a hint of anticipation. Xiao Ming transferred the contents of the storage ring into his star ring with a wave and nodded, "All right, let's begin." Approaching Medusa, he didn't immediately take out the pill but instead sent an invisible flame into her body. It was necessary to deal with the poisonous Do-Chi destroying her body before treating her injuries. This poisonous Do-Chi might be complicated for others, but for Xiao Ming, who was experienced in treating the internal injuries of others, it was not a problem at all. As soon as the invisible flame entered Medusa's body, it rushed toward the poisonous Do-Chi like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Despite attempting to resist, the poisonous Do-Chi was no match for Xiao Ming's fallen heart flame. Under its burning, the Do-Chi turned into nothingness. Xiao Ming retrieved the fallen heart flame after it wandered through Medusa's body. On. The moment Xiao Ming retrieved the flame, Medusa let out a soul-stirring moan. The heavenly flame entering the body was unpleasant for the Snake People, whose bodies were naturally cold. Medusa, who was unconscious, couldn't control herself very well. Unaffected by Medusa, Xiao Ming took out a tightly sealed jade bottle. He pressed down on the bottle with his thumb, ripping off the seal and releasing an intense medicinal fragrance that filled the air, refreshing everyone. Suddenly, a green light burst out of the bottle's mouth, and tried to escape, but before it could fly much further, it was grasped by a big hand. As expected, a 7th-tier pill is extraordinary. It already has some spirituality. The eyes of the 4 Snake People great elders showed some eagerness as they looked at the life-returning pill in Xiao Ming's hand. With this thing, Medusa's life could definitely be saved. Xiao Ming also took a look at the life-returning pill. He had obtained this pill from the simulator a long time ago, and it had been with him for almost 10 years. He had always kept it as a card to preserve his life. But unfortunately or fortunately, he had never had the opportunity to use it. Now that he had broken through to the 7th tier, this life-returning pill was no longer so important. After all, he could refine pills of the same tier, otherwise, he wouldn't have taken it out. After looking at the pill one last time, Xiao Ming flicked it with his finger, and the green fluorescent light flew directly into Medusa's mouth. The life-returning pill was worthy of being a 7th tier pill. As soon as it entered her mouth, the medicinal effects began to take effect. The ferocious wounds on Medusa's body began to sprout tender flesh buds, and the wounds started to heal. The severely damaged purple snake scales on her lower body also began to fall off, and new scales started to grow. Not only did the surface wounds on Medusa's body gradually heal, but her aura also began to rise. If someone could observe the meridians inside Medusa's body, they would be amazed to find that most of the injuries on her meridians also began to heal, and hidden injuries, blood stasis, and so on were all resolved. The gentle medicinal power was nourishing every corner of her body, and a powerful vitality permeated the organs and viscera of her body. Obviously, the life-returning pill given by Xiao Ming was very effective. The only drawback was that, perhaps due to the mismatch of medicinal properties, although the injuries on Medusa's meridians had considerably recovered, there were still some small wounds that were difficult to heal. Although these injuries did not seem very serious, they would greatly affect Medusa's potential, and it would be difficult for her to break through to Do ancestor by conventional means. Of course, as an alchemist with professional ethics, Xiao Ming had informed the Snake People tribe elders about the disadvantages of each method, so they already knew in advance. Time passed slowly amidst the Snake People's nervousness. When the medicinal effects were almost in full swing, a soft humming sound rang out and Medusa slowly opened her eyes. Medusa's movement was noticed by Ziyen, who had been staring at her. Ziyen rushed into her arms and nudged her head. "Wu, Sister Medusa, you're finally awake." "Ziyen? Why are you here?" Medusa, who had just woken up, did not react immediately and was surprised that Ziyen appeared in front of her. At the same time, she was also surprised by her physical state, as she clearly remembered how bad she was before she fainted and thought that she would never wake up again. Of course, she quickly got the answer to why she woke up, as she saw Xiao Ming sitting next to her, and only he could have dealt with her injuries. "Was it you who saved me?" Medusa's eyes were complicated. She hadn't expected Xiao Ming, who had always disliked her, to save her. "Ziyen begged me, of course, your Snake People's reward wasn't bad either." Seeing that Medusa had woken up, Xiao Ming stood up and said, "Thank you." Patting Ziyan's head, Medusa said. It was unknown whether she said it to Ziyen or Xiao Ming, perhaps both. Medusa, who had always had a strong personality, actually said thank you, which caused Xiao Ming to give her an extra look, but that was all. He then turned to look at Ziyen and said, "You can stay here with her for a while." After saying this, he motioned to Xiao Yixian and they both left the place. Looking at Xiao Ming's back as he left, Queen Medusa motioned to the elders to tell her what had happened during this time. When Xiao Ming and Xiao Yixian walked out of the stone door and down the stone steps, several Snake People tribe commanders looked in their direction. Seeing that it was Xiao Ming, they gathered around him. Chapter 266. Master Xiao Ming, how is Her Majesty's condition? Yin Shi asked respectfully. The other Snake People commanders around also showed great respect and did not dare to show any offense. "She's out of danger now," Xiao Ming said indifferently as he looked at Yin Shi. The Snake People commanders present showed great joy at his words and expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, Master Xiao Ming." "Thank you very much, Master." Not only the commanders, but even the ordinary Snake People guards were also excited, and it was clear that Queen Medusa had a very high prestige in the Snake People tribe. For the Snake People tribe, Medusa was undoubtedly a qualified queen. Her previous injuries were caused by the battle between the Snake People tribe and the Chuyun Empire, so it was no wonder that she was adored by her tribe. When Yin Shi and the others thanked him repeatedly, Xiao Ming calmly said, "There is no need to say more words of thanks, you guys have already paid the reward." With his emotions slightly restored, Yin Shi's face overflowed with a smile, and he said, "Master Xiao Ming, you don't have to say it. No reward can compare to the life of Her Majesty the Queen. Oh, by the way, is there anything you need, Master Xiao Ming?" "I'll send someone to take care of it," Yin Shi offered. Hearing this, Xiao Ming, who had not wanted to say anything, suddenly had a change of heart and said, "Indeed there is something. I would like you to find me a secret room. I have something to take care of." "A secret room?" "I'll arrange it right away," Yin Shi agreed without asking Xiao Ming what he wanted to do. Soon, Xiao Ming and Xiao Yixian arrived at a well-lit secret room. "Master Xiao Ming, are you satisfied with this secret room? Yinshe asked with a smile as Xiao Ming looked around. It's fine, Xiao Ming replied after examining the room. He found that the environment was quite good, with tables, chairs, cushions, and even a large bed. I'll take my leave then. If you need anything, just call out loud and someone will come to attend to you. However, due to the sealed nature of the secret room, people outside won't be able to hear you unless you step outside, Yinshe said before leaving. Xiao Ming, why did you suddenly need a secret room? After Yinshe left, Xiao Yixian asked with some confusion while sitting on a cushion. I need to deal with the demon poison spot, Xiao Ming replied. Xiao Yixian's heart tightened upon hearing his words. She hurriedly got up and ran to Xiao Ming, and with her slender fingers, she opened the collar of his clothes to reveal the strange poison spot. Why does it seem like the spot has spread? Although the demon poison spot had only spread a little, Xiao Yixian still looked worried. It's just a minor problem. Taking Xiao Yixian's slender hands, Xiao Ming reassured her with a smile. Although the small spread of the demon poison spot had no effect on him, it was necessary to prevent it from spreading further. Even though a mild spread didn't pose much of a problem, if it spread throughout his entire body, even he would find it troublesome. He didn't want to risk his own life, so it was best to deal with the problem now. Xiao Yixian also understood that the most important thing now was to solve that demon poison spot, so she didn't delay him any longer. Repressing her anguish, she moved her delicate hands away from her chest, but she didn't leave the secret room and merely sat on a cushion not far away. Xiao Ming nodded affectionately to her, then sat cross-legged on a cushion and entered into a meditative state. Inside his body, his meridians, blood, and flesh emitted a faint light, while Do Qi flowed incessantly throughout his body. The only exception was his right chest, which had a black mist emitting faint energy fluctuations. Xiao Ming recognized it as the demon poison spot, and with a flick of his mind, an invisible flame appeared inside his body. He manipulated the fallen heart flame to approach the mist, but even though the mist shook violently, its size remained the same. After a few moments, Xiao Ming stopped roasting it with a frown. It was difficult for the fallen heart flame alone to affect the demon poison spot. While the short roast wasn't useless against the demon poison spot, the purified energy obtained was too little. Looks like I'll still have to try fusing the heavenly flames. The power of the fused heavenly flames would increase significantly, especially since Xiao Ming had 5 heavenly flames. If these flames were fused, the resulting flame could easily rank in the top 10 in a heavenly flame ranking. However, Xiao Ming had never attempted to fuse the flames over the years. At most, he had forcibly mixed them outside his body when using the Sanyan Void Spirit Seal, but that kind of fusion was not considered a true fusion. The reason Xiao Ming never fused his flames was due to 3 reasons. Firstly, the heavenly flames were fierce and difficult to fuse, and there was a risk involved. Secondly, he had no need for it, as a single heavenly flame had been enough for him. Thirdly, he was studying the flame mantra. Xiao Ming had been studying the special characteristics of the flame mantra that allowed the perfect fusion of the heavenly flames. After all these years of studying it, he had gained some understanding of it. It's better to try to do it now, maybe today is the day I could fuse them, Xiao Ming thought. With a flick of his mind, 5 thumb-sized heavenly flames appeared in front of his chest, 2 of which were almost identical. These 5 small flames slowly approached each other and then touched under Xiao Yixian's stunned gaze. Hiss! At the moment of contact, there was a small friction between the heavenly flames, which finally exploded with a bang. However, the explosion did not cause any damage and was easily wiped away by Xiao Ming. They were just 5 thumb-sized heavenly flames, so the impact was limited. There were some signs of fusion just now, but there were still some issues. Perhaps it should be done like this. Xiao Ming pondered about the circulation route of the flame mantra as another 5 heavenly flames appeared in front of his chest. After failing hundreds of times, the thumb-sized heavenly flames finally merged into a strange flame that was white with a slightly transparent texture in front of Xiao Ming. Staring at the new flame, he revealed a happy smile. He could feel that this heavenly flame was much stronger than Yao Lao's bone-chilling flame. Getting into the top 10 of the heavenly flame ranking would be easy now, but it was difficult to estimate how high it could rank since he hadn't seen any of the top 10 heavenly flames. Of course, the power comparison of the heavenly flames also took into account the energy they contained, and it wasn't a simple ranking comparison. Xiao Yixian, who had been watching Xiao Ming the whole time, was surprised at the amount of time he had spent on this. She couldn't see how it was related to solving the spread of the demon poison spot. Xiao Ming, I think you should solve the problem of the demon poison spot first. If it doesn't work, I can help you suppress it with a poison-to-poison method, she suggested. Don't worry, I won't do anything useless at this critical moment. This new heavenly flame has miraculous effects to refine and seal the demon poison spot, Xiao Ming reassured her with a slight smile. Chapter 267. This is the non-explicit version. If you want to read the full version, skip to the next chapter. Hearing him say that, Xiao Yixian nodded her head in understanding, then suddenly asked, have you thought of a name for this new heavenly flame? I haven't really thought of one yet, so why don't you choose? Xiao Ming chuckled. Xiao Yixian's interest was piqued by his suggestion. Since you say so, then I won't hold back. I notice that this heavenly flame is white but slightly transparent, like glass. A couple of your heavenly flames have the character, heart, in their names, so let's call it white glazed heart flame. What do you think? I think it's pretty good. Since it was up to Xiao Yixian to name it, there was no need for objections, and Xiao Ming thought the name was indeed good. Seeing that Xiao Ming agreed, Xiao Yixian was extremely happy. Alright, next, I need to seal the demon poison spot. Please help me keep watch and make sure no one disturbs me, Xiao Ming said. With a slight opening of his mouth, he swallowed the white glazed heart flame that was in front of his chest. After the white glazed heart flame entered his body, Xiao Ming controlled it to move towards where the demon poison spot was. Unlike the fallen heart flame alone, the white glazed heart flame was significantly more powerful. Under the burning of the white glazed heart flame, the demon poison spot shook violently, during which a faint black mist was evaporating, and a trace of pure do qi was refined from it. After the pure do qi was refined, it once again passed through the calcination of the white glazed heart flame, and then was directly absorbed by Xiao Ming, whose aura began to slowly increase. With the amount of demon poison spot, if it were all refined, Xiao Ming could possibly increase his realm by 2 stars in a very short time. However, Xiao Ming did not become obsessed with refining the do qi. After experimenting for a while, he formed several strange seals with his hands. Flame Mark. Flame Mark was a sealing technique that Xiao Ming had obtained from the simulator. It is very powerful, with the ability to isolate perception and seal at the same time. Xiao Ming previously used this technique to seal the soul of Yun Shan. As he gestured, the white glazed heart flame slowly wrapped around the demon poison spot, causing it to tremble slightly, as if knowing what the flame intended to do. A net of black lines spread out from the demon poison spot towards other parts of his body. Xiao Ming could not allow it and mobilized a large amount of do qi, which surged towards the white glazed heart flame like a tide. The white glazed heart flames shot out as it received the supply of do qi, and the black net extending from the demon poison spot was melted by its terrifyingly high temperature. Finally, they were completely engulfed. After losing these black lines, the demon poison spot seemed to recognize the situation and became obedient. The white glazed heart flame easily engulfed it and then compressed it to the size of a pigeon egg. The energy in it was constantly refined by the flame and then channeled into all parts of Xiao Ming's body. Not bad, the energy refined from this is much faster than my own cultivation. Xia Baiyan is indeed a good person, sending me such a big gift before dying. Naturally, Xiao Ming's words were just a joke. The demon poison spot was something highly poisonous to others. Unless a powerhouse in the Do Venerate realm helped dissolve it, anyone who was hit by it would die, and only Xiao Ming would deliberately let Xia Baiyan hit him. The refinement of the demon poison spot can increase cultivation, and Xiao Ming suddenly thought of an extremely buggy operation. That is to let those powerful people cultivate the demon poison spot, then let them attack someone. Because the demon poison spot does not immediately take effect, but has a buffer period, if someone absorbs the powerful cultivator's do qi during this time and refines it, they can also become a strong cultivator in one fell swoop. Over time, the refining process would have some losses, but at least about 80 could be conserved. Following this method, some Do kings and Do emperors from one's own side could be mass-produced. TSK, this would be much more convenient than the life-devouring pill. Xiao Ming couldn't help but let out a sigh as he considered his grand plan. Despite its numerous flaws, he seemed completely oblivious to them. As he finished his internal lament, he suddenly felt his body shiver violently, his temperature skyrocketing. These are side effects of the heavenly flames fusion. There really are such strange side effects. Finally realizing what was happening, Xiao Ming felt a bit bewildered. His body trembled violently again, and his heart felt as if it was being squeezed tightly by a large invisible hand, causing Xiao Ming's panting to be a little heavy. Just when he felt like he could control it, Xiao Yixian at his side noticed that something was wrong. Xiao Ming. Did something happen? She asked with concern in her voice. The sweet voice of Xiao Yixian made Xiao Ming slowly open his eyes. As Xiao Yixian's alluring curves filled his vision, Xiao Ming felt his self-control begin to slip away. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and his breathing grew ragged. He clenched his jaw, fighting to stay focused. "Sienna, the side effects of this fusion are like an aphrodisiac, so please go out and ask the snake people to bring me some ice," Xiao Ming said, trying to keep his voice steady. Aphrodisiacs? Xiao Yixian was stunned. "Yes. Hurry." Xiao Yixian looked surprised and concerned, but without a moment's hesitation, she nodded and quickly left the room. As soon as she left, Xiao Ming took out the cold ice marrow and created a large pile of ice to wrap himself in layers. He lay on the ice, trying to cool down his burning body. Unfortunately, the ice did not seem to work well and the lust was only suppressed for a short period of time before it resurfaced. When Xiao Yixian returned and saw Xiao Ming wrapped in layers of ice, her expression became complicated. With her intelligence, she naturally understood that he had asked for the ice not because he thought it would help, but because he wanted her to stay away and avoid any possible harm. However, wasn't she his partner? Although she had initially planned to save herself for their wedding night, after spending so much time with Xiao Ming, Xiao Yixian found herself yearning for him in ways she never thought possible. The depth of their connection went far beyond physical intimacy, but the desire to be with him, to feel his touch, grew stronger with each passing day. So, when this unexpected circumstance arose, she didn't hesitate. As long as it was Xiao Ming, she didn't mind giving herself to him. The thought of being his, body and soul, filled her with a sense of immeasurable expectation. As her thoughts raced, a slight blush crept up her cheeks. She turned to the open door and saw some snake people approaching with the ice she had requested. A certain dissatisfaction showed in her gaze as she quickly closed the door and locked it. Her body began to heat up, and as she turned her face up and looked at Xiao Ming, her hands moved to untie her white dress, revealing her jade-white curvaceous body. With her dress removed, only a few pieces of underwear covered her most intimate parts, but in reality, they only served to heighten the desire to uncover what was hidden beneath. Opening his eyes and noticing Xiao Yixian's actions, Xiao Ming was startled. "Sienna, what are you doing? Put your clothes on quickly or I'll..." Xiao Ming's voice trailed off as he was caught off guard by Xiao Yixian's slow and seductive walk towards him. "Leave it to me." Xiao Ming lay on the bed next to Xiao Yixian, their naked bodies entwined in the aftermath of their passion. The bed was a mess, with the bed sheets tangled and crumpled around them. Looking at the sleeping fairy with affection, Xiao Ming rubbed his waist with a wry smile at the memories of their wild night together. In the end, they had gotten a little carried away. But he had emerged victorious, so he wouldn't complain. Carefully untangling himself from her embrace, he covered her with a clean blanket and gently kissed her forehead. After admiring her beauty and grace in the soft light of the room, he went to the futon in the corner and set up a spatial barrier for her. Perhaps because she was too tired, Xiao Yixian did not wake up at all. However, the corner of her mouth arched upward slightly, as if she was having a pleasant dream. Xiao Ming's face was contemplative for a moment before he waved his hand, causing two frozen corpses to appear on the ground, Yan Luo Tian and Xia Bai Yan. Yan Luo Tian's strength was around 2-star Dou ancestor before he died, while Xia Bai Yan was a 3-star Dou ancestor. There was not much difference in their strengths. One of them is reserved for Venerable Tian Hua's body, and the other will be used to refine the Sky Demon puppet. Xiao Ming thought to himself as he put Yan Luo Tian's corpse back into his storage ring with a wave of his palm. Next, he flicked his finger and white flames erupted, enveloping Xia Bai Yan's corpse as the layer of ice around it quickly melted under the scorching heat. As the ice melted, Xia Bai Yan's clothes turned to powder. Xiao Ming remained calm as the scorching temperature turned the corpse a fiery red. With the continuous roasting, faint black gas suddenly emerged from the corpse, and was burned into nothingness by the white flame. This black gas was a kind of corpse qi, which faintly contained some subtle thoughts of the owner's life. If this kind of corpse qi was not completely expelled, it would be difficult for another soul to completely merge with the body. However, for the refining of the Sky Demon puppet, the corp, monster core, and soul must be completely fused together. Therefore, this so-called corpse qi must be expelled. Chapter 268. Hearing him say that, Xiao Yixian nodded her head in understanding, then suddenly asked, "Have you thought of a name for this new heavenly flame?" "I haven't really thought of one yet, so why don't you choose?" Xiao Ming chuckled. Xiao Yixian's interest was piqued by his suggestion. "Since you say so, then I won't hold back. I noticed that this heavenly flame is white but slightly transparent, like glass. A couple of your heavenly flames have the character, heart, in their names, so let's call it white glazed heart flame, what do you think? I think it's pretty good. Since it was up to Xiao Yixian to name it, there was no need for objections, and Xiao Ming thought the name was indeed good. Seeing that Xiao Ming agreed, Xiao Yixian was extremely happy. Alright, next, I need to seal the demon poison spot. Please help me keep watch and make sure no one disturbs me, Xiao Ming said. With a slight opening of his mouth, he swallowed the white glazed heart flame that was in front of his chest. After the white glazed heart flame entered his body, Xiao Ming controlled it to move towards where the demon poison spot was. Unlike the fallen heart flame alone, the white glazed heart flame was significantly more powerful. Under the burning of the white glazed heart flame, the demon poison spot shook violently, during which a faint black mist was evaporated, and a trace of pure do qi was refined from it. After the pure do qi was refined, it once again passed through the calcination of the white glazed heart flame, and then was directly absorbed by Xiao Ming, whose aura began to slowly increase. With the amount of demon poison spot, if it were all refined, Xiao Ming could possibly increase his realm by 2 stars in a very short time. However, Xiao Ming did not become obsessed with refining the do qi. After experimenting for a while, he formed several strange seals with his hands. Flame Mark. Flame Mark was a sealing technique that Xiao Ming had obtained from the simulator. It is very powerful, with the ability to isolate perception and seal at the same time. Xiao Ming previously used this technique to seal the soul of Yun Shan. As he gestured, the white glazed heart flame slowly wrapped around the demon poison spot, causing it to tremble slightly, as if knowing what the flame intended to do. A net of black lines spread out from the demon poison spot towards other parts of his body. Xiao Ming could not allow it and mobilized a large amount of do qi, which surged towards the white glazed heart flame like a tide. The white glazed heart flames shot out as it received the supply of do qi, and the black net extending from the demon poison spot was melted by its terrifyingly high temperature. Finally, they were completely engulfed. After losing these black lines, the demon poison spot seemed to recognize the situation and became obedient. The white glazed heart flame easily engulfed it and then compressed it to the size of a pigeon egg. The energy in it was constantly refined by the flame and then channeled into all parts of Xiao Ming's body. Not bad, the energy refined from this is much faster than my own cultivation. Xia Baiyan is indeed a good person, sending me such a big gift before dying. Naturally, Xiao Ming's words were just a joke. The demon poison spot was something highly poisonous to others. Unless a powerhouse in the Do Venerate realm helped dissolve it, anyone who was hit by it would die, and only Xiao Ming would deliberately let Xia Baiyan hit him. The refinement of the demon poison spot can increase cultivation, and Xiao Ming suddenly thought of an extremely buggy operation. That is to let those powerful people cultivate the demon poison spot, then let them attack someone. Because the demon poison spot does not immediately take effect, but has a buffer period, if someone absorbs the powerful cultivator's do qi during this time and refines it, they can also become a strong cultivator in one fell swoop. Over time, the refining process would have some losses, but at least about 80 could be conserved. Following this method, some Do Kings and Do Emperors from one's own side could be mass-produced. TSK, this would be much more convenient than the life-devouring pill. Xiao Ming couldn't help but let out a sigh as he considered his grand plan. Despite its numerous flaws, he seemed completely oblivious to them. As he finished his internal lament, he suddenly felt his body shiver violently, his temperature skyrocketing. These are side effects of the heavenly flames fusion. There really are such strange side effects. Finally realizing what was happening, Xiao Ming felt a bit bewildered. His body trembled violently again, and his heart felt as if it was being squeezed tightly by a large invisible hand, causing Xiao Ming's panting to be a little heavy. Just when he felt like he could control it, Xiao Yixian at his side noticed that something was wrong. Xiao Ming. Did something happen? She asked with concern in her voice. The sweet voice of Xiao Yixian made Xiao Ming slowly open his eyes. As Xiao Yixian's alluring curves filled his vision, Xiao Ming felt his self-control begin to slip away. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and his breathing grew ragged. He clenched his jaw, fighting to stay focused. Sienna, the side effects of this fusion are like an aphrodisiac, so please go out and ask the snake people to bring me some ice, Xiao Ming said, trying to keep his voice steady. Aphrodisiacs? Xiao Yixian was stunned. Yes. Hurry. Xiao Yixian looked surprised and concerned, but without a moment's hesitation, she nodded and quickly left the room. As soon as she left, Xiao Ming took out the cold ice marrow and created a large pile of ice to wrap himself in layers. He lay on the ice, trying to cool down his burning body. Unfortunately, the ice did not seem to work well and the lust was only suppressed for a short period of time before it resurfaced. When Xiao Yixian returned and saw Xiao Ming wrapped in layers of ice, her expression became complicated. With her intelligence, she naturally understood that he had asked for the ice not because he thought it would help, but because he wanted her to stay away and avoid any possible harm. However, wasn't she his partner? Although she had initially planned to save herself for their wedding night, after spending so much time with Xiao Ming, Xiao Yixian found herself yearning for him in ways she never thought possible. The depth of their connection went far beyond physical intimacy, but the desire to be with him, to feel his touch, grew stronger with each passing day. So, when this unexpected circumstance arose, she didn't hesitate. As long as it was Xiao Ming, she didn't mind giving herself to him. The thought of being his, body and soul, filled her with a sense of immeasurable expectation. As her thoughts raced, a slight blush crept up her cheeks. She turned to the open door and saw some snake people approaching with the ice she had requested. A certain dissatisfaction showed in her gaze as she quickly closed the door and locked it. Her body began to heat up, and as she turned her face up and looked at Xiao Ming, her hands moved to untie her white dress, revealing her jade-white curvaceous body. With her dress removed, only a few pieces of underwear covered her most intimate parts, but in reality, they only served to heighten the desire to uncover what was hidden beneath. Opening his eyes and noticing Xiao Yixian's actions, Xiao Ming was startled. "Xiener, what are you doing? Put your clothes on quickly or I'll..." Xiao Ming's voice trailed off as he was caught off guard by Xiao Yixian's slow and seductive walk towards him. "Leave it to me." Her every step was filled with grace and sensuality, her movements deliberately slow and tantalizing. She reached him, her hands slowly and sensually brushing aside the ice covering the top of his body, as her full and luscious curves moved from side to side. She looked at him with a loving gaze, her eyes filled with desire. Xiao Ming couldn't take his eyes off her. The sight of her semi-naked body and the way she looked at him invoked his deepest desires. But before giving in completely, he wanted to be sure. "Xiener, are you really sure? Once I'm free of the ice, there's no turning back," he said, his breathing growing more and more ragged. "Take me," Xiao Yixian replied in an incredibly seductive voice, her desire unmasked. Xiao Ming's heart skipped a beat at her words, he said nothing more and stored the cold ice marrow inside his body. Then, immediately leaned in, capturing Xiao Yixian's soft and sweet lips in a passionate kiss. As he gently caressed her soft, pink lips, Xiao Yixian let out a seductive moan and opened her mouth to allow him to deepen the kiss. Their tongues danced together in a frenzied embrace as they urgently pressed their lips together. When they finally broke apart, Xiao Yixian's eyes shone with desire and longing. "Xiao Ming, make me yours," she whispered to him. Censored. Xiao Ming lay on the bed next to Xiao Yixian, their naked bodies entwined in the aftermath of their passion. The bed was a mess, with the bed sheets tangled and crumpled around them. Looking at the sleeping fairy with affection, Xiao Ming rubbed his waist with a wry smile at the memories of their wild night together. In the end, they had gotten a little carried away. But he had emerged victorious, so he wouldn't complain. Carefully untangling himself from her embrace, he covered her with a clean blanket and gently kissed her forehead. After admiring her beauty and grace in the soft light of the room, he went to the futon in the corner and set up a spatial barrier for her. Perhaps because she was too tired, Xiao Yixian did not wake up at all. However, the corner of her mouth arched upward slightly, as if she was having a pleasant dream. Xiao Ming's face was contemplative for a moment before he waved his hand, causing two frozen corpses to appear on the ground, Yan Luo Tian and Xia Bai Yan. Yan Luo Tian's strength was around 2-star Dou ancestor before he died, while Xia Bai Yan was a 3-star Dou ancestor. There was not much difference in their strengths. One of them is reserved for Venerable Tian Hua's body, and the other will be used to refine the Sky Demon puppet. Xiao Ming thought to himself as he put Yan Luo Tian's corpse back into his storage ring with a wave of his palm. Next, he flicked his finger and white flames erupted, enveloping Xia Bai Yan's corpse as the layer of ice around it quickly melted under the scorching heat. As the ice melted, Xia Bai Yan's clothes turned to powder. Xiao Ming remained calm as the scorching temperature turned the corpse a fiery red. With the continuous roasting, faint black gas suddenly emerged from the corpse and was burned into nothingness by the white flame. This black gas was a kind of corpse qi, which faintly contained some subtle thoughts of the owner's life. If this kind of corpse qi was not completely expelled, it would be difficult for another soul to completely merge with the body. However, for the refining of the Sky Demon puppet, the corp, monster core, and soul must be completely fused together. Therefore, this so-called corpse qi must be expelled. Chapter 269. Xiao Ming had precisely controlled the temperature of the flames to expel the residual corpse qi from the body without burning it. Refining the body alone consumed a lot of time, but once he had completely expelled all the corpse qi, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he flicked his fingers, and 2 gusts of wind shot out, punching fist-sized holes in the chest and forehead of the corpse. No blood flowed out because the remaining blood had been evaporated by refining the corpse qi. This was a small step in the refining process of the sky demon puppet. Xia Baiyan's body had shrunk several times over, with gray-white skin tightly adhering to the dry muscles underneath. The palms of his hands had become especially long and slender, like sharp daggers. Following the recorded method of refining the sky demon puppet, Xiao Ming refined the body slightly, and then, with a wave of his hand, a 7th-rank monster core containing a large amount of pure energy floated out, finally falling into the small hole in the corpse's chest. After completing all of this, Xiao Ming calmly took out a jade bottle, from which emanated a powerful soul wave. "Xiao Ming, what exactly do you want to do? Release this old man right now." Just as the jade bottle appeared, a resentful and angry voice came from within. "Release you? How is that possible? You still have great use to me. But don't worry, you will soon be relieved," calmly shaking his head, Xiao Ming said. With a squeeze of his hand, the jade bottle exploded, revealing a white soul. As soon as the soul appeared, it disregarded everything and rushed towards the door of the secret room, but Xiao Ming, who had already prepared, grabbed it back with one hand. Glancing indifferently at the struggling soul of Xia Baiyan, the flames in his hands surged and eventually enveloped him. In the next moment, Xia Baiyan's eyes went lifeless as he stopped struggling. After estimating the degree of refinement, Xiao Ming continued to increase the flame temperature. With this high refining temperature, Xia Baiyan directly transformed into a pure soul with a faint sound. Xiao Ming looked at this mass of soul power in his palm and immediately tossed it gently. The soul power turned into a white dragon qi that lightning fast drilled into the hole in the corpse's forehead. With the entrance of the pure soul, Xia Baiyan's tightly closed eyes snapped open, and the pupils of his eyes filled with a deep black hue. As Xiao Ming watched the scene, he remained unfazed. He swiftly retrieved a collection of metallic objects with an unusual sheen from his storage ring, which he then made float in front of him using his 10 fingers. Surveying the many strange metals, Xiao Ming gave a small nod before flames burst forth from his palm like a blazing tongue, greedily drawing in the metals with a suction force. Under the scorching intensity of the white glazed heart flame, the metals began to display signs of melting, although they were not yet fully liquefied. In the meantime, Xiao Ming had to split his focus in two. One side concentrated on controlling the flames to quench the body at a consistent temperature, while the other focused on using high temperatures to refine the strange metals. This high-low flame temperature demanded exceptional flame control, but fortunately, Xiao Ming had always possessed formidable flame control, allowing him to handle it with ease. Refining both the body and metals required a substantial amount of time, with the quenching of the body necessitating a certain degree of perfection for ideal compatibility with the soul and the monster core inserted into it. During the time that Xiao Ming spent refining the sky demon puppet, quite some time passed. Xiao Yixian woke up from her sleep and yawned, feeling a bit disoriented. She rubbed her eyes and stretched out her arms, looking for Xiao Ming's figure on the bed. Not finding him, she opened her beautiful eyes and looked around the room. Soon, she spotted him in a corner of the secret room, his eyes closed in meditation. She lowered her gaze and observed the blanket covering her body, then Xiao Ming sitting cross-legged, and the space barrier between them. An indescribable feeling of happiness coursed through Xiao Yixian's body, and a sweet look shone in the depths of her eyes. After staring at Xiao Ming for a while, Xiao Yixian seemed to have remembered something and got up from the bed. As she rose from the bed, a slight twinge of pain shot through her lower belly, reminding her of the ecstasy she had experienced with Xiao Ming just hours before. A blush spread across her cheeks as she relived the intense moments they had shared. Though she had the power to dispel the pain with a healing pill, she decided against it. The ache, however fleeting, was a reminder of the depth of her connection with Xiao Ming, and she cherished it. With a flick of her wrist, she retrieved her clothes from her storage ring and dressed quickly, the fabric sliding over her smooth skin. As she folded the bedding neatly and put it away, a soft smile played on her lips. With everything in order, she moved to the corner of the secret room and stretched out her slender hand to touch the spatial barrier that Xiao Ming had set up. As she did so, she felt a strange energy emanating from the barrier. It was at this moment that Xiao Ming seemed to sense something and slowly opened his eyes. Sienna, looking at his lovely partner in front of him, a fond smile appeared on his face. Xiao Ming, Xiao Yixian's gaze was filled with undisguised affection as she returned the smile, her face flushed with a heady blush. Aren't you going to rest a little longer? After all, we may have overdone it a bit earlier. Xiao Yixian's blush deepened. Don't worry, I feel fine. I'll go find Sister Ziyan while you finish your work. She actually wanted to stay longer with him, but she couldn't help feeling extremely shy at this moment. Besides, he was busy. So she decided to go out and spend some time with her sister. Understood. It will be a few days before I'm done here. Oh, and don't let Medusa take Ziyan too far away from the tribe. Although he didn't think Medusa was going to leave the tribe at this time, it was always better to be sure. Amichim. Xiao Yixian hummed in agreement, and after one last affectionate look, she quickly left the secret room. If someone who knew Xiao Yixian saw her at this moment, they would notice that her gait was a bit awkward. As Xiao Ming watched her go, he couldn't help but feel amused. This little succubus had been quite bold before, but now she was back to being shy again. After clearing his mind of other thoughts, Xiao Ming closed his eyes again and continued to refine the corpse as well as the strange metals. This time, Xiao Ming spent 3 full days refining the strange metals until they were completely melted into a dark gold liquid that flowed slowly in the flames, emitting an inexplicable shine. The metal refinement was complete, but the perfect match for the body, soul, and monster core was still missing. Xiao Ming was not impatient because he knew that impatience would cause him to miss the fleeting moment of perfection. In that case, not only would the body be ruined, but also the monster core and even the soul it contained would be instantly ruined. This was the most difficult part to control when it came to refining that sky demon puppet. Xiao Ming kept his mind in a calm state, and another day passed. At a certain point, 3 days later, Xiao Ming's body, which was sitting in meditation, trembled violently, and his eyes, which were tightly closed, opened wide. There was a flash of joy in his coal-black eyes, and then a strange seal quickly formed in his hand and he shouted an unusual sound. As the shout echoed, Xia Baiyan's body suddenly trembled, and the soul floating in its brain was forcibly shattered by an invisible force, turning into countless tiny points of light and spreading densely throughout all parts of its body. At that moment, the monster core that had been lying in its chest emitted a faint humming sound, and a violent energy surged out like a rushing lake, flowing through its body's meridians. As the soul and monster core changed, the gray-white color on the body's surface became darker, and the body gradually shrank. A majestic aura slowly emanated from the corpse, comparable to a 3-star Do ancestor powerhouse. Feeling the powerful aura, Xiao Ming's eyes lit up as he moved his hand. The dark gold liquid floating in front of him poured slowly onto the cold corpse. Hiss! Hiss! When the extremely hot dark gold liquid was poured over the corpse, a white mist appeared, and a faint smell of smoke was emitted. However, the skin that came into contact with the liquid did not show the slightest sign of damage. The soul power swept over the puppet's body like water waves, and the dark gold liquid was slowly applied to every part of its body. For a while, a pungent white mist emanated from the puppet's body, and the hissing sound produced by the contact between the high temperature and the skin was somewhat chilling. When the liquid was fully applied to the puppet's body, the eerie gray-white color was replaced by a dark gold color that shimmered with a strong and strange feeling of firmness. Glancing at the puppet covered in the liquid, Xiao Ming breathed a sigh of relief and then waved his sleeve. The white flame once again burst out, wrapping the puppet completely and exuding a terrifyingly high temperature. As the high temperature continuously roasted the puppet, the dark gold liquid also began to slowly corrode into the puppet's skin. With the intensification of this corrosion, the color of the puppet's body gradually became dark brown, resembling copper. Man-demon puppet. The sky demon puppet was divided into 3 grades, heaven, earth, and man. The best way to distinguish these 3 grades was to observe the color of their skin. Heaven was gold, earth was silver, and man was copper. The color displayed by this puppet was obviously the last grade of the 3. Xiao Ming was not particularly disappointed with this. After all, Xia Baiyan was only a 3-star Do ancestor. It was a pipe dream to want to refine an earth or heaven puppet. Moreover, it wasn't as if this copper puppet could only remain as a copper puppet, it could evolve by devouring the pill lighting, and at the end of its evolution, it could be comparable to a Do venerate. Xiao Ming would have plenty of time to refine pills in the future, so sooner or later, this sky demon puppet would evolve. Thinking like this, Xiao Ming did not stop the roasting of the flames. The terrifying high temperature continued to penetrate, slowly dissolving the liquid into the skin and dry muscles of the puppet. The method of refining the sky demon puppet involved the use of metal materials to enhance a person's physical strength. If a living person were subjected to this transformation, they would likely have died instantly due to the intense pain. However, in a painless and unconscious state, the puppet could endure the process. Once successfully refined, the puppet, despite lacking knowledge of Do techniques, would possess the ultimate killing weapon within its flesh. With the dark gold liquid gradually absorbed by the puppet, the man-demon puppet suddenly burst out with a powerful aura. Outside the secret room, in the cave, Medusa was sitting next to Ziyan and Xiao Xian when a powerful aura caught their attention. This aura, Do Ancestor. But it seems a bit strange, a hint of surprise appeared on Medusa's face. Compared to a few days before, her complexion had improved significantly. Xiao Xian, who was sitting next to her, also stood up abruptly. In her perception, this aura was not weaker than hers, and it came from the secret room where Xiao Ming was in. But when she thought of the corpse that Xiao Ming was refining when she came out, Xiao Xian had an idea in her heart. This should be caused by Xiao Ming. He should be coming out of seclusion. Upon hearing that Xiao Ming was about to come out, Ziyan's face lit up with joy. He, Xiao Ming is finally coming out. I haven't seen him for several days. Let's go and meet him. After saying that, Ziyan bounced towards the direction where the aura was coming from. Xiao Xian and Medusa exchanged glances and followed suit. When the two of them arrived outside the secret room, they found Xiao Ming and Ziyan surrounding a bronze-colored humanoid creature that was walking. Every time the humanoid creature landed, cracks resembling spider webs would spread on the ground, its powerful force surprising both of them. This thing's aura doesn't seem to be weaker than Yun Shan's, and it's even stronger. But it doesn't seem like a living being, it looks more like a puppet. Queen Medusa's heart had just shown a glimmer of doubt when she heard Ziyan's question. What is this, Xiao Ming? This is a man-demon puppet, with the strength equivalent to that of a 3-star Do Ancestor, he said. 3-star Do Ancestor. Hearing this, Ziyan's eyes lit up. With this thing, she wouldn't have to worry so much when she went out to collect herbs in the future. Thinking of those heavenly treasures, Ziyan couldn't help but swallow saliva. Xiao Ming, can I borrow this to play with for a couple of days? Ziyan asked eagerly. Xiao Ming knew exactly what she meant. With a helpless nod, he gave Ziyan control of the man-demon puppet. You can play with it, but remember to return it to me when I need it, Xiao Ming said. The man-demon puppet would be what Xiao Ming would use to block the pill lightning. Without other materials, he couldn't make another one, so he didn't mind lending it to Ziyan. In fact, if circumstances allowed, he would have liked to make a few more and leave one for the Xiao family to keep. However, there were no Do Ancestor experts who were his enemies to kill for the moment. Hearing Xiao Ming's agreement, Ziyan happily began playing with the man-demon puppet. Watching from the side, Queen Medusa was envious. If the Snake People tribe had such a puppet, they could definitely leave the harsh Tgthegood desert. Despite her envy, Medusa knew that it was impossible for the Snake People tribe to obtain such a puppet, so her thoughts strayed to her own evolution. Medusa had never given up on evolution, and after the incident with the Chu Yun Empire, she had become even more eager for strength. Without strength, she could not protect her people. But she was aware that conventional methods of evolution would no longer work for her, and Xiao Ming would not refine the snake's sacred soul advancement pill. Therefore, she could only focus on evolving through the use of the heavenly flame. Just providing the heavenly flame was not a difficult task for Xiao Ming. If the reward was sufficient, he might be able to agree to it. Just as Medusa was hesitating how to ask, a loud explosion suddenly came from outside, and the whole cave shook. Xiao Ming, I know you're inside, please come out for a bit. Chapter 270. These words were extremely resonant, echoing throughout the entire cave. Upon hearing them, Medusa looked toward Xiao Ming. She hadn't anticipated that the visitor was seeking him out and that they had even discovered the new settlement of her tribe. Looking for me? Xiao Ming frowned, but then gradually relaxed. Even though it was a bit unusual for someone to be looking for him, it didn't matter. The person was already outside, and he couldn't avoid them. Let's go out and take a look. With that, Xiao Ming took the lead and walked out of the cave. Humph, I want to see who dares to mess with us. Ziyan controlled her newly acquired toy, wrinkled her nose, and followed Xiao Ming's footsteps. Medusa and Xiao Xian naturally followed closely behind. As they emerged from the cave, it shook violently a few times. Outside the cave, many snake people who were capable of transforming their do chi into wings were viciously shot down from the sky, raising a large amount of dust upon impact. Recognizing several of them, it was none other than Yin Shi and his group. Ugh! Shi spat out a large mouthful of blood, angrily staring at the black spots in the sky. Those black spots were not human figures but rather more than 10 beasts with jet-black bodies and a silver horn that was many meters long on top of their heads. The horns were covered in strange patterns, and there was even a faint sound of wind and thunder emanating from them. The beasts had large wings on their backs, which, when flapped, created a strong wind that whipped up sand and dust in the area. Shi had never seen or heard of these unfamiliar creatures, but he sensed an extremely fierce aura emanating from their bodies. These auras were even stronger than his own, indicating that these beasts were not just ordinary transport creatures, but rather a type of flying combat creature. Flying beasts were already rare, and those used for combat were even rarer. Only powerful forces had the ability to raise and tame them. To be honest, Shi and his group didn't want to get into a conflict with these people, but these people acted as if they were invincible and wanted to intrude into their snake people stronghold. Pushed to a corner, they had no choice but to resist, but they never expected to be defeated in just a few moves. However, at least these people no longer intended to enter their stronghold. First General, I never expected to find snake people in this northwestern region. However, compared to the snake people of the 9 serene deep-ground python tribe, these ones seem a bit weak, said a young man to a slightly younger companion in the sky. These snake people are indeed inferior to those of the 9 serene deep-ground python tribe. They must have migrated here from the beast region countless years ago, Gu Qingyang replied with indifference while looking down at the snake people below. The young man beside him nodded in agreement and asked, by the way, First General, is Xiao Ming's strength as exaggerated as Miss said? Is it true that he's already a Do Emperor at such a young age? You are only a Do Emperor yourself, and your talent is second only to Miss in our clan. Sunner has no reason to lie, Gu Qingyang expressed his view. However, no matter how outstanding his strength may be, we must still complete the task entrusted to us by the elders. Often, one's level does not necessarily represent their combat power, he continued indifferently. The young man next to him nodded in agreement. Xiao Ming came from the northwestern region and probably didn't have any exceptional technique. Even if his realm was higher, it wouldn't necessarily give him an advantage against them. After all, they were from the Gu clan, and Gu Qingyang in front of him was a strong candidate to be the next Black Submerged King of the Black Submerged Army and possessed an unknown number of high-class Do techniques. They're coming out. Gu Qingyang said as he noticed a young man and several young women walking out from the underground cave below. Is that Xiao Ming? His strength seems even more exaggerated than what Sunner said, he exclaimed. Because Sunner had mentioned that Xiao Ming had an exceptional appearance, Gu Qingyang could recognize him as the handsome young man standing in front of the group. However, he couldn't see through Xiao Ming's strength. Down below, Xiao Ming saw Shi's group sitting on the ground with torn and injured clothing. Then, his gaze shifted to the backs of the peculiar four-winged unicorns in the sky. On each unicorn's back stood a figure wearing a set of purple-black robes with an expressionless face. Their eyes flickered slightly, sharp as blades, sending shivers down one's spine. Almost every figure possessed a strength beyond that of a Do Emperor. The youngest one among them, who was on the unicorn's head, led the group. At the sight of her tribe members injured, Medusa's eyes blazed with anger. Damn, these people. Just as she was about to fly up to confront them, Xiao Ming held her shoulder firmly. Don't go up there, you're no match for them. But. No buts. They won't fight you one-on-one, and besides, you can't afford to offend them. Upon seeing their attire, Xiao Ming immediately knew who had come looking for him. Members of the Gu clan. I just don't know which talented individual from the Gu clan it is. Could it be Ling Quan? Doesn't seem like it. Hearing Xiao Ming's words, Medusa's ample bosom heaved up and down, but she also understood that what Xiao Ming said was the truth. Ignoring Medusa, Xiao Ming lifted his foot and suddenly disappeared from his original location. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Gu Qingyang and the others. Are you looking for me? Are you Xiao Ming? With a serious expression on his face, Gu Qingyang looked at Xiao Ming, who was about the same age as him. When Xiao Ming appeared earlier, he had a sense of unease. Now, Xiao Ming suddenly flashed in front of him without using his wings to levitate in the void. How could he be a Do Emperor? He must be a Do ancestor. A 17-year-old Do ancestor, even the current Gu clan doesn't have one. He never expected that the fallen Xiao clan would have such a genius. Shocked, Gu Qingyang's tone became slightly more polite. I am the first general of the Black Submerged Army, Gu Qingyang. The Black Submerged Army? The Black Submerged Army of the Gu clan in the Central Plains? You seem to know quite a bit. Gu Qingyang was slightly surprised to hear that Xiao Ming knew about their black submerged army. Well, I am at least a 7th-tier alchemist. It's not abnormal to know a bit more, is it? Xiao Ming remained calm and revealed his 7th-tier alchemist strength. Being a 7th-tier alchemist alone was not impressive, but being a young 7th-tier alchemist with the strength of a Dou ancestor would signify great potential. Moreover, as a 7th-tier alchemist, he was considered a mid-level force in the Pill Tower, so knowing more was normal. I didn't expect Brother Xiao Ming to be a 7th-tier alchemist as well. Gu Qingyang pursed his lips, feeling that this mission was quite tricky. Alchemists were good at soul attacks, and coupled with Xiao Ming's own strength, it would be extremely difficult for them to get the Tushi ancient god's jade from him. Chapter 271. Although they found it tricky, they couldn't just run back to the Gu clan without a word after coming all this way. Therefore, Gu Qingyang cleared his throat and said, Brother Xiao Ming, I'm not sure if you're aware, but the Xiao family and our clan had a connection in the past. Oh. Xiao Ming raised an eyebrow and gestured towards the Snake People commanders who were injured. Is this how you honor old connections? In any case, Gu Qingyang knew that he was in the Snake People tribe, and ordering his subordinates to act against them did not seem like giving Xiao Ming a face. Gu Qingyang let out a dry laugh and felt his face grow hot with embarrassment. How could he bring up old connections after such a blunder? After a brief pause, he casually took out an emerald green jade bottle and said, We will compensate for this matter. This is a 6th-tier healing pill, enough to heal their injuries. What do you think, Brother Xiao Ming? It was not uncommon for Gu Qingyang to have 6th-tier pills on him. 6th-tier pills were suitable for the Dou Emperor realm, which was exactly his realm. Even if Gu Qingyang were to take out a 7th-tier pill, Xiao Ming would not be surprised. Xiao Ming raised his hand and sucked the pill from Gu Qingyang's hand into his palm. Since that's the case, I'll thank General Gu Qingyang on their behalf. Now, do you have anything else to say? The matter is like this, your Xiao clan ancestor had an agreement with our clan to give us the Tushi ancient god's jade. Since so much time has passed, shouldn't you honor that agreement and give it to us? Gu Qingyang said, without feeling the least bit uncomfortable at the mention of the Tushi ancient god's jade. Fortunately, Xiao Ming was a reincarnator. If it were any other member of the Xiao family, they probably wouldn't even understand what Gu Qingyang was talking about. This was simply because the current Xiao family had long forgotten their own family history, including the name, Tushi ancient god's jade. They only knew that this jade could be used to sense whether the clan head was dead or not. Of course, perhaps Xiao Zhan knew a little more. After hearing Gu Qingyang's words, Xiao Ming chuckled and pretended not to understand. The Gu clan is a well-known presence throughout the continent. When I was 6 years old, I left home to study and knew little about the family's affairs. I didn't expect that we still have such a relationship. However, as for the Tushi ancient god's jade, even if you come to me for it, you've got the wrong person. I don't have this so-called Tushi ancient god's jade, and my Xiao family doesn't have any special jade either. It should have been lost a long time ago. After all, before me, the strongest person in my Xiao family was only a Dou Grandmaster. Even if we ever had items that your clan valued, they should have all been lost or sold long ago. Gu Qingyang definitely did not believe Xiao Ming's words. How could a valuable item like the Tushi ancient god's jade be lost? The Gu clan had sent Suner to look for it for over a decade, but she didn't find any trace of it. If it was hidden so securely, how could it be lost? He didn't believe it. Most people of the Gu clan also thought the same way, the Tushi ancient god's jade must have been hidden by the Xiao family. If they could not find it in the Xiao family, then it would have to be in the possession of the strongest person in the clan. Of course, Xiao Ming knew that this statement would not convince Gu Qingyang and his group. However, one thing he said was not wrong, he didn't really have the Tushi ancient god's jade with himself. Brother Xiao Ming must be joking, how could such an important item as the Tushi ancient god's jade be lost? I think it's only right that we honor the agreement made by our ancestors. Gu Qingyang said. Xiao Ming naturally ignored this statement. How could the Xiao family agree to give the Tushi ancient god's jade to the Gu clan for free? In fact, the content of this agreement was established by Xiao Xian. Before Xiao Xian died, he found Gu Yuan and made an agreement. If Xiao Xian became a Dou god, he would give the Xiao family's ancient jade to Gu Yuan and help him become a Dou god too. But if he failed to be promoted, he would lend the 2 spots of the Xiao family for the heavenly tomb to the Gu family, hoping that the Gu clan would help the Xiao family and give their outstanding juniors the opportunity to enter the heavenly tomb to pay homage to him, the ancestor of the Xiao clan. After Gu Yuan got the spots from the Xiao clan, the clan head of the Xiao family, with the oh-so-immense help of Gu Yuan, managed to break through to Do Grandmaster. He then relied on his almighty intermediate Xian Qi method and overwhelming strength to dominate Wutan City. TSK. Xiao Xian was aware that the Gu clan had not fully complied with the agreement, but if he had known that the Gu clan had not complied with the agreement at all, it is feared that he would have been so furious that he would have slapped to death all the members of the Gu clan who had entered the heavenly tomb. Despite this, Gu Yuan and the Gu clan still had designs on the Xiao clan's Tushi ancient god's jade. In terms of shamelessness, Xiao Ming would certainly recognize them as having the thickest face. As if sensing Xiao Ming's contemptuous gaze, the young man behind Gu Qingyang became furious and said, "Xiao Ming, don't overestimate yourself. I admit that you have some talent, but in front of our Gu family, your talent is not enough to be seen. The ancient clans valued bloodline grade as the most important factor. Those with high bloodline grades experienced a terrifying leap in strength after undergoing the Emperor's altar baptism. Therefore, all these people of the ancient clans had their eyes above their heads, and when they saw that Xiao Ming showed little respect in his words, they naturally felt that Xiao Ming had disrespected them greatly. In front of the entire Gu clan, my insignificant talent is indeed not enough to be seen, but for you," Xiao Ming shook his head, showing a very disdainful look. For the Gu clan, Xiao Ming did not have a good impression, and this person even spoke out of turn, so naturally, he would not be polite. "You," the young man was angry. "That's enough. Aren't you ashamed enough?" Gu Qingyang scolded. The young man immediately shut his mouth and dared not speak when scolded by Gu Qingyang. Gu Qingyang's status in the clan was not something he could compare to. Since brother Xiao Ming doesn't want to hand over the Tushi ancient god's jade, let's forget it. But the clan has assigned the task to us. It wouldn't be good to return just like that. Gu Qingyang said. "Do you mean to have a fight?" Xiao Ming asked casually. Gu Qingyang didn't speak, which was obviously an agreement. This Gu Qingyang is quite confident, despite knowing that I am a Do ancestor, he still wants to make a move, TSK, but with the Gu clan's heritage, he might have the means to rival a Do ancestor. As the atmosphere between Xiao Ming and Gu Qingyang became tense, Ziyan flew into the sky with the newly crafted man-demon sky puppet given by Xiao Ming. "Xiao Ming, will there be a fight?" "Leave it to me. I can also try out the combat power of this thing," Ziyan said, patting her small chest confidently. Xiao Yixian also flew into the sky, her voice full of coldness. "Should I intervene?" She, who had her heart set on Xiao Ming, was absolutely livid with these unwelcome guests. Her beautiful face was stern, and her eyes brimmed with a fierce, icy stare. Even Medusa flew into the sky, her eyes flashing with anger. She kept remembering the incident of her tribe members getting injured by these people. Chapter 272. "No need, let me handle it," Xiao Ming said as he ran his right hand through Xiao Yixian's silky hair. His voice was calm and confident. The Gu clan had many means, and if Xiao Yixian and Ziyan were careless, they might get hurt. Xiao Yixian's eyes softened as she looked at him, reluctantly nodding in agreement. "Be careful." She also understood that Xiao Ming's strength surpassed hers by a considerable margin, so she didn't insist further. Upon hearing Xiao Ming's decision, Ziyan pursed her lips and could only accept it. Medusa also furrowed her brow, expressing her concern. Xiao Ming waved his hand nonchalantly, indicating that he would handle the situation. Observing Xiao Ming deftly handling the beautiful women around him, Gu Qingyang couldn't help but feel envious of his good fortune. After a brief moment, he inquired, "Are you ready?" "Of course, but if you come to me without reason and ask for a fight, shouldn't you offer something in return?" Even if he defeated Gu Qingyang, Xiao Ming would not have much to gain, and he couldn't forcefully take anything from the other party. Wasting his strength for nothing would not be worth it. "Oh. That was my oversight. Since brother Xiao Ming is an alchemist, I happened to acquire this item a few days ago. I can use it as compensation," Gu Qingyang said, smiling. He pondered for a moment before taking out a jade box. Inside the box lay a blood-red elliptical fruit, exuding a strong vitality with its blood-like aura. A blood essence demon fruit. Xiao Ming's eyes widened in recognition of the fruit. The blood essence demon fruit was an extremely rare medicinal ingredient, a demonic fruit that absorbs essence blood. This fruit hid underground and absorbed the life force within essence blood before it eventually transformed into the shape of a fruit. The blood essence demon fruit was a main ingredient for refining the bone-growing blood-fusing pill, and its value was comparable to that of an intermediate 7th-tier pill. To refine the bone-growing blood-fusing pill, 3 main ingredients were needed: the blood essence demon fruit, the 10,000-year-old green spiritual vine, and the snow-bone ginseng. Xiao Ming had been searching for the ingredients in the imperial city, but he hadn't found all the auxiliary materials for the pill, let alone the main ingredients. He planned to try his luck in Central Plains, but unexpectedly, Gu Qingyang offered it to him. Beside him, Ziyan's eyes lit up upon seeing the blood essence demon fruit. Not bad, that's right, it's exactly the blood essence demon fruit. I wonder if brother Xiao Ming is satisfied. As long as you defeat me, I will hand this item over to you with both hands. Hee, then I won't be polite. Will you fight me alone, or will all of you come at once? Xiao Ming's words showed that he didn't take Gu Qingyang and the others seriously. However, since Gu Qingyang was willing to challenge him despite knowing that he was a Dou ancestor, it could be said that he too did not take Xiao Ming's fighting ability seriously. Brother Xiao Ming is joking. Of course, it's just me. Gu Qingyang replied, his aura rising to the level of a Dou ancestor. However, his aura was a bit unstable, obviously raised by a secret technique. Indeed, the Gu clan has exceptional means. Xiao Ming thought to himself as he watched Gu Qingyang's aura surge to the Dou ancestor realm, yet his body showed no signs of discomfort. Secret techniques were not something that could be used casually. For example, after using his secret technique, the Sky Fire 3 mysterious change, Xiao Ming would suffer some serious side effects. However, because his physical body was strong and had a strong resistance to these side effects, he could use the technique without much concern. The higher the level of the secret technique, the smaller the side effects, and the easier it is to control the power gained. Gu Qingyang's secret technique was obviously of a very high level. Sorry for the offense. Gu Qingyang said, quickly forming hand seals to absorb the surging Dou Qi into his palms. As the energy flowed into his palms, a dazzling light gradually appeared, almost as bright as the sun. This aura indicates that this is at least a high D Dou technique. The Gu clan really has a lot of good things. Let's finish this quickly. Xiao Ming sighed lightly and took a step forward. With lightning-fast speed, Xiao Ming disappeared from Gu Qingyang's view and reappeared behind him. He then aimed his palm at Gu Qingyang's back. But before it could connect, Gu Qingyang's body floated forward strangely. A massive energy handprint, many meters in size, suddenly appeared between the two of them. Open Mountain Seal. Gu Qingyang shouted as the energy handprint appeared, causing the surrounding space to ripple rapidly. Xiao Ming's face remained unchanged as he lightly pressed his right hand on the energy handprint, just as he had done before. Boom! His right hand moved very smoothly, but the force contained within it was enough to make people gape in shock. When Gu Qingyang's open mountain seal collided with Xiao Ming's right hand, it made a thunderous sound. The weaker snake people below even experienced temporary deafness, and their vision was slightly blurred. After a brief stalemate, the open mountain seal shattered in front of everyone. How is this possible? The black submerged army on the four-winged unicorns exclaimed in disbelief. After all, what Gu Qingyang had used was the Gu clan's God Seal technique. The God Seal technique was a high D Dou technique. Legend has it that it was created by a certain Dou god during ancient times. It has a total of 5 styles. The Open Mountain Seal, Sea Flipping Seal, Overturning Land Seal, Sky Burying Seal, and the Ancient God Seal. When fully mastered, it could rival a Tian-class Dou technique, and one had to be in the Dou King realm to begin cultivating it. Although Gu Qingyang only used the Open Mountain Seal, it was still a genuine high D Dou technique. But what they saw was unbelievable. Xiao Ming had casually slapped it away with a single palm. The Open Mountain Seal didn't even last 2 seconds in his hands. Seeing this result, Gu Qingyang's pupils contracted fiercely and his mouth twitched. What a strong body! With his eyesight, he naturally saw that Xiao Ming did not use any Dou techniques, yet was able to break his God Seal technique. After shattering Gu Qingyang's attack with a palm, Xiao Ming did not give him much time to catch his breath. He stepped forward and appeared in front of him once again, aiming his right hand at his chest this time. To others, Xiao Ming's movements seemed slow, but in Gu Qingyang's eyes, they were incredibly swift and difficult to resist. However, Gu Qingyang was a talented heir of the Gu clan who had received the best training on the continent since childhood, and his mental strength was extraordinary. A clear space fluctuation surged on the soles of his feet, and the next moment, he strangely retreated more than 3 meters backward to avoid Xiao Ming's attack. A Dou technique of movement involving space, at least a high D class. Worthy of being an ancient clan. Xiao Ming thought calmly. He wasn't surprised that he couldn't defeat Gu Qingyang with 2 palm strikes. It would be really surprising if Gu Qingyang was defeated by him so easily. In that case, the Gu clan's reputation would be worthless. However, it ends here. Xiao Ming thought as he disappeared from his original position without any apparent movement, leaving only a faint phantom that slowly dissipated. That was an afterimage produced by speed reaching a certain level. Seeing this, Gu Qingyang did not dare to be careless. His hand seals changed like lightning, and then two brilliant energy hand seals erupted from his hands, heavily attacking in front of him. Open Mountain Seal. Sea Flipping Seal. As soon as the two brilliant energy hand seals appeared, they quickly merged and converged together. This combination of two seals was not simply adding 1 + 1 = 2. Even a normal one-star Do ancestor would only end up defeated and even lose their life against this move. But unfortunately for Gu Qingyang, his opponent was Xiao Ming. With a crystal-clear hand slightly shining, Xiao Ming shattered the attack like a withered tree and falling leaves. Then, he pressed his hand directly onto Gu Qingyang's chest at lightning speed. Boom! Suddenly, Gu Qingyang's body was like a cannonball, heavily crashing onto the ground, stirring up a large cloud of dust. Chapter 273. The First General, Lost. The young man on the four-winged unicorn looked at the dust on the ground and felt somewhat incredulous, feeling a huge gap in his heart. After all, Xiao Ming had only used 3 moves, without even using his Do techniques, while Gu Qingyang had used secret techniques to enhance his strength and even used a high D Do technique. And yet, he still lost. The young man swallowed saliva and felt that this matter was too surreal. Nevertheless, the fact was right in front of him, and he had no choice but to believe it. Cough. The dust on the ground dissipated and the figure of Gu Qingyang was revealed. His green robe was in tatters, and his body bore numerous abrasions. The palm print on his chest was particularly prominent, and he appeared far from the composed figure he was when he first arrived. Upon seeing Gu Qingyang's current state, the black submerged army didn't have time to be shocked and quickly flew the four-winged unicorns to land beside him. First General, are you alright? Standing up slowly, Gu Qingyang breathed a sigh and said, "It's nothing serious." Seeing the blood flowing from their general's mouth, those black submerged soldiers swallowed their saliva. This didn't look like nothing serious at all. However, in reality, Gu Qingyang was indeed fine. Xiao Ming had held back some of his strength in the end, and Gu Qingyang only sustained minor injuries. Otherwise, Xiao Ming could have ripped his head off. Gu Qingyang understood that Xiao Ming had held back, so when he looked at him, his eyes were somewhat complex. He had originally thought that Xiao Ming, who hailed from a small empire in the northwestern region, even as a 7th-tier alchemist, would not have outstanding combat power. With the backing of his Gu clan, he should have been able to handle a Do ancestor, albeit with some difficulty, and ultimately come out on top. Unexpectedly, the clown ended up being himself. Although he still had some tricks up his sleeve, Xiao Ming hadn't even used his Do techniques from start to finish. With just 3 moves, he had defeated him, and there was no need to continue the fight. Xiao Ming, who did not know Gu Qingyang's thoughts, landed directly in front of him and asked, "Do we need to continue?" "No need. I admit defeat. This is the Blood Essence Demon Fruit. As agreed, it belongs to you." Gu Qingyang's hand flashed with white light and the Blood Essence Demon Fruit, which had just been collected in his storage ring, appeared in his hand once again. Xiao Ming raised his hand, and the jade box containing the Blood Essence Demon Fruit in Gu Qingyang's hand was immediately sucked into his palm. General Gu Qingyang is indeed generous. After examining the Blood Essence Demon Fruit, Xiao Ming chuckled and said, "It's just a matter of skill. Brother Xiao Ming has made me realize that there are always people better than oneself." Gu Qingyang was worthy of being a talented individual who was highly regarded by the Gu clan. His character was quite good. Despite being defeated by Xiao Ming, Gu Qingyang remained calm and collected, showing no signs of hysteria or distress. Xiao Ming could only smile in response, saying nothing. Looking at Xiao Ming's smile, Gu Qingyang understood that there was no need to stay any longer. He took out a healing pill from his storage ring and swallowed it before riding his own four-winged unicorn. Just as he was about to ride away, he hesitated and turned his head. "Brother Xiao Ming, I don't know if the Tushi ancient god's jade is really on you, but if it is, I advise you to hand it over to our Gu clan. After all, there are more than just our clan who are eyeing that thing. If you hand it over to us, you may still receive some resources and avoid some danger. That's all I have to say. Please consider it carefully." After speaking, Gu Qingyang left with his group. Watching Gu Qingyang and his group depart, Xiao Ming fell into deep thought. Gu Qingyang's words made him have to consider how to deal with the Gu clan. To be honest, he didn't value the two Shi ancient gods' jade that much since he already had the origin chi. There was no need to rely on that thing to advance to Do God. However, it was impossible for him to hand it over, especially to the Gu clan. His impression of the Gu clan was not good, and even 2/5 of the clan were spies. What was the difference between giving it to them and giving it to the Hall of Souls? If Hun Tiandi got the two Shi ancient gods' jade and started his plan ahead of time, and he didn't have the strength to intervene, then everything would be messed up. So it was impossible to hand it over, but it was also difficult to deal with the Gu clan's constant attention. Actually, Xiao Ming didn't think the Gu clan valued the two Shi ancient gods' jade that much. After all, it only became useful when all 8 pieces were collected, a task that was not easy to achieve as they would have to dominate the other ancient clans. From the fact that the Gu clan only sent younger members, it could be inferred that its level of importance was limited, and not everyone valued it. Xiao Ming seriously suspected that those who valued the two Shi ancient gods' jade were the 2/5 of the Hall of Souls. Anyway, forget it. I was planning to travel around the northwestern region with Qin Lin, looking for opportunities that appear in the simulator, but now I can only head to the Central Plains. After joining the Pill Tower, with their protection, they can't do anything to me. Xiao Ming thought to himself. As a holy land for alchemists across the continent, and with the Pill Tower's founder being a 6-star Do saint, it still carried significant weight in the eyes of the Gu clan. The Gu clan didn't need to go all out for the two Shi ancient gods' jade that they hadn't seen in thousands of years. In fact, if Xiao Ming were to wander around the continent, he wouldn't encounter much trouble, as the Do Chi continent was vast, and finding someone was more difficult than reaching the sky. Unlike the Hun clan, which had the Hall of Souls as its pawn across the continent, the Gu clan didn't have such extensive influence. But one could only hide for so long, so it was better to appear in the Gu clan's view to avoid them searching for him in the imperial capital, causing chaos for the Xiao family. Xiao Ming, what is that jade thing? Can you eat it? Why do they all come to you for it? Ziyan asked, flying over to Xiao Ming and shaking his arm, pulling him out of his deep thought. That's something that will bring misfortune to anyone who gets too close to it, Xiao Ming replied, rubbing her head. In a way, Ziyan was a victim of that thing. Ah. Then why do they still want it? Did they cultivate until their brains were damaged? She tilted her head, trying to understand. They are just too greedy, Xiao Ming replied nonchalantly. The Gu clan did not have the strength to sweep away other ancient clans like the Hun clan, so their pursuit of the two Shi ancient gods' jade was nothing but greed. At this moment, Medusa and Xiao Yixian flew over to his side. Here, this is for you, a bottle of healing medicine floated in front of Medusa. This is the compensation that person gave to your snake people tribe. Seeing Medusa hesitating, Xiao Ming explained and then led Xiao Yixian and Ziyan towards the underground cave. Looking at Xiao Ming's back, a strange color shone in Medusa's eyes. Xiao Ming's aversion to the snake people tribe seemed to have reduced significantly. Perhaps the matter of borrowing the power of the heavenly flame could be successful. After spending 2 hours resting in the underground cave, Xiao Ming was ready to leave with the girls. However, at that moment, Medusa suddenly stood in front of him, blocking his way. Chapter 274. What are you doing blocking our way? Don't tell me you want us to stay and be your guests in the snake people tribe. I don't have that much time to waste. Xiao Ming asked with a hint of doubt, looking at the alluring figure in front of him. Ziyan lifted her little head and chimed in, that's right, Sister Medusa. We have to leave now. I promise to come back and visit you. Please move aside quickly. Well, Master Xiao Ming, I was actually hoping to borrow your heavenly flame for a period of time. Medusa hesitated for a moment before gritting her teeth and speaking up. Xiao Ming was first surprised by the softer tone of the usually dominant Queen Medusa, but then he noticed what she said. Borrow his heavenly flame. It seemed that Medusa had not given up on the idea of evolution. But that was understandable given the circumstances. Her meridians were damaged, making it almost as difficult to break through to the Do ancestor realm through conventional means as it was to reach the heavens themselves. Using the heavenly flame would break through the bottleneck and not only allow her to enter the Do ancestor realm but also evolve her bloodline. It was like killing 2 birds with 1 stone, but the success rate was low. Medusa also knew that the success rate was low, but she had no other choice. Xiao Ming would definitely not help her refine the snake's sacred soul advancement pill, so she could only try to borrow his heavenly flame. Your Majesty, you can't. Before Xiao Ming could say anything, the snake people elders and commanders who had come to bid farewell to him and the girls had a change in their expressions. The use of this secret technique is too risky. If you fail, your majesty, then our Medusa bloodline will be cut off. This is absolutely not acceptable. Sure, an old and experienced member of the snake people, trembled as he spoke, just like an ordinary old man. After trying to persuade Queen Medusa, he didn't forget to say to Xiao Ming, Master Xiao Ming, I beg you, please don't agree to this. The other snake people also tried to persuade her, talking all at once. This secret technique is too risky. Let's find another way. Your Majesty, you must not take such a risk. In fact, Xiao Ming had already presented the option of using the heavenly flame to evolve when he treated Medusa earlier, but at that time, the great elders did not even consider it and simply discarded the option. The reason was that this method was too dangerous. If it failed, it would be a price the snake people could not accept. Medusa's frustration boiled over as she looked at the clamorous group around her. She was doing this to protect them, but these people were not only not helping to persuade, but they were even dissuading the other party from helping. She had never seen such tribemates before. Enough, she shouted, her regal tone cutting through the noise. I am the queen. It is not your place to make decisions for me. Her authority over the snake people was undeniable, and her forceful words brought the cacophony to a sudden halt. After the tribe members quieted down, Medusa once again turned her beautiful eyes to Xiao Ming, with a charming smile on her face. Master Xiao Ming, I'm sorry about what just happened, but about borrowing the heavenly flame, Medusa began tentatively. What price are you willing to pay? Xiao Ming interjected, cutting her off. The snake people had shown great respect to Xiao Ming and his companions since he had saved their queen, almost like they were their own parents. If the price was good enough, Xiao Ming wouldn't mind lending her his heavenly flame. Lending it meant only consuming a little do qi. The question seemed to make the snake people somewhat anxious, but Medusa silenced them with a quick glance. As for the reward, Master Xiao Ming, please take a look at our snake people's treasury, she offered, uncertain of what Xiao Ming might want. The snake people's treasury? Lead the way. Medusa nodded and led Xiao Ming and the girls away, leaving the snake people behind, watching them go with concern etched on their faces. Sighing inwardly, Ensure walked to the First Elder's side and said, First Elder, could you persuade Her Majesty? This secret technique is not something that can be used casually. Most of the previous queens who tried to break through with it have failed. It's not like you don't know the queen's character. After a moment of silence, the First Elder, who was the only one who hadn't advised her before, sighed. While the Snake People tribe sighed, Xiao Ming and the others followed Medusa to the Snake People's treasury. The Snake People's treasury was similar to the royal treasury, but with fewer items, including a large number of gold coins and some weapons and armor. Of course, Xiao Ming wasn't interested in these things, and Medusa knew that, so she took them deeper into the treasury. This is our Snake People's treasure trove. If Master Xiao Ming likes anything, you can take it. Medusa said, pointing to the rows of jade boxes. Xiao Ming nodded slightly and immediately picked up a jade box. Inside was a low Xian Do technique called Snake Soul Devouring. Xiao Ming shook his head and placed the jade box back on the shelf. Just then, Ziyan approached, her curious expression piquing Xiao Ming's interest. Do you want to pick something too, Ziyan? He asked. Use your talent for treasure hunting to show me what valuable things are in this treasure trove. It will also help your sister Medusa. Me? Just like that, Ziyan was recruited by Xiao Ming. Actually, Xiao Ming also had the talent for treasure hunting, but he preferred to let Ziyan do the searching. After a brief search, Ziyan returned with 3 jade boxes and a green stone. Xiao Ming, here are the things I found. Ziyan said, tiptoeing to hand over the items to him. Xiao Ming took the items and inspected them briefly. He discovered that the 3 jade boxes contained powerful medicinal herbs, all of which were the main ingredients for a 6th-tier pill. With his eyebrows raised, he didn't say anything. After all, Ziyan had a penchant for medicinal herbs, so it was not too surprising for him to get such a result. He moved his gaze from the jade boxes to the ordinary-looking green stone. At first glance, the stone was no different from an ordinary one. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that the stone was covered with strange patterns. Additionally, the stone's surface was slightly transparent, and if placed in a place with strong light, one could vaguely see some viscous liquid flowing inside. As Xiao Ming's hand touched the green stone, he felt a cool and refreshing sensation. He gently shook the stone, and a faint sound of liquid sloshing inside could be heard. After careful examination, Xiao Ming sighed with emotion, "Heavenly numb jade essence, I didn't expect your snake clan to have such a good thing. If you had told me earlier, it wouldn't have been so troublesome." The value of the heavenly numb jade essence was no less than that of the blood essence demon fruit obtained earlier, so Xiao Ming made this remark. Medusa was a little puzzled when she heard this. What is the heavenly numb jade essence? Xiao Ming was taken aback by her question and then looked at Ziyan. Where did you find this? It was just a stone used to pad the shelf of medicinal herbs. I thought it looked unusual, so I picked it up. It appeared that the Snake People tribe was unaware of the value of this item. Indeed, without prior knowledge, it was not easy to recognize its worth. It seemed normal for them to use it as a pad. Master Xiao Ming, are you satisfied with it? Asked Medusa, looking at Xiao Ming with a curious expression. She didn't know what this heavenly numb jade essence was, but she could tell that Xiao Ming was pleased with it. Ahem, it's not bad, replied Xiao Ming as he put the item into his storage ring. Not bad. He hit the jackpot. The heavenly numb jade essence was a primary material for many high-tier alchemy pills. Whether he used it himself or traded it, it had great value. Then, the matter of the heavenly flame. Medusa's eyes sparkled with anticipation. As you wish. But please prepare as soon as possible. I won't stay in the Snake People tribe for too long, replied Xiao Ming. Understood, we'll do it tonight then. Medusa's secret room was located in an open-air cave. It was circular and spacious, with the sand, mud, and dirt cleaned up neatly. In the center of the cave, there was a stone platform, and on it stood a man and a woman facing each other. Xiao Ming's gaze lingered on the moonlight outside before turning to Medusa. She was dressed in the same luxurious and expensive purple brocade he had seen her wear when they first met. The fabric draped her graceful body, accentuating her voluptuous figure and exuding an enchanting allure. Her light golden eyes were bewitching and seemed to captivate the gaze of every man who looked at her. Beneath the purple brocade, a purple snake tail lazily swayed, giving off a wild and exotic charm. Are you ready? Asked Xiao Ming. Medusa breathed in lightly, gazing up at the sky. A rare hesitation flashed across her enchanting face, but it turned into determination in an instant. She then swung her snake tail and slowly raised her fiery body. I'm ready. Let's begin. She said. Xiao Ming didn't waste any time. He made a gesture with his hand, and a burst of green flames suddenly erupted, quickly growing in size until it became a raging blaze in just the blink of an eye. Under this fiery green blaze, the surrounding space began to warp, and the ground started to crack. For some consideration, Xiao Ming didn't use the white glazed heart flame this time, but instead, he used the green lotus core flame. Ignoring the searing heat that enveloped their surroundings, Queen Medusa bit her red lips as she gazed upon Xiao Ming before her. You got it cheap. Her jade hand slowly unfastened the buttons of her brocade robe, revealing a perfect jade body that seemed like a divine masterpiece. In the luminous moonlight, her white, voluptuous curves emitted an irresistible allure. Her beautiful face bore a hint of seductive charm, reminiscent of that of a fairy. Her slender, fair neck showed off an elegant curvature. Looking down, her ample, pert breasts, round and tender, came into view. Perhaps due to the scorching heat, a single crystal-clear droplet appeared from her neck, rolling down and grazing over one of her full breasts, creating a slightly seductive arc before dropping off. Beneath her slender waist was a wild purple snake tail, swaying slightly with a captivating charm. Medusa's sudden movement made Xiao Ming's eyes widen and his body react strangely. He quickly looked away and silently sighed in his heart. Rumor has it that Medusa of the Snake People race is born with a kind of charm. For men, this charm is like the most intense aphrodisiac. I didn't expect this charm to be so strong. Even I have some difficulty controlling myself. Allowing her purple brocade robe to slide to the ground, Queen Medusa slowly took a step forward, her beautiful eyes fixed on the green flame in midair. She bit her red lips and spoke softly. The northwestern region is becoming more unstable with the emergence of Dou ancestor powerhouses. If I don't break through to Dou ancestor, I won't be able to protect my tribe. I must succeed this time. As she spoke, Queen Medusa gracefully untied the purple ribbon that bound her hair, causing her fiery red locks to cascade down her back, reaching her willowy waist. With a gentle shake of her head, her hair swayed in the wind, making her even more irresistible. With her hands slightly clasped together and her beautiful eyes closed, Queen Medusa's jade hands continuously changed into strange handprints. As her handprints changed, the energy fluctuations in the cave became more and more intense, and in the end, a huge energy vortex was formed in the cave, which was faintly covered by a rich glow, encompassing her. Looking at this change, Xiao Ming's heart was somewhat surprised. This snake people tribe's secret technique is quite interesting. The light surrounding Medusa fluctuated, and after a moment, a roar that resembled both a lion's and a tiger's echoed loudly from within. Shortly after, the blinding light intensified and then suddenly disappeared, revealing a 33-meter-long purple giant snake hovering in the air. The purple giant snake was imposing, with a hint of elegant beauty in its appearance. Its pale purple pupils radiated a sense of tranquility and detachment. Xiao Ming recognized this kind of purple giant snake as a magical beast called Quiet Purple Flame Serpent. It was said that this kind of snake had a trace of the ancient exotic beast, the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python, flowing in its blood. If the opportunity was sufficient, this kind of quiet purple flame serpent could activate the faint bloodline and evolve into its ancient ancestor. It was unclear whether Medusa could successfully awaken the bloodline of the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python as she had done in the original story. As Xiao Ming pondered, the huge purple snake circled several times in the sky before plunging headlong into the green flames with a low, crisp hissing sound. Without hesitation, Medusa rushed furiously into the green flames. The instant the purple snake entered the heavenly flame, Queen Medusa let out a piercing scream that made one's scalp tingle. Hearing Medusa's piercing scream coming from within the heavenly flame, Xiao Ming frowned. In mid-air, the giant purple snake was frantically rolling its huge body within the green flames. Within Xiao Ming's range of vision, he could clearly see the scales on the purple snake's body twisting rapidly after entering the heavenly flame, and eventually being burned to a crisp black, falling helplessly from the snake's body. After the scales fell, the deep red blood gushed out, but in the instant it appeared, it was burned into nothingness by the terrifying temperature of the heavenly flame, leaving behind glaring blood-colored marks on the snake's body. Squeak, squeak. Standing on the stone platform, Xiao Ming could even hear the squeaking sound emanating from the heavenly flame. Due to the rapid loss of blood, the huge body of the purple snake was shrinking at a visible speed. It was hard to imagine the intense pain that Queen Medusa was enduring. This Medusa is quite ruthless to herself. Xiao Ming sighed, observing that the energy of the green lotus core flame was rapidly being consumed. He quickly channeled the Do Qi from his body into the air to keep it burning. Chapter 275. The tumultuous noise created by Queen Medusa was overwhelming, and her piercing screams echoed throughout the entire underground cavern. Countless snake people were agitated, their faces etched with worry as they gazed towards the source of the commotion. Some of them attempted to rush into the secret room where Medusa was evolving, but her personal guard stopped them, and they could only stand outside, feeling anxious and waiting for the outcome. Outside the secret room, the snake people commanders and elders listened to Medusa's screams with clenched hands and concerned expressions. The evolution has begun, all we can do now is wait for the final result, one of the elders said, voicing their collective thoughts. I hope Her Majesty the Queen can succeed, another added with a sigh. Even Ziyan's usually cheerful face was replaced with a serious expression, as she too felt the gravity of the situation. However, Xiao Yixian remained unaffected, as she had no personal connection to Medusa. Inside the open cave, Xiao Ming had already retreated to the edge. The stone platform where he was originally standing had turned into a pitch-black hole, at least a dozen meters deep, with spiderweb-like cracks spreading in all directions. The energy required for Medusa's evolution was not a small amount, so Xiao Ming did not hesitate to input large amounts of Do Qi into the green lotus core flame from time to time. The green lotus core flame, which had received sufficient Do Qi supply, emitted a terrifyingly high temperature, resulting in the current situation. Inside the green flames, Queen Medusa's piercing screams gradually weakened after almost half an hour of intense shouting. At this point, perhaps because its strength had been exhausted, the huge body of the purple snake had almost stopped tumbling. Its once lustrous purple scales had been charred to an unrecognizable black, and the 30-meter-long body had been reduced to a mere 2 or 3 meters. It was a gruesome sight, and it was impossible to fathom how many bones and how much blood had been consumed by the heavenly flame. As the echoes of Queen Medusa's screams faded away, all the snake people rose to their feet in unison, hoping against hope for a miracle. But as time passed, a sense of despair began to set in. Suddenly, a mournful howl echoed through the cave, casting a gloomy pall over the entire area. Did Her Majesty the Queen fail? Yume asked with a bitter expression as she perceived no movement in the secret room. The snake people around clenched their hands tightly, unwilling to believe it. Master Xiao Ming has not come out yet, so she hasn't failed. Keep on waiting. The snake people's first elder finally spoke up. Xiao Ming, mentioned by the snake people's first elder, was closely watching Medusa, judging her condition. In the green flames, Queen Medusa lay motionless, allowing the green lotus core flame to burn continuously on her body. A faint burnt smell slowly emanated from her body, but Xiao Ming could not find any signs of life in her. Failed? After observing for a while with a frown, Xiao Ming suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky, which had suddenly become much darker and slightly silent. This Medusa is quite lucky. Outside the secret room, Ziyan waited anxiously, her eyes tearing up. The energy of heaven and earth burst forth. Suddenly, the cold voice of Xiao Yixian rang out, and her eyes seemed to be able to penetrate the walls as she looked towards the sky. Outside, the originally bright moonlight became extremely dim, and clouds of unknown origin slowly enveloped the entire sky. Boom! In the clouds, thunderous booms suddenly rang out, and silvery lightning flashed like silver snakes. The sudden sound of thunder surprised everyone, leaving them all looking confused. The first elder was the first to react, his eyes widening with excitement. Did she succeed? According to the snake people's records, a race with a noble enough bloodline and successful evolution would attract heavenly thunder. The current scene fit this description perfectly. As soon as the first elder finished speaking, a deafening rumble echoed through the sky, followed by a massive silver lightning bolt that shot out of the clouds. The lightning illuminated the world, striking the ground before crashing into the purple light screen. The green flames within the screen were also hit by the lightning, causing a brilliant flash of light. The thundercloud came and went in a flash, and the dark clouds rapidly dissipated. The bright moonlight once again poured into the secret room. However, a faint green mist began to seep out of the purple giant snake, obscuring Xiao Ming's vision. The green mist is the result of the collision between the lighting and the heavenly flame. It can't be penetrated by soul power, and the situation inside has been completely isolated. If I want to know more, I'll have to go inside. Xiao Ming concluded after scanning the light screen with his soul perception. At this moment, his body was covered with a thick layer of Do Qi. The thunder strike had a significant impact on him, who was standing close to Medusa. As a result, the entire secret room was deepened by more than 20 meters. As Xiao Ming moved closer to the center of the room where he remembered Medusa was, the green core lotus flame he had released earlier reappeared. However, the flames had shrunk to the size of a fist and were floating in the air, constantly changing shape. Xiao Ming could feel that the qi he had input into it was almost exhausted. With a wave of his right hand, he collected the green core lotus flame and looked down at the ground. There, a giant snake covered in black charcoal lay silently, its body cold and lifeless. Before Xiao Ming could make any moves, a slight cracking sound suddenly rang out. The blackened skin on the snake's body began to peel off slowly under Xiao Ming's gaze. The peeling gradually accelerated, and in the end, something seemed about to break out from inside the snake's corpse. Boom! Suddenly, the snake's body exploded with a loud boom, and its jet-black scales flew in all directions, turning the body into powder. As the snake's body turned to powder, a vast and terrifying aura burst out, quickly enveloping the area. Did Her Majesty succeed? Feeling a familiar energy, countless snake people looked at each other and then erupted into wild joy, and the sound of earth-shaking shouts of joy echoed through the clouds. However, in just 10 seconds, the energy that had erupted dissipated like a tide. As the energy dissipated, the snake people's cheers also abruptly stopped. All of them had looks of shock filled with anxiety. The explosion of the snake's corpse raised a cloud of black dust, which fell like snowflakes, gradually drifting down. In a split second, a rainbow light burst out from the mist, piercing through the barriers of space and moving so fast that it caught people off guard. Xiao Ming could clearly discern the outline of the rainbow light, but he didn't move a muscle. He let the light, accompanied by the sharp sound of breaking wind, flash past him. As the rainbow light shot towards Xiao Ming at a breakneck speed, it suddenly came to a halt just a few centimeters away from him. Its motion and stillness were so perfectly blended that there was no sense of distortion whatsoever. The light seemed to have transformed into a perfectly rounded shape, suspended in mid-air with a serene stillness that belied its earlier frenzied movement. The rainbow light came to a halt just a few centimeters away from Xiao Ming, revealing a small snake that was only about 20 centimeters long. Its body was covered with tiny 7-colored scales, and its pale purple snake pupils gave off a strange feeling. An unusual and refreshing fragrance wafted around its body. Although it had a small and delicate appearance, it exuded elegance and nobility that would make many people forget their fear and disgust towards snakes. Even though the small snake didn't have many sharp attack parts on its body, it exuded a terrifying power that even though emperor powerhouses would not dare to underestimate. The small snake floated in front of Xiao Ming, and its pale purple eyes showed no signs of killing intent, but rather a purity and cleanliness. The seven-colored snake slightly shook its tail, stared at Xiao Ming with its large pale purple eyes, and cautiously moved forward a little bit. When it saw that Xiao Ming did not react, it swayed its tail and spun around once, sliding onto Xiao Ming's shoulder. It curled up its body slightly, and its pale purple eyes looked at Xiao Ming with a bit of pitifulness. During that time, it even used its small head to lightly nudge against Xiao Ming's cheek. Body of 7 colors, pupils slightly purple, emitting a fragrant aura, a power capable of reaching the heavens, it really is the 7-colored heaven-swallowing python. Xiao Ming said as he extended a finger and lightly stroked the little creature's head. The 7-colored heaven-swallowing python seemed to enjoy being touched by Xiao Ming's hand. After a moment, the small snake suddenly lifted its crystal-clear eyes and emitted a few soft hissing sounds towards Xiao Ming, the gentle tones sounding as if it was acting coquettishly. Seeing the little 7-colored snake's behavior, a smile appeared on Xiao Ming's lips. "This little girl is quite likable," he said as he flipped his hand, revealing a small jade bottle filled with purple liquid. Since obtaining it, Xiao Ming had rarely used the amethyst lion birth essence. Instead, he just kept it as a collection item. As the jade bottle appeared, the small snake, which had been coiled in mid-air, instantly appeared in Xiao Ming's palm as if it had teleported. It then stuck its small head into the bottle and licked it greedily with its tongue, quickly reducing the amount of amethyst lion birth essence inside by almost 1/5. It was merely a collectible item, so Xiao Ming didn't feel any regret as the 7-colored heaven-swallowing python consumed some of it. The little snake didn't excessively indulge in the consumption, and after a few licks, it withdrew its head. In its crystal-clear snake eyes, excitement and satisfaction could be seen. Perhaps due to absorbing the amethyst lion birth essence, the little 7-colored snake's affection towards Xiao Ming grew stronger as it gazed into his eyes. After giving the little snake's head another pat, Xiao Ming took it and walked towards the entrance of the cave. Rumble. The stone gate leading to the evolution site slowly opened, and Xiao Ming's figure appeared in everyone's sight. Ziyan was the first to rush to his side, tiptoeing to look behind him, but only saw a blank space. "Xiao Ming. Where's Sister Medusa?" Ziyan asked anxiously, blinking. Before Xiao Ming could answer, the snake people gathered around him. "Wait, I know what you want to ask. Here, this is Medusa." Xiao Ming preemptively spoke and then took the 7-colored heaven-swallowing python off his shoulder. As everyone looked at the colorful little snake in Xiao Ming's hand, their eyes were full of amazement. "This is Her Majesty the Queen. How did Her Majesty become so small?" Yume asked in surprise, her lips slightly parted. According to the records, it is indeed possible for this situation to occur, the elder of the snake people, who had more knowledge, explained to everyone. "So cute." Ziyan looked at the 7-colored heaven-swallowing python in Xiao Ming's hand, her eyes shining brightly. She carefully took it from Xiao Ming's hand and examined it closely. Perhaps due to the influence of Medusa's soul, or perhaps for some other reason, the 7-colored heaven-swallowing python did not feel repelled by Ziyan's actions. Instead, it seemed to accept her touch with some sense of ease. As they watched the comfortable-looking 7-colored snake close its eyes in contentment, the faces of the snake people showed a strange expression. "Her personality doesn't seem like that of Her Majesty the Queen. Could something be wrong?" one of them asked. Ziyan also noticed something was off and asked Xiao Ming, "Has Sister Medusa succeeded? Why can't she transform into human form and speak to us? Currently, it's the soul of the 7-colored heaven-swallowing python that dominates her body, not Medusa's soul. The evolution process consumes a great deal of energy, and Medusa's soul has fallen into a deep sleep. As for why Medusa has 2 souls, it's due to the secret technique of the snake people." Xiao Ming explained. After giving Ziyan a brief explanation, Xiao Ming said, "All right, Ziyan, hand over Queen Medusa to the elder." Upon hearing this, the elder of the snake people showed an expectant look and turned to look at the 7-colored snake in Ziyan's hand. Ziyan's expression was reluctant as she stroked the little colorful snake. This little snake was too cute to let go. After struggling for a while, Ziyan slowly handed the 7-colored heaven-swallowing python over to the elder's waiting hands. But just as she was handing it over, the 7-colored heaven-swallowing python whipped its tail and glided through space like lightning, then landed on Xiao Ming's shoulder. "Master Xiao Ming, this?" The elder's face was filled with astonishment. Maybe this little girl saw me first, like a newborn baby, so it's somewhat dependent on me. Xiao Ming said. But what do we do now? The snake people were a bit helpless as they watched the little snake coil around Xiao Ming's shoulder. They didn't dare to use forceful means. Chapter 276. This little girl possesses the fire attribute. Do you have any natural treasures that contain fire energy? Perhaps we could use them to lure it, Xiao Ming suggested. The snake people exchanged glances and shook their heads in disappointment. They mostly had a keen constitution and had not collected any natural treasures with fire attributes. The first elder turned to Yen Ci, one of the tribe's 8 commanders, and asked, "Do you have any of those treasures in your Yen snake tribe?" Yen Ci responded with a hint of regret, "We did have some, but in the battle with the Chu Yun Empire, our Yen snake tribe was at the forefront, and those treasures were destroyed." The other snake people's faces fell upon hearing Yen Ci's response. The situation seemed bleak. However, their disappointment was short-lived as the 7-colored heaven-swallowing python, having absorbed part of the amethyst lion birth essence earlier, shook its head and fell asleep on Xiao Ming's neck. Seeing this, Xiao Ming carefully lifted it up and handed it over to the first elder. The first elder took it cautiously and then passed it to Yume. "Yume, take Her Majesty down and settle her in. I need to consult something with Master Xiao Ming." "The rest of you may leave," the first elder instructed. Yes. Since the queen had successfully evolved, there was no need for them to stay here any longer. The snake people left one by one. Eventually, only Xiao Ming and his group, along with the snake people first elder, remained. "First elder, if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask," Xiao Ming said, addressing the old woman who appeared hesitant to speak in front of him. In truth, this old woman simply wants to know how long Her Majesty's current condition will last. The snake people first elder sighed, her face lined with concern. Most of the snake people were immersed in the joy of the queen's successful evolution just now and did not consider that her condition seemed somewhat abnormal. Even if someone noticed something amiss, they quickly brushed it aside. After all, it was normal for the snake people to have 2 souls, one of which was artificially fused using secret methods. In their view, once Her Majesty the Queen awakened, this soul would disappear as before, so there was no need to worry. The snake people's first elder was the only one who had keenly sensed that something was amiss. "Your snake people tribe does not have any records?" Xiao Ming asked, surprised at the first elder's question. "To be honest, our records are incomplete, and this situation is also the first of its kind that we have ever encountered," the first elder replied, her tone tinged with frustration. "I see." Xiao Ming nodded in understanding and continued, "Without external interference, this situation will last for at least 10 years. It will take about 10 years for Medusa to fully control her body for an extended period of time." 10 years. The first elder couldn't help but exclaim upon hearing this. Realizing her outburst, she quickly regained her composure and apologized. "I'm sorry, it was this old woman who lost her composure." Xiao Ming shook his head to indicate that she had nothing to worry about. "But is what you said true, Master Xiao Ming? I'm not questioning you, but 10 years seems a bit exaggerated, doesn't it?" the first elder asked. "Exaggerated?" Xiao Ming couldn't help but laugh. This was not an exaggeration at all. In this evolutionary process, it wasn't just Medusa who benefited, the soul of the 7-colored heaven-swallowing python, the former quiet purple flame serpent, also gained considerable improvement. The soul had made significant progress and was no longer under Medusa's control. Of course, in comparison, Medusa's soul definitely had the advantage, but it was still difficult for her to control the newborn soul of the 7-colored heaven-swallowing python and merge it with her own soul without a prolonged struggle. 10 years might even be an understatement. After listening to Xiao Ming's explanation, it was difficult for the first elder to hide the bitterness on her old face. "Master Xiao Ming, do you know of a solution to our queen's problem?" Naturally, there was a solution, and Xiao Ming narrowed his eyes, not hiding it. "You can find a 6th-tier alchemist or higher to refine a pill that will merge their souls." Upon hearing this, the first elder's old face lit up with a hint of surprise. "Then I wonder if Master Xiao Ming can help us. I've been in the snake people tribe long enough, and I'll be leaving tomorrow. I don't have the time to help you refine the pill. Besides, collecting the herbs for a 6th-tier pill also takes time." "There's no need to bring this up again," Xiao Ming decisively refused and left with Ziyan and Xiao Yixian. The first elder sighed, "Never mind, Master Xiao Ming has already helped us enough. Asking for more would only be pushing it." Walking through the tunnels of the cave, Ziyan skipped ahead, holding Xiao Ming's hand. Xiao Yixian walked beside Xiao Ming, taking his other hand. Xiao Ming could smell the faint fragrance of both girls, and suddenly he heard Xiao Yixian's voice beside him. Xiao Ming, are we really going back to the academy tomorrow? Yes, we need to pick up Qin Lin at the academy before heading to Central Plains. Central Plains? Yes, Central Plains is the most prosperous place in the entire continent. With my status as a 7th-tier alchemist, we will be able to grow faster, and maybe we can find Ziyan's home there. Xiao Ming hadn't told Ziyan that she was an ancient void dragon. After all, Xiao Ming had never seen her true form, and it would be hard to explain if he suddenly said she was an ancient void dragon. After they arrived in Central Plains, Ziyan would naturally sense the location of the ancient void dragon tribe and return home. Once she returned to the ancient void dragon's territory, her strength would quickly improve. She would also be a powerful ally. Ziyan, who was walking ahead, heard Xiao Ming mention her and paused for a moment before immediately turning her head. If we find it, Xiao Ming, you have to make sure to go with me. Xiao Ming glanced at Ziyan and noticed that her smile was somewhat stiff. Ziyan had been wondering since she was young, so returning home could also be a knot in her heart. Reaching out and stroking Ziyan's head, Xiao Ming said, if there's a chance, I'll go with you. He said that, but deep down, Xiao Ming sighed. Although Ziyan came from a powerful background, the ancient void dragon tribe had many issues that needed to be dealt with. When they arrived there, she might not be able to be as carefree as she was now. Well, why think so much? Let's wait until we get to Central Plains. The following morning, at dawn, Xiao Ming and the girls were sent off by the Snake People tribe's first elder as they rushed towards the Jiama Empire. Not long after their departure, a commotion erupted in the territory of the Snake People tribe. Half an hour later, the Snake People's experts gathered together and the second elder asked, Huashir, where is Her Majesty the Queen? We haven't found her. Huashir replied helplessly. Not found. The cave isn't that big, and you can't find her. Didn't I tell you to take good care of the queen? What kind of Medusa royal guard are you? The second elder scolded. Huashir felt wronged. Although the small snake that her queen had turned into seemed harmless, its strength was indeed real. If she blinked, the other party would disappear. What could she do? However, this was indeed her dereliction of duty, so she could only bow down and say, I am willing to accept punishment. Forget it, this is also our mistake. The first elder waved away the second elder and continued, let's search for another half hour. If we can't find her, then let it be. The first elder thought of the 7-colored heaven-swallowing python's dependence on Xiao Ming yesterday, and a hint of helplessness flashed in her eyes. Chapter 277. After flying in the sky for 2 hours and nearing the border of Jiama Empire, Xiao Ming suddenly stopped midair. Ziyan and Xiao Yixian also stopped and hovered beside him. Did something happen? Xiao Yixian asked with a puzzled expression on her pretty face. Xiao Ming shook his head and looked back in the direction they came from. In an instant, a colorful light rushed towards them and wrapped around his arm. Looking at the 7-colored heaven-swallowing python on Xiao Ming's arm, Ziyan, who was previously unsure, was pleasantly surprised. Sister Medusa. She's not Medusa now, otherwise, she wouldn't have followed us, Xiao Ming corrected. Ziyan smirked and didn't care whether it was Medusa or not. She reached out to grab the 7-colored heaven-swallowing python. But unexpectedly, the 7-colored heaven-swallowing python, who just yesterday was very close to her, dodged her palm. Its intelligent eyes were full of longing and coquetry as it stared at Xiao Ming. Seeing Xiao Ming's lack of reaction, it even rubbed its small head against Xiao Ming's cheek and let out a soft hiss. You followed us because you're hungry, didn't you? Xiao Ming blinked and asked, somewhat speechless. After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Ming took out a jade bottle containing the amethyst lion birth essence from his storage ring. At the sight of the jade bottle, the 7-colored heaven-swallowing python's eyes lit up with excitement. It quickly appeared at the bottle's opening and started sucking the contents greedily. After a while, 1/20th of the amethyst lion birth essence was consumed, and the 7-colored heaven-swallowing python lifted its head, emitting a satisfied whine. Meanwhile, Ziyan, who had been waiting patiently, grabbed it. Since it was full and content, the little snake didn't resist and allowed Ziyan to hold it. What do you plan to do with it? Return it to the Snake People tribe? Xiao Yixian asked curiously on the side. Well, Xiao Ming hesitated. He was reluctant to fly 2 hours back to the Snake People tribe after already having flown to get here. Why send it back? Wouldn't it be better for Sister Medusa to accompany us? Ziyan suggested, stroking the snake's body with her small hand. Besides, those people may not have food, and what if they end up starving it? I don't think you are afraid of them starving it, you just want to bring it with us. Xiao Xian saw through Ziyan's small mind and teased her. Ziyan quickly denied it, shaking her head vigorously. No, I'm just concerned that it might wander off again. What if something bad happens? It's useless for you to say that to me, you have to get Xiao Ming to agree. Xiao Xian smiled slightly. Upon hearing this, Ziyan immediately locked her gaze on Xiao Ming. Forget it, if you want to bring it, then bring it. Xiao Ming rubbed his forehead and said. He couldn't travel so far to send it back to the snake people tribe, and it was unrealistic to let the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python go back on its own. So he could only bring it along. When Medusa woke up, she could go wherever she wanted. Yay! Ziyan was thrilled to hear this and immediately cheered. As she hugged the little snake, it suddenly wriggled out of her grip and snuck into Xiao Ming's sleeve, making Ziyan pout in disappointment. Apparently, compared to Ziyan, it still preferred Xiao Ming. You'll have time to play in the future. Let's hurry on our way. Xiao Ming reassured her before setting off towards the Black Corner region with Xiao Yixian and Ziyan trailing behind him. After entering the Jiama Empire, the group did not stop, but flew straight towards the Black Corner region and only rested when they needed to. 10 days later, in the forest outside the inner academy of the Jia Nan Academy. A convoy of flying magical beasts raised by the Jia Nan Academy flew in the sky. In front of the convoy, several old men with wings on their backs were clearing the way. Attacks containing energy fluctuations flew out of their hands, turning any magical beast daring to charge at the convoy into a blood mist, causing a wave of admiration from the students behind. At the forefront of the convoy was an old man who was different from the others. He didn't have wings behind him, but he was still able to fly, which was the defining characteristic of a Dou ancestor powerhouse. Occasionally, the other elders were unable to keep up with their assigned areas, leaving gaps that required others to fill in. But the area he was responsible for had no problems at all, as he effortlessly covered it. Wow, Deputy Headmaster Hugon is really impressive. Hee, of course. He's a Dou ancestor powerhouse after all. The students on the flying magical beasts were full of excitement. Dou ancestor experts were not easy to come by. I heard that he was able to break through to Dou ancestor thanks to Elder Xiao Ming's zone breaking pill. Zone breaking pill? That's a high-grade 6th tier pill. Indeed. Elder Xiao Ming is a rare genius in our academy. He was already able to refine high-grade 6th tier pills before, and now he might even be a 7th tier alchemist. Can you believe he's about the same age as us? This caused another wave of exclamations from the students. Just as the students were chatting excitedly, 3 streaks of light of different colors rushed in from the distance. This caught Hu Qian's attention, but after sensing the aura of the newcomers, he relaxed. At the same time, he passed on the message to several other elders beside him. Don't be nervous. The newcomer is Xiao Ming. Tell the students to behave and keep flying at this speed. Yes. The streaks of light quickly approached and slowed down slightly when they got close to the flying convoy. The crowd also got a clear look at the appearance of the newcomers. Wow! It's Elder Xiao Ming and he is accompanied by 2 beauties. Quick, look! The students immediately became restless, whispering excitedly amongst themselves. However, they were soon scolded by the elders. Deputy Headmaster, it's time for the new student enrollment ceremony. I didn't expect you to lead the way again this year. Xiao Ming said with a hearty laugh, looking at Hugon. It's tradition for me to lead the team for the enrollment ceremony every year. Hugon chuckled in response, beaming with a smile upon seeing Xiao Ming. As Xiao Ming's gaze swept across the new students, he noticed the presence of Xiao Yan. However, he just frowned slightly and didn't bother with him. Whether Xiao Yan came to the Jia Nan Academy for the Heavenly Flame or not, he would never be able to steal it from the academy without Yao Lao's help. If he could just behave himself and focus on his studies at the Jia Nan Academy, it would be a good choice for him. Looking at the new students, Xiao Ming thought about the scene when he himself entered the inner academy when he was only 8 years old. Has it been so long already? Time waits for no one. After a brief moment of sentimentality, Xiao Ming turned to Hugon and asked, speaking of which, I haven't seen Hu Jia for a long time. How is she doing now? After you left, Hu Jia, that girl, entered the inner academy. I'm not entirely sure about the specifics, but if you happen to have some spare time, you could go and see her. Hu Gan said wistfully. He remembered how he used to tease Xiao Ming about marrying his granddaughter, but with time, the idea gradually faded away. I will, then we'll go ahead first. Nodding his head, Xiao Ming said no more. Hu Gan nodded and watched the streaks of light disappear into the distance. Chapter 278. Returning to the familiar courtyard, Xiao Ming scanned his surroundings but did not see Qin Lin's figure. However, he did not worry too much and instructed Xiao Yixian and Ziyan to rest first. The journey had been long, and even though their formidable strength made physical exhaustion negligible, the tedium of the trek could easily sap their mental fortitude. Therefore, it was prudent to take a day's rest and recharge. Once Xiao Yixian and Ziyan had left, Xiao Ming made his way to his room. To his surprise, the long-unused space was not even a bit dusty, indicating that someone had been cleaning it regularly. Naturally, the person who had kept the room tidy was Qin Lin. Xiao Ming couldn't help but praise her diligence in his heart before settling down on the bed. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Ming closed his eyes and called out in his mind, "Simulator." That's right, the simulator had once again accumulated an opportunity to simulate life. Ding, detected that the host has an opportunity to simulate life. Would you like to start the simulation? Start the simulation. Simulation begins. Day 1, you and your companions cross through the Black Corner region and arrive at the Jia Nan Academy. In the outer academy, you meet your master, Elder Hua, and chat with him for half an hour before giving him the soul technique you acquired. Then, you and your companions resume the journey to the inner academy, and on the way, you run into the deputy headmaster of the Jia Nan Academy, Hu Gan. Upon arriving at the inner academy, you discover that your main reason for returning to the academy is nowhere in sight, but you take it in stride. As night falls, you place the ring containing the Do Venerate soul in another room before retiring to your room to spend some quality time with Xiao Yixian. Day 2, you wake up feeling refreshed, and some time later, you meet with the first elder Su Qian. Day 3, you leave the academy with Ziyan and the others. Upon parting, the academy lends you a 4th-rank flying magical beast, the Griffin. Day 4, you spend the day cultivating on the Griffin. Day 5, you spend the day cultivating on the Griffin and realize that your Do Qi has reached a bottleneck and you need to break through by refining the poison. Day 6, you and your companions pass by a bustling city and decide to leave the Griffin in a secure flight area. Afterwards, you set out to find an inn and enter seclusion to break through. Before entering seclusion, you give all the heavenly poison fruits, which are the main ingredient for the 8-tier pill, Heavenly Heart Poison Refining Pill, to Xiao Yixian. Day 7, you break through to the 2nd star Do Ancestor and are very satisfied with the demon poison spot in your body. After exiting from the closed-door cultivation, you find that Xiao Yixian has broken through to the 4-star Do Ancestor. You leave the inn and head to the flight area to retrieve the Griffin, only to find it missing. After conducting a search, you learn that the dissolute son of the city lord has stolen and hidden the Griffin. You teach him a hard lesson and demand compensation in addition to the antidote before leaving the city. Day 14, you begin the morning by playing with the 7-colored heaven-swallowing python before handing it over to Ziyan. Afterwards, you take out the spirit-nourishing powder, much to Ziyan's unsurprised eyes, to examine it. Despite your best efforts, you struggle to reverse engineer the method of refining it, and after a half-day of studying it, you make little progress. Day 15, you arrive at the Tianqing mountain range with Horizon City being your destination. As you are about to enter the city, you encounter a humanoid magical beast in the Do Ancestor realm. He is extremely angry upon seeing you, a young man accompanied by 3 beautiful women of different styles, and attacks you. Qin Lin captures a Do Ancestor pet. Day 19, you pilot the space boat through the space wormhole with Xiao Yixian by your side. Day 20, Xiao Yixian expresses interest in piloting the space boat, so you give her a brief explanation before handing over the controls. Day 30, in the morning, you take a look at Ziyan's white dress. You realize it's time for her to update her wardrobe. You make plans to take her shopping for clothes in the near future. In the afternoon, you focus on refining the demon poison spot. Day 35, you arrive in the Central Plains. As soon as you exit the space wormhole, you immediately notice several powerful auras. You marvel at how blessed Central Plains is. Day 46, during your break in Yun City, you hear of a large-scale auction hosted by the city's lord in the afternoon. Intrigued by the prospect of attending an auction in Central Plains for the first time, you decide to participate. You successfully bid on several items, including a high-grade storage ring, blood essence demon fruit, white cloud fruit, and pill soul serum. Day 70, while approaching Pill City, Ziyan expresses her desire to leave. You respect her wishes and do not attempt to persuade her otherwise. Day 71, arriving at the Pill Tower headquarters, you take the certification test to become an alchemist. You successfully pass and are certified as an intermediate 7th tier alchemist, shocking the elder in charge of the certification test. Day 91, you focus on cultivating your soul technique. You track your progress closely and estimate that, at your current rate of spiritual energy absorption, it will take another year to reach the spirit realm. Day 95, while engrossed in alchemy, a representative from one of the 5 great clans of the Pill Tower pays you a visit. Day 99, you obtain the core lightning bead. Day 130, your name begins to spread in the alchemy world of the Central Plains. Day 250, you are certified as a high-grade 7th tier alchemist by the Pill Tower, and you start to prepare for the refinement of the peak 7th tier pill, bone-growing blood-fusing pill. Day 300, you learn that the Dan clan in the Pill region possesses the core soul marrow. You decide to go and negotiate an exchange, and during this time, you discover a girl with a unique constitution who has the special ability to absorb spiritual energy. Unfortunately, the exchange for the core soul marrow fails, but you do find out that the Dan clan obtained it from the Pill Tower through a competition. Day 450, you attempt to refine a 2-colored 8th tier pill, the concentrated mind pill, but fail. You watch the flying ashes of the medicinal herbs in the medicinal cauldron and feel extremely distressed. Day 671, when members of the Hall of Souls come to cause trouble, you let Venerable Tianhua and Xiao Yixian take care of them. Day 800, you go out to collect medicinal herbs. Day 1265, you hear that the Heavenly Mountain Blood Pool in the Heaven Eye Mountain Range located in the northern region of the Central Plains has opened. You look at Qing Lin beside you and hurry with her towards the Heaven Eye Mountain Range. Day 1268, you meet with the Do ancestor powerhouse of the gold-swallowing mouse tribe, and after a conversation, the other party agrees to perform a covert operation for you. Day 1405, you make a breakthrough in your strength. Day 1788, the sect master of the Blood Blade sect comes to you to request that you refine a pill for him. He offers an intermediate D-Do technique, Blood Chi technique, and a high D-Chi method, Blood Transformation Art, as rewards. Day 1800, you encounter a Hall of Souls protector who is hunting soul bodies and you kill it on the spot. Day 2405, you are thinking about how to obtain the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit. Day 2467, you cultivate the Lo Tian Do technique, Great Heaven Creation Palm, and after hard training, you feel that this Do technique has achieved a small success. Day 2810, you depart from the southern region and travel to the central region to participate in the upcoming pill gathering at the Pill Tower. Day 2871, your opponents see you and can't help shaking their heads and sighing, realizing that their hopes of winning the championship are slim. Day 2880, you sweep through your opponents and win the Pill Gathering Championship. Day 2883, you receive the championship reward, the Great Single Soul Skill. You enter the Star region and begin to search for the 9th-ranked 3000 Burning Flame. Day 3000, representatives of the Gu clan came to you, hoping to obtain the 2 Shi Ancient Gods Jade from you. However, by this time, you had already gained great prestige in Central Plains and the Pill Tower, which had a strong influence. The other party had no choice but to concede defeat. Day 3293, you are invited to visit Sound Valley, where the people hold you in high regard. After a tour, they ask you to refine a pill for their ancestor, and you agree. As a thank you gift, they give you a Soundwave High D-Do technique called Brahmanic Sound. Day 3650, your soul realm makes a breakthrough. End of simulation. Selecting talent items. Currently available, Ziyan's White Dress, Pill Soul Serum, Great Single Soul Skill. Chapter 279. Looking at the 3 options, Xiao Ming's mouth twitched. Ziyan's little white dress was not something he wanted to take out. If someone found it, it would be hard to explain. Moreover, this item had no value, so Xiao Ming ignored it. Pill Soul Serum, Great Single Soul Skill. After silently reciting these 2 names, Xiao Ming had already decided within himself. Simulator, I choose the Pill Soul Serum. As soon as Xiao Ming's words fell, a pool of sticky, bright green liquid appeared in front of him. At the moment it appeared, a faint fragrance wafted through the air. Xiao Ming, who was already used to the simulator delivering items in this way, brought forth his soul power and held the Pill Soul Serum without spilling a single drop. He then took out a cold jade bottle from his storage ring and transferred all the Pill Soul Serum into it before retracting his soul power. Looking at the Pill Soul Serum in his hand, Xiao Ming smiled. Pill soul serum was one of the main ingredients for refining the core soul marrow and was extremely rare. Previously, Xiao Ming had obtained the heavenly numb jade essence, which was another main ingredient for refining it. The core soul marrow was a kind of extremely unique treasure. Moreover, it was very attractive to alchemists because it could forge one's soul. This so-called forging would temper and refine one's soul. In other words, this core soul marrow could purify one's soul. But it could not be consumed directly. It required some other natural treasures to mediate it in order to unleash its full effect. Although Xiao Ming had heard of the name, core soul marrow, before, he had never really encountered it. But in this simulation, he found traces of the core soul marrow. After receiving the news, he tried to exchange it but failed. This was not unexpected, as one of the 5 great clans of the Pill Tower, they must be aware of the value of the core soul marrow, and they would not exchange this ultimate treasure of alchemists that easily. Because with it, a soul at the peak of the mortal realm can easily break through to the spirit realm. Only by breaking through the soul can one become an 8th-tier alchemist. At present, if Xiao Ming had the core soul marrow, combined with the effect of the soul technique, he would probably break through to the spirit realm within a month. Unfortunately, this herb was not easy to obtain, and the simulator did not generate the core soul marrow, only the pill soul serum. In fact, compared with the pill soul serum, the value of the great single soul skill was higher. He could obtain both of these things in the future, but compared to medicinal herbs, the soul technique was a replicable thing that would be easily obtainable in the future. Therefore, its value was greatly reduced, especially since he already had a soul technique now. There was no difference between getting it now or later, so he had chosen the pill soul serum. Core soul marrow, the Dan clan claims to have obtained it from the Pill Tower. I wonder how much core soul marrow the Pill Tower possesses and if it's possible to obtain a slice. Xiao Ming pondered for a moment before deciding to let go of the thought. This was something he could find out when he arrived at the Pill Tower. After collecting the Pill Soul Serum into his storage ring, Xiao Ming focused his attention on refining the demon poison spot. The poison do qi continuously generated from it was burned by Xiao Ming's white glazed heart flame and transformed into pure energy that seamlessly integrated with his body. In the evening, Xiao Ming emerged from his room and was greeted by the sight of 3 women chatting harmoniously. Upon hearing his footsteps, the 3 girls turned their heads, and Qing Lin's face immediately lit up with a bright smile. "Young master," she exclaimed, leaping from her seat and running towards him with unbridled enthusiasm. Xiao Ming's arms instinctively opened up to catch her as she pounced on him, her delicate and boneless body fitting perfectly in his embrace. Only when Qing Lin's emotions stabilized a bit did Xiao Ming gently put her down. It was at this moment that she realized she was acting too boldly, her crystal-clear earlobes turning slightly pink in embarrassment. She shifted her weight nervously from one foot to the other, unsure of what to say. "It has been a long time, Qing Lin. You have grown so much since we last met, both in beauty and strength. Your progress is impressive, well done, well done." Qing Lin's shy expression always made Xiao Ming feel quite amused. Unlike her thin and weak figure when they first met, her figure had blossomed into a stunning, curvaceous shape. Her once thin frame had filled out in all the right places, accentuating her feminine curves. Her once flat breasts had become prominent and alluring, though not overly large. Her height had surpassed that of Ziyan long ago, making her a breathtaking young beauty. Overjoyed at the praise, Qing Lin smiled happily and her eyes showed a look of anticipation. "Young master, I'm a Do King now, can I accompany you the next time you go out?" "Of course you can. This time I came back to take you out with us." Xiao Ming patted Qing Lin's head, and the latter closed her eyes comfortably. After saying goodbye to the members of his family who were still in the academy, Xiao Ming wandered around the inner academy until he found Hu Jia. They had been friends for over a decade, so it was nothing out of the ordinary for Xiao Ming to chat with her before leaving. When Hu Jia saw Xiao Ming, her heart skipped a beat, and she felt a flutter in her chest. She was happy to see him, and the 2 friends hugged each other tightly. However, when she learned that Xiao Ming was going to the Central Plains, although she tried to act calm, she couldn't hide the sadness in her eyes. At this moment, in the eyes of Hu Jia, the smile on Xiao Ming's face was as familiar as it was when they were children, and their distance felt just as close as it did back then. They could almost hear each other's breathing, and memories of their childhood rushed back to them. It felt like time had not passed at all. However, Hu Jia couldn't help but feel that there was an unbridgeable gap between them. They were no longer children, and their lives were taking different paths. She knew that the distance between them would only grow wider, and it made her heart ache. In the end, they took a leisurely stroll around the inner academy, reminiscing about old memories and sharing stories of their past experiences. Xiao Ming listened intently to Hu Jia as she spoke, and she also warned him to be cautious when venturing outside. Xiao Ming saw the sadness in her eyes, but there was nothing he could do. As they hugged each other goodbye, Hu Jia held on tightly, not wanting to let go. She could feel Xiao Ming's warmth, and it was comforting yet bittersweet. She wished that time could stop at this moment, but she knew that it was impossible. She whispered in his ear, "Take care of yourself," and planted a soft kiss on his cheek. This was the first time she had done something like this, but at this moment she couldn't care less. As he walked away, Xiao Ming looked back and saw Hu Jia standing there, without taking her eyes off him. Life was a series of farewells and reunions, but this particular farewell felt a little heavier than most. After meeting with everyone familiar, on the third day, Xiao Ming and his companions left, and many people came to see them off. The warm sunshine poured down from the sky, illuminating the area before the inner academy where several elders stood. "First elder, you can see us off here," Xiao Ming said with a smile to the first elder in front of him. Su Qian looked at the handsome young man with a warm smile and felt a twinge of emotion. "Remember to take care of Ziyan," he said, "and since the journey ahead is long, you can use this griffin as your ride." At Su Qian's words, a massive black shadow accompanied by the screech of an eagle descended from the sky. The griffin's enormous wings stirred up a gust of wind, causing the nearby trees to bend. Without wasting any time, he hopped onto the back of the griffin. Xiao Yixian, Ziyan, and Qing Lin followed closely behind. "Xiao Ming, remember to be careful on your journey," Hu Jia shouted as she waved goodbye. Perched on the head of the griffin, Xiao Ming smiled and nodded in response to her farewell. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, the griffin turned into a small black dot and disappeared quickly out of sight. Su Qian slowly withdrew his gaze and looked at Hu Jia, who could not hold back her tears. He smiled and said, "Little girl, don't worry. With Xiao Ming's character, even in that Central Plains, he will still do well. After all, he is the best student who ever graduated from our Jia Nan Academy." Chapter 280. In the vast sky, a huge griffin flapped its wings, and a faint light shield emanated from its body, resisting the oncoming gusts of wind. Xiao Ming stood on the back of the griffin with his hands behind his back, his gaze slowly retracting from the direction of the inner academy that had disappeared from his sight, with a hint of sadness in his expression. However, this emotion was quickly dispelled. "Xiao Ming, where are we headed next?" Ziyan didn't seem to have any sadness on her face, and her little face was full of excitement. "You're always so full of energy," said Xiao Ming, chuckling as he ruffled her hair. "We're headed to Horizon City in the Tianqing mountain range. From there, we'll use a spatial wormhole to travel to Central Plains." Spatial wormhole. The three women were a bit confused when they heard this name for the first time. A spatial wormhole is a connection between two spatial points created by a Do-Venerate powerhouse using spatial power. If we travel through the spatial wormhole from the Black Corner region to the Central Plains, it will only take us a month to arrive. That a Do-Venerate powerhouse can wield such power is truly terrifying, Xiao Yixian said in a low voice. Hearing this, Xiao Ming smiled and said, "Do-Venerate is not a difficult feat for you three. Alright, let's sit down and rest. There is still a long way to go, and we need to build up our strength." With that, Xiao Ming sat down and began to meditate, the girls following suit. The griffin continued its flight, carving a path through the endless expanse of sky. Horizon City was located in the Tianqing mountain range, thousands of miles away from the Black Corner region. As the only city within 1,000 miles with a spatial wormhole leading to the Central Plains, Horizon City was also one of the most prosperous cities in the area. To travel from the Black Corner region to Horizon City at the speed of a griffin beast would take almost half a month. During this half-month journey, Xiao Ming's realm broke through to 2-star Do Ancestor, and Xiao Yixian's strength reached the 4-star Do Ancestor. On the griffin, Ziyan was playing with the 7-colored heaven-swallowing python when she suddenly stopped moving and pointed to the distant spot where a range of mountains suddenly protruded from the ground, exclaiming, "Xiao Ming, have we arrived?" Coming out of their meditation, Xiao Ming and Xiao Yixian slowly opened their eyes and looked towards the distance. "Well, judging from the scale, we should have arrived. Let's have the griffin accelerate," said Xiao Ming. The griffin soared across a vast plain and entered a range of mountains. Soon, wide and well-traveled roads appeared within the mountains, leading in all directions. Many figures could be seen coming and going, and even from a distance, the faint sounds of chatter could be heard emanating from the ground below. In the sky above the mountains, Xiao Ming and his companions were not alone in the air. Shortly after they entered the mountainous region, they heard the sound of rushing winds in the distance. Soon after, they saw various strange flying beasts flapping their wings as they flew towards the mountains. As these beasts passed close to Xiao Ming and his companions, they could clearly make out the figures of people perched atop them. "No wonder it's the most prosperous city within 1,000 miles, said Xiao Ming with a sigh as he watched the flying beasts and people coming and going. Then he lightly tapped the griffin with his feet, and it let out a loud eagle cry before flapping its huge wings and flying rapidly into the depths of the mountains. After flying for about 10 minutes, a huge city silhouette appeared vaguely hidden in the lush mountain peaks. As Xiao Ming observed the city, suddenly a thin man in purple clothes stood in front of the griffin, forcing it to stop. Xiao Ming frowned as he sensed the powerful aura of the purple-clothed man. Someone really came to court death, he thought. The purple-clothed man looked at the 7-colored heaven-swallowing python in Ziyan's hand, feeling the trembling of its bloodline, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. He then looked at the 3 beautiful women of different styles beside Xiao Ming, his eyes revealing a lustful and wicked look. Finally, his gaze full of envy and hatred fell on Xiao Ming's face. "Pretty boy, if you don't want to die, get the hell out of here. I'll take all the beauties around you." It had to be said that Xiao Ming's group looked very deceptive in terms of age. If one did not investigate them carefully, many people would mistake them for an ordinary young master and ladies out for fun. Especially Xiao Ming and his companions, who were handsome and beautiful, were very much in line with the image of young masters and ladies from noble families. Hearing the words of the man in purple, Xiao Ming looked at him calmly with a gaze as if he were looking at a dead man. Perhaps it was due to his rebirth, but Xiao Ming's emotions were extremely calm on normal days, and he did not pay too much attention to others' offenses toward him. But if anyone dared to have designs on those close to him, he would make sure the other person knew how to write the word death properly. Seeing that Xiao Ming dared not obey his words and instead looked at him disrespectfully, the man in purple became enraged. "I tried to spare your life, but since you don't cherish it, then go to hell." With a roar, a purple serpent over 20 meters long appeared in front of Xiao Ming and the girls. "Go, tear that stinky brat to pieces." Upon receiving the order, the purple serpent swung its tail and opened its bloody mouth to swallow Xiao Ming. I didn't expect it to be a 7th-rank purple soul flame serpent. Looking at the purple serpent's shadow, Xiao Ming's face remained unchanged. He slightly stepped on his right foot, and invisible space ripples scattered outward. Bang! The purple serpent exploded directly in the air, like a gorgeous firework. The man in purple saw the situation and his pupils shrank. He had been too distracted looking at the beauties and only now realized that Xiao Ming's strength was extraordinary. Quickly forming hand seals with both hands, he tried to retaliate. "Brat, what's the use of having some strength? Today, this grandpa dash." Before the purple figure could finish his sentence, a loud noise rang out. Xiao Ming's shadow kicked him into the air, leaving Xiao Ming's afterimage in his original spot. Bang! After flying 10 or 13 meters, the purple figure was kicked back. Bang! Flying another 10 meters, the figure was kicked back again. Bang! 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 In this space of 10 to 13 meters, Xiao Ming seemed to be playing a one-man game, passing the hapless purple figure back and forth like a soccer ball. Xiao Ming's speed was so fast that even his afterimage left behind at the handoff point could not dissipate in time, giving people the impression that he had used a clone. Bang! With a final kick to the man's forehead, he was sent flying to the bottom of the Tianqing mountain range, completely unconscious. Xiao Ming caught him with one hand, stopping his falling body. After examining the man to confirm his unconscious state, Xiao Ming slowly flew back onto the griffin. Chapter 281. How powerful! Since the moment the purple-clothed man blocked their way, a crowd had gathered around them. In the bustling city, it was not uncommon for people to block and attack others like this. Everyone could see that the purple-clothed man didn't have any douqi wings, but was still able to stand in the air, showing his incredible strength. They all wanted to see how Xiao Ming and his group would handle the situation, but they were surprised to see that Xiao Ming easily defeated the purple-clothed man in just a few moves. Of course, no one thought that the purple-clothed man was weak. Even if he was weaker, he was still a Dou ancestor powerhouse. The fact that Xiao Ming could defeat him so easily only meant that he was incredibly powerful. On the back of the griffin, Xiao Ming scanned the surrounding area. All onlookers who made eye contact with him shrank their necks and showed awkward smiles, quickly driving their flying magical beasts away, afraid of being targeted. Xiao Ming didn't pay attention to their reactions. Instead, he looked back at the purple-clothed man he had thrown to the back of the griffin. Xiao Ming, how should we deal with this person? Xiao Yixian asked as she took a step forward, her beautiful eyes full of disgust as she looked at the purple-clothed man. If it weren't for Xiao Ming's intervention earlier, she would have let him taste the flavor of being poisoned to death. I think we should just bury him, said Ziyan in a muffled voice. Despite Ziyan's cute appearance, she had never been merciful to those who angered her. When she was at the Jianan Academy, even the students who offended her were at least bedridden for 10 days or half a month. It's a waste to bury him. Let Qing Lin handle it, said Xiao Ming. Qing Lin was suddenly startled when her name was mentioned and didn't understand how she was supposed to handle it. There is no need to be nervous. This man in purple is a 7th-rank magical beast in human form. His real form is probably a purple soul flame serpent with a strength of around 5-star Do ancestor. If he hadn't been careless just now, he wouldn't have been captured so quickly by me. Try using your jade snake 3-flower pupils to subdue him. If you succeed, it will be very beneficial to you, Xiao Ming said with a smile. Qing Lin breathed a sigh of relief. She hadn't realized that the man in purple was actually a snake in human form. When it came to using the jade snake 3-flower pupils to subdue snakes, she would have more confidence. Over the years, she had gained a deep understanding of the jade snake 3-flower pupils. Thinking of this, Qing Lin took a step forward and said, Sister Siener, please help me wake him up, otherwise I can't use the jade snake 3-flower pupils to subdue him. Xiao Yixian nodded slightly and with a flick of her finger, a dark do chi burst out from her fingertip and landed directly on the forehead of the purple-clad man. Ah! The man let out a gut-wrenching scream as if he was enduring unbearable agony. His eyes flew open and darted around frantically. Qing Lin wasted no time and whispered, Soul control. The 3 emerald spots in her pupils whirled rapidly, shooting a vibrant green light directly at the man in purple. For a moment, the man struggled against the force of the jade snake 3-flower pupils, but his resistance soon waned, and his face became expressionless. Successfully controlling the purple-clad man, Qing Lin breathed a sigh of relief. Sweat had appeared on her delicate face at some point. After all, the purple-clad man was a Do ancestor, and it was not so easy for her to subdue him with her current strength. Seeing Qing Lin's success, Xiao Ming was not surprised. He had known that this would be the result. He just felt a little emotional. No matter how one looked at it, the jade snake 3-flower pupils was somewhat terrifying. Qing Lin, ask him why he attacked us and if he has any accomplices. Xiao Ming instructed. Qing Lin did as she was told, and soon they found out why the man in purple attacked them. Firstly, he sensed that the 7-colored heaven-swallowing python in Ziyan's hand was extraordinary, and secondly, he was very lecherous and had robbed many people before, but had never been caught, making him a habitual offender. Upon learning these reasons, Xiao Ming could only shake his head. After confirming that the man had no accomplices, Xiao Ming had Qing Lin store him in the space inside her pupils and then urged the griffin to fly towards Horizon City. However, instead of flying directly into the city, Xiao Ming found a secluded forest outside the city and landed there, since most big cities prohibited flying. Thank you. You can return now. When the griffin landed on the ground, Xiao Ming and the girls also climbed down, and looking at the prostrate griffin, he smiled and said. The griffin seemed to understand what Xiao Ming had said and rubbed its big head against him a few times before flapping its huge wings and soaring into the sky, disappearing quickly from sight. After watching the griffin depart, Xiao Ming turned around, waved to the group, and then led the way towards Horizon City. Xiao Ming, should we head straight to where the wormhole is located? Walking beside Xiao Ming, Xiao Yixian asked. Not yet, let's buy a space boat first so that we can arrive faster. Xiao Ming replied with a smile, slowing his pace slightly. Walking slowly on the bustling streets, where the crowds were like ants, and various vendors and shops lined both sides of the street, calling out to attract customers and displaying their wares. The entire Horizon City was filled with a busy and crowded atmosphere. Xiao Ming stopped a pedestrian and asked for directions to the nearest space boat vendor. After receiving the information, he thanked the person and turned to the girls. According to that person, the only vendor that sells space boats is the Luo family, who controls the space wormhole. Let's head there directly, he said. Naturally, none of the girls would object to Xiao Ming's words, so they all nodded in agreement. After half an hour of walking through half of Horizon City, they arrived at a massive black stone square, guarded by numerous guards. At the center of the square, on a tall stone platform, a powerful space force could be faintly felt. With only a quick glance at the square, Xiao Ming and his companions headed straight to the right side of the square, where there was an extremely luxurious shop. "Are you interested in buying a space boat?" A shop attendant greeted them as they entered the store. Upon scanning the shop, they saw 5 wooden ships about the size of a palm on the shop counter. The wooden ships faintly shimmered with silver light and even contained a trace of faint space power. Seeing Xiao Ming nod, the shop attendant was delighted. Space boats were expensive, and they couldn't sell many of them throughout the year. Naturally, they would be well received if someone came to buy one. However, Xiao Ming had no intention of wasting time on small talk, and immediately said, "Bring out your best space boat." The shop attendant was taken aback by his straightforwardness. Was he really not going to ask about the price? He wasn't pulling his leg, was he? "Sir, our space boats are not cheap." The shop attendant coughed and reminded him. "It doesn't matter. I can afford it," Xiao Ming said. He couldn't even remember how much gold he had now. Chapter 282. Observing Xiao Ming's persistence, the store clerk eventually relented with a helpless nod. After all, there was no harm in taking a look, especially with the presence of numerous guards from the Luo family, some of whom were even powerful Do King experts. Even if he couldn't sell it, there was no loss. But if he managed to sell it, he could make a big profit. In fact, the store clerk was not weak himself and had the cultivation level of a Do spirit. With these thoughts in mind, the store clerk signaled to a maid standing nearby with a subtle glance, and she disappeared into the back of the shop. The store clerk then led Xiao Ming and his companions to a nearby table to wait, while the maid returned after a while carrying a wooden small boat on a tray. Taking the small boat from the maid, the store clerk smiled and said, "There is an energy input point at the bow of this space boat. As long as you infuse some Do Chi here, the space boat can fly in the space passage." Space boats have different levels, with level 9 being the highest and level 1 being the lowest. The highest level space boats we have here is level 5, which is this one. The price is 5 million gold coins. Xiao Yixian at Xiao Ming's side was surprised to hear this. "Wow, that's expensive," she exclaimed. 5.5 million gold coins were worth more than some high Xian Qi methods. Even she didn't have that much cash on her. Most people really couldn't afford it, so it was no wonder this sales clerk had to remind them. "If you think it's too expensive, we have other levels of space boats to choose from. The level 1 space boat is only 1,100,000 gold coins. Although its speed will be much slower, it's also an economical choice." The sales clerk smiled and was about to signal the maid to take out a space boat from the counter. Obviously, the lowest level space boat was displayed there. "No need, we'll buy this one," Xiao Ming interrupted. The higher the level of the space boat, the faster its speed. It wasn't a disposable item, and they would need it often once they reached Central Plains. There was no need to save money. Moreover, 5.5 million gold coins were no more than a drop in the bucket. "What? Sir, you want to buy this space boat?" the sales clerk asked in astonishment. "Of course, don't you sell it?" We sell, of course we sell." The clerk's expression turned joyful. Under the clerk's gaze, Xiao Ming calmly paid a huge sum of money. The clerk was secretly amazed, and his smile became even more enthusiastic. A person so young who could calmly take out so much cash and had beautiful women around him must have an extremely powerful background. Xiao Ming, who didn't know what the clerk was thinking, took the 3 girls directly to the square after paying the money. After paying a toll of 50,000 gold coins per person, Xiao Ming and his 3 companions entered the square without any hindrance. They ascended the towering stone stairs at a leisurely pace, and a minute later, they appeared on the stone platform. The stone platform was situated right at the center of the square. From the top, one could take in the entire square and the surrounding area of several hundred meters at a bird's-eye view. At this moment, there were powerful guards stationed on the platform, keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. As they reached the platform, Xiao Ming surveyed the area with a calm gaze, taking in every detail. The guards, sensing his presence, turned to face him and stood at attention, ready to take action at a moment's notice. After a quick scan of the people present, Xiao Ming's gaze turned towards the center of the stone platform where a massive, pitch-black void of about 33 meters in size was slowly rotating, emanating an astonishing spatial force. "So, this is the space wormhole. It's really a big deal." The pitch-black void, resembling a black hole, exuded an unusual suction force. Looking into it, all one could see was endless darkness and a chilling, eerie howling sound. When it came to wormholes, Xiao Ming knew they were quite dangerous, as there was a slight chance of encountering a space storm inside. Unless one was in the Do-Venerate realm, encountering such a phenomenon would result in either death or severe injuries, and was incredibly terrifying. He had encountered it once in the simulation, and fortunately escaped with his life, but was in a coma for half a year and his ring was taken away. Thankfully, it had only happened once in the simulation, or else he would not dare to travel through a wormhole. Without much hesitation, Xiao Ming gestured to Xiao Yixian, Ziyan, and Qing Lin, motioning for them to follow him. The four of them stopped at the entrance of the spatial wormhole and stepped through it simultaneously. As they crossed the threshold, their forms disappeared in an instant, and a shimmering silver glow spread outward before fading into the blackness of space. The group experienced a brief sensation of weightlessness before their vision was engulfed by a strange spatial channel. The channel seemed to stretch on indefinitely, with faint silver barriers lining its sides. Within these barriers was a passage about 9 meters wide, leading to an abyssal darkness at its end. The space above and below the channel were equally foreboding, exuding a thick aura of spatial distortion that permeated the entire passage. It was eerily silent, without even the slightest sound to break the oppressive stillness. With a flick of his hand, Xiao Ming's newly purchased space boat appeared in his hand. As soon as the small object appeared, it swelled up like a fish entering the water, transforming into a boat several meters long in just a few blinks of an eye. On the surface of the boat, faint silver space energy wandered back and forth, looking extremely mystical. This thing is actually so extraordinary, no wonder it's so expensive. Xiao Yixian's eyes showed a hint of interest. Get on the boat, it's time to move forward. Xiao Ming jumped onto the space boat first, and the curious Ziyan and the others quickly followed. The next moment, the entire space boat trembled slightly, and finally, a thrust erupted from the rear of the boat. With a whoosh, the space boat turned into a silver light and shot through space, rushing towards the void of darkness. Within the space channel, the speed of the space boat was extremely terrifying, almost beyond description. Xiao Ming and his companions could only see the silver space barriers on both sides rapidly retreating, the speed of which was so fast that it was dizzying. Although the speed within the space channel was much faster than that outside, the boredom was even more intense. The monotonous deep darkness could make one's mind feel restless after staring at it for a long time. In this kind of boredom, time quietly passed by. Half a month later, they finally arrived in Central Plains. It was a vast and lush plain, and in the middle of the plain, there was a square paved with gravel. The ground at the center of the square was covered with many mysterious runes, all emitting a faint silver light, revealing a hint of spatial fluctuations. The square was quite silent, but suddenly a gust of wind rose out of nowhere. Then, a silver halo appeared in the center of the square, and a boat-shaped shadow flashed out, quickly shrinking and finally dropping 4 figures. As the 4 people landed, the silver halo slowly dissipated. We have finally arrived in Central Plains. Chapter 283. Is this Central Plains? It seems so desolate here, but the energy of heaven and earth in the air seems to be much stronger than that of the northwestern region. Xiao Yixian whispered as she looked around. Central Plains is naturally incomparable to those remote areas in the northwestern region. Here are far more opportunities and stronger people. Therefore, we must be careful in our actions from now on. Xiao Ming replied, smiling as he deliberately looked at Ziyan. But at this moment, Ziyan didn't notice Xiao Ming at all. Her little head was constantly looking around with excitement in her eyes. Seeing that Ziyan wasn't paying attention, Xiao Ming shook his head helplessly. He was about to continue speaking when Qing Lin, who was beside him, cutely asked, "Young master, where should we go now?" Qing Lin's words left Xiao Ming thoughtful. He had never been to Central Plains before, so he didn't know where to go. The most urgent matter now was to find someone to ask for directions and preferably by a map. Otherwise, with the vastness of Central Plains, they could wander for years and still not reach Pill Tower. With this in mind, Xiao Ming closed his eyes and his vast soul power rushed out from his forehead, spreading out in all directions. After a moment, Xiao Ming opened his eyes and looked at the 3 women who were waiting quietly. Let's head southeast, there's a city 100 miles away. The distance of 100 miles was relatively short for Xiao Ming and his companions, who had been traveling for half a month through the spatial channel. They soon arrived at the city that Xiao Ming had mentioned, and the plaque hanging at the city gate identified it as Bacheng. The city's noisy and bustling atmosphere overwhelmed them, having grown accustomed to the quiet of the spatial channel. Ba Cheng was not smaller than any other city Xiao Ming had seen before, and perhaps due to proper planning, the entire city gave people a magnificent feeling. The busy streets were full of people, showing the city's bustling atmosphere. After asking for directions from the locals, they headed straight to the largest map store in the area, where they purchased maps of the Central Plains and the distribution of various forces. Then they continued their journey for the next 2 months, visiting various cities and buying many medicinal materials. The Central Plains was the center of the continent, and its abundance of precious medicinal materials far surpassed those of the northwestern region. In just 2 months, Xiao Ming had already collected all the medicinal materials needed to refine the Emperor's Stream Pulp Pill. Additionally, all the medicinal materials required for the bone-growing blood-fusing pill, except for the 2 primary ingredients, had also been obtained. It took Xiao Ming and his companions more than 3 months to travel from the Jianan Academy to the Central Plains, including their time on the road. During this period, Xiao Ming did more than 10 simulations, the most valuable of which were a grain of spirit nourishment powder and the core lightning bead. Everyone was already familiar with the spirit nourishment powder, so there was no need to explain further. As for the core lightning bead, it could be said to be even more precious than a single grain of spirit nourishment powder. It was made by using a peculiar refining method to refine a material called core bead, and only after successful refining could this thing be created. The core lightning bead was not meant for consumption, but its power was truly terrifying. If a Do Venerate powerhouse were to be struck head-on by this object, they would suffer at least severe injuries, if not death. Even the toughest experts would likely have their skin peeled off from the sheer force of impact. The stone square was vast and dominated by a massive stone platform that stood tall in the center. The platform had a pitch-black wormhole rotating slowly at its tip, emitting a constant and stunning spatial fluctuation. After a moment of silence on the stone square, a series of low sounds erupted. Pooh! Pooh! A violent spatial fluctuation emerged at the wormhole, and figures flew out one by one, scattering and falling onto the square. We're finally out. These damn space wormholes are so boring. After landing on the ground, Ziyan took a deep breath of fresh air and looked around. Beside her, Xiao Ming nodded in agreement and surveyed his surroundings. With more and more figures emerging from the wormhole, the once quiet square quickly filled with life. Xiao Ming, is this the pill region? Ziyan asked curiously after relaxing for a bit. No. Xiao Ming shook his head and said. This is just the center of Central Plains, also known as the Central Region. The pill region is located in the center of the Central Region, and it will take a few more days to get there. Ah. Ziyan's face immediately contorted in a bitter expression, causing her cute features to wrinkle up like a bitter gourd. As she observed Ziyan's pouty expression, a playful smile appeared on the calm and composed face of Xiao Yixian. Xiao Ming, why don't we take a day off in a nearby city today? Since we're only a few days away from our destination. Xiao Yixian suggested. Ziyan, who was at her side, nodded her head. I agree. We haven't rested in a long time. This is fine. Xiao Ming pondered for a moment and slowly nodded his head. If that's the case, I'll check if there is a Pill Tower branch in this city. I can go there to get certified as an alchemist. I'll accompany you. Xiao Yixian immediately offered. I need you to help me look after Qinglin and Ziyan. I don't feel comfortable leaving them alone. Xiao Ming shook his head. During the past 2 months, they hadn't been traveling peacefully. Xiao Yixian, Qinglin, and Ziyan were all among the most outstanding women in terms of appearance and temperament, and there were several times when others had malicious intentions towards them. As a result, Xiao Ming and his group killed several people. Xiao Ming had no sympathy for these people who died at his hands. After all, they were all scum and didn't deserve to live. Once Xiao Ming had made the necessary arrangements, Ziyan cheered and her purple wings spread open. With a graceful movement, she took to the sky and flew towards the city in the distance. Though Do emperors were not exceedingly rare in the Central Plains, they were still considered to be quasi-strong experts. Therefore, when some people in the stone square saw Ziyan soaring into the sky, they cast envious and amazed glances, thinking that becoming a Do emperor at such a young age held limitless potential. While they were still marveling, Xiao Ming grasped Qinglin's waist and stepped into the void together with Xiao Yixian, turning into a streak of light and disappearing amidst the stunned gazes of the square. Stepping into the void. Do ancestor. Those 2 young people are Do ancestor experts. After Xiao Ming and Xiao Yixian disappeared into the sky, some people in the square finally regained their senses and exclaimed in disbelief. In the current relatively peaceful Central Plains, Do ancestor experts were absolute powerhouses. Countless people worked tirelessly to reach this level, yet few could truly achieve it. It was not surprising that these people were in shock at seeing Xiao Ming and Xiao Yixian, such young Do ancestor experts. After all, they did not appear to be over their 20s. Chapter 284. As they approached the nearby city, a magnificent city wall appeared in front of them, exuding a solemn aura. The towering city gates welcomed a constant flow of people, and the bustling atmosphere filled the air. The four of them strode into the city, gazing at the spacious streets and endless rows of shops on both sides. The middle of the street was crowded with people, and the noisy voices transformed into a huge sound wave that spread out and soared into the sky. Xiao Ming stopped at a crossroad on the street and said, "You three should find an inn to rest first. I'll gather information about the Pill Tower branch in the city if there is one, and then I'll come to find you later." With his strong soul power, Xiao Ming had marked everyone, so he wasn't afraid of getting separated. "If you encounter any suspicious individuals, remember to crush the jade token I gave you and I will come immediately," he added. The three of them nodded and agreed to Xiao Ming's instructions. Then, like a big sister leading her younger sisters, Xiao Yixian led Ziyan and Qin Ling away. After watching their backs disappear into the distance, Xiao Ming had just turned around and walked a few steps when he heard a slightly familiar voice. "Are you Xiao Ming?" Xiao Ming paused for a little and turned his head to look where the voice came from. At the same time, he was a little surprised in his heart. He didn't seem to know anyone in Central Plains, did he? Turning his head, he saw a girl with fresh short hair and a somewhat dainty face. Looking at the seemingly unchanged appearance, two words slipped out of Xiao Ming's mouth. "Jia Yun." "Xiao Ming, I can't believe it's really you." Jia Yun was pleasantly surprised to hear Xiao Ming call out her name. "Jia Yun, it's been a long time. You're still as charming as ever." Xiao Ming smiled as he recognized Jia Yun, whom he had lived under the same roof with for 5 years during their time in the Inner Academy. Meeting an acquaintance in Central Plains made Xiao Ming quite happy. Hearing his words, Jia Yun smiled warmly. "I haven't changed much in the past few years, but you've become more handsome than ever. I almost didn't dare to call your name just now." Xiao Ming only smiled in response and then changed the topic. "What are you doing here? I remember that your family is not located in this city. I've been traveling around for the past few years and happened to pass through here. I've been staying in this city for 2 or 3 days, and I was just about to leave when I ran into you." Jia Yun smiled, adjusting her hair. "I'm also passing through here, but I want to certify my alchemy tier in the Pill Tower. Do you know if there's a Pill Tower branch here?" Xiao Ming's eyes lit up upon hearing that Jia Yun had been in the city for several days. "I've been in the Pill Tower branch once. Let me take you there. Will it delay your schedule?" "No, it's just showing you the way. It won't take long, and besides, you've helped me a lot in the past. There's no need to be so polite." Led by Jia Yun, the two walked along the street for half an hour before stopping outside an ancient stone tower. At this moment, numerous alchemists were constantly coming and going outside the tower, and the noisy chatter turned into waves of sound spreading out. This is the branch tower set up by the Pill Tower, similar to some of the Imperial Alchemist Association's branches. Jia Yun whispered to Xiao Ming as she led him into this rather ancient stone tower. After chatting for half an hour earlier, she learned that Xiao Ming had not been in Central Plains for long. Entering the stone tower, Xiao Ming looked around, surprised at how spacious it was. It was no smaller than the headquarters of the Alchemist Association in the Jiama Empire. Inside the tower, there were many alchemists wearing robes representing different tiers, shuttling around. The trade fair area is located in the north of the tower. Many alchemists will trade for the medicinal materials or pills they need there. Of course, there are also non-alchemists who come to buy pills or medicinal materials. "I came here yesterday to buy some energy recovery pills," Jia Yun said, pointing to the north of the tower after introducing everything else. "The certification area should be in the south." Jia Yun turned and headed towards the southern area of the tower, and Xiao Ming quickly followed. When the two arrived at the assessment area, a long queue had already formed. "This is the place. The wait may be long, so I'll take my leave now. But if you ever have the time, do come to visit my city. I'll show you around," Jia Yun said with a smile before turning to leave. Xiao Ming wouldn't waste her time since she was leaving the city anyway. So, he thanked her and decided to gift her a bottle of energy recovery pills he had made earlier. Even though it was a practice product, its quality was not low and it was suitable for Jia Yun's current cultivation level. Initially, Jia Yun declined the gift, but eventually accepted it after Xiao Ming's persuasion. She understood that, during adventures outside, energy recovery pills sometimes meant the difference between life and death. After bidding farewell, Xiao Ming joined the back of the queue and waited patiently for his turn. As Xiao Ming waited in the queue, his youthful appearance caught the attention of many people, but the alchemists soon withdrew their gazes upon realizing he was not wearing an alchemist's robe. They assumed he was there to take the first-tier alchemist assessment, which was quite common for someone his age in the Central Plains. During the wait in the queue, many people stood behind Xiao Ming. The assessment was conducted in groups, and after an hour, most of the people in front of Xiao Ming completed it. He walked to the front and pushed open the door, revealing an extremely spacious and quiet room. There were about 9 people standing inside, and their eyes were fixed on a proud-looking old man. The old man wore a badge on his chest with flames swirling around it, and a tower-shaped emblem on top of the badge. 6 purple golden stars shone brightly on the tower's body. 4 large doors stood behind the old man, each with the words Tian, Di, Xian, Huang written in an ancient font. When Xiao Ming entered, the old man spoke, "Everyone is here, so let's begin the assessment. First, tell me what tier you want to be assessed for, and I will arrange the assessment room for you." The alchemists declared their desired tiers one after another. 4th tier. 2nd tier. 3rd tier. 4th tier. When it was Xiao Ming's turn, he said lightly, 7th tier. The other alchemists in the room immediately turned their heads to look at him, surprised and incredulous expressions on their faces. Chapter 285. 7th tier. Did I hear it correctly? This kid looks only 17 or 18 years old, and he doesn't even have the attire of an alchemist. How could he pass the 7th tier assessment? Could it be that this is his first time and he was too nervous that he misspoke? The alchemists in front of Xiao Ming had different thoughts, but none of them spoke up. Most of them thought that Xiao Ming was too nervous and misspoke, not because they looked down on him, but because he was too young. Even for the direct disciples of Pill Tower's 5 great clans, becoming a 7th-tier alchemist at such a young age was a feat that was nearly impossible to achieve. It was no surprise that they all had doubts. Facing the strange gazes of others, Xiao Ming's face remained calm, and he had not the slightest intention of changing his words. This caused the elder in charge of the assessment to look a bit strange. He also thought that Xiao Ming misspoke and couldn't help but ask, "Young man, do you really want to take the 7th-tier alchemist assessment?" "Yes." Xiao Ming nodded slightly. This immediately caused a stir, and those alchemists couldn't help but whisper to each other. The room suddenly became a bit noisy, but it seemed that the elder didn't like the noise. His eyes became sharp as he shouted, "Quiet." Everyone closed their mouths, and it was apparent that the elder in charge of the assessment held great authority. Then, the elder turned his head again to look at Xiao Ming. "I am Elder Zhao, the assessment elder of this Pill Tower branch. Young man, let me ask you again, do you really want to take the 7th-tier assessment?" Elder Zhao introduced himself, looking intently at Xiao Ming. No wonder Elder Zhao asked several times. For him, this matter was too shocking. It should be noted that he himself was only a 6th-tier alchemist. "Elder Zhao, I did not say anything wrong. I do want to take the 7th-tier assessment, to be precise, the intermediate grade 1. Is it not possible to take it here?" Xiao Ming said, looking at Elder Zhao and others' reactions and understanding what they were thinking. After hearing this, Elder Zhao finally confirmed that Xiao Ming wanted to take the 7th-tier assessment and, more specifically, the intermediate grade. He couldn't help but mutter to himself. An intermediate grade 7th-tier alchemist at such a young age. If he really succeeds, I'm afraid that even the talented ones from the 5 great clans in the Pill region can't compare. After coughing lightly, Elder Zhao replied to Xiao Ming's question, "It is indeed possible to take the 7th-tier assessment here, but only the low-grade one can be taken. After all, I am only a high-grade 6th-tier alchemist in the Pill Tower. We can only assess a difference of 1 small grade. Can only assess the low-grade 7th tier." Xiao Ming narrowed his eyes, then nodded. "I understand. Then I will take the low-grade 7th-tier assessment. I will have to bother Elder Zhao." "It's just my duty," Elder Zhao said with a chuckle while stroking his beard. "Before we proceed, may I know if you have been certified as a 6th-tier alchemist in the Pill Tower before? If you have, we can start the assessment for the 7th-tier alchemist immediately. Or if you have a badge as a 6th-tier alchemist from other places, that's also acceptable. If you don't have any of these, then you'll have to do the assessment for low-tier alchemists first." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming took out a badge from his storage ring and handed it over to Elder Zhao. It bore an image of a medicinal cauldron and 6 silver waves. Do you think this badge will suffice? Xiao Ming naturally brought out the badge of the Alchemist Association of the Jiama Empire. The cauldron and silver waves represent the alchemists from the northwestern region. Every major region has its own unique alchemist badge, such as those from Central Plains and northwestern region. The northwestern region commonly uses the cauldron and silver waves, so Elder Xiao, who had lived for quite some time, easily recognized the badge as belonging to an alchemist from the northwestern region. However, he was uncertain which Empire Alchemist Association had issued the badge. Nevertheless, it was not important, as the fact that Xiao Ming was able to possess an alchemist badge demonstrated his strength. With this realization, Elder Xiao handed back the badge to Xiao Ming, and his tone became more courteous. I didn't expect that the little friend was from the northwestern region. Since the little friend possesses a 6th tier badge, you can directly take the assessment for a low-grade 7th tier alchemist. Having said that, Elder Xiao stood up and walked towards the Tian gate in the distance. Please follow me, and I will personally assess you. The other alchemists were a bit helpless as Elder Xiao abandoned them and allowed Xiao Ming to take the assessment first. However, they dared not say anything since the tiers of alchemists were strictly hierarchical, and low-tier alchemists generally had no right to speak up to higher-tier ones. Furthermore, they were also curious to see if Xiao Ming could truly pass the assessment. Xiao Ming followed Elder Xiao into the Tian level room, taking note of its simplicity compared to the grandeur of the outside. The room was relatively small, with a small table on the right side covered in scattered papers. In the center of the room, a crystal the size of a human head floated mid-air, catching Xiao Ming's attention. Elder Xiao, how will the assessment be conducted? Xiao Ming asked after taking in his surroundings. The assessment method of the Pill Tower is divided into 3 steps, explained Elder Xiao. The first step is to certify your knowledge. There are 20 profound questions related to alchemy, and you must answer them all. While there are no standard answers, right and wrong can be easily distinguished. The second step is to certify the size of your soul power. The crystal in the middle is currently dark. Later, when your soul power surges into it and meets the standard, it will light up. After it lights up, it's time to start the third step. The crystal will simulate a scene of you refining pills, like an illusion. You need to follow its requirements, such as controlling the flame and refining medicinal materials, etc. During this process, the crystal will gradually consume your soul power. This step actually tests your control over soul power and flames. Quite a few steps, indeed, Xiao Ming commented. But it's still much faster than an ordinary alchemy assessment. This assessment method can also test the comprehensive ability of a good alchemist, which is much harder than the ordinary alchemy assessment. Elder Xiao nodded in agreement. The Pill Tower's assessment is rigorous, and many alchemists who can refine a 7th tier pill have not passed. You should be cautious during the assessment. Thank you for the reminder, Elder Xiao. My name is Xiao Ming, you can just call me by my name. Let's proceed with the assessment first, little friend Xiao Ming. Elder Xiao skipped over the topic. If Xiao Ming passed the assessment, he would be addressed as Master Xiao Ming. They were not familiar with each other, and it would be disrespectful to call each other by their names directly. After all, respect for those who are accomplished is also a form of self-respect. Xiao Ming walked to the small table and saw some questions written on the papers. The questions were indeed quite difficult, but after some thought, Xiao Ming had the answers. Elder Xiao, should I write my answers on the paper or just tell you? Xiao Ming asked, noticing there was no pen on the table. Surprised that Xiao Ming had come up with answers so quickly, Elder Xiao replied, just tell me. Okay, the first question is about various fire attribute medicinal materials. How was it? Xiao Ming quickly answered all the questions. Your answers are perfect. Elder Xiao exclaimed in amazement. Xiao Ming's understanding of alchemy was beyond his expectation. If there were any doubts about Xiao Ming becoming a 7th tier alchemist before, there were none now. He'll definitely pass the next 2 stages. As expected, Xiao Ming easily passed the next 2 stages, showing an abundance of skill. Outside the Tian level room, a dozen alchemists were initially able to wait quietly, but as time went by, noisy voices gradually arose. Ahem, do you think that young man can pass the assessment? This old man thinks it's difficult. After all, he is too young. Even if there are a few such young 7th tier alchemists in the entire Central Plains, as stated by Elder Xiao, this person is from the northwestern region. That borderland, hee, an old man laughed and shook his head, apparently looking down on the northwestern region. Most people nodded in agreement, but there were still others who had different opinions. I think that young man has the potential to become a 7th-tier alchemist. Haven't you also seen his 6th-tier badge? That young man is indeed impressive for being able to obtain a 6th-tier badge at his age. However, the 6th tier and 7th tier are completely different levels. Besides, the certification process of the alchemist associations in those small empires is not as strict as the Pill Tower. The 6th tier is not even subdivided. With just that 6th tier badge, it is a pipe dream to want to pass the 7th tier alchemist assessment in the Pill Tower. Even if he tries to pass the 6th tier assessment, it may still be very difficult. Creak. The discussion continued until the sound of the Tian-level room creaking open interrupted them. Everyone turned their attention towards the door, watching as an elderly man with a white beard walked out. Elder Zhao's brows furrowed as he shook his head and let out a soft sigh. Some onlookers couldn't help but smirk at his apparent disappointment, reveling in the misfortunes of others. However, there were also those who knew that his expression alone was not enough to determine the outcome of the assessment. All eyes turned to the figure behind Elder Zhao, where the tall and straight silhouette of Xiao Ming emerged. Almost immediately, the attention of everyone in the room was drawn to the badge on his chest. There, just like Elder Zhao's, was a badge that shone with dim energy. The badge was adorned with swirling flames and a towering pagoda, on which 7 dazzling purple-golden stars twinkled. The only difference was that the 7th star was a bit dimmer than the others. A low-grade 7th-tier alchemist. The room fell silent as everyone gazed in awe at the badge on Xiao Ming's chest. A low-grade 7th-tier alchemist was a figure that everyone in the room needed to look up to, yet now this symbol of glory had fallen into the hands of such a young man. Looking at this surreal scene, the few alchemists with a smug expression on their faces suddenly felt uncomfortable, like they had swallowed a fly. Of course, no one cared about their thoughts at this point. Elder Zhao glanced at the waiting alchemists and said to Xiao Ming, "Master Xiao is exceptionally talented. If my tier were high enough, you might have passed the intermediate grade assessment today. Alas, if you have the time, I advise you to go to the Pill Tower headquarters for your assessment. I believe you have the ability, and maybe you can even pass the high-grade one." Xiao Ming nodded, a smile spreading across his face. Headquarters? I'll go there, he said, before bidding farewell to Elder Zhao and pushing open the door to leave. When he went out, the 7th-tier alchemist badge on Xiao Ming's chest caught the attention of passing alchemists. After seeing the 7 stars on the alchemist badge on Xiao Ming's chest, these people's pupils contracted, unable to help but swallow their saliva and frantically search for the names of alchemy geniuses in Central Plains, hoping to match them with Xiao Ming. Unfortunately, after thinking for a long time, they still couldn't think of any suitable candidates. By the time they came back to their senses, Xiao Ming had already disappeared from view. Walking out of the Pill Tower branch, Xiao Ming looked down at the badge on his chest, let out a sigh, and directly took it off and put it into his storage ring. It's too attention-grabbing to wear this. Muttering to himself, Xiao Ming walked along the way he came from to find Xiao Yixian and his companions. After about 40 minutes of walking, Xiao Ming finally found them in an inn during mealtime. However, at this moment, Xiao Yixian and his companions were surrounded by a group of men wearing long robes with female figures embroidered on them, along with the 3 large characters, Harmonious Bond Sect, above their left chest. On the floor of the inn, there were already several members of the Harmonious Bond Sect lying down. Look, I'm warning you, don't try anything stupid. My grandfather is a 4-star Do ancestor, and I've already notified him. If you touch me, you won't be able to escape. Yin Zhe blabbered with a trembling voice. If you know what's good for you, let me go, and I can pretend this never happened. Xiao Yixian glanced at Yin Zhe coldly. Just 10 minutes ago, they were resting in the inn, waiting for Xiao Ming. That's when this riffraff surrounded them with ill intentions, insulting them and even trying to lay hands on them. Let them go just like that? How could that be possible? Thinking this way, Xiao Yixian waved her sleeve, and a grey mist gushed out, completely enveloping all members of the Harmonious Bond Sect. In an instant, screams filled the air. Your Harmonious Bond Sect likes to force others to join in your vile sexual activities, don't you? Then let me make sure you won't be able to do anything like that to anyone anymore. With a flick of her wrist, she injected poison qi into their bodies, causing them to writhe in agony. Then she waved her sleeve, sweeping those people out of the door. It was at this moment that she happened to see Xiao Ming standing at the door. Chapter 286. Xiao Ming. Xiao Yixian's cold expression melted away as she caught sight of him standing at the door. Her smile bloomed as quickly as delicate snow meeting the warmth of sunshine, illuminating her face with its gentle radiance. Have you finished your alchemist certification? Was it successful? Ziyan and Qing Lin also smiled upon seeing him. Nodding slightly, Xiao Ming glanced at the clamoring disciples of the Harmonious Bond sect at the door, then walked into the inn and sat down beside the girls. Why not just kill these people? You've never been one to show mercy to lecherous scum like them before, Sienna. Xiao Ming asked. I have heard that the Harmonious Bond sect has been harassing men and women in this area for quite some time, said Xiao Yixian, shaking her head with a flat tone. Earlier, I not only stripped them of their abilities but also their doqi cultivation. They will suffer more from losing their cultivation than from death. Those who have fallen victim to them will not let them go easily. As a woman, she detested the Harmonious Bond sect and their illicit activities to the core. Killing them directly would be too easy for them. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Ming understood her stance and didn't press the matter any further. While it was true that letting the members of the Harmonious Bond sect go meant that they might not give up their vendetta easily, he knew that the sect was only a small sect with at most a Do ancestor. They could not possibly have a Do venerate backing them up. If they were to come looking for trouble again, then they would take it as a favor to the people of this city by getting rid of them. Besides, if these disciples were killed right now, the people of the Harmonious Bond sect might sense something, and before all the hassle, Xiao Ming still wants to have a hot meal at dinner time. Xiao Ming could remain so calm because he did not plan the route by wandering blindly like a headless fly. Apart from choosing the nearest route, he also gathered information about the various forces along the way. Understanding that the Harmonious Bond sect would surely come back, Xiao Ming told the three of them, when they return later, there's no need to hold back. Don't worry, Xiao Ming. If they dare to come back again, I'll beat them to a pulp. Sitting in a chair, Ziyan playfully waved her little fist, looking quite adorable. Then I'll leave it to you girls, Xiao Ming said with a smile. He turned to the innkeeper, who was hiding behind the counter. Innkeeper, please serve the food. Okay. The innkeeper's voice trembled. As Xiao Ming and his companions prepared to have dinner, Yin Zhe, who had been thrown out by Xiao Yiqian, gritted his teeth and stood up, his body racked with convulsions. Looking at Xiao Ming and his group inside, Yin Zhe didn't make any threatening remarks. Instead, he ordered his subordinates to leave quickly. Despite this, his bitter and vengeful gaze indicated that, as Xiao Ming had suspected, he had no intention of giving up. Leaving now was simply a matter of self-preservation for him. The inn where Xiao Ming and his companions were staying was not far from the Harmonious Bond sect's base, so it did not take Yin Zhe and his men much effort to return to their base. Zaire. Who is the bastard that injured you like this? As soon as Yin Zhe returned to their base, he was greeted by his father, Yin Su, the current sect master of the Harmonious Bond sect. Yin Su was a skinny man wearing a golden robe with female garments imprinted on it. Father. You have to help me seek revenge. My cultivation has been crippled. Yin Zhe ran to Yin Su's side and knelt down, tears streaming down his face. What happened exactly? Yin Su clenched his fists and asked with a gloomy face, seeing his son's depleted aura and destroyed cultivation. At this moment, an old man with white hair and a beard, wearing the same clothes as Yin Su, suddenly appeared by his side. Zaire, who did this? The old man's eyes were filled with rage. He couldn't believe that his grandson was beaten up like this during a single trip outside. Who dared to act so recklessly on their territory? Father, grandfather, Yin Zhe said tearfully, recounting the details of what happened. After hearing Yin Zhe's words, they learned that the other side turned out to be just a group of a young man and women. Yin Su's face was twisted in anger as he spoke, his fists clenched tightly. How dare they? These ignorant fools have no idea what they've done. Zaire, don't worry, father will help you avenge this, he said, his voice full of determination. I will make sure that those women pay for what they've done. I will abolish their cultivation and let you play with them as you wish. With a stern face, Yin Su finished speaking and turned to the old man beside him, saying, Father, take care of Zaire, I will be back soon. No, I'll go first. Bring a few more people with you so they won't escape. The old man said, waving his sleeve and disappearing on the spot. When Yin Zhe's grandfather, arrived at the inn from the base of the Harmonious Bond sect, Xiao Ming and the girls had already eaten and drank their fill, waiting for him there. Upon entering the inn, Yin immediately locked onto them. Xiao Ming and the girls were the only ones left in place in the entire inn, and they matched Yin Zhe's description. Yin narrowed his eyes and took a closer look at Xiao Ming and his companions, finding them indeed as young as his grandson had described, which somewhat relaxed him. In Central Plains, there were countless geniuses, and it was easy to encounter someone stronger than oneself, but with Xiao Ming and his companions being so young, their strength couldn't be too high. With his strength and a 4-star Do ancestor, the opponent wouldn't be able to resist him no matter what. With this in mind, Yin Yun coldly laughed and quickly strode toward Xiao Ming. He bent his 10 fingers quickly and with a sharp whistle, he suddenly grabbed towards Xiao Ming's head, apparently intending to kill him directly. A sound of breaking the air reached their ears. While Xiao Ming's face remained calm and unchanged, Qing Lin's eyes on the opposite side shone with a strange green light that illuminated Yin Su's face. Caught off guard by the sudden green light, Yin Yun was momentarily stunned, and his hand that had reached out to grab Xiao Ming also paused for a moment. The next moment, Yin Yun's face changed dramatically. He turned the hand that was supposed to grab Xiao Ming into a fist and fiercely swung it towards his right side. Bang! With a loud bang, a huge sound exploded in the inn. Then, Yin Yun's figure was thrown out of the inn, breaking through the wall and scattering dust and wood chips in the air before finally crashing onto the ground outside. Poof! Yin Yun spurted out a mouthful of blood and looked at the inn with horror. A young man wearing a purple robe with a somewhat vacant expression emerged from the hole created by Yin Yun's body. At this moment, a dozen or so figures flew quickly from a distance and landed beside Yin Yun. Father! Yin Su exclaimed in shock as he saw his father spitting blood and quickly helped him up. Meanwhile, they noticed the purple-robed man slowly approaching. Yin Yun, who had just been helped up, didn't have time to exchange words with Yin Su and immediately spoke to the purple-robed man in a humble tone, "Your Excellency, we have no grievances with you. Perhaps there was a misunderstanding just now." Yin Yun's behavior was certainly cowardly. The man in front of him was at least a 5-star Do ancestor with an incredibly strong physical body. He had been injured in the sudden confrontation just now, and it would be unwise to continue opposing him. However, the man in purple was actually a pet controlled by Qing Lin, the 5-star Do ancestor, Purple Soul Flame Serpent. Its actions were beyond its control, and Yin Yun's plea was like talking to a wall. Chapter 287. Seeing that the man in purple was indifferent to what he had said, as if his words had fallen on deaf ears, Yin Yun's face turned ugly. "Your Excellency, don't think our Harmonious Bond sect is easily intimidated." But what he got in response was another attack from the man in purple. Inside the inn, Xiao Ming observed Qing Lin's skillful control of the Purple Soul Flame Serpent with satisfaction. He had already taught her the soul technique earlier, and now her control over the Purple Soul Flame Serpent was obviously more skillful. "Xiao Ming, should I also join the fight?" Xiao Yixian's eyes flashed with a hint of killing intent as she felt the energy fluctuations outside. "Go ahead," Xiao Ming nodded. The gap between each star in the Do ancestor realm was huge, but if the gap was only 1 star, it would be difficult to hold back the enemy if they wanted to escape. With 2 Do ancestors present, the members of the Harmonious Bond sect had no chance of survival. Seeing Xiao Ming nod, Xiao Yixian immediately walked out of the inn. Outside the inn, in a matter of moments, many of the powerful members of the Harmonious Bond sect were killed or injured. Yin Yun's injuries had also significantly increased. Damn it, the enemy is too powerful. Yin Yun's teeth were gritted in frustration as he gazed at the Purple Soul Flame Serpent. In a regular confrontation between a 4-star and 5-star Do ancestor, coupled with the aid of a Do emperor, things wouldn't have been this embarrassing. But the Harmonious Bond sect was far from being decent. They cultivated a wicked cultivation technique known as the inverted phoenix cultivation technique, which could only be cultivated with the aid of women. The progress of this technique in the early stages was very rapid, but its practice required the cooperation of a large number of women, leading to the Harmonious Bond sect's unsavory reputation. However, the sect had always been cautious and avoided provoking major forces, relying on cowardice to ensure their safety. But the inverted phoenix cultivation technique had its limitations. The farther one advanced, the harder it became to progress, and the resulting Do Qi wasn't as solid as that produced by normal techniques. Therefore, Yin Yun was among the weaker 4-star Do ancestors. So, for him, it was difficult to resist a magical beast whose battle power was stronger than that of a human of the same realm, and whose realm was superior to him. "We can't continue like this." Looking at the severely injured and dying sect experts beside him, Yin Yun gritted his teeth and shouted, "Retreat quickly." After saying this, Yin Yun collided with the Purple Soul Flame Serpent with a palm. The huge force transmitted between the palms made Yin Yun's hand tremble uncontrollably. However, with the help of this force, he quickly fled towards the distance. Other strong members of the Harmonious Bond sect saw the former sect master running away and immediately fled towards the distance. Sky poison formation. A grey mist spread out from Yin Yun's front and enveloped the fleeing members of the Harmonious Bond sect. This type of fluctuation, it's another Do ancestor powerhouse. What the hell is this? Yin Yun's face became extremely unpleasant. Just then, the figure of Xiao Yixian appeared slowly in front of Yin Yun and the others. How is this possible? You're actually a Do ancestor. Yin Yun saw Xiao Yixian's face clearly, and his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Xiao Yixian looked at him coldly, and without saying a word, directly made her move. In an instant, violent energy fluctuations spread outside the inn. When a Do ancestor powerhouse took action, it was no ordinary thing. Otherwise, Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin would not have intentionally tried to keep the battle in the sky above the city, as the inn would have been destroyed long ago. Just as the energy fluctuations outside the inn were beginning to calm down, Xiao Ming suddenly sensed something and stood up immediately. Looking at the innkeeper who was trembling in the corner, Xiao Ming took out a bag of gold coins from his spatial ring and threw it in front of him. These should be enough to compensate for your losses. Ziyan, Qing Lin, let's go. After speaking, Xiao Ming walked out of the inn, and Ziyan and Qing Lin quickly followed. The three of them arrived outside the inn, where the battle was nearing its end. Most of the other experts from the Harmonious Bond sect had already fallen and couldn't get up, except for Yin Yun, who was still stubbornly resisting. However, he was in a very bad condition. He was constantly spitting blood due to the attacks of Xiao Yixian and the purple soul flame serpent. Seemingly realizing his ultimate fate, the expression on Yin Yun's face became ferocious. Want to kill me? It's not that easy. He let out a cold and sinister laugh, and his face turned red as the Do Qi in his body began to boil and surge violently. Thinking of self-destructing? Wishful thinking. Xiao Ming thought. This scene was familiar to him. But without the need for him to give her instructions, Qing Lin's eyes shone with a bright green light, and in an instant, with a sweep of the green light, Yin Yun's movement was once again momentarily stopped. Meanwhile, she continued to control the movements of the purple soul flame serpent with incredible precision, directing its every move as if it were an extension of her own body. In a battle between experts, opportunities arise in just a moment. Qing Lin seized this moment and commanded the purple soul flame serpent to stealthily sneak up behind Yin Yun. Its arm, sharp as a serpent's fang, reached out towards Yin Yun's chest, ready to strike with deadly force. Bang! Yin Yun's chest was directly pierced with a hole the size of a bowl. Yin Yun's eyes widened with anger and he murmured for a while before falling from the sky and landing heavily on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. That old fart Yin Yun is dead. Ha ha ha. Serves him right to die like that. While Xiao Yixian and Yin Yun were fighting, a large crowd had already gathered around to watch the spectacle. As they watched Yin Yun fall from the sky, many people burst into laughter. The Harmonious Bond sect had been forcibly taking beautiful women everywhere, and they had long been fed up with them. It's just that they were helpless against the Harmonious Bond sect's power. Now that their sect experts have died here, people's hearts have turned really fast. Looking at the dead Yin Yun on the ground, Xiao Ming made a gesture with his hand and brought the corpse in front of him. His finger touched the center of Yin Yun's forehead, and an illusory soul was drawn out. From the looks of it, it was indeed Yin Yun. Without wasting any words, he directly sealed it and threw it into his storage ring. Xiao Ming then looked up at the sky to the west and said, "You two have been watching for so long, are you still unwilling to reveal yourselves?" As soon as Xiao Ming finished speaking, applause suddenly rang out in the void. Clap clap clap. Wonderful. It's really amazing. The woeful poison body and the triple jade green snake flower pupils are indeed powerful. I didn't expect that I would encounter these two kinds of physiques here today. Hee, I'm really lucky. Suddenly, two old men with long white beards appeared in the air, catching everyone's attention. The one on the left wore a black robe with snake-like pupils, emanating a cold and eerie aura. On the other hand, the one on the right had white hair covering his entire head, and his clothes bore snowflake patterns, which seemed to exude a chilly vibe. Although both of these old men had a somewhat chilly aura, they clearly did not belong to the same faction. Based on their aura and appearance, Xiao Ming had a guess in his mind. People from the Ice River Valley and the 9 Serene Deep Ground Python tribe, both are 6-star Do ancestor experts and definitely do not come with good intentions. Xiao Ming had already detected the pair when he first arrived at the inn, but had not given them much thought. Strong individuals were commonplace in the Central Plains, so their presence did not immediately raise any red flags. However, as the two men drew closer, Xiao Ming noticed their auras beginning to fluctuate. So, he realized that these two were probably planning to make a move against them. Chapter 288. Bing Xian, I may not care about the woeful poison body, but we had an agreement that the triple jade green snake flower pupils belongs to my tribe, the 9 serene deep ground python tribe. The sinister old man on the right spoke up, his gaze towards Qin Lin revealing a fierce hostility. It's clear that he doesn't have good intentions towards her. Hee, that's not a problem, Bing Xian replied, stroking his beard and smiling, though he had other plans in his heart. The Ice River Valley had always collected various special physiques to transplant onto their disciples. The triple jade green snake flower pupils was known as the #1 pupils physique in the world, and he certainly didn't want to give it up. However, for now, capturing the woeful poison body was the top priority. Since the Valley Master was an artificial woeful poison body, if he presented the innate woeful poison body to him, he would undoubtedly receive recognition and rise to the top. Once he had captured the woeful poison body possessor, he could slowly figure out how to obtain the triple jade green snake flower pupils. With this in mind, Bing Xian smiled and said, since Brother Yao Yun wants this woman, I'll leave her to you. However, the snake controlled by the triple jade green snake flower pupils will be your responsibility to deal with. Yao Yun frowned upon hearing this. Bing Xian had quite a plan, letting him deal with the person with the highest level of cultivation. But after some thought, Yao Yun nodded in agreement. The purple soul flame serpent was only a 5-star Do ancestor, while his own strength was almost breaking through to the 7-star Do ancestor. In addition, the suppression of ordinary snakes by the 9 serene deep ground python tribe should not be underestimated. This purple soul flame serpent alone was not a big threat, but he should be careful of the triple jade green snake flower pupils' control over him. However, Bing Xian could help by interfering from the side. I think both of you are overestimating yourselves, Xiao Ming said, narrowing his eyes as an unrestrained killing intent was directed at them. His tone was cold and piercing. I almost forgot about you. At such a young age, you're already a 2-star Do ancestor. Maybe you have some special physique that our Ice River Valley covets, and that little girl by your side too. Bing Xian chuckled, a casual look in his eyes. He thought that a mere 2-star Do ancestor like Xiao Ming was no match for him. Just as Bing Xian was daydreaming about capturing Xiao Ming and his companions, returning to the Ice River Valley for rewards and making great strides in strength. Xiao Ming's lips moved slightly, and his voice sounded in the ears of Xiao Yixian. Let's do it. As soon as Xiao Ming gave the order, Xiao Yixian sprang into action. She moved with fluid grace, stepping lightly on the air and striding forward. A surge of grey-purple Do Qi erupted from her body like a rushing river, enveloping her in a powerful aura. 2 massive grey pythons slowly extended from her body, their massive bodies coiling and writhing as they circled around her. A faint, metallic smell of blood filled the air, and the intense corrosive power contained in her toxic Do Qi was so strong that it made the air acrid and pungent. Go! Xiao Yixian lightly shouted, and the purple-grey giant pythons made of Do Qi hissed as they slashed through the air, biting towards Bing Xian. As the pythons disappeared into the sky, Xiao Yixian quickly followed suit. Bing Xian sneered as he observed the grey-purple giant pythons lunging towards him. So, this is the true toxic aura emitted by the woeful poison body. Truly remarkable. If I were at the same level as you, the outcome would be difficult to predict. However, you are just a mere 4-star Do ancestor, he taunted, before swiftly reaching out and crushing the 2 purple-grey Do Qi giant pythons with his thin palm. The shattered pieces rained down like a storm. Unfazed, Bing Xian launched a powerful ice-cold palm strike at Xiao Yixian. The frigid energy was so intense that it seemed capable of freezing everything in its path. Xiao Yixian furrowed her brow as she felt the bone-chilling coldness. Under this kind of coldness, her Do Qi was affected. A serious expression appeared on her face. She quickly released a torrent of rich purple-grey Do Qi from her body at lightning speed, which condensed above her head. Boom! The clash was explosive as the ice-cold giant palm collided with the dense Do Qi shield. The impact unleashed a surge of frosty energy that coated the grey-purple Do Qi shield in a layer of icy particles. The giant palm rumbled forward, destroying everything in its path, including Xiao Yixian's defense. Splutter! With a splutter, Xiao Yixian's face changed, and it seemed as if her body was hit by a huge force. She flew out like a kite with a broken string. Bing Xian laughed triumphantly, seeing that he had achieved such results with just one blow. It's not worth mentioning. This woeful poison body is truly wasted in your hands, he mocked, relishing his advantage as he confidently strode forward, ready to finish her off. Die. Bing Xian's heart skipped a beat as he heard the faint voice, sounding as if the speaker was right beside him. Without hesitation, he burst forth with a surging surge of dou qi from his feet, attempting to escape the sneak attack. Xiao Ming's eyes were filled with disdain as he watched Bing Xian's desperate attempt to escape. Silver wings sprouted from his back, trembling as he reappeared behind him. With a claw-shaped right hand and terrifying white flames rippling around it, Xiao Ming grabbed fiercely at Bing Xian's heart from behind. You damn brat! Bing Xian felt a chill run down his spine as he sensed the terrifying movement of Xiao Ming and turned his head to see it. He immediately felt his scalp tingling and didn't dare to be careless. Ice crystal scale armor. Bing Xian shouted, and a thick layer of ice formed on his back, glowing brilliantly in the sunlight. It was clear that this was no ordinary dou technique. However, Xiao Ming didn't even flinch in the face of Bing Xian's defensive technique. His palm carried an unparalleled aura as he pressed down heavily on Bing Xian's back. Sizzle. With a sizzling sound, the ice armor behind Bing Xian melted away in less than a second, no match for the intensity of Xiao Ming's white flames. As Bing Xian's ice armor melted away, Xiao Ming's palm easily pierced through the old man's body as if it were tofu. Feeling the fiercely beating heart in his hand, Xiao Ming knew that the owner of the heart must be extremely agitated at this moment. With a smile on his face, Xiao Ming decisively pulled back, holding the heart that was still beating violently. But soon, the heart was turned to ashes by the high temperature in his hand. Spurt. Bing Xian couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood and his vision began to darken. Struggling to turn around, he raised his hand with difficulty, pointed at Xiao Ming, and spoke intermittently. You, heavenly flame, sneak attack, despicable. Before he could finish his words, he was met with a burst of dou qi from Xiao Xian. Bing Xian fell heavily to the ground like a kite with a broken string, his head tilted at an awkward angle, finally losing his breath. Xiao Xian floated to Xiao Ming's side. Xiao Ming, are you okay? She asked, her voice soft and gentle. I'm fine, Xiao Ming replied, a smile spreading across his face. Thanks to your cooperation, otherwise it would take a bit of effort to deal with the 6-star Dou ancestor of the Ice River Valley. His gaze softened as he looked at Xiao Xian, who had been knocked back by Bing Xian earlier but now appeared unscathed. It was obvious that Xiao Xian was just acting. She had played her part perfectly, lowering Bing Xian's guard while Xiao Ming made his move. Bing Xian had been too arrogant, thinking he had the upper hand. Although he was paying attention to Xiao Ming, he didn't take him, who was 4 stars lower than him, seriously. In the end, his arrogance cost him his life, as Xiao Ming landed a fatal blow with a single strike. Chapter 289. After dealing with Bing Xian of the Ice River Valley, only Yao Yun of the 9 Serene Deep Ground Python tribe remained. Xiao Ming and Xiao Xian glanced at each other before turning their heads to the other battlefield, where Qin Lin was controlling the purple soul flame serpent while Ziyan was controlling the man-demon puppet, fighting fiercely against Yao Yun. Yao Yun's strength was a few points stronger than that of Bing Xian. He was fighting alone against the purple soul flame serpent and the man-demon puppet, even managing to have a slight upper hand. However, his glory ended here. Without further hesitation, Xiao Ming and Xiao Xian quickly joined the battle and soon captured Yao Yun. They then sent him to Qin Lin, who controlled him with her pupils. Controlling 2 Dou ancestors whose strengths far exceeded her own consumed a lot of Qin Lin's dou qi. However, the benefits were obvious. Qin Lin's cultivation speed in the future would be extremely fast. After dealing with Yao Yun, Xiao Ming didn't forget about Bing Xian's corpse on the ground. With a wave of his hand, he collected it and pointed his finger at Bing Xian's forehead to draw out his soul. As soon as it appeared, Bing Xian's soul spoke resentfully, "You despicable and shameless brat. How dare you kill me? You'll regret it. There will be no place for you to hide in the central region. Just wait, soon you will become the most wanted target of the Ice River Valley. That's not all, you'll also be surrounded by other factions because you are accompanied by the Woeful poison body possessor, ha ha ha." Noisy. Xiao Ming snorted coldly and covered Bing Xian's soul with the white glazed heart flame. Regardless of its miserable screams, he directly sealed it and threw both the corpse and soul into his storage ring to keep Yin Yun, the former sect leader of the Harmonious Bond sect, company. Once all was done, Xiao Ming led the girls towards the outskirts of the city. After killing an expert from the Ice River Valley and controlling a 9 Serene Deep Ground Python tribe expert, it wasn't wise to stay in the same place. The onlookers, upon seeing Xiao Ming and his group leave, burst into a huge discussion. They marveled at the young age of Xiao Ming and his companions, but also at their terrifying strength, enough to contend with a Dou ancestor. They were undoubtedly a group of extremely outstanding geniuses. The second topic of discussion was the slain former sect leader of the Harmonious Bonds sect and the elder of the Ice River Valley, Bing Xian, whose heart had been pulled out by Xiao Ming. Most people felt relieved by Yin Yun's death, but with Bing Xian's death, they thought that Xiao Ming had gotten into big trouble. Although the place where Xiao Ming and his group fought was isolated from sound by Xiao Yi Xian, Bing Xian's clothing as an elder of the Ice River Valley was still easily recognizable. Xiao Ming killing him meant that he had offended the Ice River Valley. The Ice River Valley was one of the 3 valleys of the Central Plains and had an extremely powerful influence. Many had already thought about what would happen to Xiao Ming and his companions after this. Just as many people were shaking their heads and sighing about what would happen to Xiao Ming and his companions, they took out the space boat and left the area through a spatial channel. Inside the space boat, Xiao Ming sat cross-legged at the bow, holding 3 high-grade storage rings in black, white, and red. These were the storage rings of Bing Xian, Yin Yun, and Yao Yun. Xiao Ming had always been in the habit of searching for spoils of war and looting corpses. Looking at the 3 storage rings, his powerful soul power emerged from his body and invaded the rings. Soon, Xiao Ming encountered resistance, which was the soul protection set by the previous owners of the rings. This kind of protection naturally couldn't last more than 3 seconds in front of him. His mind swept through the 3 rings, and soon he had a few scrolls in his hand. Ice Sovereign Force, an Ice Attribute Low D Do Technique. Ice Age Chronicles, an Ice Attribute Intermediate D Chi Method. Inverted Phoenix Cultivation Technique, a Low D Chi Method. Crimson Skeleton Hand, a Low D Do Technique. Cloud Imprisonment Hand, an Intermediate D Do Technique. 9 Nether Human Technique, a Yin Attribute Low D Chi Method. Looking at the D Do techniques and Chi methods in his hand, Xiao Ming couldn't help but be amazed. Obtaining valuable items that easily, these Do techniques and Chi methods are truly priceless. No wonder some people are bandits, robbing and plundering everywhere. After casually flipping through them, Xiao Ming decided to keep only the Cloud Imprisonment Hand outside and put the rest, along with other low-class Do techniques and Chi methods, as well as items such as medicinal herbs, weapons, and rare minerals that he found in the 3 rings, into his star ring. Although all of these things were valuable, except for the medicinal materials, none of them caught Xiao Ming's interest. Just as he was looking through them and feeling bored, an inconspicuous sheepskin scroll in Yao Yun's ring caught Xiao Ming's attention. With a thought, he took it out and unrolled it, laying it in his palm. After unrolling it, the first thing that caught his eye was a line of small characters. My name is Yao Yun, a member of the 9 Serene Deep Ground Python tribe with a diluted bloodline. After more than 600 years of cultivation, I have reached the 6-star Do ancestor realm. Feeling that my time is running out, I chanced upon news of the tomb of our ancient ancestor, the ancient heaven serpent. Not knowing whether it's true or false, I want to go and test my luck. If I succeed, I will become the saint ancestor of my tribe. If I fail, I will disappear into nothingness. If you obtain this sheepskin scroll, you can bring it to my tribe, the 9 Serene Deep Ground Python tribe, and you'll be generously rewarded. Looking at these small characters, Xiao Ming raised his eyebrows. I didn't expect Yao Yun to have such courage. It was obvious that Yao Yun wanted to go to ancient heaven serpent's tomb alone, presumably to search for the possible inheritance left by the ancient heaven serpent. The 9 Serene Deep Ground Python tribe already had the bloodline of the ancient heaven serpent, so it was possible that Yao Yun could have succeeded. However, Yao Yun seemed to know other information and thought that the risk was relatively high, so he wrote a note in the sheepskin scroll. If he failed, the 9 Serene Deep Ground Python tribe could still obtain news of the ancient heaven serpent's tomb. He had thought it through well enough, but pity for him, he met them halfway. Looking at the map sketched on the sheepskin scroll, Xiao Ming couldn't conceal his smile. The ancient heaven serpent, now that was a valuable find. However, it was unclear whether this was the same tomb that Qing Lin had found in the original story. If they could find the soul of the ancient heaven serpent and let Qing Lin refine it, her strength might grow just like Xiao Yi Xian did after obtaining the nether poison flame, and even surpass it. If the soul of the ancient heaven serpent was strong enough, Qing Lin might even advance directly to the Do Venerate realm. Lost in thought, Xiao Yi Xian approached him with a worried expression. Xiao Ming, about the Ice River Valley, she began. Her words snapped Xiao Ming out of his thoughts. He set the sheepskin scroll down and turned to her, taking her hand in his. Xianer, you don't need to worry. We will be reaching the headquarters of the Pill Tower in a few days. I have already been certified as a 7th-tier alchemist by the Pill Tower. Once we get there, even if there is a Do Venerate in the Ice River Valley, they won't be able to do anything to us. Seeing Xiao Ming's confident expression, Xiao Yixian breathed a sigh of relief. She was truly afraid that, because of her physique, it would be difficult for Xiao Ming and her sisters to move around the Central Plains. Chapter 290. Xiao Ming wasn't afraid of the Ice River Valley, although it was one of the 3 valleys, its strength was the weakest among them. The other 2 had half-saints or Do saints, but the strongest in the Ice River Valley, Venerable Bing He, was only a 4-star Do Venerate. Therefore, there was no need to worry too much. If the Ice River Valley chose to retreat, all the better, but if they insisted on being aggressive, it was uncertain whether they would continue to exist beyond a year or 2. In contrast, Xiao Ming felt that he should be warier about the people of the 9 serene deep-ground python tribe. As one of the 3 major beast tribes, their experts far exceeded those of the Ice River Valley. Sienna used the Do-Chi barrier before, blocking the sound transmission, so Yao Yun's identity should not have been spread. If Yao Yun did not tell anyone that he was with Bing Sun when he went out, then the 9 serene deep-ground python tribe should not be able to associate us with his disappearance for the time being, Xiao Ming thought to himself after comforting Xiao Yixian. Forget it, I won't think much about it for now. Our main objective is to enter the Pill Tower. Thinking this, Xiao Ming put the sheepskin scroll that was still in his hand into his spatial ring and waved to Qin Lin and Ziyan. Xiao Ming, do you need us for anything? Ziyan bounced over to Xiao Ming's side, followed by Qin Lin. You can have these 3 high-grade storage rings. Xiao Ming extended his hand and took out the storage rings that he had just acquired, passing them to the 3 of them. High-grade storage rings were still considered rare and uncommon in the northwestern region. Besides the star ring, Xiao Ming had only obtained a serene sea storage ring from Han Feng, which he had given to his teacher, Elder Hua. That's why Xiao Yixian and the others were still using intermediate-grade storage rings. The 3 girls didn't refuse and accepted the storage rings. As she took the high-grade storage ring from Xiao Ming, Xiao Yixian couldn't help but glance at the fire-red ring already adorning her hand. Memories of the first time she met Xiao Ming flooded her mind, and she felt a surge of emotion in her chest. Though the new ring was undoubtedly more valuable, the fire-red ring held a special place in her heart. It had been a gift from Xiao Ming, and since she had received it, her life had been forever changed. With a tender smile, Xiao Yixian carefully slipped the new ring onto a different finger, not wanting to part with the fire-red ring. After seeing them take the storage rings, Xiao Ming handed them the cloud imprisonment hand that he had not yet stored away. This cloud imprisonment hand is an intermediate D-Do technique. It's not bad and doesn't require any attribute requirements. You can try cultivating it. In the following days, Xiao Ming and his companions continued to use the spatial channels to travel towards the headquarters of the Pill Tower, and soon they arrived at the outskirts of Holy Pill City. However, an unexpected event occurred in the last spatial channel that led directly to Holy Pill City. Within the strange passage, which was bathed in a faint silver light, an eerie calmness contrasted with the storm raging outside. A ship several meters in size was hurtling through it at an astonishing speed. Suddenly, in the midst of the endless space storm, a giant black dragon with an incredibly massive body and no end in sight emerged from the darkness. Its beastly eyes, sparkling with majestic purple pupils, stared intently at Xiao Ming's side where Ziyan was standing. The dragon charged straight towards the space channel, but as it drew closer, its body rapidly shrank until it transformed into a towering, muscular man radiating a faint silver aura. Without hesitation, the man strode straight through the barrier of the space channel, revealing his incredible spatial proficiency. After passing through, the man accurately landed on the flying space boat that was moving at high speed. Xiao Ming frowned upon seeing the muscular figure stepping onto the space boat from outer space. He then cupped his hands and asked, "Senior, I wonder if you have any reason to block our path?" Ignoring Xiao Ming's words, the man carefully examined Ziyan by his side, his eyes filled with fanaticism, awe, and excitement. Excited, the muscular man took a few steps forward, standing close enough that his height of nearly 2 meters and bulging muscles made him incredibly imposing. Anyone could tell just by looking at him that he possessed immense physical strength. In response, Xiao Ming quickly pulled Ziyan back a few steps while Xiao Yixian rushed to his side. Qin Lin even summoned her 2 puppets, including Yao Yun. "Senior." The reaction of Xiao Ming and the others caught the muscular man off guard. Immediately, his square and rugged face softened into a friendly smile, his large hands rubbing against each other with a sense of restlessness. His dragon-like eyes fixed on Ziyan. I apologize for startling you, my name is He Qing. I am a member of the ancient Void Dragon tribe. I have come here on the orders of the Third Elder to request the return of our royal bloodline to ancient Dragon Island. Upon hearing He Qing's introduction, Xiao Ming narrowed his eyes but was not surprised. He had already guessed He Qing's identity when he appeared. After all, they only had Ziyan with them who could attract such a terrifyingly powerful expert. He Qing from the eastern Dragon Island, Xiao Ming muttered to himself. He Qing did not know that Xiao Ming had guessed his origin from just his name. He wore a simple and friendly smile on his face and looked at Xiao Ming with an appreciative gaze. Xiao Ming's actions of protecting Ziyan earlier had left a good impression on him. To have the strength of a Dou ancestor at such a young age and still care for the Dragon Emperor, it seems like the new Dragon Emperor has made a good friend. However, this bloodline feels familiar, it seems to be the Xiao clan. I never thought that the Xiao clan, which had fallen into oblivion, could still produce such a talented individual. No wonder they were once the strongest of the 8 ancient clans, but unfortunately, their bloodline is now non-existent. He Qing thought to himself. When she was a solitary beast, Ziyan had always longed to meet her own kind and had imagined being overcome with excitement when she finally did. But now, as she looked upon the man before her, filled with anticipation, she clung on to Xiao Ming, her small face expressionless. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke in a flat voice that sent shivers down one's spine. Well, I can sense that you are my kin. You say I am the Dragon Emperor. Then can you tell me why my father and mother abandoned me? Looking at the calm expression on Ziyan's face and listening to her cold voice, even a towering figure like He Qing felt a lump in his throat and his smiling face disappeared, replaced by a serious expression. This is a complicated matter, and I only have partial knowledge. We can only go back to Dragon Island and let Elder Zhu Li explain it to you. But I believe there must be some misunderstanding. Xiao Ming was aware that there was a misunderstanding. In reality, Ziyan's father, Zhu Kuan, had been calculated and forced to abandon her, rather than intentionally leave her behind. Apart from Zhu Kuan, no one knew the truth about this matter as clearly as Xiao Ming did, but he could not explain it because he couldn't reveal how he knew. After hearing He Qing's explanation, Ziyan was hesitant, despite her calm facade. She longed to learn more about her past, particularly any information concerning her parents. Unable to make a decision, Ziyan looked up at Xiao Ming. Seeing this, He Qing understood the important role that Xiao Ming played in Ziyan's heart. He gave Xiao Ming a significant glance, hoping he would help by speaking up. Chapter 291. Unfortunately, Xiao Ming wasn't even looking at him, so his glance had no effect. However, what Xiao Ming said next made He Qing ecstatic, and his expression towards Xiao Ming became gentler. Xiao Ming patted Ziyan's head and said, Ziyan, now that you have news about your relatives, you should go and see them. He didn't say much more, as he knew Ziyan would ultimately choose to go to her tribe, as she held too many questions in her heart. Sure enough, after Xiao Ming persuaded her, Ziyan thought for a moment, nodded heavily, and said to He Qing, Okay, I'll go back with you, but you have to bring Xiao Ming and my sisters with us. He Qing's face lit up with joy upon hearing her words, but her subsequent request made him a bit helpless. It wasn't that he had any prejudice against Xiao Ming and the others, on the contrary, he admired Xiao Ming a lot. However, Elder Zhu Li had not allowed him to bring other people back to Dragon Island. Bringing other people back rashly might cause Elder Zhu Li's displeasure. Fortunately, Xiao Ming did not make it difficult for him. Ziyan, you can go back with him, we won't come with you this time. Ziyan was surprised and looked at Xiao Ming. Why? Didn't we agree that you would come back with me? Her purple eyes showed a hint of confusion. Xiao Ming explained, I will go with you to the ancient Void Dragon tribe, but not now. If you miss us, you can come out and find me. Senior He Qing said that you are the Dragon Emperor of the ancient Void Dragon tribe, and I believe they won't stop you for this little matter. It's like that, isn't it, Senior He Qing? Ah, yes, if you miss them, you can come out at any time. He Qing nodded vigorously. Ziyan hesitated for a moment, but knowing that she could leave, she reluctantly agreed and bid farewell to everyone before departing with He Qing. Looking at the space channel that could be easily torn apart by He Qing, Xiao Ming took a deep breath. What's wrong? Are you a little reluctant to part with Sister Ziyan? Xiao Yixian noticed his mood and asked softly. Her beautiful eyes were slightly red, revealing her own emotions. A little, but it's only a temporary separation. Xiao Ming smiled lightly and didn't say much. The interior of the space wormhole was as monotonous as usual, but this time, it was far from silent. Countless space boats flashed and streaked across a spacious channel, filling it with a cacophony of noise. A day later, in the distant reaches of the space wormhole, a circle of silver light flickered, emitting astonishing spatial fluctuations. As they approached the silver ring of light, the uproar from the countless space boats suddenly died down, replaced by an eerie stillness. Figures wearing alchemist robes emerged from the space boats, their eyes fervently fixed on the silver ring of light. Holy Pill City, the holy land in the hearts of all alchemists. Space boats hurtled through the dark sky like shooting stars, plunging into the massive silver ring of light as though diving into the sea. The black space boat carrying Xiao Ming and the others also entered the ring of light, braving the violently shaking spatial fluctuations and disappearing from view. As they broke into the silver ring of light, the violent spatial fluctuations caused the entire space boat to shake violently. The ordeal lasted less than 10 seconds, gradually fading away. The silver light that had dominated Xiao Ming and the others' view grew dimmer and dimmer until, after a while, it suddenly erupted into a dazzling glare that made them instinctively squint. As Xiao Ming and the others closed their eyes, a gentle breeze suddenly blew in, and its soft touch gradually relaxed their tense hearts. However, just as they began to unwind, an extremely harsh and noisy sound suddenly pierced their ears, making several people frown. Slowly opening his eyes, what appeared in Xiao Ming's sight was a huge square entirely built of red rocks. The square seemed to extend beyond what the eye could see, with the only visible thing being a red line that seemed to go on forever. It was likely several kilometers wide, and Xiao Ming and his companions stood within it like tiny ants, barely noticeable. At this moment, the crimson square was almost overcrowded with a sea of people, and the deafening noise emanating from it converged and rushed up to the clouds. This is just a spatial point outside the Holy Pill City, and it's already so vast. I heard that the Holy Pill City has 8 of these space points. No wonder the Pill Tower is a top force in the continent. Xiao Ming couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the vast square. Behind him, the space was constantly rippling with violent distortions, and space boats were constantly flying out of it, quickly becoming tiny dots in the sky. Meanwhile, the figures on board were descending from the sky like beans. Clearly, this was the landing point of a space wormhole. Both Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin were seeing this scene for the first time, and they looked around with curiosity. Hee, Xiao Ming, I didn't expect that I would wake up and see this scene right away. Did you come to Pill Tower in the central region? Have I been asleep for such a long time? Suddenly, an old laughter sounded in Xiao Ming's mind without warning. Senior Yao, you're awake. How's the recovery? Hearing the familiar voice, Xiao Ming smiled inwardly and replied. Not bad, the fierce spirit has restored my strength to the 8-star Do ancestor realm. This is the limit of strength I can have without a physical body. Okay, Senior Yao, don't worry. After arriving at the headquarters of the Pill Tower this time, I'll work on improving my alchemy skills as soon as possible. I'm only missing 2 ingredients for the bone-growing blood-fusing pill, and I believe we'll have results soon regarding the physical body. During the long journey to the Holy Pill City, Xiao Ming spent most of his time studying alchemy. With his current understanding of alchemy, he could actually start refining high 7th-tier pills. However, Xiao Ming felt that the success rate was too low, so he wanted to practice making some lower-grade pills before attempting the bone-growing blood-fusing pill. Once Venerable Yao had a physical body, Xiao Ming wouldn't have to worry so much about his actions in the Central Plains. Ha ha ha. I trust your words. I will leave the matter of the body to you. I'm not an ungrateful person. After the body is successfully refined, this old man will be at your service. Nodding slightly, Xiao Ming didn't continue chatting with him. Instead, he beckoned to Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin and headed towards a certain place in the Holy Pill City. He planned to find an inn first, and then take the alchemy assessment. Chapter 292. Holy Pill City was immense, and the flow of people coming and going was not small. There were countless inns in the city, so Xiao Ming and his companions easily found a place to stay. At night, a silver disk hung high in the sky, casting a white radiance across the world. Xiao Ming put down the medicine sect alchemy inheritance in his hand and felt somewhat emotional. This medicine sect was indeed a top-notch alchemy sect. Its understanding of alchemy was precise and insightful. I'm afraid my understanding of alchemy now is not inferior to that of a peak-grade 7th-tier alchemist. However, theory alone is shallow. I don't have much practical experience in refining 7th-tier pills. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming also felt somewhat helpless. After all, he had not had any free time since he obtained this alchemy inheritance. Refining a 7th tier pill would take at least 10 days or half a month. He still needed to focus on his cultivation, travel to various places, and cultivate his soul. How could he have that much time to refine pills? Now that he would arrive at the pill tower, the situation would be much better. He would have enough time to focus on refining pills and improving his strength. It was said that after reaching the Do ancestor realm, it was impossible to rely solely on one's own cultivation to achieve rapid breakthroughs. Only encountering those adventures could make people break through quickly. And the most directly useful thing for Xiao Ming was the natural treasures of heaven and earth. Unfortunately, such things were difficult to come across. Even if Xiao Ming knew about them through the simulator, there were very few of them, and some of them were not even in the central region. If only the pill tower's 3,000 burning flame could be absorbed by Xiao Ming, he could leap to become a peak Do ancestor in one go. But for now, that was impossible, or at least not that easily. Sighing, Xiao Ming lowered his head in thought. Well, let me think for a moment, what kind of adventures have there been recently in Central Plains? In 2 months, there seems to be a small ruin emerging in the southern region, but that ruin is already too deteriorated and the valuable items are not high. The time is too short, so there is no need to go there. 3 months later, still in the southern region, the city lord's mansion of Baiyun City will be destroyed and the Baiyun sword scripture will be released, causing many people to fight for it. The Baiyun sword scripture is an intermediate Di Qi method and comes with matching Do techniques, which is quite good, but the time it takes to go there is too long and not worth it. In the northern region, there seems to be some kind of baptism. It seems to be of little use to me right now, but it's worth letting Xiener take Qing Lin to try it out. After thinking for a while, Xiao Ming realized that there had been no suitable adventures for him in the next 6 months. With a helpless smile, Xiao Ming gave up on his plan to search for opportunities. I should try to get the core soul marrow. With that, I should be able to completely enter the spirit realm within a month. Thinking like this, Xiao Ming stood up and walked to the bed, sitting cross-legged. He repeated a mantra in his mind. Reach the peak of the soul, embrace stillness in meditation, clear the mind of all distractions, absorb the soul into emptiness, temper the soul and purify the heart. This was the mantra of the soul technique that Yao Lao traded to Xiao Ming. The name of this soul cultivation technique was the Zen soul technique. As Xiao Ming silently repeated the mantra, the soul power that had been lingering in his brow began to slowly rotate on its own. Faintly, a tingling sensation spread from his brow, and then, he realized that there was a strange suction force emanating from it. The surrounding world trembled slightly, and strands of spiritual energy seeped out and poured into his brow. Who? Spiritual energy was an extremely mysterious energy that did not possess the same power as Do Qi, but for the soul, it was an excellent nourishing substance. However, spiritual energy was like chaos and was extremely difficult to sense. Without a soul cultivation technique, it was rare for alchemists to know how to sense and absorb it. What was entering Xiao Ming's brow at this moment was spiritual energy. As the wispy spiritual energy infiltrated his brow, Xiao Ming immediately felt a faint coolness in his mind. This was a phenomenon that would only appear after the increase of spiritual energy within the soul. If someone could see Xiao Ming's soul, they would discover an indescribable charm within it. This was a manifestation of the soul reaching the spirit realm. Obviously, as long as there was enough time, Xiao Ming's soul would undoubtedly advance to the spirit realm. As time passed, Xiao Ming's cultivation seemed to undergo some unknown changes, and his soul power spread out like ripples of water. At his brow, there was gradually releasing a faint fluorescence, which was the fluorescence of spiritual energy. It could not be seen with the naked eye but had to be detected using soul power. As the fluorescence increased, it formed a vortex the size of a palm on his forehead. The following day, Xiao Ming woke up from his cultivation and stretched his body slightly. He then was surprised to find that the effect of his cultivation from the previous day seemed to be too obvious. He felt that the spiritual energy contained in his soul was about twice as much as yesterday. Could it be because of that strange feeling yesterday, he thought. During his soul cultivation, Xiao Ming entered a wonderful state, which did not last long. However, he did not pay too much attention to it at the time. He did not expect such a pleasant surprise now. If yesterday's Xiao Ming needed a year to enter the spirit realm, now he would only need 7 months. It could be said that the present Xiao Ming had 1 foot in the spirit realm. Perhaps after obtaining the intermediate grade 7th tier alchemist badge today, I could try to take the assessment for the high grade badge. Xiao Ming thought, narrowing his eyes. He believed it was feasible, and even if he failed, it wouldn't matter. Without further ado, after finishing breakfast, Xiao Ming took Xiao Yixian and Qin Lin directly to the headquarters of the Pill Tower. Only the headquarters of the Pill Tower had the authority to issue a high-grade 7th-tier alchemist badge. Because he was going to take the Pill Tower assessment, Xiao Ming wore the alchemist badge on his chest. With his youthful and handsome appearance, plus the 7-star badge on his chest, Xiao Ming became the most eye-catching figure on the road, attracting the attention and admiration of countless people. Fortunately, Xiao Ming and his companions were used to this kind of attention, so they didn't feel uncomfortable. The Pill Tower headquarters was situated in a bustling square paved with polished granite, where people came and went continuously. It was evident that this was a significant area in Holy Pill City. Xiao Ming and his group navigated through the crowd and made their way to the headquarters. The Pill Tower headquarters was not a place that ordinary people could enter. If it weren't for Xiao Ming's status as a 7th-tier alchemist, he and his companions would have been stopped at the entrance. After entering the Pill Tower headquarters, Xiao Ming turned to his companions and spoke, "I've heard that there is an alchemist trade fair happening here too. Sienna, you and Qin Lin should check it out to see if there are any high-level medicinal materials that could be of use to you. I'll come to find you both after I finish the assessment." "Good luck, young master," Qin Lin replied, giving him a sweet smile. Take your time during the assessment, and remember to stay focused. We'll be waiting for you," Xiao Yixian said with a gentle smile, her eyes lovingly fixed on her partner. If she was to advance rapidly in her cultivation, acquiring high-level medicinal herbs was imperative. The higher the level of the poison she wanted to refine, the more challenging it would be to acquire the necessary materials. Therefore, this trade fair area could be an excellent opportunity for her to find something useful. Chapter 293. After parting with Xiao Ming, Xiao Yixian directly took Qin Ling to search for the so-called trade fair area in the Pill Tower. Fortunately, it wasn't difficult to find. They soon arrived at a gate with a sign indicating it. As they entered, a spacious and cool corridor greeted them, filled with the sounds of bustling activity. Xiao Yixian led Qin Ling through the corridor, scanning her surroundings as they walked. Ahead of them was an extremely spacious hall, filled with many neatly arranged stone platforms that resembled vendor stalls. Behind these platforms, some people who looked like stall owners were sitting cross-legged, giving off a lazy vibe that did not seem like typical business people. Of course, they were not. The spacious hall was mostly populated by alchemists, many of whom were of high tiers, including some in the 7th tier, indicating that the quality of the trade fair area in the Pill Tower's headquarters was indeed good. The alchemists strolled around the spacious hall, stopping occasionally in front of stone platforms to examine the displayed items carefully. If they found something of interest, they would pause and negotiate with the stall owner. Xiao Yixian and Qin Ling's arrival did not attract much attention. They scoured the different stalls, each displaying various strange and curious things. However, due to their profession, most of the items for sale were related to alchemy, such as pill recipes, medicinal cauldrons, and medicinal herbs. After a thorough search, Xiao Yixian found many useful medicinal herbs but had to pay a hefty price to obtain them. In this kind of trade fair area, gold coins didn't hold much value. After all, which alchemist present wasn't a rich person with money to burn? Gold coins were just a meaningless number to them. Only goods were exchanged here. Fortunately, Xiao Yixian and Qin Ling had plenty of valuable items on them, such as the storage rings of captured beasts like Yao Yun and others, which Xiao Ming had given them without taking much for himself. In addition, he also left behind some good dough techniques that they could practice. Combined with their own accumulation, they could be considered as qualified small wealthy women. After spending some time browsing, Xiao Yixian and Qin Ling were about to leave the trade fair area. Just as they were about to leave and wait for Xiao Ming at the entrance, Xiao Yixian noticed a jade stone platform in the north corner. A faint chill emanated from the platform and spread out, lowering the temperature considerably. On the jade platform, there were scattered herbs, scrolls, and even pills, which didn't look like ordinary items. Many people were gathered around the jade platform, obviously interested in the things on top. Behind the jade platform was a gray-haired old man, who was sloppy and lazy-looking, lying on the platform and ignoring the onlookers, carelessly picking his ears. "Old Yen, I've told you before that you only set up a stall once in a blue moon, and every time there are very few successful trades. Isn't it because your stuff is too expensive? Sell me this snow-bone ginseng at a lower price. You didn't come here for nothing this time, did you?" The speaker was an elderly man with a low-grade 7th-tier badge on his chest. "Ha! You wish. You guys just come to look but not to buy. You still complain that it's too expensive. This snow-bone ginseng is worth a high 7th tier pill, and if you think it's too expensive, I'll give you a chance. How about an intermediate 7th tier pill? The scruffy old man rolled his eyes and spat on the ground without caring about his image. Xiao Yixian was stunned by the old man's attitude. She glanced at the badge on his chest, which was also a 7th tier badge, but a high-grade one. Obviously, he was a high-grade 7th tier alchemist. Ahem, the 7th tier alchemist who spoke was a bit embarrassed by his words. However, he seemed to really want the snow-bone ginseng. He gritted his teeth and took out a jade bottle to hand it to the scruffy old man. This is an intermediate 7th tier pill, can you consider it? No, I don't like this pill. After taking the pill and carefully examining it, the scruffy old man returned it to the alchemist. Now the man was speechless. He wanted to curse, but it wasn't appropriate to argue in this kind of place, so he could only leave embarrassedly. After the man left, Xiao Yixian noticed a jade box on the icy platform with a snow-white ginseng inside that resembled a bone, lying quietly within. Isn't that the snow-bone ginseng that young master needs? Qing Lin asked, stepping forward to point to the jade box on the icy platform. She was well informed about her young master's affairs and knew about his quest for this particular herb. Yes, it's the herb that Xiao Ming is looking for. Let's wait here for him. We probably can't obtain it without him. Not having any intermediate 7th tier pills on her, Xiao Yixian knew that even if she did, she would likely face the same fate as the previous 7th tier alchemist who failed to acquire the ginseng. So she was smart not to approach and decided to wait patiently. Half an hour later, Xiao Ming strolled leisurely down the road, catching the attention of Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin. Xiao Ming had changed his badge, and although there were still 7 stars on it, the color of the 7th star was no different from the others. It was evident that he had passed the incredibly strict testing of the Pill Tower and had become a high-grade 7th tier alchemist. It was quite unbelievable that Xiao Ming had passed the rigorous testing of the Pill Tower without ever having refined a single high 7th tier pill before. This was a story that no one would believe if it were told. As Xiao Ming wandered around the trade fair area, everyone who saw him had their pupils shrink in shock. Am I seeing things? A high-grade 7th tier alchemist. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 7 stars. You are not blind, he really is a high-grade 7th tier alchemist. Gasp. Wherever Xiao Ming passed, there was a sound of inhaling cold air. The fact that he was a high-grade 7th tier alchemist wasn't enough to make them so amazed, considering that even 8th tier alchemists were seen here. Rather, it was his youthful appearance that stunned onlookers. He looked like he was not even 20 years old. They had never seen such a prodigy before. Some older men with grey beards secretly covered up their once proud badges, as Xiao Ming's appearance dealt them a heavy blow. Ignoring the stares and whispers around him, Xiao Ming spotted Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin, and a faint smile appeared on his face as he walked towards them. Why are you two standing here so quietly? Have you found everything you needed? He asked. We've found everything I need to mix into a poisonous potion. It should be enough to help me cultivate until the 6-star Do ancestor. Oh, by the way, we found the snow-bone ginseng you were looking for. But he is asking for a high price, Xiao Yixian explained. Oh. Xiao Ming followed her gesture towards the direction of the snow-bone ginseng. Chapter 294. It really is the snow-bone ginseng. Xiao Ming said with a bit of surprise as he led Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin to the jade platform. Xiao Ming's arrival naturally caught the attention of the scruffy old man. Looking at the badge hanging from Xiao Ming's chest, the scruffy old man felt a bit surprised. Such a young high-grade 7th tier alchemist, truly a little monster. I wonder which old monster taught him, he thought to himself. Thinking this, the scruffy old man's expression was not as casual as before. Of course, perhaps due to his personality, he didn't show too much politeness either. Xiao Ming walked to the stall in front of him and gazed closely at the snow-white ginseng. After a moment, he nodded slowly. Judging by the aura emanating from the ginseng, the snow-bone ginseng was of decent quality and not a low-grade product. Don't bother looking, I don't have any fake items here. Do you want to buy something? The scruffy old man smiled. Maybe you want this snow-bone ginseng. It's yours for only a high 7th tier pill. As a high-grade 7th tier alchemist, you should have it, right? At these words, Xiao Ming furrowed his eyebrows. A high 7th tier pill, the price was really steep. Just recently, you were selling it to others for an intermediate 7th tier pill. Hearing this, Qing Lin couldn't help but speak up. She didn't want to see her young master being scammed. You girls heard that, huh? Well, fine, I'll sell it to you for an intermediate 7th tier pill too, the scruffy old man chuckled. His expression was natural, without any awkwardness from being exposed. He was obviously an extremely thick-skinned person. An intermediate 7th tier pill, Xiao Ming frowned. While the snow-bone ginseng was slightly less valuable compared to an intermediate 7th tier pill, he could still accept it. The problem was that he didn't have any intermediate 7th tier pills on him at the moment, which put him in a bit of a predicament. After some thought, Xiao Ming said, an intermediate 7th tier pill can indeed be exchanged, but do you exchange anything else besides pills? An intermediate 7th tier pill recipe that I haven't studied before would also work, the scruffy old man replied. You've got to be kidding, senior. Although the snow-bone ginseng is rare, an intermediate 7th tier pill recipe is priceless. Who would give it to you in exchange? Xiao Ming said, wordlessly. Xiao Ming had nearly 100 7th tier pill recipes, which may seem like a lot, but that didn't mean he would give them away unwisely. The snow-bone ginseng was indeed precious, but it still couldn't compare to an intermediate 7th tier pill recipe, especially one that the other party hadn't studied before. I haven't finished speaking yet. If you give me an intermediate 7th tier pill recipe, I'll give you another snow-bone ginseng, the old man said. Xiao Ming was speechless. Pill recipes were the greatest treasure of alchemists, and ordinary people wouldn't usually make their own pill recipes public. Seeing Xiao Ming's silence, the scruffy old man thought he was not believed, so he took out a jade box from his storage ring. Inside the jade box, there was actually another snow-bone ginseng, and it looked even better than the one Xiao Ming had seen before. Since you want it, you must be interested in refining high 7th tier pills. How about another snow-bone ginseng as well, the old man suggested. 2 snow-bone ginsengs were still not worth as much as an intermediate 7th tier pill recipe, so Xiao Ming was considering whether or not to make the exchange. Just then, Xiao Ming suddenly thought that since the old man had set up a stall in the pill tower headquarters and seemed to be familiar with the people around him, he must have been here for a long time and was likely knowledgeable about the pill tower. So, Xiao Ming decided to ask him about the news regarding the 1,000-year-old green spiritual vine and the core soul marrow. Glancing at the old man, Xiao Ming smiled and said, you should know that the value of 2 snow-bone ginsengs is not as good as an intermediate 7th tier pill. But I heard that the pill tower has the 1,000-year-old green spiritual vine and the core soul marrow. If you give me information about any of them, we have a deal. The old man hesitated at his words. He didn't know the information about the 1,000-year-old green spiritual vine, but he did know about the core soul marrow. However, he had his own thoughts about it. If he told Xiao Ming, wouldn't he have another competitor? After all, the young man in front of him was not weaker than himself. After a moment of deliberation, the old man let out a sigh. Forget it, it's just information. If I don't tell him, he might hear it from someone else. Besides, the chance of me obtaining the core soul marrow is not great. Those old geezers are all lusting after it. Muttering to himself, the scruffy old man smiled at Xiao Ming. Young man, you've come to the right person. I have the information about the core soul marrow. I've been hanging around here for a long time, and I'm well informed. If you ask someone else, they might not know. In 2 months' time, there will be a competition held within the pill tower, and only high-grade 7th tier alchemists or higher can participate. Oh, can you tell me more? Xiao Ming raised an eyebrow. He really didn't know about this. This kind of competition is a tradition, just like the pill gathering. It is held every few years, but on a smaller scale and with a much higher threshold, because it is for the selection of a candidate for the 8 great elders of the pill tower. To encourage alchemists to participate, the pill tower offers some significant treasures every year. It is said that this time, they will offer the core soul marrow as the prize. TSK, with this thing, it won't take much time to enter the spirit realm, and becoming an 8th tier alchemist is just a matter of time. Many high-grade 7th tier alchemists I know are tempted. This competition is going to be extremely fierce. Xiao Ming nodded understandingly. The turnover of the upper echelon of a force is an inevitable thing, and it was normal for the pill tower to hold such a competition. The 8 great elders of the pill tower were all 8th tier alchemists and could be considered the true high-level figures of the pill tower. It was also normal for the pill tower to offer the core soul marrow as a reward for the competition to select elders. Xiao Ming was also very interested in the core soul marrow. How can I participate in this competition? The requirements for electing an elder should not be that simple. You're right. In addition to being a high-grade 7th-tier alchemist, in order to prevent people with ulterior motives from infiltrating, you also need to be certified by the Pill Tower for more than 7 years. Then I can't participate, Xiao Ming sighed. He had only been certified for a few days, so he was far from meeting the requirements. Seeing Xiao Ming's expression, the scruffy old man knew what he was worried about. Don't worry. If you haven't been certified for 7 years, you can find someone to vouch for you. However, the person who vouches for you must have enough influence. Maybe you can try to approach the 5 great clans. The people from the 5 great clans have a long history in the Pill Tower and definitely have the qualifications to vouch for you. Oh, I see, Xiao Ming nodded when he heard this, feeling much relieved. But the core soul marrow is also the target of the 5 great clans. How could they easily vouch for others to compete with them? One of the 5 great clans, the Yi clan, has been declining in recent years. I have provided you with the information about the core soul marrow. Here are 2 snow bone ginsengs for you. Now give me the recipe. Chapter 295. Taking the snow bone ginsengs from the scruffy old man, Xiao Ming waved his hand and a pale green scroll appeared, which he threw towards the old man. The old man grabbed it hastily. This is the recipe for the clear body and soul pill. It can remove impurities from the body, improve some aptitudes, and is most suitable for infants. It also has a certain calming effect on the mind and soul. It can be considered a good intermediate 7th-tier pill, Xiao Ming explained. After scanning the recipe with his spiritual perception, the scruffy old man found that it was indeed as Xiao Ming had said, and a happy smile appeared on his face. Ha ha ha, it's a pleasure doing business with you. Come on, take a look and see if there's anything else you like at my stall. Let's continue our exchange. Hearing this, Xiao Ming let out a sigh. If this continued for a few more trades, he couldn't afford it. The intermediate 7th-tier pill recipe was not some kind of cabbage. If he had not already studied that recipe, he wouldn't have taken it out. Although he thought that, Xiao Ming still looked around the old man's stall, but ultimately withdrew his gaze with disappointment. He had not found anything useful to him, such as a certain piece of copper plate. Seeing that Xiao Ming hadn't found anything he liked among his items, the scruffy old man was a little disappointed. Little brother, if you didn't find anything you liked, forget about it. I'm Yen Tian, and if there's anything good next time, I'll let you know first. Xiao Ming smiled and knew that the old man was trying to make friends, so he didn't refuse. Thank you, senior. My name is Xiao Ming. I'll be staying in the Holy Pill City for a while. If you have any interesting ancient items, you can contact me. After leaving the scruffy old man's stall, Xiao Ming strolled around the trade fair area accompanied by Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin before finally settling in an inn near the Pill Tower. The inns near the Pill Tower were exorbitantly expensive, and only wealthy alchemists could afford to stay there. As they made their way out, the badge on Xiao Ming's chest caused quite a stir once again. This time, however, he didn't choose to take it off discreetly. He needed to establish a reputation as soon as possible in the Central Plains, so that people would seek him out to refine pills and improve his proficiency in pill refining. Otherwise, he would exhaust himself searching for rare medicinal materials and refining pills on his own, not to mention the high costs and low efficiency. As expected, the news of a young high-grade 7th-tier alchemist quickly spread from the headquarters of the Pill Tower to the outside world, causing countless discussions. At first, some people thought it was just a rumor, as the current Pill Tower seemed to have no one with such strong talent. It wasn't until many people came to the Pill Tower to confirm and more people confidently claimed to have seen the young high-grade 7th-tier alchemist that everyone had to believe that such a person really existed. As a result, Xiao Ming's existence sparked a lot of interest. One of the Pill Tower's 5 great clans, the Qiao clan. In a luxurious room, an expensive-looking round table was placed in the center. A graceful figure sat beside the table, listening to a maid's report. After hearing the maid's report, a faint smile slowly appeared at the corner of the woman's slender lips. At that moment, the thin and alluring cheeks of her face became filled with enchantment. Xiao Ming, the first person I have ever heard of who is stronger than me. I really want to meet him. In a high-floor room of the Pill Tower, a discussion was underway. I heard that a new genius has emerged in our Pill Tower who's less than 18 years old and is already a high-grade 7th-tier alchemist with great potential. Have we investigated his background? This young man has only been certified for 7 days in our Pill Tower, and his first certification was in Fog City. He hails from the northwestern region. I never would have thought that such a remote place like the northwestern region could produce such a talented individual. We should pay more attention to him in the future. This little friend really has the potential to become a giant. One of the Pill Tower's 5 great clans, the Yi clan. Assembly Hall. First Elder, our clan's assessment did not meet the standards this time. If we continue like this, our clan may be kicked out of the 5 great clans in a few years. How is this possible? If we are kicked out of the 5 great clans and lose the Pill Tower's protection, our Yi clan will be finished. It seems that we can only seek external help, but it's not easy to find young people with excellent qualifications. I heard that there is an extremely talented young person in Holy Pill City. Maybe we can find him. First Elder, what do you think? It's possible. I will bring a generous gift to visit him. I just don't know if he will agree. For the sake of our clan, even if I have to sacrifice my old face, I have to try. Sitting on a cushion in an inn, Xiao Ming had no idea that many people were thinking about him. At this moment, he was going out to collect medicinal materials. He wanted to refine a 7th-tier pill to familiarize himself with the process. The target of his refinement was the Emperor's Stream Pulp pill, a pill formula he had created himself, which he found much easier to refine. As Xiao Ming retrieved the final ingredient, the Emperor's Stream Pulp, he felt a slight movement in the sleeve of his robe. Suddenly, a cute little head popped out. It was the 7-colored heaven-swallowing python. As soon as it appeared, it shook its small head, and its purple snake pupils stared at the jade bottle containing the Emperor's Stream Pulp. The attraction of this medicinal material to magical beasts was extraordinary. Over the 3 months following Xiao Ming, he had fed the little snake with many things, allowing it to evolve several times, and its spiritual wisdom increased rapidly. Otherwise, it would have pounced on the bottle long ago. Even so, it kept nodding its little head at Xiao Ming and making a hissing sound, with a pleasing expression in its purple eyes. Its meaning was obvious, it wanted the Emperor's Stream Pulp. This is the material I use to refine pills, I can't give it to you to eat. Xiao Ming touched the snake's head. The 7-colored heaven-swallowing python understood Xiao Ming's words and showed a pitiful expression in its purple eyes. Xiao Ming had brought the 7-colored heaven-swallowing python along before, mainly because he was too lazy to send it back, and besides, the snake looked cute, so he decided to keep it as a pet. Not to mention, raising this pet was actually quite interesting. Now, seeing the 7-colored heaven-swallowing python like this, Xiao Ming didn't get angry. The spiritual wisdom of the 7-colored heaven-swallowing python was at most that of a 4 or 5-year-old child, so there was no point in getting upset with it. Instead, he gently touched its head and said, I really can't give you the Emperor's Stream Pulp. How about I give you some amethyst lion birth essence instead? After saying that, Xiao Ming took out a half bottle of the amethyst lion birth essence. The 7-colored heaven-swallowing python just shook its head, looking haughty. Seeing this, Xiao Ming pondered for a moment, then sighed and said, It's cheaper for you, I'll just give you a piece of Corefire Lotus seed. Chapter 296. As Xiao Ming spoke, he flicked his finger on the storage ring, and instantly, something wrapped in dense green light appeared in his palm. Looking closely, it turned out to be a small lotus seed. The Corefire Lotus seed contained an extremely large amount of fire essence and was known as the essence of flame spirits. Xiao Ming obtained it from the lotus platform of the green lotus core flame. It took 100 years for one to form, and he had a total of 11. Although swallowing it directly could improve one's strength, Xiao Ming had never used any of them because it would be a waste. He kept the Corefire Lotus seeds as a collection and for alchemy purposes. As soon as the lotus seed appeared, it attracted the attention of the 7-colored heaven-swallowing python. It moved to Xiao Ming's shoulder and wagged its tail slightly, then leaned its upper body forward and rubbed its cheek against Xiao Ming's face, giving him a feeling of a puppy trying to please its owner. Seeing this scene, Xiao Ming flicked his finger and accurately shot the lotus seed into the 7-colored heaven-swallowing python's slightly opened mouth. As the lotus seed entered, the 7-colored heaven-swallowing python spun around happily, then a strong light burst out from its body. The light flashed and disappeared in an instant, but at that moment, Xiao Ming's face changed slightly. The 7-colored heaven-swallowing python on his shoulder suddenly grew in size, and its body seemed to become more supple and flexible. Before he could react, something slipped down his right shoulder and nestled into his embrace, feeling soft and tender like a woman's body. Xiao Ming's face became a little strange. He slowly lowered his head, only to see the enchanting face of Queen Medusa looking up at him with a hint of shyness in her bright, alluring eyes. Medusa's beauty was breathtaking, her enchanting face exuding an irresistible charm. At this moment, Xiao Ming and Queen Medusa found themselves in a rather intimate position, with him holding her in a princess carry. She was now fully naked, her smooth and alluring skin brushing against his, and the atmosphere was charged with an electric tension, like the prelude to a romantic encounter. Although the sensation of the soft and tender body beneath him was overwhelming, and he felt a primal urge to take her on the spot, Xiao Ming remained sober and did not make any excessive moves. With a calm voice, he said, "Are you awake? Please get off me." Upon hearing this, Queen Medusa did not say much. She stood up straight and left Xiao Ming's embrace. In the process, her plump and fair body gave Xiao Ming a feast for the eyes. Medusa stood before Xiao Ming, her fiery figure fully exposed to him. Although a faint blush appeared on her charming face as she sensed his gaze, she was unable to cover herself as she had not fully recovered her strength, and there were no objects around to do so. Therefore, she could only helplessly turn her back. Fortunately, Xiao Ming did not embarrass her. He threw a white robe at her and said, "Put it on. It's not a good idea to keep going around naked." After putting on Xiao Ming's clothes, Medusa's mood calmed down considerably. Smelling the faint scent of medicine mixed with someone's scent on the clothes, she finally spoke in a lazy and seductive voice that could make a man's bones numb with temptation. "You're the first man to see my naked body." "Well, I'm sorry about that." Xiao Ming blinked and shrugged. Fortunately, he had made a habit of throwing Venerable Tianhua's ring into another room before, or else Queen Medusa would have suffered a great loss. Medusa didn't say much either. This was something she had tacitly agreed to, and saying more would only make it awkward. "You've been keeping the body I evolved from as a pet, where have you brought me now?" Medusa asked. Her soul wasn't always in an unconscious state. Sometimes, the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python would also fall asleep. "I didn't keep it as a pet. It followed us on its own." Xiao Ming felt that he shouldn't be blamed for this, making him look like a captor. "Then do I need to call you master?" The slender eyes of Queen Medusa curved into a beautiful arc, and the last word was drawn out slightly longer in a sultry tone, making people's imaginations run wild. Xiao Ming chuckled. "You can call me that if you like." His words left Medusa speechless for a moment, causing the atmosphere to become silent. "This is the Pill Tower in the Central Plains. I don't know exactly how far it is from the Tgthegood Desert. But even with a space wormhole, it would take 4 or 5 months to get there." Xiao Ming finally broke the silence. "Central Plains? So far away." Hearing this, Medusa frowned slightly, feeling helpless. There was no way she could return to the Snake People tribe in that case. Her current state also didn't allow her to travel long distances. "Can you solve the problem of my dual soul state?" she then asked. "There are many solutions, but you don't have anything to offer me, so it's hard for me to do anything for you for free," Xiao Ming replied slowly. Although Medusa's alluring appearance and curvaceous figure were tempting, he still preferred the soul of the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python. After all, there had been some conflict between them before. Although they had turned over a new leaf, it still had some impact. "But for Ziyan's sake, I'll tell you a solution. You can incubate a new body for the soul of the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python within your own body. Since you two share the same bloodline, as long as you communicate well with the little girl, I believe it won't refuse. This way, you can take control of your own body smoothly." If Medusa and the soul of the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python were left to fight, it would only be a matter of time before they merged. Xiao Ming had grown fond of the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python's soul and had been nurturing it all this time. That's why he came up with this method, which would allow the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python's consciousness to be preserved. "Incubate a body? Are you suggesting that I have a child? What kind of ridiculous idea is that?" Queen Medusa's ample bosom heaved as she glared angrily at Xiao Ming. "Why are you getting so worked up? It's not like you'll be the one giving birth. Besides, it's just an option. If you don't want to do it, forget it. We can talk about it again in 10 or 8 years, Xiao Ming replied calmly. Medusa could seek help from other alchemists to solve her soul problem, but not every alchemist was capable of doing so. Moreover, these alchemists tended to be arrogant and charged exorbitant fees. Considering the cost of their services and ingredients, it was something that Medusa and the Snake People tribe could not afford. Without sufficient compensation, those alchemists wouldn't even glance at the Snake People tribe. "That's impossible. I'm not ready to be a mother," exclaimed Medusa, shaking her head vehemently. "If you're not willing to consider it, then it's up to you," said Xiao Ming, seeming somewhat regretful. With a light snort, Medusa ignored Xiao Ming, and her body slowly crawled down. Suddenly, the garment wrapped around her body compressed into a seductive curve, and immediately, a strong light burst out. Her body slowly shrank until she transformed into a small seven-colored snake. Chapter 297. As soon as the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python appeared, it flicked its tail and darted towards the amethyst lion birth essence that Xiao Ming had taken out. Suddenly, it stopped and turned its head to look at Xiao Ming's handsome face as its snake tongue hissed. "You little glutton, didn't you just eat the core fire lotus seed? Why do you still want to eat the amethyst lion birth essence?" Xiao Ming tugged at the corner of his mouth. Why did he feel that the appetite of the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python had increased recently? Seeing the pitiful look in the little snake's eyes again, Xiao Ming sighed and nodded. "Okay, but don't eat too much. It will be troublesome if you are overloaded with energy." Seeing Xiao Ming nod, the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python's eyes showed a hint of joy, and it leaned forward and directly stuck its snake tongue into the bottle, quickly absorbing the energy. When the amethyst lion birth essence in the bottle was devoured by the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python for almost a third of its amount, it finally stopped absorbing, and its head pulled out of the bottle opening, its pale purple snake pupils flashing with a hint of drunkenness. As Xiao Ming watched the little snake swaying head, he put away the amethyst lion birth essence and gently touched the snake's slightly hot body. "I told you not to eat so much, but you never listen," he said with a smile. The seven-colored heaven-swallowing python seemed to enjoy Xiao Ming's touch and curled its tail around his wrist before slipping into his sleeve and falling asleep. With no more disturbance from the seven-colored heaven-swallowing python, Xiao Ming finally began to formally refine the pill. He waved his hand, and the 10,000 beast cauldron appeared, floating steadily in mid-air. At the same time, a pure white flame appeared and was casually thrown into the cauldron. With a thought, the medicinal ingredients began to fly up from the ground and finally floated in mid-air. Once again, Xiao Ming carefully inspected the medicinal herbs, and when he found no issues, he slowly closed his eyes. In his mind, the recipe for making the Emperor's Stream Pulp Pill flowed like a stream of water, confirming that the crucial points of the refining process were all correct. After a moment, Xiao Ming opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and with a flick of his finger, a brightly colored tricolor lotus was drawn towards him. The lotus was already in full bloom, about the size of a bowl, and emitted a three-colored light of green, red, and yellow. What was most incredible was that a small, delicate seven-colored rainbow appeared out of thin air several inches above the lotus, shining brightly and brilliantly. Seven-colored lotus, Xiao Ming's mind flashed the name of this herb, which was one of the main ingredients for refining the Emperor's Stream Pulp. It was extremely rare and had excellent healing effects. He had found it in Han Feng's storage ring. Glancing at the strange flower, Xiao Ming flicked his finger again, and it was thrown into the medicinal cauldron. In an instant, the snowy white flames wrapped around it and engulfed it. Sizzle! As soon as the seven-color lotus was wrapped in flames, bursts of colorful qi emanated from it, briefly halting the roasting of the heavenly flame. In response, Xiao Ming clenched his palm, and the temperature of the flames suddenly skyrocketed. With the dramatic increase in flame temperature, the colorful qi emanating from the seven-colored lotus quickly faded and eventually completely dissipated. Without the protection of the colorful qi, the seven-colored lotus quickly withered and, after about 10 minutes, finally burst open, turning into a three-colored powder. After the powder appeared, instead of immediately taking back the flames, Xiao Ming repeatedly heated and burned the powder until it showed a shiny and translucent appearance. Then, he had an idea and wrapped the three-colored powder in a wisp of flame, suspending it in one corner of the medicine cauldron. After refining the seven-colored lotus, Xiao Ming took out a fist-sized lingji. The appearance of the lingji was no different from that of a regular one, but its color was different. It was mostly golden yellow, like the color of the sun. Despite its small size, it was delicate, and a burst of heat continuously emanated from it. Golden Yang Lingji, it has the effect of refining bone and cultivating qi, and it can also enhance one's cultivation. Its medicinal properties are not incompatible with those of the Emperor's Stream Pulp. It is mostly grown in the molten core of the earth. If it were not for being in Central Plains, it would be difficult to find, Xiao Ming said as he glanced at the lingji and flicked his finger, throwing it into the medicinal cauldron. As Xiao Ming's refining time intensified, the suspended herbs gradually entered the medicinal cauldron. He was extremely cautious in his alchemy this time, as the amount of Emperor's Stream Pulp was limited to only 3 portions. He had come up with a way to save time, so he had to be even more careful. During Xiao Ming's alchemy, some people came to find him, but they were all stopped by Xiao Yixian. When they learned that he was refining pills, they chose not to leave. Although the assessment in the pill tower was strict, they still wanted to see if Xiao Ming's alchemy skills were as good as rumored. As Xiao Ming continued his seclusion to refine pills, time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. In the dimly lit space, a medicinal cauldron floated in midair, and suddenly, it shook violently, emitting a clear and crisp buzzing sound that reverberated throughout the room. As the medicinal energy surged, Xiao Ming slowly opened his eyes, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face. After the medicinal cauldron emitted the buzzing sound, an extremely rich medicinal energy erupted from it like a volcano. Faintly, one could see that the source of the medicinal energy was a round pill wrapped in white flames. The surge of medicinal energy became more and more intense, almost shooting straight into the sky. Attracted by such rich medicinal energy, dark clouds quickly gathered in the sky. Rumble. On the marble square outside the pill tower, countless eyes quickly turned upwards and saw a dark cloud appear in the sky at some unknown time. Suddenly, a deep, muffled thunder echoed across the sky, shaking the earth beneath their feet. Everyone looked up to see a dark cloud forming, and within it, a low and ominous rumbling, indicating the imminent appearance of a thundercloud. Pill lightning. A 7th-tier pill has been born. Within Holy Pill City, there were many individuals with exceptional eyesight who could recognize the level of the pill lightning at a glance. An intermediate 7th-tier pill should have formed this level of pill lightning, but it is a bit strange. It seems to be stronger than a pill of that grade, as if it were a combination of several pill lightnings of the same level. As he spoke, the thunderclouds above began to rumble and violently contract. Suddenly, a bolt of massive lightning burst forth like a raging python, tearing through the sky and creating a deafening crackling sound as it hurtled towards the ground. TSK, this lightning is probably as powerful as a full-strength attack from a 6-star Do ancestor. I don't know if the other party can withstand it. I think it should be no problem. Without preparation, how could others refine pills? Most people didn't think there was a problem for the other party to withstand the pill lightning. Indeed, as they thought, a copper-colored figure flew up into the air and collided with the pill lightning. With a thunderous sound, the pill lightning disappeared. Rumble. Just as everyone thought the ordeal was over, the sky remained shrouded in dark clouds, and within moments, another lightning struck down. What's happening? Why are 2 pill lightnings of equal strength striking down? I have no idea. This is the first time I've ever encountered such a strange occurrence. Some lower-tier alchemists were bewildered. But some veteran alchemists couldn't help but widen their eyes in amazement. This is a double pill in one cauldron. Boom! Another deafening thunderclap echoed across the skies. A triple pill in one cauldron. Who is this madman? An intermediate 7th-tier pill, did they really refine a triple pill in one cauldron? And actually succeeded? Chapter 298. When ordinary alchemists refined pills, they could only refine one pill at a time. This was because refining pills would consume a considerable amount of soul power and a large amount of Do Qi. Ordinary alchemists could not persist until the pill was formed. At the same time, refining multiple pills required much more attention, and a single mistake could lead to the pills being scrapped. One medicinal cauldron of scrapped herbs for multiple pills would be several times more than one pill. This was something that ordinary alchemists could not afford. Xiao Ming dared to do this, no wonder others called him crazy. If it weren't for the fact that the Emperor's Stream Pulp Pill formula was created by Xiao Ming himself, he would not dare to do such a crazy thing. Many people became interested in the alchemist who attracted 3 pill lightnings and secretly thought about the names of high-tier alchemists in the Holy Pill City. Xiao Ming was naturally unaware of all this. After using the man-demon puppet to resist the 3 pill lightnings, 3 dazzling rays suddenly surged out from the 10,000 beast cauldron and rushed towards the sky, splitting into 3 directions and flying away into the distance. After working so hard, how could Xiao Ming let them escape? Without any special movements, his soul power quickly chased after the 3 pills that had not run far and held them with immense force. The next moment, the 3 pills shot back and floated in front of him. All 3 pills were thumb-sized, light yellow in color, with a texture like glass, and a smooth surface that occasionally had an unusual 7-colored glow as if possessing some spiritual wisdom, which was extremely mysterious. Emperor's Stream Pulp Pill, well, it's better to call it 7-colored glazed Emperor Pill. I always feel that Emperor's Stream Pulp Pill was a bit awkward. The 7-colored glazed Emperor Pill can enhance the Do Qi cultivation, refine the body, and has a certain effect on promoting bloodline evolution in magical beasts. Let's try taking one and see if the effect meets my expectations. Glancing at the man-demon puppet that had flown in from the window and had half of its body turned into silver, Xiao Ming waved his hand and put it into the storage ring. Then, he took out 2 jade bottles and carefully put the 7-colored glazed Emperor Pill in them. After putting the pills in the storage ring, Xiao Ming opened his mouth and swallowed the remaining 7-colored glazed emperor pill in front of him. The pill dissolved in his mouth, and a strong medicinal power began to flow through his meridians. 2 days later, Xiao Ming, who was sitting in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes. As his eyes opened, a strong aura erupted from within him like a storm. The outburst of his aura only lasted for a moment before Xiao Ming quickly retracted it back into his body. However, this sudden change still caught the attention of many people in the inn, and their gazes turned towards Xiao Ming's place of seclusion. This aura should belong to a Dou ancestor expert. Isn't this the residence of the rising star, Xiao Ming? Could it be that he's a Dou ancestor? Xiao Ming's residence was not a secret, and that was why many forces could find their way there. However, the inn usually had independent courtyards for sale, which were more expensive but quieter. Xiao Ming, who had no shortage of money, naturally chose this kind of courtyard. Therefore, there weren't many foolish people who barged in. What's so strange about Xiao Ming being a Dou ancestor? He's a high-grade 7th-tier alchemist. It would be strange if he didn't have any strength. But this is too amazing. I heard he's not even 18 yet. He has such achievements in alchemy, and his Dou Qi cultivation is also so terrifying. He's really not giving others any face. This talent can be said to be the number 1 in Central Plains. The number 1 in Central Plains. No matter how the outside world talked about him, after retracting his aura, Xiao Ming let out a sigh of relief, stood up slowly, and then casually clenched his fist, feeling the strong Dou Qi in his body that was much stronger than a few days ago, and a smile of joy appeared on his face. The effect of the 7-colored glazed emperor pill is even stronger than I expected. After swallowing it, I was able to increase my strength by 2 stars. The demon poison spot was also dissolved during my body refining process, and the two combined allowed me to break through to 5-star Dou ancestor. However, one downside is that after taking the 7-colored glazed emperor pill, it will produce resistance. My body is too strong, and the effect of the body refining cannot be fully manifested. Moreover, the nature of the 7-colored glazed emperor pill is quite violent and is not suitable for humans below the Dou ancestor realm to take. After experiencing the changes in his body after taking the 7-colored glazed emperor pill, Xiao Ming summed up its effects. He was very satisfied with the effect of the pill, which was worthy of being an intermediate 7th tier 1. After tidying up his room, Xiao Ming pushed open the door. Outside Xiao Ming's room was a courtyard of moderate size. At this moment, Xiao Yixian, Qing Lin, and Venerable Tianhuo were all in the bamboo pavilion in the center of the courtyard. They were now looking at Xiao Ming, who had just stepped out of the room. Qing Lin even waved her little hand at him. Walking along the bluestone path and through the decorated flower beds, Xiao Ming naturally sat down next to Xiao Yixian in the bamboo pavilion. Xiao Ming, did you break through to 5-star Dou ancestor? Venerable Tianhuo stroked his beard and was the first to speak. The change in Xiao Ming's aura was quite evident, but breaking through several stars in one go in the Dou ancestor realm was difficult for him to understand. Back in his Dou ancestor realm days, it took him 3 to 5 years to break through to the next star. It's just relying on external objects, nothing to be proud of. Xiao Ming didn't feel complacent. After all, his cultivation was obtained by relying on external objects. Relying on external objects is also a skill. Back in my day, I didn't even have the opportunity to rely on them. Venerable Tianhuo sighed at Xiao Ming's words. With a light laugh, Xiao Ming turned his head to look at Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin. Siener, I didn't expect your strength to also break through to 5-star Dou ancestor. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yixian covered her mouth and chuckled, mimicking Xiao Ming's tone. It's just relying on external objects, nothing to be proud of. Xiao Ming chuckled at her reply. He knew that when she said this, she meant that she had broken through by relying on poison. However, daring to tease him like this. Drawing closer to her, Xiao Ming's warm breath tickled Xiao Yixian's ear as he whispered a few words to her. Immediately, her cheeks flushed with a deep shade of red as she felt a sudden rush of heat between her legs. Her body quivered with anticipation, knowing what was to come later that night. After this, Xiao Ming turned to look at Qing Lin. Qing Lin, you have broken through to 9-star Dou King. How is your cultivation progressing? The bottleneck from the Dou King to the Dou Emperor realm is a difficult one. It still requires some time, young master. After watching the intimate exchange between the two with a hint of envy in her gaze, Qing Lin replied with a somewhat dejected tone. Oh, I happen to know about a baptism happening in the southern region. I can't go because I need to participate in the Pill Tower competition, but I'll have your sister take you there tomorrow. Qing Lin had no objections to his arrangement, and neither did Xiao Yixian. After telling Xiao Yixian the time and location of the baptism, they all resumed their idle chatter. Xiao Ming learned from Xiao Yixian that many people had visited during his closed-door cultivation in the past few days. I sent those people away, but they should come knocking again, she said. Xiao Ming nodded, his expression serious. I see. Chapter 299. As Xiao Yixian had predicted, someone came knocking on the door half an hour later. In the bright hall, Xiao Ming sat in the main seat, looking at the elderly man in the green robe below him with a curious expression. I am Yi Zhong, the first elder of the Yi clan. Greetings, Master Xiao Ming, Yi Zhong introduced himself with a bow. So it's Elder Yi Zhong. The reputation of the 5 great clans of the Pill Tower precedes you. Please have a seat, Xiao Ming responded with a light chuckle. As Yi Zhong sat down, he inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. Most geniuses were known for their arrogance and pride, and he had even prepared himself to be turned away at the door. He hadn't expected Xiao Ming to be so approachable. I wonder, as one of the 5 great clans of the Pill Tower, what brings the Yi clan to me? It can't be to ask me to refine pills, can it? Xiao Ming asked straightforwardly. Hee, Master Xiao Ming is joking. I have another matter to discuss with you, Yi Zhong chuckled awkwardly. Please, go ahead, Xiao Ming said, gesturing for Yi Zhong to continue. Master Xiao Ming knows about our 5 great clans, and I'm sure you know that our clans have been passed down for generations. The founders of our clans were all core members of the Pill Tower at the time. According to the conditions, as long as our clans can meet certain requirements in the future, we can occupy a seat in the elder seat of the Pill Tower, Yi Zhong explained. The 5 great clans wield significant influence in the Pill region, and coupled with the reputation of the Pill Tower, we can move freely in this region. Even the Ice River Valley and other powerful forces have to be quite polite when they meet us. However, my Yi clan will no longer be in this position, Yi Zhong said with a sad face. Oh. You came to me because of this matter, Xiao Ming asked knowingly. Yes, every once in a while, the Pill Tower assesses the 5 great clans. Only those who pass the assessment can maintain their seats in the elder's seat. The Pill Tower values the cultivation of the younger generation, so the target of the assessment is naturally the younger generation. However, the younger generation of my Yi clan has weakened and become less competitive. We failed to pass the last assessment. Next time, I want to ask Master Xiao Ming to take our place in the assessment. Don't worry, the reward will satisfy you. My Yi clan has been one of the 5 great clans for many years and has accumulated a lot. We can provide you with an 8th-tier pill recipe or anything else that you may require. Yi Zhong's voice accelerated towards the end. It was clear that he was afraid that Xiao Ming would refuse, so he offered this reward. This reward could be considered high, as Xiao Ming did not have many 8th-tier pill recipes in his possession. The reward seems good, Xiao Ming's eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke softly. However, why don't you find other alchemists to take the assessment? With these conditions, you should be able to find many young alchemists, right? Ah, Master Xiao Ming, you don't understand. The minimum qualification for participating in this kind of assessment is to have an alchemist who has reached at least the 6th tier, and to pass it, one must reach the level of a 7th-tier alchemist. Most young alchemists with such strength are supported by alchemy clans. Those clans would rather pull down the Yi clan and replace us. How could they help us? Yi Zhong sighed helplessly. Xiao Ming nodded slightly and said, since that's the case, Elder Yi Zhong, I agree with your request. Really? Yi Zhong was overjoyed and immediately stood up, wanting to express his gratitude to Xiao Ming. Master Xiao Ming. Hold on. I have 2 more requests. Xiao Ming interrupted. Yi Zhong was taken aback and then said, please, tell me. I will try my best to fulfill your requests. Elder Yi Zhong, don't worry. My requests are not difficult for your Yi clan. The first one is that I want to participate in the 8 Great Elders candidate competition that will be held in just over a month. I recently joined the Pill Tower, and I want the Yi clan to vouch for me. The 8 Great Elders candidate competition. Yi Zhong murmured. He knew about this competition. This time, there was even a reward of a core soul marrow. As far as he knew, the other 5 great clans of the Pill Tower were all planning to participate. This old man agrees to this condition, said Yi Zhong. What about the second condition? During the Yi clan's peak, they would not have made guarantees so easily. But now, as long as they could maintain their position as one of the 5 great clans, making guarantees was only a small matter. Upon hearing Yi Zhong's agreement, Xiao Ming's smile grew wider. For the second matter, I need the 1,000-year-old green spiritual vine, blood essence demon fruit, and snowbone ginseng, especially the 1,000-year-old green spiritual vine. With the Yi clan's connections, you should be able to find them, right? These few medicinal materials are not ordinary things, Yi Zhong sighed lightly and said. However, the pill tower should have these in stock, and I can obtain them for you. In that case, I will trouble Elder Yi Zhong. The next assessment is on me, and there should be no problem passing it. When Master Xiao Ming takes action, there naturally won't be any problems, Yi Zhong laughed and joked. For a high-grade 7th-tier alchemist like Xiao Ming, wouldn't it be easy to pass that kind of assessment? Rather, the first place would be only natural. Yi Zhong quickly left. Whether it was guaranteeing Xiao Ming's participation in the competition or searching for those medicinal herbs, he needed to go to the headquarters of the pill tower to operate. After Yi Zhong left, other people came to visit, most of them to make friends, while others came to ask for pills. For those who came to make friends, Xiao Ming brushed them off with a few words. He didn't have that much time to waste now. As for those who requested pills, Xiao Ming talked with them for a while, mainly discussing the rewards and the time it would take to refine the pills. As the evening approached, Xiao Ming finally retired to his bedroom, where he spent a long, passionate night with his partner, bringing her to the heights of ecstasy. The next day, a revitalized Xiao Yixian left with Qin Lin. Before leaving, Xiao Ming gave her the core lightning bead, which could be used as a trump card in times of danger. In the following period of time, Xiao Ming focused on refining pills to improve his alchemy skills. To put it another way, Xiao Ming was burning money, or rather, burning medicinal herbs. No matter how outstanding an alchemist's talent may be, practical experience is crucial. And to practice alchemy, one naturally needs an abundance of medicinal herbs. At Xiao Ming's level, even the herbs used for practice were not ordinary. Without the support of a powerful force, it would be difficult to keep up. This was also one of the reasons why it was difficult for alchemists to improve once they reached a certain level. Fortunately, since becoming an alchemist, Xiao Ming had always been wealthy and had a rich collection of medicinal herbs. Coupled with the medicinal herbs provided by clients who sought his services, there were no major problems. During this period, pill lightings frequently gathered near the pill tower, and it was the man-demon puppet, which gradually transformed into a silver-colored puppet, that came out to greet them. In the beginning, few people knew that the puppet's owner was Xiao Ming, but as time went by, most people understood that he was refining pills whenever they saw the puppet. Chapter 300. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, the day of the competition had arrived. Yi Zhong anxiously waited in the hall where he had previously met with Xiao Ming, occasionally glancing outside with a nervous expression. After a while, a young man dressed in white walked in from the entrance. His face was handsome, and a gentle smile hung from the corners of his mouth. His long black hair fell down his shoulders, adding a touch of elegance to his appearance. It was, of course, Xiao Ming. Seeing Xiao Ming, the nervousness on Yi Zhong's face dissipated and was replaced by a bright smile. Master Xiao Ming, you're finally here. Sorry, I was busy with alchemy, and it took some time to recover my energy. I hope I didn't make you wait too long, Xiao Ming replied apologetically. No worries, restoring your energy is of utmost importance, and it's natural to take some time. Today is the day of the competition. Let's set off. There are some things we need to discuss on the way, Yi Zhong replied. As guarantors for Xiao Ming's participation in the competition, someone from the Yi clan had to be present. Alright, then I'll trouble Elder Yi Zhong to lead the way. Walking on the road, Xiao Ming and Yi Zhong attracted a lot of attention. Especially Xiao Ming, who was young and already had a high-grade 7th-tier alchemist badge on his chest, which made many people speculate about his identity. Numerous women couldn't help but cast admiring glances at Xiao Ming's chiseled features and strikingly handsome profile, secretly sending flirtatious messages with their eyes. Yet, to their disappointment, Xiao Ming remained aloof, unfazed by their attention. Despite knowing that he could easily indulge in pleasure with a mere gesture, he showed no interest in them. Noticing the attention from around them, Yi Zhong smiled lightly and stole a glance at Xiao Ming's composed expression. He couldn't help but think that Xiao Ming was the most exceptional person he had ever encountered, both in talent and temperament. Xiao Ming's ability to maintain a calm attitude was truly commendable. After silently praising him, Yi Zhong spoke up, "We have found the 1,000-year-old green spiritual vine, blood essence demon fruit, and snowbone ginseng that you entrusted us to find, and we have already exchanged them for you in the pill tower. They are in this red storage ring." He handed a dark red storage ring to Xiao Ming as he spoke. Xiao Ming accepted the ring and infused his soul power into it. Looking at the herbs inside, he nodded in approval. The herbs were indeed what he needed, and there wasn't just one of each but two. These herbs were not cheap, and the declining Yi clan had to have exerted a lot of effort to obtain them from the pill tower. Seeing Xiao Ming's contentment, Yi Zhong's smile grew even wider. It was worth all the effort and connections he had spent to build a good relationship with Xiao Ming. In addition to the herbs Master Xiao Ming requested, there is also a reward to help us the next time the Yi clan needs your assistance, Yi Zhong said. Xiao Ming put the storage ring away and nodded slightly. He had seen the reward inside, which was 3 8th-tier pill recipes. The Yi clan had paid a high price for these, and their willingness to do so was clearly to gain his favor. Xiao Ming didn't refuse either. After all, he wasn't suffering a loss, was he? The venue for the selection of the 8 Great Elders candidate was located in a dedicated hall in the inner area of the Holy Pill City. This was the exclusive location for the selection of the elders throughout history, established by the Pill Tower, which showed the importance the Pill Tower placed on these 8 Great Elders. This competition was not held in secret but had a semi-public nature. Some qualified forces within the Pill region would rush to this place when the competition began. The 8 Great Elders could be said to be the true high-level figures of the Pill Tower. As long as one attached oneself to them, the benefits were definitely not small. Even if one could not form a relationship, the process of a high-tier alchemist's pill refining was not often seen. This competition was mainly composed of high-grade 7th-tier alchemists, which was also a good opportunity for younger generations to gain experience. When Xiao Ming followed Yi Zhong to the competition hall, which occupied a vast area and looked extremely magnificent, he found that there were already many people present. There are quite a few people here. Xiao Ming looked at the crowd and felt a little speechless towards the simulator. In theory, this competition was not a small matter, but it was not mentioned in the simulator. It could have been mentioned, but because there was no important information, Xiao Ming could have ignored it directly. It was also possible that after Xiao Ming had arrived in Holy Pill City in the simulator, he became addicted to refining pills and did not hear the news about the core soul marrow, so he did not participate, and as a result, it was not mentioned. Or perhaps the simulator simply didn't mention it. Fortunately, the simulator was sometimes reliable and sometimes not, and Xiao Ming had already gotten used to it, so he didn't dwell on it too much. Don't be fooled by the number of people here. In fact, these people are only here to watch the fun from other places. The real participants are inside and will not exceed 30 people, Yi Zhong said, leading the way towards the entrance of the hall. Xiao Ming followed him 2 steps behind. Because Yi Zhong walked first, they were 2 steps apart. Suddenly, Yi Zhong and Xiao Ming, who walked out of the crowd, naturally quickly attracted the attention of the surrounding people. Soon, the crowd's gazes shot towards them. When they saw the clan emblem on Yi Zhong's chest, whispers broke out outside the hall. Quick, look! It's someone from the Yi clan. The Yi clan is declining year by year and has the tendency to fall out of the 5 great clans. Do they also want to vie for the position of the 8 great elders to maintain their family's status? That's too wishful thinking. Sigh. Yeah, the Yi clan was so prestigious back then. Among the 5 great clans, only the Dan clan could compete with them. If it were the Yi clan of that time, it might be possible, but now, it's doubtful. That old man is Yi Zhong, the first elder of the Yi clan. Although he is also a high-grade 7th-tier alchemist, it will be difficult for him to successfully compete for the candidate position of the 8 great elders. Moreover, he is not young, so the chance of breaking through to become an 8th-tier alchemist is not great. Even if he wins, he may not be able to become one of the 8 great elders. Fortunes change like the weather. Listening to the whispers around him, Yi Zhong's eyes also showed a touch of bitterness. The decline of the Yi clan was undoubtedly the biggest blow to him. He had put in a lot of effort for the rise of the Yi clan. However, fortunately, he had now established a relationship with Xiao Ming. With Xiao Ming's strength, the crisis of the Yi family could be easily solved. Thinking of this, Yi Zhong's mood improved a lot. Under the gaze of many people, Yi Zhong and Xiao Ming smoothly arrived at the entrance of the hall. The heavy guards at the entrance looked calmly at the Yi clan emblem on Yi Zhong's chest. They were different from the people at the entrance. They knew that the Yi clan did not participate in the selection of the 8 great elders this time. Instead, the Yi clan was acting as a guarantor for another alchemist, who was naturally Xiao Ming. Upon casually glancing at the badge on Xiao Ming's chest and his youthful face, the guards immediately recognized him. After all, there was only one young high-grade 7th-tier alchemist in the Pill Tower, making him easily identifiable. The guards did not dare to cause trouble and simply waved their hands before stepping aside and shouting towards the interior of the great hall, "Xiao Ming has arrived." In fact, when the crowd was whispering about Yi Zhong earlier, many of them had also noticed Xiao Ming and had their own speculations about his identity. But when the guards announced his name, it immediately caused a sensation. It is indeed him. Such a young high-grade 7th-tier alchemist, only Xiao Ming fits the bill. As expected, Xiao Ming is as extraordinary as the rumors say. Chapter 301. Upon entering the hall, the soft light poured down, and when the light shone on his body, he became aware of the various gazes with different meanings that were cast towards him. Lifting his gaze lightly, he scanned the hall and noticed many figures sitting in the seats around the hall. Most of their auras were not weak, apparently coming from some powerful forces or clans. As for Yi Zhong, he paid no attention to the various stares from all sides. This time, he was just a spectator. I have inquired about the participants this time. They will not exceed 30 people, but they are the strongest group of high-grade 7th-tier alchemists, including some who are at the pinnacle of the 7th tier. Yi Zhong said. The soul realm of the 8th-tier alchemists had already entered the spirit realm, so they would not participate in this selection process. Even in the grandest gathering of alchemists on the entire continent, the Pill Gathering, there were only a few 8th-tier alchemists. In fact, 7th-tier alchemists were already very rare. If it weren't for the considerable attraction of the core soul marrow this time, there might not be so many high-grade 7th-tier alchemists coming here. Except for our Yi clan, the other 4 great clans have sent people to participate. Up ahead are the seats of the other 4 great clans, Dan, Chao, Bai, Qiu, Yi Zhong whispered as he led Xiao Ming towards a seat. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming's gaze followed and indeed saw 4 seats in front of the hall, each with an old man and several young people. Among them, the most eye-catching was a graceful young girl. The young girl possessed a seductive and alluring figure, accentuated by her curvaceous body which was adorned with a red dress featuring white accents. Her shoulders were tantalizingly exposed, and her skin was as white as snow. Her long red hair cascaded down her back in perfect waves, with a golden ornament nestled within it, adding an air of regality to her appearance. Her narrow and slightly lazy eyes were a mesmerizing shade of red, seeming to pierce through one's soul. Despite her cold and arrogant demeanor, her seductive and alluring aura was hard to resist in the hall. Many young people couldn't help but sneak glances at her, mesmerized by her charm. That girl is Xiao Ming. She was born with powerful spiritual strength. When she was born, she showed a shocking soul power that almost killed her mother with the spreading force. Among the 5 great clans, her talent is the most outstanding. At the age of 7, she officially became an alchemist 3 years ago. At the age of 15, she was selected by the Pill Tower and became a core disciple. According to reason, she should be in seclusion in the Pill Tower, but I don't know why she appeared here, said Yi Zhong, with some doubts towards the end. Perhaps sensing Xiao Ming's gaze, Xiao Ming turned her head. When she saw the badge on Xiao Ming's chest, a faint arc slowly appeared at the corner of her slender lips. At that moment when the arc was raised, the thin and charming cheeks were filled with an enchanting aura. Xiao Ying's spiritual strength is indeed strong. Xiao Ming nodded calmly at Xiao Ying, then spoke. No matter how powerful Xiao Ying is, she can't compare to you, Xiao Ming, Yi Zhong said with emotion, then began to introduce other people to Xiao Ming. However, he only introduced the older generation of alchemists, who were Xiao Ming's opponents. He didn't introduce any young alchemists because only Xiao Ming was qualified to participate in this competition among the younger generation of alchemists. Yi Zhong and Xiao Ming had been discussing other people, while many others were also talking about Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming was one of the top contenders for the championship, and his previous feat of refining 3 pills with 1 cauldron was well known. In preparation for this competition, Xiao Ming must have practiced his pill refining skills in seclusion and improved greatly. Some speculated that he may already be a peak 7th tier alchemist. Thinking about this, many of the old men felt extremely depressed. Comparing oneself to others was really a frustrating thing. The young people had varying expressions as they looked at Xiao Ming, some with admiration and some with envy. Xiao Ying, on the other hand, was very satisfied with him, feeling the pressure he exuded, which proved that his soul power was stronger than hers. As someone who was interested only in men who were stronger than her in the field of alchemy, she found herself impressed by him. Of course, this did not mean that she had fallen in love already. It was just that he was the first young man she had met in years who was stronger than her in alchemy, which was why she had traveled all this way to meet him and see him compete. In the main hall, everyone was lost in their own thoughts as more people began to arrive in the next 10 minutes. As the time approached, the ground within the main hall began to shake, causing the neatly arranged seats to move like moving floorboards. At the same time, the roof above the main hall slowly moved back, and in the blink of an eye, a very spacious open-air square appeared in the center of the hall. An energetic old man with white hair walked out slowly as the square appeared. He stopped in the center of the square, swept his gaze slowly across the field, and smiled as he said, "The time has come. I won't say much. I'll be in charge of this selection. Does anyone have any objections?" Xiao Ming was the only one who chuckled and replied to the white-haired old man's question. "Hee, Elder Qiu, with your status and position in the Pill Tower, who would dare to question you?" Due to his status, many people present felt that he was too high above them. Only Xiao Ming, who had been accepted as a core disciple of the Pill Tower, was more familiar with him. This old man's name is Qiu Ling. He is the Pill Tower's first elder and his authority within the tower is second only to the three heads, Yi Zhong whispered in Xiao Ming's ear. Xiao Ming nodded slightly. When the white-haired old man appeared, he felt a subtle pressure from the depths of his soul. This pressure was undoubtedly from an 8th-tier alchemist. "You don't need to flatter me, little girl. These old bones of mine can't afford it." The white-haired old man smiled slightly, then turned his gaze to the crowd and said, "It's about time. Let me explain the rules for this competition." As soon as the white-haired old man finished speaking, the whispers in the hall quieted down. This competition is very simple. It's just a competition of alchemy, which will last for 20 days. Whoever can refine the highest grade and best quality pill within these 20 days will be the champion of this competition. As for the champion's reward, I won't say much. I believe you all already know. Then I announce that the competition officially begins. All participants, please come forward. The crowd looked at each other and then with a loud bang, figures suddenly shot up from the square. Among those figures, Xiao Ming stood out among the old men with white hair. Upon reaching the square, everyone found a corner and sat cross-legged. Thump. 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 The medicinal cauldrons suddenly appeared and fell heavily on the square, making a deep metallic sound that echoed in the sky. As they watched the appearance of more than 20 medicinal cauldrons, the crowd gasped in amazement. It was not often that so many high-tier alchemists refined pills together. Chapter 302. With a quick glance at all the cauldrons, Xiao Ming didn't hesitate to take out his 10,000 beast cauldron. The medicinal cauldrons present were at most 8th tier, and among the numerous medicinal cauldrons, Xiao Ming's 10,000 beast cauldron was the most eye-catching. Therefore, as soon as Xiao Ming took out his cauldron, the attention of the alchemists present was drawn to it. Those alchemists carefully examined it and found that Xiao Ming's cauldron was quite large, covered with various strange patterns, and carved with vivid images of fierce beasts. When their ferocious mouths were wide open, one could faintly hear the strange roars coming from the cauldron. All these peculiarities showed that this red cauldron was extraordinary. "This is the 10,000 beast cauldron, right?" Someone with good eyesight recognized it immediately. The 10,000 beast cauldron is one of the heavenly cauldrons and it's amazing that it's been kept by Xiao Ming. It's really envy-inducing. Looking at this red cauldron, others were extremely envious. There were only 13 cauldrons on the heavenly cauldron ranking, and most of their whereabouts have disappeared from the continent for many years. Xiao Ming's 10,000 beast cauldron was the first cauldron to appear in public after such a long time. The alchemists who were preparing to compete with Xiao Ming in the square looked at his cauldron and were a bit surprised, but they soon calmed down. Although the 10,000 beast cauldron was very good, their cauldrons were not bad either, at least good enough to use. The alchemists who had calmed down focused their minds, and then a series of popping sounds rang out in the sky. Suddenly, all kinds of colorful flames rose up. Xiao Ming sat quietly on the stone platform, not in a hurry to start refining the pill. Instead, he closed his eyes and sorted out the thoughts in his mind. For this competition, Xiao Ming had originally planned to refine another peak-grade 7th-tier pill. However, since he now had all the ingredients for the bone-growing blood-fusing pill, he decided to refine that pill instead. This pill was ranked at the peak of the 7th tier, and if he could successfully refine it, there was even a chance for it to reach the 8th tier. So, to put it mildly, it was considered a highly advanced pill, and if he could refine it, winning first place in this competition should be no problem. However, my soul has not completely reached the spirit realm yet. For safety reasons, maybe I should take a detour, Xiao Ming thought to himself. There were also peak 7th tier alchemists present, and Xiao Ming didn't dare to say that he would definitely win against them. Especially the old man in the field who wore the Dan clan clothing. Xiao Ming knew that he obtained the core soul marrow in the simulator, and when Yi Zhong introduced his opponent, he emphasized his strength. He was a tough bone to crack. While Xiao Ming was lost in thought, the other alchemists had already started extracting the medicinal ingredients. The alchemists who could participate in this competition were considered master-level figures on the entire Doqi continent. Extracting medicinal ingredients was not a difficult task for them, but even so, no one had successfully extracted a single medicinal ingredient yet. Extracting the medicinal ingredients for a high-grade 7th-tier pill, especially the main ingredient, was not an easy task. Just as everyone was concentrating on refining the pill, they suddenly felt that the flames in their cauldrons had become much more violent. Their faces changed slightly, and they hurriedly tried to control their flames, but more than a dozen unlucky ones failed to do so, causing the violent flames to burn the medicinal ingredients in the cauldron to ashes. Heavenly flame. Seeing this scene, countless gazes from the audience suddenly shot over, and a series of exclamations echoed one after another. The alchemists who burned the herbs had not yet had a chance to act when they heard the shouting from outside the square and quickly looked towards Xiao Ming. There was a pale white flame burning in the palm of his hand, and as the flame rose, faint white ripples seemed to spread outwards. Xiao Ming could only smile apologetically at those unlucky fellows. Seeing this, the alchemists could only sigh silently and move their cauldrons a little further away. After all, facing the king of all flames, they had no way to resist. On a high platform in the square, Qiu Ling also looked at the pale white flame summoned by Xiao Ming in surprise. After a moment, he furrowed his brows slightly and thought in confusion, white flame. I remember that only the bone-chilling flame has this color, but this flame's characteristics seem to be different. Could it be that this little guy has found a new kind of heavenly flame? I can't figure it out. With both the 10,000 beast cauldron and the heavenly flame, it seems that this little guy has quite a few secrets. This competition is getting more and more interesting. It's been many years since an alchemist with a heavenly flame has appeared. Faced with envy, jealousy, and greed in the eyes of those around him, Xiao Ming just smiled faintly. He waved his hand and his sleeve fluttered, and the flame in his hand flashed and plunged directly into the cauldron. The raging flame quickly raised the temperature inside the cold cauldron. As the temperature inside the cauldron gradually increased, Xiao Ming's palm swept through the air and one by one, the herbs flew out of his storage ring and floated around the stone platform. Roughly speaking, there were at least 100 different types of herbs needed to refine a pill of the level of bone-growing blood-fusing pill. The complexity of the process was terrifying. If one's soul control was not precise enough, just looking at so many herbs would be enough to make one dizzy, not to mention refining them with terrifying precision. After taking out the auxiliary materials, Xiao Ming flicked his palm and 3 jade boxes flew out, gently suspending in front of him. Inside the jade boxes were the 3 essential medicinal materials needed to refine the bone-growing blood-fusing pill. As everything was prepared, Xiao Ming's expression gradually became serious. The bone-growing blood-fusing pill was the highest-grade pill he had ever refined and also the most difficult. If he was even slightly careless, he would suffer the most tragic consequences. After all, alchemy also had the possibility of a medicinal cauldron explosion, and one could often fall from heaven to hell in an instant. In his mind, the method of refining the bone-growing blood-fusing pill flowed like water, and Xiao Ming went over all the details that needed attention once again. Who? Taking a deep breath, Xiao Ming's slightly narrowed eyes suddenly opened wide, and a touch of sharpness flashed through his coal-black eyes. With a flick of his sleeve, several medicinal herbs hovered around him and were thrown into the medicinal cauldron one after another. Once the herbs were thrown into the cauldron, they quickly withered under the terrifying temperature of the white glazed heart flame. Then, under the extremely powerful soul control of Xiao Ming, the few herbs were quickly refined into pure powder in just over 10 minutes. Finally, with a slight movement of his mind, the pure powder gently floated in the corner of the medicinal cauldron. The efficiency of this alchemy process was not comparable to that of other alchemists without a heavenly flame. At the fastest speed, Xiao Ming extracted the first batch of pure medicinal powder, his expression unchanged. He continued to wave his hands, and one by one, the medicinal herbs began to enter the medicinal cauldron. Despite the large and diverse number of medicinal herbs, Xiao Ming showed no sign of panic. With the confident demeanor of a master, he skillfully controlled the process, causing the young girls watching from the sidelines to marvel at his skill. Chapter 303. Under Xiao Ming's almost fierce refining, most of the medicinal materials were transformed into the required medicinal liquids and powders in just over an hour. Despite refining so many medicinal materials, Xiao Ming's complexion remained calm. However, his gaze turned to the 3 jade boxes in front of him, and a hint of solemnity flashed in his eyes. While he could be extravagant with other medicinal materials, these three main medicinal materials had to be handled with great care. With a flick of his finger, the lid of a jade box flew off, revealing a piece of greenish-brown with rich vitality seeping from it. This was one of the necessary ingredients for refining the bone-growing blood-fusing pill, the 1,000-year-old green spiritual vine. Looking at the vine, Xiao Ming hesitated for a moment before tossing it into the medicinal cauldron and focusing his attention on controlling the flame temperature. Inside the cauldron, the flames burned fiercely, but the seemingly fragile 1,000-year-old green spiritual vine did not change at all under the high temperature. If one looked closely, one could see a faint glow emanating from the vine, isolating it from the heat. All heaven and earth spiritual materials have a self-protective function, and Xiao Ming was not surprised by this. He had encountered this situation countless times before. Maintaining the temperature, Xiao Ming closed his eyes and focused on refining the 1,000-year-old green spiritual vine. It would take quite some time, and he could not afford to be impatient. As Xiao Ming had expected, the refining process took nearly half a day. The 1,000-year-old green spiritual vine gradually broke apart, and a drop of green sap emerged from the cracks. After the surface of the vine was fully broken, the next steps were much easier. After spending another hour or so, Xiao Ming had completely transformed the vine into a green liquid, suspended in the flames, wriggling like it had a life of its own. Looking at the green liquid, Xiao Ming breathed a sigh of relief. He then waved his hand, and the various powders and liquids that were floating in the corner of the cauldron quickly flew into the green liquid under his full control. Xiao Ming did a perfect job in the first step of fusion, and after about an hour, a sticky mass was suspended on the white flame. The first step of the refinement was a complete success. After completing the first step, Xiao Ming took a short break and then focused his attention on the more complicated refinement process that followed. Alchemy was an extremely time-consuming process, especially when it came to refining pills. Often, it took 10 days or even half a month to refine a single pill, and this was not uncommon. However, everyone present was well aware of this situation, so they did not appear impatient due to the long wait. Most of the people who could come to observe the process in Holy Pill City were mostly individuals with some level of strength, and the necessary patience was naturally required. Moreover, there were many alchemists present who could watch so many master alchemists refining pills up close, and they hoped that the time taken would be even longer. Under the gaze of those expectant eyes, time quietly passed by. In the blink of an eye, 4 days had passed. During these 4 days, the refining process on the square appeared to be quite calm, but occasionally there were low-pitched sounds, which were caused by some alchemists encountering problems in the refining process, resulting in the explosion of their cauldrons. If the prepared medicinal materials were not sufficient and the cauldron exploded, they could only leave the competition with regret. 3 people have already left the competition, including the scruffy old man called Yen Tian whom Xiao Ming knew. Yen Tian did not dwell on his early withdrawal for too long, instead, turned his attention to the remaining alchemists on the square. Sweeping his eyes over the 25 medicinal cauldrons of the alchemists still present on the square, Yen Tian curled his lips. Based on the energy fluctuations in the medicinal cauldrons, Yen Tian discovered that all the alchemists were refining peak 7th tier pills. This was not surprising, as whoever wanted to win the championship had to refine a peak 7th tier pill. Even high-grade 7th tier alchemists could refine peak 7th grade pills, but their success rate was not high. Even the pill he had wanted to refine previously was a peak 7th grade one. Unfortunately, his luck was not good, and after his cauldron exploded, there were no more medicinal materials left for him to refine again. Compared with others, Xiao Ming's refining progress is really amazing. It's not even at the same level. Yen Tian noticed that Xiao Ming's medicinal cauldron fluctuations were much stronger than others. Moreover, Xiao Ming hadn't thrown any medicinal materials into the cauldron for half a day, and the medicinal materials around him had already disappeared. Is he going to start fusing the pill now? Other people haven't even finished refining their medicinal materials yet. TSK, the heavenly flame is really a divine tool for refining pills. Yen Tian's eyes flashed with envy. As Yen Tian thought, Xiao Ming had reached the stage of pill fusion. Slowly opening his slightly closed eyes, Xiao Ming looked solemnly at the medicinal cauldron. In the rising flames inside, there were 3 clumps of either liquid or powder-like substances, which, although insignificant in appearance, were filled with a dense and shocking purity of medicinal power. These 3 things were Xiao Ming's achievements over the past 4 days, and now the refining had been successfully completed. What he needed to do next was to perfectly integrate these 3 things together, forge them into the form of a pill, and finally turn them into a pill. Xiao Ming took a deep breath of the hot air caused by the heavenly flame, and his serious gaze turned to the medicinal cauldron. With a thought, the white glazed heart flame, which was coiling in the cauldron, suddenly swept out and enveloped all three types of refined pure medicine substances. Merging the medicinal powers was a step that required almost perfect control from an alchemist. Any slight changes during the process could ruin all the previous efforts. Therefore, this step was exceptionally crucial. And Xiao Ming naturally understood this point very well. At this moment, his focus was also at the extreme, and his vast soul power filled every inch of the medicinal cauldron. Any extremely subtle changes inside were instantly fed back to his mind. The fusion of medicinal powers requires the longest time among the many steps in pill refining, and Xiao Ming's fusion this time lasted nearly 5 days before it finally came to an end. Rumble. A deep and thunderous sound echoed through the slightly warm atmosphere, catching everyone's attention. Before they could even turn their heads to look, a surge of powerful energy erupted from the square like lighting, causing the dark clouds above to rapidly condense and sending countless silver snakes wriggling through the sky. It's Xiao Ming. Currently, Xiao Ming had made the fastest progress on the square, and the energy surge also came from his 10,000 beasts cauldron. Surprisingly, it's a peak 7th tier pill. Judging from its appearance, the quality of this pill is probably approaching the limit of a 7th tier pill. Only half the time has passed, and he has already refined a peak 7th tier pill. Even with the support of the heavenly flame, Xiao Ming's alchemy skills are extremely superb. Except for Elder Qiu Ling, no one here could surpass him. Alas, compared to other people, Xiao Ming is simply crushing the competition. Fortunately, this time it's only about the quality of the pill. As long as the pills refined by other people are not worse than his, there is still hope to win the championship. Regarding the discussions outside, Xiao Ming paid no attention at all. His gaze was fixed on the medicinal cauldron without blinking. After 5 days of long fusion, there was now a small oval-shaped ball, roughly the size of a fist, rising in the flames within the cauldron. This ball was formed from the pure medicinal properties of hundreds of medicinal herbs, but it was still just the embryo of a pill. After a little more refining, the pill would be complete, and then the lightning in the sky would fall. However, Xiao Ming was not satisfied with just a peak 7th tier pill. He was determined to obtain the core soul marrow this time. Thinking of this, Xiao Ming's mind suddenly stirred, and a small spark of powder flew out from his storage ring, which then darted into the medicinal cauldron. The bone-growing blood-fusing pill that Xiao Ming was refining was already close to perfection. If his soul could fully enter into the spirit realm and give the pill enough spirituality, then he would be able to refine an 8th tier pill this time. That spark of powder was the spirit nourishment powder, which already contained spiritual energy and could replace the effect of a soul in the spirit realm. The spirit nourishment powder itself could be added to the pill without any problems. As soon as the spirit nourishment powder entered the medicinal cauldron, it quickly dissipated into nothingness. Still, if there were strong perceivers present, they would have noticed that the spiritual energy in the medicinal cauldron had suddenly become much denser and was gradually being absorbed by the embryonic pill. Qi. After the spiritual energy was completely absorbed, a 33-meter large green column of light shot out from the cauldron and pierced the sky. Underneath this green column of light, the dense silver lightning that filled the sky was now rapidly retreating as if it had encountered something terrifying. The thundercloud that had been previously flaunting its power also shrank back, not daring to touch the pillar of light even slightly. In countless shocked eyes, the light column shot into the sky, and then, as it passed by, clouds suddenly appeared and condensed into a massive thundercloud hundreds of meters wide in just a few blinks of an eye. What was most shocking was that the thundercloud formed this time was actually composed of 2 colors, green and silver. A 2-colored thundercloud.